Chapter 1. Moriarty Slytherin. In the winter of 1987, Eastern Tibet, a dilapidated wooden cabin nestled on the southern flank of the Tibetan plateau creaked eerily in the biting wind. 10-year-old Moriarty Slytherin had donned every piece of clothing available and wrapped himself in all the blankets and quilts he could find. Huddled in a corner of the room, Moriarty appeared to be suffering from the cold, his lips a shade of blue, ice crystals adorning his lashes, and his once vibrant gray hair now appeared particularly dull. Yet, he clung desperately to a dark, elongated box. As he became aware of the chilling numbness in his limbs. Beginning to lose sensation, Moriarty secured the box with his elbow to afford himself one last glance. Great Slytherin, I beg your forgiveness, I would rather perish than endure this agony. 3 hours later, Moriarty's brow suddenly furrowed, a look of struggle etched upon his face. Strictly speaking, he was no longer the true Moriarty, although inhabiting this body. The soul nestled deep within belonged to a young man from the 21st century. The genuine Moriarty had perished, and the occupant of this form was reluctant to succumb to the cold so soon after awakening. Having inherited all of Moriarty's memories, he was acutely aware of the allure of the mysteries and magic of the Harry Potter universe. Truly, the last Slytherin, even a wayward descendant, knows more than others. Moriarty's eyes flew open, but the movement exacerbated the frostbite on his face, sending pain coursing through half of it. In a moment of impulse, I overlooked the possibility that the original might be mute. Otherwise, I wouldn't have frozen to death. The cold air had already seeped into Moriarty's throat, and he rasped a soft murmur. Realizing his precarious situation, Moriarty lay flat on the floor, daring not to move, not even to express a single emotion. However, he soon felt something long and large pressing against his chest. The black box? Moriarty recognized that this was the only thing the original had clung to in death. Recalling the memories of the original, he understood that the Slytherin family regarded this box with both reverence and fear. It is said to be a treasure passed down from Salazar Slytherin. There seems to be a pact with our ancestor. Yet, Moriarty could not afford to ponder further. Facing the brink of death from the cold, he dismissed all thoughts of ancestral agreements. Stubborn purebloods. Since it was a treasure from Salazar, perhaps it could save his life. With great effort, Moriarty dragged his nearly frozen arms to open the black box. Inside lay a silver wand, approximately 80 centimeters in length, alongside a roll of parchment. The silver wand appeared to Moriarty as a lifeline. He attempted to twist his arm to grasp the wand, but found it exceedingly difficult. His limbs had become largely unresponsive, but as sensation faded, so too did the sharpness of pain. Eventually, Moriarty managed to touch the wand. As he contemplated the spells from his memories, he heard a chime beside him. Ding. Detection of host discovering and touching a magical item. The overarching system has been activated. The host may receive one initial lottery opportunity. Hurry. Can I draw a spell to restore my health? Or perhaps a warming charm? At the very least, give me a roaring fire. After all, this lottery is essentially a beginner's gift pack, right? Moriarty was exuberant with the system. He felt invincible. Surely his life was no longer in jeopardy. The prizes for the initial lottery are all sourced from the Harry Potter universe, including 50 everyday items, 10 magical items, 10 alchemical tools, 10 spells, 10 potions, and 10 wands. Confirm if the host wishes to draw. Draw. Moriarty responded without hesitation. Very well, good luck to the host. Though the odds of winning 50 everyday items were substantial, Moriarty believed in his fortune. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a pair of wool socks. Instantly, thick white socks appeared in his hands, exquisitely crafted. Moriarty forced a smile. This was a good omen. At least it was a potion, and not some woolen socks. Gazing at the potion, Moriarty consoled himself. System, draw again. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn 50 cubic meters of system space. The host may store any items except living beings within the system space. Well, that was indeed beneficial, but it still did not save his life. One last draw. It must be something life-saving. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn 10-year-old magical energy. The exploratory draw has concluded. May the host soon become the overarching boss of the Harry Potter world. Upon hearing the term magical energy, Moriarty overlooked the customary blessings of the system, wholly immersed in the sensations and understanding of the energy within. 10 years of magical energy. This was equivalent to Moriarty awakening his magic at birth. Could a Slytherin infant be like any other? An infant who awakens magic at birth is typically described in 2 words: a monster. Moriarty felt subtle changes within his body and instinctively raised his frostbitten right hand to rest upon the Slytherin wand. Suddenly, warmth surged through him, like a match igniting amidst the frigid landscape. Though faint, it was a sensation Moriarty keenly registered. Now is the moment. Moriarty roared. Propelled by an impetuous urge, he grasped the Slytherin wand with all his might, and the magical energy erupted forth. Bang! At the apex of the silver wand, a burst of golden sparks erupted, emitting a beam of light woven from magical energy. Bang! As the magical beam pierced through the ceiling and soared into the sky, Moriarty smiled. The presence of magic signified that the ancient spells from his memories were now accessible to him. Moreover, far to the west, within a locked tower of Hogwarts, a quill of acceptance swiftly inscribed the name Moriarty Slytherin in the tome of admission. With a rustling sound, the pages of the tome turned rapidly, each page shimmering with a silvery luminescence. This unusual phenomenon was short-lived, for the quill and the tome seemed to sprout wings and flew out of the tower. In less than a minute, the entire castle appeared to come alive. Stone figures detached from their positions, uttering incomprehensible languages. The characters in the murals began to dance. The poltergeist soared through the castle, cackling with pride as if cradling a massive bomb. This day would later be known as the Hogwarts Uprising. Moriarty learned of this event 5 months later, at which point he had yet to escape the clutches of danger. Typically, young wizards experience considerable weakness after their first magical outburst, yet Moriarty felt invigorated and elated. Let me ponder a warming charm. Currently, there is no definitive warming spell. Neither in modern times, nor in the Middle Ages. It is likely that the simplicity of warming made it unworthy of documentation. However, weather charms, fire-conjuring spells, heat spells, and flame-holding charms can all produce warmth and insulation. Moriarty mused for a moment. The weather charm was too powerful for domestic use. The dilapidated cabin could scarcely endure further ravages. The fire-conjuring spell, which conjures roaring flames, was also impractical. The fire concentration charm could condense flames within a specific area, demanding a high level of control from the caster. The heat spell, which could be adjusted in intensity, was most suitable for Moriarty's current needs, as it heated the air for warmth. The flame-holding charm, being an elemental manipulation spell, was rather complex. Thus, Moriarty opted for the heat spell. Gradually waving his wand, he released his magical energy into the air. Moriarty felt the temperature around him rise. Even though the biting wind remained fierce, he no longer felt the chill. How wonderful it is to wield magic, he exclaimed with genuine admiration. That he slowly stood, placing his woolen socks and polyjuice potion into his system space. He shed some of his clothing to facilitate greater mobility. With the Slytherin wand in hand, he grasped a black box and approached the only bed in the room, sitting down. Moriarty extracted a piece of parchment from the box. Upon unfolding it, a golden key tumbled to the floor with a resounding clink. The key was the size of an adult's palm, requiring both of Moriarty's hands to cradle it. What kind of door could this key unlock? Or what size of chest? Evidently, the cabin lacked a door of sufficient magnitude, nor could it accommodate a large chest. Moriarty shook his head, gently setting down the golden key as he examined the parchment and discovered it to be a family tree. The lineage traced back to Salazar Slytherin. This confirmed that Moriarty Slytherin's identity was indeed authentic. Yet according to the original texts, the Gaunt family was noted as the descendants of Slytherin, with Tom Gaunt being the only blood relative of Salazar Slytherin. Upon studying the family tree in detail, Moriarty came to understand. After departing from Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin had fathered a son. This son was a squib, leading Salazar to send him away upon reaching adulthood. This branch of the Slytherin family, aware of their lack of magical ability, deliberately distanced themselves from the magical world. As time passed, this Slytherin lineage continued to migrate. Firmly believing in the supremacy of pure blood, even as squibs, they refused to intermarry with outsiders, consistently marrying within their own kind. By the time of Moriarty's parents, their health had deteriorated since childhood, and they were among the last two remaining. It was on the eve of World War II that Grindelwald, having learned of living descendants of Slytherin, frantically sought them out. Consequently, Moriarty's parents relocated to the eastern regions of China to evade catastrophe. Besides this family tree, the silver wand and the golden key further validated Moriarty's identity. The silver wand was indeed the patriarchal wand of Slytherin, pilfered by Salazar's squib. This revelation, Moriarty snorted. How could he not perceive the underlying intricacies? Unquestionably, it had been stolen from right under Salazar's nose. How could a squib possibly steal from a legendary wizard? Even if this squib were the son of a legendary wizard, one could only marvel at either the depth of paternal affection or the extraordinary nature of the son. If it were the former, it would be understandable, however, if it were the latter. Moriarty could only emit a few more derisive snorts. The Middle Ages felt too distant, while the golden key was far more alluring. This was a key to the castle's grand entrance. The castle where Salazar resided after leaving Hogwarts. The reverse of the parchment bore a detailed address, which Moriarty committed to memory. Having grasped the Slytherin family history, he solidified his identity, knowing his lineage far surpassed that of Tom Gaunt in purity. Yet Moriarty did not subscribe to the notion of pure blood supremacy. Whether one was pure blood or half-blood, whether wizard or muggle, ultimately, they're all mere mortals, all life. Having witnessed death repeatedly, his most notable trait was his indifference to life. Perhaps this is the reason the system is bound to me as the shadowy mastermind, Moriarty mused, his expression shifting. Now he could thoroughly investigate the system. At this moment, the system prompted. The purpose of the system is to cultivate the host into the shadowy mastermind of this world. Prevent the host from inaction. The system will continuously issue tasks upon completion. The host will earn points and rewards. Currently issuing the ultimate task, become the shadowy mastermind of this world. Reward, divinity. Deadline, 2012. Failure to complete the task will result in obliteration. Immediately, a torrent of information surged into Moriarty's mind. Even with his resilience, the overwhelming influx left him somewhat dazed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, Moriarty sifted through the system's information in essence. This was a golden opportunity. The system offered numerous benefits, including lotteries and the ability to exchange points for anything within the Harry Potter universe. The final aspect was the high rewards obtained through completing tasks. Yes, the Harry Potter universe was an incompletely developed magical realm. The lotteries were divided into exploration and achievement categories. Discovering, touching, possessing, or destroying valuable magical items or realms would grant one exploration lottery chances. Upon reading this, Moriarty sprang to his feet, his face alight with eagerness, nearly itching to overturn the cabin. However, he quickly regained composure, surveying the sparse furnishings apart from a black box. The Slytherin household held no other valuable possessions. I should be content through the reception of memories. I have acquired the knowledge of the Slytherin family, which is the most precious wealth, and the emergence of the system signifies that I will gain even more. Moriarty tightened his grip on the Slytherin wand, realizing that he should not be greedy. He possessed enough already. What I must now contemplate is how to convert my hidden wealth into tangible assets. It is time to prepare for my role as the mastermind behind the scenes. Successfully dispelling the chill, Moriarty also cast 2 spells on the cabin, restoring it to its former glory and cleansing it anew. With these tasks accomplished, the environment around him became notably more comfortable. Seated on the bed, he arranged his wand, key, and parchment before him, delving into contemplation. The system had assigned a deadline for the task, set for 2012 at present. It was 1987, precisely 25 years away. To be more precise, it was actually 24 years, as Moriarty gazed out at the snow. Now at the end of 1987, this meant that Moriarty had to become the shadowy boss of the Harry Potter universe before he turned 35. Quickly, Moriarty compiled a list at the top were the illustrious figures of Albus Dumbledore, the White Lord, and Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord. Both Dumbledore and Riddle undoubtedly belonged to the same echelon, followed closely by Grindelwald. After all, he was the first Dark Lord, and one could never be certain when he might emerge to wreak havoc. Grindelwald had a long-standing rivalry with Dumbledore. Should he ever decide to act against the latter, Grindelwald could effortlessly traverse from Nurmengard to Hogwarts. These 3 individuals were formidable contenders for the role of the shadowy boss. And in addition, Moriarty included pure blood families and officials from various magical ministries. Lucius Malfoy, Cornelius Fudge. Moriarty noted down every pure blood representative and magical authority he was aware of. While these individuals might not directly compete with him, they would undoubtedly pose obstacles to his future endeavors. Moriarty, with one hand holding the list and the other propping his chin, mused, now, I must consider where I stand in relation to these individuals. The disparity in power is glaring. Undoubtedly, there exists a chasm in reputation, honor, wealth, status, insight, and experience. I can dismiss the insights and experience. With the legacy of Slytherin, my understanding of the magical world surpasses that of the contemporary wizarding populace. As for experience, I have accumulated ample dealings with individuals of various statuses in my previous life. Just provide me with a platform, whether pure blood or half-blood, wizard or muggle. I can engage with them seamlessly. Thus, what remains a reputation, honor, wealth, and status. Fulfill any one of these, and the others will soon follow. Moriarty grasped the golden key, a glimmer of ambition igniting in his eyes. That I believe Salazar's castle will provide just what I need. It seems imperative that I make my way to England post-haste. Surveying the cabin, he felt no sentimentality. This place had only brought him anguish. However, before departing, Moriarty sought vengeance for the original's demise. The original's parents had perished recently at the hands of the Eastern Tibetan Yeti during an outing. The Eastern Tibetan Yeti? Moriarty felt a sense of familiarity with the name had not Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts instructor in Harry Potter's second year, authored a book. concerning Eastern Tibetan Yetis. The title seemed to be a year with the Eastern Tibetan Yeti. This was intriguing, suggesting that Gilderoy Lockhart had likely visited the East Tibet. At that moment, a resonant voice called from outside the cabin door. "Good day, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, the writer from England. May I come in and sit for a while? It is rather chilly out here." Chapter 2. Gilderoy Lockhart stood outside the wooden door, clutching a suitcase in his hand. A charming smile, polished for media display, adorned his face. Prior to his arrival, Lockhart had confirmed that the owner of the cabin was a wizard, a powerful wizard. The memory of the magical beam he had witnessed lingered in his mind. Such power was not typical of an ordinary sorcerer. Thus, he presented an affable demeanor, convinced that no wizard could resist his smile, including the owner of this wooden abode. Naturally, if the proprietor happened to be a woman, that would be even better. As dusk settled, Lockhart wooed mind engaging in some delightful encounter with an enchanting witch. A howling gust of wind interrupted Lockhart's daydreams. Despite the warmth of his wizard's robe, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. The door remained shut. Lockhart found himself rebuffed. "Hello, I am Lockhart," he repeated, knocking gently as if to remind the occupant of his presence. "Is anyone home?" Time passed in silence, and just as Lockhart's smile began to falter, the door creaked open. He hastily donned a grin, which swiftly morphed into astonishment. "Who are you? A child?" Lockhart gazed in disbelief at the young Moriarty, who stood before him draped in a thick woolen blanket, a staff in hand. The moment his eyes met the staff, Lockhart was unable to look away. It was undoubtedly the most extraordinary and noble wand he had ever encountered. Moriarty observed the complete transformation of Lockhart's expression, and it was indeed a comical sight. Lockhart's golden and red robes made him resemble a flamboyant rooster, vibrant and animated. "Everything is as you see, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. Welcome to my humble abode," Moriarty said with warmth. "You're home? You?" Lockhart exclaimed, astonished, realizing that the previous magic was indeed the work of this child. However, Lockhart refrained from directly inquiring, opting instead for a more subtle approach. "Are you saying you live here all alone?" Of course not, Moriarty thought, yet he could not admit it. He stepped a few paces outside, gesturing for Lockhart to enter. "Did you not notice? Like you, I am also British. I have lived in this quaint little cabin, which I affectionately call the Snow House." This was, of course, a whimsical name conjured by Moriarty to further confound Lockhart. "Do come in and have a look, Mr. Lockhart. I wager you will find it delightful." "Ah, yes, thank you," Lockhart replied, now noticing Moriarty's gray hair and his fluent English. To mask his discomfort, he chuckled lightly as he stepped inside. As Lockhart entered, Moriarty's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was contemplating the arrival of Gilderoy Lockhart when, quite unexpectedly, the man himself appeared before him. "Oh, Merlin's beard. Hail, Slytherin." A smile spread across Moriarty's face as he stepped into the cabin and closed the wooden door. Upon hearing the door close, Lockhart felt a slight unease, inexplicably haunted by the thought of ominous possibilities. In order to ascertain the true nature of Moriarty, Lockhart feigned familiarity. "This is my first visit to Eastern Tibet. It is indeed quite cold here. Have you resided here for long?" "Yes," Moriarty replied. "Aside from the frigid weather, all is well here, particularly the opportunity to evade calamity." His words were laden with implication, deliberately leading Lockhart astray. Indeed, upon the mention of disaster, Lockhart's thoughts drifted to Voldemort, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He then forced a smile. "Indeed, you are correct. European wizards seldom venture into China, let alone this region of Eastern Tibet. So, Mr. Lockhart, what brings you to Eastern Tibet?" "Ah, that brings to mind a novel I once penned." Lockhart retrieved a stack of newspapers from his suitcase. "Let us see how the Daily Prophet has reviewed my work. There are articles about me here." "Oh, my dear child, are you acquainted with the Daily Prophet?" With a flick of his wand, Moriarty summoned a copy of the Daily Prophet to his gaze. What exceptional levitation! Lockhart marveled, now intrigued by Moriarty's identity. Moriarty feigned a glance at the newspaper, and even though he was well aware of Lockhart's background, he maintained an air of confusion. "I must apologize. I cannot decipher what this states." "Very well," Lockhart responded with a hint of regret as he gathered the newspapers. "As I mentioned earlier, I am an author, and of course, a wizard as well. We all are. I have come to Eastern Tibet in pursuit of the Yeti. You see, each year I journey across the globe to engage with perilous magical creatures. I refer to this as the Grand Adventure." Lockhart donned his trademark smile, adopting the demeanor of a fan interacting with an admirer, as he enthusiastically recounted his tales to Moriarty. The latter appeared genuinely intrigued, occasionally interjecting an agreement while internally acknowledging that Lockhart's presence was indeed due to the Yeti. The heroic exploits Lockhart recounted were merely borrowed tales from others. which he had cast under a forgetting charm, transforming their experiences into his singular adventures. The book titled A Year with the Yetis of Eastern Tibet hinted at Lockhart's possible prior visit to Eastern Tibet or contact with its wizards. Lockhart's appearance here indicated he was preparing to write that novel, which he would undoubtedly promote and sell within a magical community. This was undeniably a prime opportunity for Moriarty to enter the British wizarding sphere. Crafting a comprehensive plan in his mind, Moriarty began to coax Mr. Lockhart. Having heard your tales, I am in awe of your adventurous spirit and formidable prowess. You mentioned the Yeti just now. Coincidentally, I possess considerable knowledge about this magical creature. I believe I could be of assistance to you. May I join you on your adventure? Moriarty displayed an enthusiasm akin to that of an eager young wizard, and Lockhart, having encountered many such youngsters, instinctively regarded Moriarty as a mere child, allowing a sliver of his previous caution to dissipate. Of course, my dear child. Lockhart beamed with a broad smile. If you can lend a hand, I shall immortalize you in my book. Oh, by the way, I do not yet know your name. Call me Moriarty, he replied. Now, can Mr. Lockhart hear my words? After all, the Yeti of the East is no trivial adversary. We must devise a meticulous plan. Very well, vigilant lad, Lockhart said as he retrieved a set of coffee cups from a suitcase. Whenever I gather materials, I prepare myself a cup of coffee for a little rejuvenation. A writer's habit, is it not? He chuckled at his own jest and added, New delights from the cafe in Diagon Alley. Would you care for some? Moriarty cast a glance at the suitcase, clearly enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Heaven knows what had been added to the coffee he offered, and Moriarty was not particularly fond of Lockhart's taste. Shaking his head in polite refusal, Moriarty waved his wand, conjuring a shadow model of the Yeti based on his memories. Lockhart, with a hint of envy, remarked, What a terrifying talent, my boy. He scrutinized the towering model of the Yeti, frowning. It resembles a diminutive giant. Indeed, the Yeti shared certain traits with giants. Their thick, white skin endowed them with remarkable magical resistance, astonishing speed, and incredible strength. Most crucially, they could occasionally wield snow magic and were inherently social creatures. Having lived incognito in the East for a decade, Moriarty had amassed extensive knowledge about Yetis. Even if Lockhart had not come, Moriarty would eventually seek vengeance against these formidable beings. Lockhart was acutely aware of his own limitations. He would not dare engage in combat with a Yeti. Perhaps, after provoking one, he could attempt to cast a forgetting charm on himself. Lockhart chuckled self-deprecatingly, contemplating how to gracefully conclude his journey. His purpose for venturing into the East was straightforward, to seek out the Yeti. If he could find one, it would undoubtedly enrich his adventurous narrative. If not, he would simply regard it as a journey. Yet, as he noticed Moriarty observing him with peculiar intensity, Lockhart felt a flush of embarrassment. Previously, he had boasted extravagantly, and now he seemed to be retreating. Moriarty softly interjected, Coexistence? Yetis never communicate with humans, but they do possess a weakness. Music. This was undoubtedly another of Moriarty's fanciful assertions, and he needed to find a way to stabilize Lockhart's enthusiasm. Lockhart took the bait, sensing a glimmer of hope, his eyes widening as he inquired, Are you suggesting that music can influence or disturb Yetis? Oh, Mr. Lockhart, you are truly astute, Moriarty exclaimed. Enchanting melodies can lull Yetis into slumber. You see, music is a rarity in the Highlands, making this vulnerability known only to the wizards residing here. Lockhart's excitement surged. Splendid. Thank Merlin. I just happen to have brought a violin with me. As Moriarty witnessed Lockhart extracting a brown violin from a suitcase, he felt as though he had been ignited with fervor. He too was exhilarated, exclaiming, I am in awe of your foresight, Mr. Lockhart. If possible, it would be most prudent for us to set forth at once. As dusk approaches, the diminutive snowmen will make their appearance, undoubtedly serving as the prime targets for our hunt. Let's depart. Lowart drained his coffee, and I have already conceived a title for our tale, Playing the Violin with the Eastern Snowmen. The two stepped outside, with Moriarty leading the way based on memory. Chapter 3. Encounter with the Dark Sorcerer. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the edge of a dense forest, the sky now completely shrouded in darkness. Moriarty whispered to Lowart, This forest conceals a tribe of snowmen. Each evening, the little snowmen emerge to frolic. Splendid. I shall wait for him here. Lowart brandished his wand. Moriarty cast several lingering glances at the wand, overly ornate as it was. He doubted Lowart could even cast a disarming charm. Hey, Lowart whispered excitedly. Did you hear that? Screams and roars. Could it be the sound of the snowmen? Moriarty furrowed his brow. Snowmen's calls were typically robust, and he had never encountered such high-pitched shrieks. Lowart, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, pointed to a certain part of the forest, exclaiming, "That white shadow. Look, it's moving. Could it be the little snowman has come out?" However, his expression quickly darkened as a horde of crimson crows materialized in the air above the forest. Their bodies ablaze with searing flames as they screeched and dove toward the snowmen within the woods. Sparks ignited the underbrush, and several snowmen unleashed torrents of snow to douse the flames, only to be assailed by an even greater swarm of fiery crows. 3 beams of white light shot into the sky, summoning 3 gales that violently collided with an adult snowman, sending it crashing out of the woods. Lowart gazed in horror at the broken trees and the injured snowman, his eyes vacant. Those 3 beams of light were magic. The sorcerer was attacking the snowman tribe. At that moment, Moriarty also received a system notification. Task issued. Prevent the dark sorcerer from seizing the Ice Moon necklace and save the snowman family. Reward: 10 years of magical power and an alchemical artifact. Failure to complete the task will result in the host's obliteration. Originally intending to use Lowart as a tool for vengeance against the snowman while simultaneously subduing him, Moriarty found himself embroiled in a conflict with a dark sorcerer. He gripped his wand tightly, pondering whether he could indeed confront a dark sorcerer. May the Slytherin wand prove sturdy enough. "Lowart, follow me. We must infiltrate the forest." Moriarty held his wand firmly, his tone icy. "You currently have 2 choices. First, I could end your life here and now. Second, accompany me to rescue the snowman." Lowart swallowed nervously. "Don't jest. You are but a child, incapable of killing me. Are you testing me? Very well, the killing curse." Moriarty growled, "Avada, no. I beg you, do not utter that incantation." Lowart broke into a sweat, pleading with Moriarty, "Do not kill me. I shall go with you. Follow me. We shall slip inside. The moment we spot the dark sorcerer, cast a spell at him. Understand? The snowmen are not devoid of intelligence. If they observe us attacking their foe, they will not turn against us. Be cautious and tread lightly." Moriarty gently released Lockhart, fully aware that Lockhart was merely speaking bluster. Should the situation turn dire, he would undoubtedly flee. However, if a confrontation ensued, Lockhart needed only to delay for a mere few seconds. The 2 men crouched low and hastily made their way into the woods, where they beheld a vast lake. Its shores besieged by over a dozen snowmen engaged in a fierce battle against 4 wizards cloaked in black robes. The snowman tribe had suffered grievous damage. The fire crows were unaffected by the snowy terrain, and already 4 snowmen lay vanquished upon ground. Lockhart observed a small snowman being relentlessly pursued by a swarm of fire crows. Lockhart then realized that the small snowman was not merely frolicking, but was desperately fleeing for its life. "We must rescue the little snowman," Moriarty declared, charging forward. He brandished his wand, exclaiming, "Wingardium Leviosa." The levitation charm caused a broken tree to rise into the air, which Moriarty directed to crash down upon the pursuing fire crows, scattering them in disarray. The little snowman, now safe, joyfully leaped up, emitting high-pitched squeals of delight. Moriarty surveyed the battlefield, noting that the black wizard controlling the fire crows was a gnome, burdened with a large pack, standing his ground against 6 adult snowmen. The other 3 black wizards, taller in stature, summoned gusts of wind, each facing a single adult snowman. With keen insight, Moriarty made a decisive plan. "Lockhart, you confront the gnome while I deal with those 3 over there and return to assist you." Lockhart, infuriated, protested, "You assign me the most formidable and malevolent black wizard. I cannot possibly defeat him." Gritting his teeth, Lockhart's gaze towards the gnome grew resolute. Yet upon receiving a menacing glare from the gnome, his confidence faltered, and he struggled to maintain his grip on his wand. "I surrender. I have no intention of battling you." Nevertheless, the gnome had no intention of sparing Lockhart. With a flick of his wand, a swarm of fire crows surged towards him. The gnome communicated with his companions, and although they were not far apart, Moriarty distinctly heard the gnome speaking in Japanese. A black wizard from the East? In his previous life, Moriarty had mastered 5 foreign languages, Japanese being one of them. The gnome's words translated to, "Do not let anyone escape. Eliminate them all." Lockhart fled in terror, exclaiming, "They intend to annihilate us." Moriarty held no hopes that Lockhart could vanquish the gnome, but he believed Lockhart could still cast a disarming spell to buy some time. Upon hearing this, Lockhart finally resolved to launch a surprise attack on the gnome, rolling and scrambling as he unleashed a disarming spell. Simultaneously, Moriarty conjured a flickering light to better gauge the distance to the 3 black wizards. His mind raced through the magical heritage of the Slytherin family. ultimately selecting a few straightforward incantations. Everyone petrify! A surge of magical energy erupted from his wand, but on his first attempt, Moriarty's control over the petrification spell was inadequate. The spell lazily arced toward one black wizard, who easily evaded it, giving Moriarty a dismissive thumbs-down gesture. Petrify them all. The second casting of the spell swiftly struck the chest of a black wizard, solidifying him in stone. The speed of the spell so great that the wizard's thumb remained pointed downward. Moriarty rushed towards the dark wizard, aiming the tip of his wand at him, exclaiming, "Shatter! Shatter! Shatter!" 3 consecutive spells erupted, causing the dark wizard to explode into countless fragments. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had slain the dark wizard and earned 300 points. Elated, Moriarty realized that with these points, he could exchange for various forms of magic. With his experience as a secret agent, he always managed to identify the most effective points of leverage, unleashing terrifying power. His confidence in eliminating the remaining dark wizards surged. The 2 remaining dark wizards, witnessing their companion's brutal demise, grasped the magnitude of Moriarty's threat. They hastily abandoned their snowman and raised their wands towards him. Disarm. Bone crushing. The incantations revealed the dark wizards' identities. They spoke in English. Moriarty barely had time to ponder why British wizards were entangled with Eastern sorcerers when the 2 spells formed a chain of incantations. Should he be disarmed and struck by the bone-crushing curse, he would be utterly vulnerable. Armor of protection. Armor of protection. Learning from the lesson of petrification, Moriarty cast the iron armor spell twice. An invisible shield materialized in the direction of his Slytherin wand, serving as a protective barrier before him. Upon witnessing the rebound of red light, he understood that he had successfully deflected the disarmament spell. However, the bone-crushing curse was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and the iron armor spell could not withstand such a formidable attack. Given Moriarty's current magical prowess, he could not summon the full might of the Slytherin legacy. Instead, he opted to call upon a nearby fallen tree for defense. Fallen tree, come forth. He cast a small spell upon himself, enhancing his speed with Wind's Embrace. With newfound swiftness, Moriarty rolled forward, buying himself a moment's respite. The flying tree intercepted the bone-crushing curse, shattering into fragments upon impact. The instincts of a secret agent manifested vividly in this moment. Moriarty realized he could exploit the slickness of the snow to further augment his speed. He charged towards the dark wizard who had cast the bone-crushing curse, executing a sliding attack to close the distance swiftly. Memories of the Slytherin family's many spells flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on a spell that could be cast instantaneously. Blade's Edge. The dark wizard's black robe was sliced into tatters, revealing skin that bled profusely as if cleaved by an invisible sword. "Oh no, my Merlin! Save me!" The dark wizard who had uttered the disarmament curse stared in shock as he beheld his companion gasping for breath, blood gushing like a broken dam from the writhing body. Moriarty squinted, the crimson liquid contrasting starkly against the white snow. This was a malevolent curse devised by his ancestor Salazar during his prolonged duels with Godric Gryffindor, maximizing damage to its fullest. Another notification chimed. The host had slain the dark wizard, earning 500 points. Moriarty accessed the shop. A bottle of a basic mana restoration potion cost 500 points. System, exchange for 1. Concealing the exchange potion in his left hand, Moriarty stood upright with his right hand resting on his wand, finally discerning the features and hair color of the dark wizard. A true British wizard indeed. Thus, among the 4 dark wizards, the gnome hails from the east, while the remaining 3 are British dark wizards. Moriarty, unwilling to become a hapless target for dark wizards in the future, raised his wand, its tip directed at the last dark wizard. Speaking with barely moving lips, he attempted to breach the dark wizard's psychological defenses with a tone that dismissed death. The dark wizard was not deceived. He pointed his wand at Moriarty, declaring, "The sweat upon your brow betrays you. Employing the curse that felled Neil must have drained a considerable portion of your magical energy. And your pretense is of no consequence to me." As the dark wizard asserted, the sharp edge of the sword had indeed consumed too much of Moriarty's magic, and since earlier, he had begun to suffer from a headache. The dark wizard's eyes brimmed with humiliation, evidently stung by Moriarty's deliberate words that pierced his sensitive heart. He involuntarily stepped back, layering himself with several shields of armor, only to discover that Moriarty had long since fled. Blasted! The dark wizard realized he had been tricked and, in a fit of rage, raised his wand. Shatter! Armor of protection! Moriarty abruptly turned, aiming his wand at the dark wizard, unleashing a surge of magical energy that rebounded the spell back. In fact, with the casting of magic, Moriarty felt a resurgence of power. Flames blazed. He had long wished to test this spell. A flicker of fire leapt from the tip of his wand. A great conflagration surged towards the dark wizard, moving so swiftly that he had no time to utter the ironclad incantation. No, the dark wizard rolled in the snow, hoping the snow would extinguish the flames. Yet Moriarty summoned a fallen tree with ease, bringing an end to the dark wizard's wicked existence. Upon detecting the host kill of the dark wizard, he was awarded 300 points. Based on the points accrued, Moriarty discerned that the 3 British wizards were led by Neil, who possessed the greatest strength. Eliminating the 3 dark wizards would yield an additional 1,100 points. At that moment, the gnome dark wizard appeared to Moriarty as a golden ingot with legs. "Moriarty, why do you hesitate? Come save me," came Lockhart's desperate cry from the lakeside, where he had been scorched on the leg by the fire raven, forcing him to submerge his lower half in the lake. 2 adult snowmen capable of spraying water rescued Lockhart. Otherwise, the gnome's piercing curse would have struck him long ago. However, the snowmen were not in optimal condition either. Seeking a swift resolution, Moriarty recalled a grand spell passed down through his family. Branches flew forth. Moriarty commanded 12 branches to stand upright in the snow, while manipulating over a dozen others to sway incessantly, as if painting. Lockhart, exasperated, exclaimed, "What time is it? And you still have the leisure to paint." The gnome turned to glance at Moriarty and, taking a deep breath, remarked, "Where did this little brat come from? He can actually inscribe a magic circle." Lockhart. It was no surprise that Lockhart was uninformed. In modern magic, the use of magic circles had become rare, and those who could inscribe them were either from ancient families or elusive old oddities. Considering the hidden talents of the East, the gnome realized he had attracted considerable trouble. The gnome raised his wand, declaring, "Infernal fire raven." In the forest, the fire crow soared towards the gnome, forming a fiery crimson halo. A raven, towering 5 meters high, emerged from the circle, its target unmistakably Moriarty. With a swift motion, the raven spread its wings, extending a remarkable 10 meters, flames of pitch-black fire igniting along its wings. Exuding a foul stench, the stench of decay, Moriarty furrowed his brow, realizing this must be the gnome's ultimate weapon, a forbidden art of summoning the undead. The aura of death once unleashed would surely claim lives. Yet, it bore a vulnerability, the fire crow's halo. The gnome's magical prowess evidently fell short of conjuring a true undead fire crow, relying instead on the power of lesser fire crows to sustain the greater one. If he could dismantle the halo, he could weaken the undead fire crow. While Moriarty was still inscribing the magic circle, unable to divert his focus, he bellowed towards Lockhart, "Unleash every spell you know upon that halo." Lockhart complied, albeit his repertoire of spells was rather limited. Moriarty observed with keen clarity. There were disarmament charms and cleaning spells, yet Lockhart refrained from casting his most adept spell, the forgetfulness charm, suggesting he might harbor ulterior motives. Fortunately, Lockhart's interference caused the halo to shrink slightly, momentarily stalling the undead fire crow, but it quickly regained its momentum, charging forward engulfed in flames. Moriarty felt the searing heat of the undead flames, and at that instant, his magic circle was finally complete. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest among the 4 titans." Moriarty thrust his staff into the ground, unleashing a surge of green light, followed by a silver radiance blanketing the snow. The rudimentary magic circle activated, spinning rapidly as numerous twigs transformed into green pillars of light, reaching skyward. Ice serpents danced in a frenzied display. Moriarty expended all his magical energy into the circle. The air turned frigid, and a tempest materialized above the magic circle, swirling with ice and snow. Falling ice crystals and snowflakes pummeled the undead fire crow, which had no time to retaliate. The storm swiftly descended, sweeping the fire crow away, its undead flames vanishing without a trace. With a resounding boom, the fire crow's halo exploded, and the gnome suffered a backlash of magic, stifling a cough. Moriarty surmised he must have coughed up blood, though the gnome masked it well. The 2 snowmen would not miss this opportunity. 2 jets of snowmelt erupted from the snowmen's mouths as the gnome cast a protective charm upon himself. "You little brat." The gnome fumed, glaring at Moriarty, wishing he could cast a malevolent curse upon him. Yet, Moriarty offered no chance. His creed as a former agent was to strike decisively, never to hesitate. He leaned on his staff, hissing, "Hiss, hiss, hiss." Lockhart's jaw dropped in astonishment. Even he, despite his ignorance, grasped the significance. Parcel tongue. Lockhart suddenly comprehended why Moriarty chose to converse with Slytherin. As Moriarty uttered the serpent's tongue, the 12 green pillars transformed into colossal green serpents. The serpents surged into the tempest above the magic circle, emerging as 12 ice serpents. The ice serpents approached the gnome slowly, who stood frozen in fear. The serpents, measuring over 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, toyed with the gnome as if he were a mere plaything. 12 serpentine heads gazed intently at the gnome, their tongues flicking out to caress his face. With each touch, the gnome's visage succumbed to an icy grip. The eerie and ominous presence of the frost serpents instilled a deep-seated fear in the snowmen, rendering them motionless until the gnome was entirely encased in ice, forming a chilling sarcophagus, after which the serpents gradually dissipated. Moriarty collapsed onto the ground, his magical energy nearly depleted. He could no longer sustain himself. Lockhart, if you can still move, retrieve the gnome's backpack for me. Moriarty commanded Lockhart as if he were a servant. The latter, dazed, approached the gnome, the image of the 12 frost serpents haunting his mind. With a thud, the large backpack was placed before Moriarty. A handful of snowmen rushed forward, but, casting a fearful glance at Moriarty, dared not advance any further, merely whimpering at the backpack. Soon, a low whimper emanated from within the backpack, as though it were weeping. Moriarty recalled the system's task. Evidently, the backpack contained snowman infants. Lockhart, open the backpack and return the snowman babies to their kin. As if to verify the truth, Lockhart trembled as he unfastened the backpack, his eyes widening in astonishment. He dazedly cradled the snowman infants and handed them over to the snowmen. How did you know there were snowman babies inside? Lockhart slumped to the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon. Moriarty's formidable prowess, an array of spells, and terrifying forbidden techniques had all but crushed Lockhart's self-esteem. The only factor preserving Lockhart's dignity before Moriarty was his forgetfulness spell. Yet now, was it possible that Moriarty possessed foresight? Did this imply that his own forgetfulness spell was known to the other? Moriarty, fixated on a necklace at the bottom of the backpack, paid Lockhart no mind. He picked up the necklace, finding no anomalies. Nevertheless, the task had been accomplished. The system detected the host's completion of the task and rewarded him with 10 years of magical power and an alchemical item, the magic stone. The magic stone? Nicodemus' magic stone. He resolved to seek an opportunity to visit this master alchemist in the future. Moriarty had Lockhart assist him to his feet, and he grasped his staff, approaching the gnome to store both the gnome and the ice moon necklace in the system space. He remained unaware of the necklace's function, but it undoubtedly concealed a significant secret behind the gnome. Moriarty could not allow this secret to slip through his fingers. Once he regained his composure, he would thoroughly interrogate the gnome. Chapter 4. The Himalayan Avalanche. The leader of the snowmen, capable of spouting water, raised his head and emitted a mournful wail. As the surviving snowmen limped toward their leader, Lockhart scratched his head. I think the snowmen are thanking you for saving their children. Moriarty cast a cold glance for a moment before averting his gaze. Had he not taken the ice moon necklace, he might have used these snowmen to practice the death curse. Of course, the black wizard's slaughter of numerous snowmen was also pivotal. The snowman tribe had paid a heavy price. Moriarty was merely one who repays enmity, not a bloodthirsty fiend. The snowmen yearned to inquire about the ice moon necklace, yet were frightfully repelled by the serpentine hisses emanating from Moriarty's lips. The terror instilled by the 12 ice serpents was far more dreadful than death itself. Upon hearing the sibilant sounds, Lockhart was so terrified that he soiled himself, collapsing to the ground in disbelief as he gazed at Moriarty. You never mentioned to me that you were a parcel tongue, and you have killed 3 people. Are you a dark wizard? And what are those spells? Oh, Merlin, who are you truly? Lockhart let out a shriek, lying rigidly on the ground, his vivid imagination conjuring images of Moriarty silencing him forever. Moriarty let out a dismissive snort, directing his wand at Lockhart. Oh dear, please do not kill me. I swear, I shall not utter a word of today's events. Lockhart knelt at Moriarty's feet, weeping profusely. I beg you, I will reveal all my secrets to you. Just please do not take my life. Your secrets? Moriarty chuckled mockingly. Are you referring to the fact that you are a charlatan, having plagiarized the adventures of others in your books? Or perhaps that you possess no profound magical prowess whatsoever, save for mere obliviate charm? How do you know everything? Lockhart gazed at Moriarty as though he were an alien, his body trembling uncontrollably. It is a gift, Mr. Lockhart, Moriarty replied with a smile, lowering his wand. It is quite natural that you do not comprehend. However, I am curious as to why you did not employ the obliviate charm on me while I was resting. I was quite weak at the time and likely could not withstand your formidable obliviate. Moriarty analyzed Lockhart's predicament. Think about it, Mr. Lockhart. With just a flick of your wand, you could conjure yet another extraordinary tale, rescuing the snowman babies from the clutches of an evil dark wizard, thereby earning the friendship of the snowman tribe. I'm certain that book would be a bestseller. Moriarty gazed down at Lockhart's vacant eyes. Then why did you not pursue such a course of action? I dare not, Lockhart replied with a woeful smile. You are far too powerful and enigmatic. I mentioned before that I feared for my life. Indeed, Moriarty acknowledged, smiling at Lockhart. Years hence, you shall be immensely grateful that you refrained from casting a spell upon me today. Lockhart sensed a glimmer of hope for survival, but was quickly startled as Moriarty raised his wand once more. He closed his eyes. Why do you not kill me? What benefit would that serve? For me, your continued existence is far more advantageous than your demise. Moriarty altered his tone, rendering himself less intimidating. Lockhart slowly nodded. What is it you wish me to do? To do what? It is not so simple. Moriarty lifted Lockhart's chin with his wand. I desire your submission, your loyalty. You wish to become the third Dark Lord? Lockhart stammered timidly. The Dark Lord? Moriarty's laughter brimmed with disdain. Do not be cowed by Grindelwald and Voldemort. They are inadequate wizards. Moriarty stated earnestly. The realm of magic is vast and boundless. A competent wizard is one who dedicates their life to the pursuit of magic. The magical realm of Europe has witnessed the rise of 2 generations of dark wizards. With their prodigious talents, they once held the potential to ascend to the esteemed position of the Sorcerer Supreme. However, one sought to elevate the status of wizards, while the other aspired to dominate the magical world. As they became entangled in the mundane, they ceased to be mere sorcerers. In contrast, I possess a clear vision of the magical skies and yearn to soar freely within them. Power, status, wealth, and fame are merely platforms that facilitate my ascent. Moriarty grasped Lockhart firmly, gazing into his eyes. Consider this, Lockhart. You pledge your loyalty to the future Sorcerer Supreme. I confess, your words captivated me. Tears glistened in Lockhart's blue eyes. Perhaps in following you, I might glimpse the magic of the skies. Just a fleeting glance would suffice. Moriarty nodded in understanding. Lockhart had repeatedly expressed his envy of Moriarty's formidable gifts. This charlatan secretly longed for strength, and Moriarty's emergence kindled a spark of hope within him. We can forge an unbreakable oath, Lockhart declared, kneeling down. He extended his right hand, earnestly regarding Moriarty. I swear my allegiance to you. Contemplating the complexities of the unbreakable vow, Moriarty gently shook his head. I possess a more secure incantation than mere unbreakability. In due time, I will require you to demonstrate your loyalty, and I hope you shall not falter. Lockhart rose without complaint, responding with an air of certainty. I shall, my master. What would you have me do next? Do not call me master. Refer to me as young sir. Moriarty suddenly chuckled. I recall only revealing my given name to you. Yet I have not disclosed my surname, have I? Indeed, young sir. Lockhart's eyes widened with excitement. You must be a descendant of Slytherin, as you speak Parseltongue. Moriarty nodded slightly. My surname is indeed Slytherin, the sole direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 illustrious founders of Hogwarts. Lockhart knelt once more, fervently bowing his head 12 times to Moriarty, though he could not articulate why he chose the number 12. It simply felt fitting. However, this display displeased Moriarty. He shook his head. Oh, Lockhart, true loyalty is never bound by formality. I am no tyrant. You need not prove your allegiance through such gestures. Are you implying you do not intend to expose me to the British wizarding community? Lockhart's spirit soared, for this meant he could continue to bask in the attention and adulation of wizards. Everything will proceed according to my design, Lockhart. Moriarty left an air of mystery. Having selected Lockhart as the focal point to draw attention, for which he had meticulously prepared a series of plans. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the ground, momentarily unsettling Lockhart's timid nature. Young sir, is this an earthquake, or has a mountain collapsed somewhere? I suspect someone is engaged in combat. Moriarty squinted, sensing multiple waves of magical energy in the air. Following the currents of magic, he fixed his gaze upon a distant snow-capped mountain. A realization dawned upon him. Trouble loomed. For that mountain harbored a tribe of snowmen. As if to validate his words, clusters of flames ignited on the mountain, distinctly visible against the night sky. A 7-meter-long fire raven cawed as it circled in the air, followed by 2, then 3 more. Even Loart, no matter how dim-witted, could now comprehend. They were the accomplices of those dark sorcerers. Can your magic circle still be employed? He asked. More importantly, I am concerned about who our adversary is. A glimmer flashed in Moriarty's eyes, The icy moon necklace had incited a contest among 3 factions of wizards, deepening his intrigue towards it. The battle on the snowy mountain erupted swiftly. As the undead fire ravens attempted to assault their foes, a dragon's roar struck them. Moriarty discerned it clearly. He was beginning to understand who the third party was: Chinese wizards. Loart, are you familiar with the realm of Chinese sorcerers? His inquiry was abruptly interrupted as Loart pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Oh no, Master, those fire ravens are coming for us. They are targeting the Yeti tribe. They wish to annihilate the Eastern Tibetan Yetis." Moriarty glanced back, witnessing the Yetis in a state of panic. "Loart," Moriarty commanded, "you must evacuate the Yetis and bring me the flying broom." "What? Fool! Don't tell me you went on this journey without a broom and flying powder. Think carefully. You must have packed them in your trunk, right?" Moriarty's gaze remained fixed on the approaching fire ravens, resolute in his commitment to prevent the extermination of the Yetis. It seemed the icy moon necklace harbored a significant secret. Before Moriarty could commence his investigation, it was imperative that anyone linked to the necklace survive. Loart recalled that his trunk had been sent flying by a gnome, and hastily drew his wand, commanding, "Trunk, come forth." After rummaging through the trunk, he retrieved a flying broom, but hesitated to hand it over to Moriarty. "Master, whatever your intentions with the broom may be, I urge you to exercise caution." Without waiting for further counsel, Moriarty snatched the broom, gripping the handle tightly, and propelled himself into the air. What a reckless endeavor! Moriarty teetered dangerously, nearly toppling from the broom, yet he managed to ascend into the heavens. Crafting a magic circle was a tedious endeavor, but the undead fire ravens would not pause for him to finish. Lacking the ability to cast long-range spells, Moriarty had no choice but to approach the 2 fire ravens on his broom. His inaugural ascent was unexpectedly smooth. He maintained his balance while attempting to accelerate the broom with his magical energy. The 2 fire ravens, having spotted Moriarty, instinctively quickened their pace. In the air, Moriarty unleashed several petrifying spells, only to find them challenging to land on the nimble ravens. Clenching his teeth, he shouted downwards, "Loart, do not evacuate the Yetis anymore. Run. Flee. Get out of here." "What?" Loart sensed impending danger, covering his mouth in alarm. "Oh, Master, what do you intend to do?" Moriarty disregarded him, observing the flight path of the fire ravens, and aimed his wand at a mountain peak above them. Shatter! A surge of magical energy transformed into a colossal force, striking the mountaintop. With a thunderous roar, the snow from the entire peak cascaded down like a tidal wave, the entire terrain collapsing due to the avalanche. The 2 fire ravens were swiftly engulfed in the icy depths. The snowman need not fear being burned, yet it has grown swifter. Moriarty's strike triggered a series of avalanches, causing massive snow and ice blocks to tumble down. However, the ancestors of the snowmen have thrived here for millennia, their lineage concealing methods to withstand avalanches. At least Moriarty could hear their calls, unlike the harrowing cries when being pursued by the dwarfs. This reassured Moriarty. As long as one snowman survived, he would have someone to interrogate later. Moriarty angled the broomstick, commanding it to dive toward the ground. Loart was desperately sprinting, yet it was evident that he would soon be engulfed by the relentless snowfall. "Loart, grasp my hand." "Excellent, I've got you." Moriarty pulled Loart onto the broom, noticeably slowing their descent. As the snow threatened to cover them, Moriarty attempted to cast a swift wind charm on the broom, and to his surprise, it succeeded. Whoosh! The broom soared rapidly, weaving through the flurries of snowflakes, evading the pursuing avalanche. Loart, brimming with triumph, exclaimed, "Ha ha! Oh yeah, we have triumphed over the avalanche." Moriarty, however, cast his gaze toward another snowman tribe's peak, hoping for their safety. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of avalanches resonated through the heavens, even inciting an earthquake. Countless snow-capped mountains collapsed with a thunderous roar. Moriarty noted that this included the peak of another snowman tribe. The explosive spray of snow and ice obscured the night sky, and the deafening noise alerted Loart to the extraordinary nature of this avalanche and earthquake. He anxiously inquired, "Sir, did you strike the snow mountain in the Himalayas?" After a prolonged silence, everything fell quiet. Moriarty, perched on the broom with arms crossed, glanced back at Loart. "See, nature is merciless. If you had not witnessed it with your own eyes, would you believe that this cataclysmic avalanche was incited by a splitting curse?" Lohart's eyes darted about as he thought he grasped Moriarty's insinuation. "Ah, I understand, sir. You mean that apart from us, no one witnessed you cast the splitting curse on the snow mountain. So as long as we remain silent, no one will know it was you." "Not quite, Loart," Moriarty replied softly. "Why would I admit to something I did not do? I saw it clearly. It was one of the undead fire crows that crashed into the snow mountain, intent on a suicidal attack to obliterate the snowman tribe. Lort paused, then quickly grasped the implication, clapping his hands in agreement. Yes, that's correct. It's all the wicked black wizard's fault. Moriarty chose not to pursue this topic further. Some matters were best known only to Lort. Instead, he raised a finger and shook it gently. What I wish for you to comprehend is another matter. Perhaps such disasters require a catalyst. But grant me the space to grow, and it will not be long before I can wield even more fearsome catastrophe-level magic. At that time, I shall be the sole protagonist of the grand ball of ice and snow. Moriarty would not miss a single opportunity to learn magic. As he flew, he projected his magical energy into the air, meticulously attuning himself to the elements of ice and snow. He cast not a single glance at the snowdrift, even though it might conceal a sorcerer from the east who had once battled a dark wizard. At that moment, Moriarty had no alternative. Having been exposed to magic for less than 24 hours, he lacked the mastery of potent long-range spells and the ability to fly. The only means to thwart the fire crows of the undead was to leverage the avalanche to protect the snowman. Geographical factors proved to be both an advantage and a drawback, aiding Moriarty in confronting the dark wizard while simultaneously causing a massive avalanche. Lockhart was indeed correct. Situated in the Himalayas, it was entirely ordinary for a series of avalanches and earthquakes to occur, with Moriarty merely playing the role of an unseen instigator. In contrast to the unfortunate Eastern sorcerer, Moriarty deemed the snowman to be of greater significance. The reason was simple. The snowman was of utility, while the Eastern sorcerer held no value for him. Lockhart recognized this truth, his fearful gaze fixed upon Moriarty's back, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to prove his worth. Suddenly, the broomstick beneath him emitted a series of ominous creaks, prompting Lockhart to exclaim, "Oh no, sir. The broom is about to explode." Moriarty swiftly guided the broomstick to descend, and fortunately, it obliged, waiting until both he and Lockhart had safely landed before it erupted in a cacophony of destruction. With a flick of his wand, Moriarty buried the remnants of the shattered broom, which had valiantly borne them through the avalanche, and he added a minor spell to it. Undoubtedly, the flying broomstick was the hero among brooms. However, recalling the acceleration spell he had cast, Moriarty realized the necessity of delving into the art of alchemy. Lockhart observed in silence, perplexed. Why did the young master show sympathy for a broken broom, yet remain indifferent to the buried individuals? Fortunately, once Moriarty had set his sights on an exit from the snowy mountains, he led Lockhart away, or else Lockhart might have contemplated the merits of becoming an animagus. Moriarty walked leisurely as the system's voice echoed in his mind, detected that the host has buried 3 dark wizards, earning a total of 2,000 points. After calculating his points, totaling 2,600, Moriarty resolved to utilize them judiciously. As the pair emerged from the snowfield, dawn had begun to break. Lockhart, fatigued and unable to move his legs, contrasted sharply with Moriarty, who felt no particular fatigue. Along the way, Moriarty learned that Lockhart's journey to the east was facilitated by the grand cruise ship Isabella, and his arrival in Eastern Tibet was orchestrated by an Eastern sorcerer codenamed Wild Dog. The small cabin had been obliterated by the avalanche, and the black box had long been secured within Moriarty's system space. He had little else to lament. Chapter 5. Slytherin Castle. For Lockhart, life aboard the Isabella was a delight, as he could always find eager listeners amidst the bustling crowd. Shortly after boarding, he captivated the entire vessel, while Moriarty requested a pen and a substantial stack of old newspapers from the crew, subsequently immersing himself in the interior cabin. Apart from the 3 daily meals that Lockhart brought him, he remained unseen and did not venture outside. 5 days later, Moriarty summoned Lockhart. "This is for you." He tossed a hefty pile of old newspapers toward Lockhart. Lockhart opened it, revealing the newspaper adorned with exquisite black floral fonts. He earnestly read the headline, "Confrontation with Slytherin in the East." "Master," Lockhart exclaimed, his neck flushed with excitement. "I thought you were merely jesting. I never imagined you would truly publish a book for me. From this moment forth, you must elevate your mindset," Lockhart, Moriarty declared. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must remain composed, much like this book." Moriarty fixed a serious gaze upon Lockhart. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the stir this publication will create? From Britain to France and Germany, you shall become a household name throughout the European magical community, and subsequently in America and Africa, and I, the last direct descendant of Salazar, shall also enter the public eye." Lockhart was enraptured by the vision Moriarty painted, grinning foolishly. "Oh, master, that sounds splendid. I can already envision us waving to wizards under the flash of cameras. We shall undoubtedly grace the front page of the Daily Prophet. Wrong. It is only you who will be waving to the wizards. The front page will belong solely to you. People will witness your transformation from writer to discoverer. Moriarty's hawk-like gaze pierced Lockhart. This is crucial, Lockhart. Lockhart swallowed hard, grasping the underlying implications of Moriarty's words, his brow furrowing. Master, I understand, but there is one point I must bring to your attention. I am uncertain if this will impact your plans. He elaborated, the Flitwick family, one of the 28 pure blood families, is my partner. To put it differently, my work is operated, promoted, and sold by the Flitwick family. Lockhart spread his hands, shaking his head helplessly. The profits are divided 60-40. They receive 60, and I receive 40. There is no alternative. Any business related to the book is inextricably linked to the Flitwick family, and my share is what I have fought for. Moriarty pondered for a moment, then patted Lockhart on the shoulder. 5 days later, the ship traversed the English Channel, arriving in Britain. Moriarty, relentless, led Lockhart to Bristol. Merlin, Salazar Slytherin has arrived in Bristol after leaving Hogwarts, right here in England. People believed he had departed Europe. Lockhart, infused with the spirit of a victorious general, maintained this demeanor until they reached their destination. Master? Lockhart inquired, gazing at the endless plains devoid of any castle shadow, puzzled by Moriarty's decision to halt. Aside from the muggle-repelling charm, there must be an extraordinarily powerful concealment spell here. But this shall not deter me. Lockhart stepped back. Moriarty searched his mind for relevant memories. Directing his wand forward, he uttered in parcel tongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin." Though not the first time hearing it, Lockhart felt a surge of fear. It seemed as though Moriarty was genuinely conversing with the spirit of Salazar. Open your eyes to death. Close them to the future. Every angel has a past. Every demon has a future. A brilliant silver light shot forth from the tip of Moriarty's wand, and both he and Lockhart were instantly swept away by an immense force. The air filled with a hissing sound akin to 1,000 serpents whispering in their ears. "Oh, how unfortunate!" Lothar exclaimed, rising from the ground while clutching his posterior, as he felt the sting of his fall. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Lothar intended to assist Moriarty, but heard him declare, "We have arrived, without a doubt. This is Slytherin Castle." Lothar detected a hint of excitement in Moriarty's tone, a rare occurrence indeed, and he quickly lifted his gaze towards the castle. "Oh!" Lothar gasped, covering his mouth, yearning to express his awe yet rendered speechless. The castle's main structure was hewn from granite, adorned with purple agate that resembled a myriad of enchanted eyes gazing into the distance. Its exterior was imbued with magic, shimmering in alternating hues of silver and green, resembling an ascending palace of sorcery by day, while at night it coiled like a massive serpent. Though styled in the Gothic fashion, it boasted towers, fortifications, stone bridges, and outer walls, resembling a formidable stronghold rather than a mere noble estate. Indeed, the castle bore the unmistakable mark of Salazar Slytherin, with walls crafted from gold or polished to a crystalline brilliance. A broad silver stone path capable of accommodating 4 carriages ran directly from Moriarty's feet to the grand entrance. Flanking the path was a vast expanse of lawn, encircled by lush oak groves, resembling a knightly order guarding the verdant grounds and the castle walls. Behind the castle lay a grand lake, where the sounds of splashing water could be faintly heard. The emblem of Slytherin was emblazoned upon the gates, walls, and rooftops, imparting an air of solemnity to the castle. "Come now, Lothar, take a good look at yourself. We have entered," Moriarty said with a smile, clearly pleased with the castle's grandeur. Suddenly, a loud crack reverberated through the air as a fairy materialized outside the gates. Clad in a black robe, with pointed ears and an exceedingly prominent nose, his wrinkled, grayish-yellow skin was a stark contrast to his long hair that trailed upon the ground. What particularly captured Moriarty's attention was the golden shackles adorning the fairy's feet. Esteemed descendant of Slytherin, ahem, the fairy began, immediately succumbing to a fit of coughing. As he mentioned Slytherin, Moriarty perceived a glint of malice in his dark eyes. "I have not conversed with anyone for at least 9 centuries. The fairy rasped, gazing intently at Moriarty. "So, you are the heir of Salazar Slytherin. Aside from the curse left by Salazar for his descendants, no one has been able to locate this place." Reluctantly, the fairy knelt before him. "In obedience to Salazar's command, I, Ingo, shall pledge my loyalty to you, from beginning to end. Please grant me the key." Ingo extended his hands. Moriarty placed the golden key into Ingo's grasp, who then rose and used it to unlock the grand door. At the moment the door swung open, Moriarty received a system notification. Host has acquired ownership of Slytherin Castle. Reward, 10 exploration draws. A throng of house elves erupted from the castle, eagerly approaching Moriarty and clapping enthusiastically. The day has finally arrived. Welcome, heir of Slytherin. Ingo timely elaborated. They are responsible for the care and cleanliness of the entire castle, as well as its provisions. Salazar bestowed upon them a permanent spell, ensuring they could never leave the castle. You must not address the master by name. A leading house elf pointed at Ingo, his long nose trembling with anger. He addressed Moriarty, asserting, Ingo is a scoundrel, speaking ill of our master ever since he departed. Ingo, evidently accustomed to the house elf's grievances, having endured them for over 9 centuries, could not dismiss Moriarty's perspective. I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. I was captured by Salazar, Ingo remarked, rattling his shackles. I witnessed Salazar's creation of this castle, and thus, I too am bound to it. I am Moriarty Slytherin, and you shall refer to me as Master henceforth. I have no interest in your past, Moriarty declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. What intrigues me is the legacy left by Salazar's ancestors. I shall show you, Master, exclaimed the house elf Luke, eager to impress. Let us proceed to our master's chamber. Leading the way, Luke guided Moriarty, who was flanked by Lockhart and Ingo, into the castle. The exterior was rather unassuming, yet the grand hall was resplendent, supported by 12 towering silver columns. The pearly walls and the white carpet covering the floor illuminated the hall with brilliance. Portraits, banners, sculptures, and ancient runes adorned the walls, each piece exuding a rustic charm. Beside each ancient artifact lay a gem or emerald, their colors uniquely aligned with their placements in the wall. Dominating the wall, opposite the entrance, was a large golden clock. Moriarty glanced at it. It was nearly midnight. The carpet was embroidered with the emblem of Slytherin, prompting Lockhart to exclaim, "Oh Merlin, this must be the work of the elves. Only they would craft such intricate handiwork." As Moriarty surveyed the hall, noting the exquisite carpet, ancient carvings, and priceless furniture, his gaze finally settled on 2 rows of candles. These candles, as thick as a human arm, held a magical presence interwoven with the various gems. He surmised that this arrangement was a deliberate design by his ancestors, likely forming a magical array. Ingo watched Moriarty with a mixture of envy and trepidation, muttering, "Another Slytherin monstrosity." He sighed, conceding, "You are indeed correct, Master. However, I must add that this is a spatial magical array illuminating the entire castle." Lockhart, as if struck by inspiration, hurriedly jotted down notes. Ingo, feeling a tinge of pride, lifted his chin. In truth, the castle employs numerous spatial magical arrays. Your incantation activated the array that brought you into the castle's domain. Do not be alarmed by the snake language emitted by the transport array. It signifies its initial unsealing, as no one has visited here for nearly a millennium. Lockhart clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Ah, the heritage of a 1,000-year-old pure-blood family. More opulent than any pure-blood in Britain, I wager. Even the combined wealth of all European families would pale in comparison to your castle, Master." Ingo's expression soured at this remark. "All of this wealth belongs to the fairies," he retorted. Moriarty regarded Ingo with a hint of amusement. "It seems your standing among the fairies is quite significant." Ingo turned his head aside, unwilling to engage further. Luke seemed to raise his voice in an attempt to confront Ingo, declaring, "My esteemed master, let us proceed. Everything in the master's chamber remains untouched." Moriarty nodded in agreement and, after a considerable time, following Luke, finally discovered Salazar's opulent bedroom, though it retained its exquisite lavishness. Moriarty's gaze was immediately drawn to a notebook resting upon the writing desk. Chapter 6, Salazar's Gift. Moriarty commanded Lockhart, Ingo, and Luke to remain in the hall while he picked up the notebook. At that moment, a chime indicated that the host had discovered Salazar Slytherin's diary, granting him 5 exploration lottery chances. Moriarty felt a twinge of surprise. The entire castle had offered merely 10 lottery chances, while this diary alone provided 5, igniting his anticipation for its contents. He opened the first page, which bore an elegant script, to gaze upon death with open eyes, and to envision the future with closed ones. Moriarty read softly, recognizing this phrase as the incantation to unlock the castle. Upon turning to the second page, he found the inscription, "Death is eternal life." How intriguing. Moriarty traced his finger across the page. Despite the passage of 9 centuries, the paper remained soft, and the phrase, while unassuming, sent shivers down his spine. Death has always been an unfathomable mystery to wizards, and eternal life remains a pursuit for many dark sorcerers. As Moriarty settled into the aristocratic chair, resting his hand on the gold-embroidered, down-filled armrest. He contemplated that the medieval era of Salazar's ancestors likely lacked the concept of dark wizards, though every legendary archmage must have explored the notion of immortality. He continued leafing through the pages, third, fourth, until the final page, all filled with notes on potions, spells, and runes, as if death and immortality had never been broached. Their discourse entirely absent. Moriarty placed the notebook back on the desk, despite the absence of records pertaining to death and immortality. It contained meticulous accounts of 17 potions and 34 spells invented by Salazar Slytherin. I believe this knowledge shall render my academic life far less mundane, Moriarty mused with satisfaction. He took out his checklist and wrote, "First year, successfully brew 3 potions and master 5 spells." As he penned his plans, Moriarty noticed a rectangular box made of sandalwood on the table, its vibrant gold-red hue untouched by the passage of time. This color, rare within the castle, was favored by Salazar's friend and rival, Godric Gryffindor. Curiosity piqued, Moriarty opened the box, revealing a large collection of keys, the largest of which, a striking red key, was marked for the underground chamber. "Luke," Moriarty called out loudly as he seized the red key and exited the bedroom. "Take me to the basement, quickly." Luke appeared promptly, saying, "Please follow me, my lord." The basement consists of 2 levels. The first holds the vault containing treasures acquired from the goblins, while the second stores the master's amassed provisions. Unsure of whether the underground chamber lay on the first or second level, Moriarty resolved to commence his search on the first. As he passed through the hall, he overheard Lockhart posing questions to Ingo. "There is one matter I have pondered for a long time. You see, Ingo, both you and the house elf are unable to leave the castle. How, then, have you survived for 9 centuries? I mean, from where did you procure your sustenance?" Very well." Lockhart disdainfully cast a glance at Ingo and inquired further. "Regarding the castle's treasures, did Salazar truly acquire them from the fairies? I do not recall any mention in history of magic regarding a conflict between Salazar and the fairies." Ingo shot him a fierce glare, his lips moving soundlessly. Moriarty surmised that he was likely cursing Salazar, though he dared not voice it, perhaps due to the gold shackle's influence. "Follow me, Lockhart," Moriarty said with practiced ease. "For if you're willing to part with some coin, even a troll would be inclined to read your latest book." Lockhart, his eyes sparkling, rushed over, chattering incessantly to himself, as though rehearsing for a press conference, exuding confidence. "My lord, we have arrived." Luke opened the vault door with a single finger. The pitch-black basement was suddenly illuminated, revealing mountains of gold and glimmering jewels that rendered Moriarty and Lockhart momentarily blinded. Luke believed he had harmed Moriarty, and he lamented, "It is all my fault. I have never been to the vault, and did not know it would shine like heaven." This is heaven," Lockhart exclaimed, covering his eyes, tears streaming down his face, yet he cared not, intoxicated by the scent of wealth. After a brief moment, Moriarty finally discerned the interior of the vault. It was as expansive as a football field, with gold bricks forming 4 impenetrable walls, the ceiling adorned with gems, emeralds, diamonds, and pearls, while countless treasures lay scattered upon the ground. Crystals served as the marker for categorizing the various riches, with a purple crystal wall separating the mountains of gold and silver, and a green crystal wall dividing the golden vessels from the magical materials. Then there were coins from various nations and years which, in the vault, were the least valuable items, haphazardly piled in the corners. "Wow," Moriarty exclaimed in awe. He was not greedy, but possessing such wealth would certainly alleviate his burdens. "Lockhart, take a few gold bricks as funding for your new book." "Oh, my lord." Lockhart knelt on the gold brick-paved floor, tears cascading down his cheeks, shaking his head vigorously at Moriarty. Moriarty was uncertain what he intended to convey, yet his tears were undoubtedly those of joy. "Luke, let us proceed to the second level." Moriarty exited the vault, where, aside from money, there was nothing but money. Clearly, no trace of a secret chamber. Upon reaching the second underground level, it was not as dark as the first. The armor hanging on the walls always reflected some light. Moriarty paced, searching for the underground secret chamber. Here, in addition to the armor, there were massive swords, hammers, spears, shields, and staffs, all crafted by fairies. "Found it," Moriarty exclaimed, gazing at a snake-shaped sculpture and shaking his head. Salazar's ancestor was indeed a stubborn old man, forever storing those peculiar items in a place that could never stray far from serpents. Moriarty inserted the red key into the serpent's mouth, and with a crisp click, a hidden door appeared in the wall. Glimpsing the narrow door that could accommodate only a single person, Moriarty tightened his grip on the wand and strode boldly inside, with a vigilant demeanor. He anticipated potential dangers that, as fate would have it, did not materialize. The door led to a chamber containing a simple stone altar upon which rested an egg. Sensing a faint magical energy emanating from within the egg, Moriarty gently placed his hand upon it, immediately feeling a subtle pulsing, akin to a tiny heartbeat. Suddenly, he heard a prompt from the system. The egg in his possession was known as the Undying Phoenix Egg. As a rare, magical creature, the Undying Phoenix contained the essence of fire elemental magic and was a unique variant among phoenixes, incapable of rebirth due to its immortality, which also accounted for the difficulty in hatching it. The system's extensive explanation marked a first for Moriarty, revealing the egg's extraordinary nature. Upon detecting the host's discovery, touch, and possession of the Undying Phoenix Egg, the system awarded him 3 exploration lottery chances. It further detected that the egg was rich in fire elemental magic and now proposed to initiate the host on the path of elemental magic advancement. Moriarty inquired, "The path of elemental magic advancement? What benefits does this choice entail?" Given the absence of a comprehensive wizarding rank system within the Harry Potter universe, the system offered this pathway. Elemental magic would aid the host in more profound magical research and expedite task completion, provided the host possessed the requisite magical elements. Corresponding elemental magic could be unlocked. Currently, the host had unlocked both fire and water elemental magics. Curious, Moriarty pondered. Having just unlocked fire elemental magic through the Undying Phoenix Egg, when had he acquired water elemental magic? His recent experiences led him to recall the battle against the Dark Wizard, the ice magic formation, Ice Serpent Dance. He understood that, fundamentally, ice was merely a transformation of water, thereby categorizing ice magic under water elemental magic. If the Slytherin family's inherited magic was indeed all water elemental, what reason did he have not to study it? With a smile, Moriarty mused that knowledge was the true treasure, far surpassing the riches within any vault. The system, however, prohibited the simultaneous unlocking of multiple elemental magics, urging the host to select one for study. It recommended water elemental magic. Should the host choose water, owing to his commendable performance in the Dark Wizard task, he would ascend to the rank of a level 25 junior wizard. Conversely, opting for fire elemental magic would confine him to starting as a level 3 magic apprentice. Magic apprentice versus junior wizard? Moriarty contemplated the Undying Phoenix Egg in his hands, reflecting on the reclassification of magical ranks according to elemental magic. How intriguing. Very well, I choose the path of water elemental magic advancement. Unlocking water elemental magic required 2,000 points. Moriarty paid the cost, leaving him with 600 points, yet he still had 18 exploration lottery chances remaining. Accompanied by a melodic chime, an influx of information flooded Moriarty's mind. There were 10 titles on the path of elemental magic advancement. Apprentice of Magic, Novice Wizard, Elementary Sorcerer, Advanced Sorcerer, Magic Scholar, Mage, Archmage, Grand Archmage, Legendary Grandmaster. Upon reaching the esteemed level of 99 as a Legendary Grandmaster, one awaits the divine ascension to the 100th level. Moriarty gently shook his head, disentangling his thoughts from lofty aspirations, and opened the marketplace to peruse the water element magic. Merely the Prison Ice Calamity required 5,000 points, while the water-derived Vitality Restoration spell demanded even more, 10,000 points. Moriarty's attention was drawn to a passive spell, Tidal Surge. When injured, it allowed him to regain a modicum of vitality every 3 seconds. In combat, it could bestow a layer of tidal surge upon enemies, significantly increasing the chance of freezing them upon reaching 3 layers. Priced at only 800 points, it was quite reasonable and yet remarkably practical. With a mere 200 points remaining, perhaps he ought to seek out the wizards in England. Moriarty narrowed his eyes, contemplating ways to amass additional points, for it was evident that remaining within the castle would yield no quests from the system. At that moment, the ice moon necklace within the system space emitted a dazzling white light. A notification chimed, indicating that the host's water element magic resonated with the ice moon necklace, granting him its usage rights and rewarding him with a chance at an achievement lottery. Chapter 7. The Prophecy of Immortality. Moriarty retrieved the ice moon necklace from the system space, feeling the exquisite texture of the mithril chain, akin to a clear spring flowing through his fingers. The snow-white crescent pendant glowed softly, and from deep within, Moriarty heard a voice, a call urging him to don the necklace. Although he intended to investigate the hidden secrets behind this trophy upon his return to China, the immediate connection between the ice moon necklace and water element magic compelled him to alter his plans. He summoned Luke, instructing him to lead him to the castle dungeon. Ingo's complexion paled at this request, while Loart excitedly exclaimed, "Shall the young master interrogate that gnome dark wizard? Allow me to assist. Though I lack the ability for mind extraction, I have witnessed the interrogation process no fewer than 100 times." However, upon discovering that the dungeon was, in fact, a vast pit teeming with venomous snakes, Lohart's expression mirrored Ingo's. Moriarty nodded in satisfaction. This spectacle would effectively breach the psychological defenses of the Eastern Wizard. He employed a levitation spell to suspend the Eastern Wizard along with the ice coffin that had ensnared him above the pit, issuing a command to the snakes. Countless serpents slithered onto the ice coffin, swiftly melting it away. As the Eastern Wizard regained consciousness, he found himself covered in the slick, slithering bodies of the snakes. Letting out a piercing scream, severely injured and now terrified, the Eastern Wizard appeared dazed, suddenly hearing a cold voice inquire, "What is your name?" Through the writhing tails of numerous snakes, he glimpsed Moriarty's frigid gaze, realizing that it was Moriarty conducting the interrogation. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. The snakes, sensing the movement in his throat, raised their heads to meet his gaze. Before he could emit a second scream, one snake flicked its tongue, licking his face. Moriarty continued to inquire in the Eastern tongue, "What purpose takes you to the land of Huaxia?" Sakamura Munio pressed his lips tightly together, until a small venomous snake attempted to burrow into his ear, prompting him to hastily respond, to complete a task. "What task?" Sakamura Munio stubbornly refused to divulge, his gaze towards Moriarty brimming with malice. Moriarty extended his hand, clutching the ice moon necklace, and coldly commanded, "Reveal its secret." Upon seeing the ice moon necklace, the hatred in Sakamura Munio's eyes was replaced by astonishment, followed by a vacant stare as he allowed the snake to traverse his face. Noting Sakamura Munio's evident resolve to remain tight-lipped, Moriarty let out a chilling laugh and issued a command to the snakes to toy with him, instructing them not to kill. To prevent Sakamura Munio from biting his own tongue in despair, Moriarty cast a freezing spell upon his mouth. Moriarty intended to confine Sakamura Munio in the dungeon for 3 days. Upon reaching the hall, Moriarty first stated, "You shall negotiate with the Flea family, demanding a 60-40 split. You take 60, they take 40, for you are the one who understands the Slytherin descendants best, whereas the Flea family, along with the British magical community, knows nothing of them. I shall devote all the earnings to the young master," Lockhart proclaimed eagerly. "Silence and listen to me." Moriarty glared at him, causing Lockhart to sit up straight. "In addition to what I have provided, you shall also include Slytherin Castle in the narrative." Moriarty gestured towards the treasury and the walls, indicating for Lockhart to incorporate these elements. Lockhart nodded in understanding. Furthermore, the British wizards have always shown great interest in Salazar's whereabouts after leaving Hogwarts. Seize upon this point to elaborate. There are also these details to be glossed over, leaving an air of suspense. It was not until Luke arrived to remind them that dinner, a seafood feast, was prepared that Moriarty realized dusk had fallen. Lockhart, now resembling a true wizard, declared his intention to seek out the Flea family during dinner to expedite the collaboration. Before departing, Moriarty instructed Luke to place 10 gold bricks into the suitcase he had already prepared for Lockhart. "Utilize this money wisely. You may seek out Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. I trust you will not overlook this grand news," Moriarty hinted. Lockhart was deeply moved, vowing earnestly to ensure everything would be set right. After dinner, Moriarty sought out a brand new bedroom to continue outlining his agenda. This plan was Moriarty's academic year blueprint, and at that moment, 2 additional spells were added to his list of essentials, the legilimency and the obfuscation charm. If Moriarty could master legilimency, the interrogation of Sakamura Munio would not be so laborious. However, legilimency is an exceedingly advanced magic, one that Moriarty could not grasp at that moment, and its price in the marketplace was 7,000 points, far beyond his reach. Thus, the pursuit of legilimency became a priority for Moriarty, as he firmly believed mastering it would greatly assist his future endeavors. The other spell, the obfuscation charm, was even more deserving of study. In a few months, Moriarty would undoubtedly enroll at Hogwarts, and he was determined to keep his secrets hidden from prying eyes. Gazing at the academic schedule on the list, Moriarty felt a surge of excitement. The elemental magic provided by the system perfectly complemented the deficiencies of the magic found in the Harry Potter universe. If he could master all of it, perhaps he wouldn't even need the system's rewards to attain the status of a deity of magic ahead of time. However, before embarking on his studies, Moriarty had numerous tasks to attend to. For instance, he needed to organize the serpent tongue left by Salazar, compile the ancient texts of Runic, Ancient Latin, and Ancient Greek, and adjust the spatial teleportation array before the castle gates. Most importantly, he had to lift the movement restrictions on a house elf, allowing Luke to venture outside the castle to procure ingredients. Moriarty had no desire to consume seafood for every meal. Who knew what peculiar magical creatures lurked in the vast lake behind the castle? 3 days later, the Slytherin castle had undergone a remarkable transformation, retaining its characteristics as a fortress while adopting many elements of noble estates. On the 4th day, it was the day Gilderoy Lockhart would release his latest novel. Luke set off early to the Diagon Alley's enchanted clothing shop to order a wizard's robe for Moriarty, while Moriarty descended into the dungeons. Sakamura Yue had lost considerable weight, his already diminutive stature seeming to have shrunk further. To him, being toyed with by the serpent was akin to torture, and with vacant eyes, he mumbled to Moriarty, "Kill me, just kill me." Moriarty waved his wand, and clear water cascaded down. Sakamura Yue was drenched, appearing slightly more spirited. Moriarty inquired, still the same question, the secret of the Ice Moon necklace. "Is this all you have?" Moriarty's confusion deepened. Yet Sakamura Yue's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Thus Moriarty shifted his approach, asking, "Are there any peculiar prophecies, myths, or dark wizard leaders in the Eastern magical realm?" Sakamura Yue's eyes widened, and he spoke mysteriously, "In our Eastern lands, a prophecy has long been passed down, the prophecy of immortality. Is that it?" Moriarty raised an eyebrow as a serpent flicked its tongue at Sakamura Yue. The latter weakly shook his head. "That is all we know. We are aware it pertains to immortality, but the specific details remain unknown." Moriarty's expression darkened. The trail had run cold, and the Eastern magical realm appeared increasingly like a murky abyss. An hour later, Moriarty extracted all that Sakamura Yue knew, commanding the serpent to dispose of him. Upon returning to the hall, Moriarty took out the Ice Moon necklace for a meticulous examination, and the voice once again beckoned him to wear it. Unlike before, the necklace emanated a gentle coolness that enveloped Moriarty in comfort. His mind raced, various pieces of information organizing themselves effortlessly from chaos into clarity. Moriarty swiftly concluded. Through his family legacy, he had harnessed ice magic, enhancing his water elemental power, successfully unlocking water elemental magic, thus earning the recognition of the Ice Moon necklace. In other words, water elemental magic could unlock the Ice Moon necklace. In the subterranean chamber, the immortal phoenix egg discovered can unlock fire elemental magic for me. If we regard both the Ice Moon necklace and the immortal phoenix egg as peculiar magical artifacts, we might conjecture that the ownership of the Ice Moon necklace is pivotal in unsealing the water elemental magic. Perhaps this is the true motive behind the Pangya Society's desire for the Ice Moon necklace. Just as I possess the immortal phoenix egg, which has liberated the fire elemental magic, those who commission the task from the Pangya Society or the Dark Wizard Organization seek to utilize the Ice Moon necklace to unveil the water elemental magic. The precise reason remains obscure, yet it is undeniable that both the Ice Moon necklace and the immortal phoenix egg can unlock the two elemental magics of water and fire. And the energies of these elements may activate the rights or ownership associated with the Ice Moon necklace and the immortal phoenix egg. Theoretically, this holds water, but I still cannot discern the connection between the Ice Moon necklace and the prophecy of immortality. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Could it merely be a prophecy? Moriarty diligently transcribed his speculations regarding the Ice Moon necklace into a notebook, and the emergence of the Ice Moon necklace alongside the Eastern Dark Wizards opened his eyes to a different realm of magic. Ingo chuckled derisively, provoking an angry glare from Luke. Luke had spotted Lockhart in Diagon Alley. He was surrounded by a throng of admirers, and Diagon Alley was now teeming with wizards, pushing Luke out of the crowd. "All right, Luke, this is not your fault." Moriarty smirked, noting that the larger the crowd around Lockhart, the more successful the novel must be. "But you must remain vigilant. I want the latest edition of the Daily Prophet as soon as it is available." Chapter 8. The novel's resounding success. Luke straightened his posture, proclaiming loudly like a soldier, "I assure you, sir, you will have first-hand intelligence." With that, he orchestrated a military-like operation, dispatching all the house elves in the castle, who clamored to surround the headquarters of the Daily Prophet. Clearly, this strategy proved highly effective, as Moriarty received the latest edition of the Daily Prophet shortly after finishing his morning tea. The headline was prominently bolded in black, reading, "Gilderoy Lockhart's new book in Hiding with Slytherin. How many secrets of the magical world remain unknown to us?" Accompanied by a photograph of Lockhart, the Daily Prophet transcribed his entire speech from the book launch event. Moriarty read it with rapt attention, as if watching a live broadcast. Today, Lockhart donned a flamboyant, multicolored robe, his hair styled in golden waves. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, have been awarded the most charming smile by, which weekly 3 times. Though I hesitate to brag, did you know? The last direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin praised my smile. Silence. Wizards, do not behave like muggles who have never seen the world. Despite my initial reaction being similar to yours upon hearing this news. Haha, Lockhart jested, resonating with the majority of the wizards present, flashing his dazzling teeth and eliciting shrieks from several witches. But we are wizards. Let us draw our wands. Ladies and gentlemen, Lockhart was the first to brandish his wand, exclaiming, "Oh, do not point your wands at me. Let us raise our wands and call upon Slytherin." Indeed, you have heard correctly, it is the call of Slytherin. I am aware that many among us do not hail from Slytherin House, yet our ability to learn magic and attend Hogwarts owes a great debt to Salazar Slytherin. When the Gaunt family perished, we believed Slytherin had met its end, and as the wizarding families of Godric's Hollow dwindled, we thought the heirs of Gryffindor would vanish as well. However, upon witnessing the descendants of Slytherin in the east of Huaxia, I am profoundly convinced that a new era is upon us. Gilderoy Lockhart's cheeks flushed with excitement. Yes, you have guessed it. The Age of Revival. Take note. It is the revival of magic, not of wizards. Trust me, within a few years, people across Europe, America, Africa, and Asia will be cheering. Do you think the name they will cheer for is Slytherin? No. The name they will celebrate is magic. Slytherin belongs to magic, and we too belong to magic. And Moriarty Slytherin shall lead the world toward magic. Lockhart raised his wand high above his head and shouted to the crowd, "Now, let us summon Slytherin." Slytherin. Wizards, as if participating in a grand ritual, waved their wands while shouting exuberantly. A small group of wizards called out Moriarty, evidently recognizing that the descendant of Slytherin was named Moriarty. Excellent, splendid. Lockhart clapped his hands in satisfaction, retrieving his latest novel from the bookstore. The book was of moderate thickness, adorned with a captivating image of a silver-haired youth riding a flying broomstick, illustrating Lockhart traversing snow-capped mountains. The book is available for purchase. This edition, with Slytherin in the East, is a limited release, priced at 12 galleons and 12 sickles. I shall remain here for 3 hours to sign for my fans. Lockhart winked at a group of witches. However, the wizards were too engrossed to pay him heed, rushing frantically toward the bookstore, the crowd becoming chaotic and disordered. Wizards at the back, eager to enter the shop, resorted to casting spells on those in front of them, while 2 Slytherin students even chanted, "Serpents exit," summoning forth 2 black serpents. Lockhart stood atop a chair, embellishing his words. "Is there anyone who has acquired the novel? You may see for yourselves if what I say is true. I stand accountable for my words." The crowd grew even more congested, and the first wizard to seize a copy hurled a pouch of coins at the shopkeeper, clutching the novel tightly within his robes as he disapparated away. Many wizards emulated this behavior, fearful that others would snatch their precious novels. Yet, a greater number of wizards, particularly the young Slytherins, began reading the novel right there in Diagon Alley. "Oh, Merlin," one wizard gasped, covering his mouth after perusing a few pages. "Parseltongue, Slytherin wand. This is real. Moriarty is indeed a descendant of Slytherin." Instantly, a throng of wizards gathered to witness, and soon exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout Diagon Alley. Lockhart found himself at the mercy of a dark wizard's wand, poised to unleash a devastating curse upon him, when Moriarty bellowed, "Ice serpents dance." The male wizard vigorously waved his wand, as if he were inscribing a magical circle, and shouted, "Moriarty has defeated the dark wizard with the magic circle. I wager that it must be the legacy of Salazar Slytherin." Many wizards echoed in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is no surprise that Moriarty summoned an ice serpent. After all, he is a Parselmouth." A witch nearby chimed in, "Oh, Moriarty looks so dashing on his broom. He saved Lockhart. They are my 2 favorite people." She had already glimpsed the conclusion and tilted her head in fantasy. "Oh my, I would love to see Moriarty playing Quidditch on his broom." Several wizards clutched the novel and analyzed. "I now believe what Lockhart said. Who would dare believe Moriarty is only 10 and a half?" A few wizards frowned upon hearing this, glancing at the novel in their hands, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. "Oh no!" An elegantly dressed wizard exclaimed with a sudden realization. "They're sent by the prominent families. The purebloods aim to seize the novel to learn Moriarty's magic circle. Put down that book." The wizards erupted, finally comprehending the source of their inexplicable feelings. Though they could not speak Parseltongue, perhaps they could master the magic circle. After recognizing the value of concealment with Slytherin, some wizards began to wholeheartedly trust Lockhart's words, while many others rushed back into the leaky cauldron. Lockhart shouted, "Hey, mind your decorum. I do not expect you to calmly read through the entire story, for I, too, could not restrain my hand while writing. It trembled incessantly. However, I hope you maintain a wizard's grace and do not act like trolls in your eagerness to snatch and tear this treasure. Alas, you stepped on my shoe. Lockhart bent down to relace his shoe, unable to suppress a chuckle out of sight, for the wizards scrambling for the book were hired by the Flea family. A prearranged scheme. Upon seeing the manuscript, the Flea family indeed sought to pilfer Moriarty's magic circle, but, finding it impossible to replicate, they relinquished their ambitions and cooperated with Lockhart for the book launch. Lockhart lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd. More and more wizards were arriving, and the other shops in Diagon Alley had emptied of customers, many shopkeepers joining in the fray for the book. Suddenly, he spotted Rita Skeeter, and they exchanged smiles. Lockhart knew the novel was a sensation. While Rita recalled the gold brick she had received days earlier, she needed to craft an excellent report. Chapter 9. Moriarty in Diagon Alley. Moriarty finished reading the report on the book launch and turned the newspaper to the second page. Celebrity interviews. Rita Skeeter wrote, "In concealment with Slytherin conquered British wizards in merely 3 hours, and with our discerning eyes, we found not a single flaw." Senior officials of the Ministry of Magic and notable figures across various fields expressed varying degrees of praise. No book has enjoyed such honor in a century. Below are images and reports of Rita's interviews with celebrities. First, we have the author Gilderoy Lockhart. The photograph of him exudes a certain charm, as he remarks. "Ever since I made the acquaintance of Moriarty, my life has been akin to imbibing an elixir of eternal potency." Next, we are introduced to the head of the Flea family, Narflit, who has made his first appearance since the First Wizarding War. As Moriarty gazes at the image of the elderly man, Lockhart had previously mentioned the Flea family to him. The man's wife passed away long ago, and his son met his demise in the First Wizarding War, leaving this half-buried old fellow as the last remnant of the Flea lineage. In response to the interview, the elder Flea cracked a dry joke. "You inquire about Mr. Moriarty? I believe it is fitting to refer to him as such. His remarkable accomplishments make us overlook his age. Mr. Moriarty evokes memories of Salazar Slytherin. I harbor no doubt regarding his potential. Perhaps he shall establish a magical institution, exclusively admitting offspring from pure-blood families." The current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, expressed a differing viewpoint while still bestowing high praise upon Moriarty. She stated, "Old Flea is overly sensitive. There is no question that Mr. Moriarty will be admitted to Hogwarts. Just consider the transformations that a Slytherin descendant's enrollment would bring to Hogwarts. As Mr. Lockhart aptly noted, Mr. Moriarty belongs to magic, as do we, regardless of being pureblood or half-blood." Beneath the interview with Old Flea and Bones, Rita Skeeter eagerly interjected, "The discussion of bloodlines between these two brings to mind Mr. Moriarty's noble heritage. However, an unnamed professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts has presented an enigmatic perspective on this matter. The magic Mr. Moriarty employed in the East falls within the realm of dark arts. Yet this judgment is based on contemporary magical standards. The family magic of Slytherin does not distinguish between dark or light magic. At what point did we begin to classify magic?" The professor's thoughts remained unfinished as Rita abandoned him, for her pursuit was news, not a lecture. Moriarty chuckled at this. The professor was indeed intriguing, and if chance allowed, he would relish a conversation with him, for it was evident that he was a true thinker in the realm of magic. Alas, the times had forsaken him, and Rita's inclusion of his words in the newspaper served merely to heighten amusement. Moriarty continued to peruse various interviews, all uniformly laudatory. At the conclusion of the report, Rita emphasized that numerous magical texts are preparing to feature Mr. Moriarty's story alongside his magical array. These texts include, but are not limited to, a history of magic, modern history of magic, theory of magical defense, the rise and fall of dark magic, significant magical events of the 20th century, and major discoveries in modern magic. This is indeed hard to fathom, yet there is no doubt that Mr. Moriarty possesses such prowess. Reliable accounts indicate that the last individual to be included in such esteemed magical texts was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. However, according to Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Mr. Moriarty appears to be connected to the tumultuous uprising that transpired at Hogwarts several months ago. Clearly, this is yet another baseless accusation. Hogwarts, an uprising? Moriarty found it perplexing. How could such chaos have erupted at Hogwarts in 1987? Yet Hagrid would not lie. "Luke," Moriarty summoned his house elf, "I require the entire year's worth of the Daily Prophet from 1987. At once, my master. If my master desires the complete year's Daily Prophet, Luke shall procure it." Despite the challenge, Luke brimmed with determination and prepared to depart. Wait, Moriarty called him back. According to our plan, it is time for me to head to Diagon Alley. Inform Lockhart to make the necessary arrangements. The castle's house elves busily scurried about, retrieving ancient, luxurious wizarding robes from the wardrobe to adorn Moriarty. 2 hours later, accompanied by Ingo and Luke, Moriarty made his appearance in Diagon Alley. As he did so, a throng of wizards hastily approached him, their gazes fixed upon Moriarty as if he were a priceless, rare treasure. Luke remained vigilant, seemingly poised to unleash a curse upon the crowd at any moment. Moriarty, however, remained unperturbed, calmly advancing toward Ollivander's wand shop. Just then Lockhart arrived, accompanied by Rita and a throng of reporters, intercepting the restless wizards. This was, in fact, part of the arrangement that Moriarty had devised with Lockhart. Lockhart gestured for the wizards to halt, addressing them with an unprecedented air of seriousness. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your eagerness to learn more about Moriarty, to uncover all there is to know about him, but I implore you to maintain your composure. Undoubtedly, Moriarty is a genius. Yet, genius requires nurturing and the space to flourish. He is passionate about magic, immersed in its world, and he does not wish to be disturbed. Simultaneously, he is exceedingly amiable, aware of his legion of fans. Therefore, for the sake of these admirers, he is willing to spare a moment to address their inquiries. And I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am honored to serve as the bridge between you and Moriarty. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Lockhart beamed with satisfaction. Feel free to pose your questions, one at a time, and I shall relay some of them to Moriarty. Let me go first. I am utterly fascinated by the magic Moriarty employs. No, I should be first. I was here an hour ago. The wizards clamored eagerly, some even casting spells to amplify their voices, ensuring their questions reached Lockhart's ears. Lockhart found himself struggling against the increasingly unruly crowd, yet a gesture from Rita provided him with respite. Rita, accompanied by a photographer, began capturing images of Moriarty from behind, stating, "Mr. Moriarty has graciously allowed us to take some photographs of his inaugural visit to Diagon Alley. This is a splendid opportunity to get close to Mr. Moriarty." As the voices resonated through the crowd, the wizards momentarily released Lockhart, ready to pose their inquiries at any moment. However, it was evident that Moriarty's visits to Diagon Alley were infrequent. The wizards, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, observed as Moriarty entered Ollivander's wand shop. A male wizard inquired, "Mr. Moriarty, do you not possess a Slytherin wand? Why then, do you require another?" Outside the shop, the wizards engaged in fervent discussion, while Moriarty stepped inside, greeted by Ollivander. "Moriarty of Slytherin? I never anticipated selling a wand to the Slytherin family," Ollivander remarked. "Now, my dear child, I mean no offense. I understand many refer to you as Mr. But in the realm of wand lore, you are indeed but a child. Even I am merely an apprentice in this art. Are you prepared for your first wand?" Ollivander's voice was gentle, yet his words bore significant weight. Moriarty scrutinized the elderly man before him. Had such words been uttered to another, they would likely be met with derision. Yet, Moriarty discerned the sincerity in Ollivander's demeanor. "Very well, sir," Moriarty replied, nodding courteously. "I'm aware of your customs. Both my left and right hands are capable of casting spells." "Ah, yes," Ollivander remarked enviously, glancing at the Slytherin wand in Moriarty's grasp. "I have perused Lockhart's novel. I'm aware." It was apparent that Ollivander yearned to cradle the Slytherin wand for closer examination, but he restrained himself, retrieving a slender box from the wall and presenting a wand to Moriarty. "Try this one. It measures 11 1/3 inches, crafted from acacia wood, with a core of thunderbird tail feather." Chapter 10. Wands and Gringotts. Moriarty accepted the wand, but felt no particular sensation. He summoned his magical essence and waved the wand, conjuring a green serpent's head before Ollivander. The elder wizard shook his head gently. "It appears there is no issue. Yet I perceive that it is not this wand that has chosen you. Rather, it is unable to resist your will. Try this one." He swiftly produced another wand, measuring 13 inches, made of purple heart wood, with a unicorn tail hair core. The unicorn, a sacred magical creature, imbued the serpent's head conjured by the unicorn wand with a transformation into white. "Still not quite right," Ollivander remarked, casting a glance at the white serpent's head. While the unicorn had indeed played its part, the color change ventured into the territory of transfiguration. Had Moriarty not previously studied the art, his innate talent was remarkable. If you desire a wand to accompany you throughout your life, you must open your heart to it, akin to a child unversed in magic. Otherwise, regardless of how many wands you attempt, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Upon concluding his advice, Ollivander gathered an array of wands. For the next 30 minutes, Moriarty tested dozens of wands, effortlessly casting minor spells with each, the wands behaving as obediently as a pet cat in his hands. After numerous trials, Ollivander sighed in disappointment. Moriarty, with an air of intrigue, remarked, "It seems you are discerning my purity of heart through the selection of wands. Might you enlighten me as to why, sir? You have discerned my intent. Indeed, you are remarkably astute," Ollivander remarked as he approached Moriarty with earnestness. "Though this room is replete with wands, none can compare to that singular wand wielded by the greatest wizard of our age, Dumbledore." Moriarty speculated that the wand in question was the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, yet he pondered its relevance to himself. Patiently, he listened as Ollivander continued. "I must concede, Gilderoy Lockhart did not misjudge this time." Ollivander slowly articulated, "You possess immense talent, Mr. Moriarty. Therefore, I wish to embark on a study of wand lore with you. Feel free to inquire about any queries you may have. Oh, of course, any wands you create shall be yours." Ollivander eagerly added, "I wish to witness whether you can forge a wand more formidable than Dumbledore's. You desire me to study wand lore alongside you." Moriarty grasped Ollivander's intent, but politely declined. Wand lore is an exceptionally intricate branch of magic, obscure and demanding extensive experimentation. For Moriarty, wand lore was akin to a fleeting meteor in the vast sky of magic, appreciable yet not a viable pursuit. Ollivander, though disappointed, remained undeterred. He solemnly produced a wand, presenting it to Moriarty. 11 inches in length, crafted from holly with a phoenix feather. Beautiful, supple, and agile. This wand was a sibling to the one belonging to a certain individual whose name could not be uttered, both containing a feather from the same phoenix. Ollivander seemed to age before Moriarty's eyes as he whispered, "You are a descendant of Slytherin. I feared you might become like that individual, which is why I hesitated to present this wand." "Ah, look at me, what am I saying? You would never, would you?" Moriarty disregarded the old man's ramblings, feeling insulted to be compared to someone who had disfigured his own nose. Moriarty raised the wand to scrutinize it closely, without a doubt. It was the very wand used by Harry Potter. A chime from the system indicated a wand attuned to fire element magic, suggesting that possessing this wand would elevate his prowess in fire magic. Inspired by the system's revelation, Moriarty conceived a daring notion. If there existed a wand aligned with fire magic, surely there must be one that resonated with water magic. This was precisely what Moriarty sought. He wondered if Ollivander possessed such a wand. With this thought in mind, Moriarty deliberately cast a freezing spell with the holly wand upon a shop sign, embellishing it with intricate frost patterns. Ollivander, witnessing Moriarty's display of ice magic, was gradually animated, his voice rising in exhilaration. "Merlin, how could I have forgotten your ability to summon ice serpents with magical circles?" "Uh-huh, that's it. Perhaps that wand is the one most suited for you." After rummaging through a pile of boxes, Ollivander approached, cradling a white box, 12 inches in length, composed of snow shrub wood. "I regret to admit that I am unaware of the core's composition. This wand was crafted by my ancestors during their world travels 5 centuries ago, and since its creation, none have managed to unleash a spell with it." Moriarty opened the box to reveal a wand of milky white hue, lying quietly within. He felt an instinctive certainty that this was the wand he sought. The system chimed, detecting the wand's affinity with water elemental magic. Upon hearing the notification, Moriarty's lips curled into a smile as he gently grasped the snow shrub wand. A chill coursed through his fingers, up his wrist and arm, ultimately settling within his heart. Moriarty felt no sense of unease. Instead, the system's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to a level 27 apprentice wizard. 2 levels gained. Quite commendable." Holding the snow shrub wand in his left hand, Moriarty nodded at Ollivander. "This is a fine wand." Ollivander, equally exhilarated, replied, "Indeed, indeed. I can see that it has chosen you this time. 7 galleons, should you wish to take it. Of course, I shall take it. It shall be my steadfast companion. Moreover, I desire the holly wand as well. Do name your price, sir." He left the holly wand suspended before Ollivander, awaiting his decision. Frowning, Ollivander attempted to explain, "Each young wizard is permitted to purchase only 1 wand before the school year commences. Should a wand be damaged or lost, Ollivander's shop will provide a second wand. However, no one has ever acquired 2 wands at once." Moriarty remained unfazed, his calm gaze almost piercing through Ollivander, conveying that with enough leverage, anything could be acquired. Ollivander soon capitulated in their silent standoff. "You are indeed a formidable negotiator. Were it not for wand lore, I would gladly address you as Mr. Moriarty." "Very well. I shall gift you the Holly Wand, but I hope you will take the time to study wand lore. It is not beyond your talents, is it? Ollivander placed the Holly Wand into a box and solemnly presented it to Moriarty. After placing the box into a beautifully crafted bag enhanced with a seamless expansion charm, Moriarty withdrew a gemstone from his pouch and placed it upon the table. The Slytherin family does not indulge in debt, regardless of the Holly Wand's worth. I believe this gemstone suffices for payment. Upon exiting the wand shop, Moriarty was astonished to find the wizards in Diagon Alley all gazing at him. Upon seeing him with the wand, they erupted in cheers for Slytherin. For magic, Moriarty acknowledged the crowd with a nod, exuding an impeccable noble demeanor. At your service, my lord. Luke proceeded towards Flourish and Blots, his first destination, where Moriarty instructed him to procure all the magical textbooks from 1st to 7th year. That is Gringotts, the only wizarding bank in Britain. Not a chance, Ingo. I shall not take you there, for the Slytherin family has never entrusted their wealth to Gringotts. During the organization of the castle, Moriarty stumbled upon a collection of scattered diaries belonging to Salazar, not the well-known journal, but rather fragments that chronicled Salazar's deep-seated animosity towards fairies. He believed it imperative to eradicate the fairy race permanently, lest they bring calamity upon the world. While Moriarty did not share Salazar's obstinacy, he harbored a constant wariness towards fairies in his heart. Unexpectedly, Ingo overheard Moriarty's words, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The young master will take me, and I shall provide him with an irresistible reason. It was evident that Ingo's words carried a rebellious undertone. The golden shackles around his ankles swiftly constricted, darkening his skin. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Ingo's legs, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to resist the punishment of the golden shackles, until Moriarty raised his wand and commanded, "Stop!" Gradually, the shackles expanded, liberating Ingo, who bowed his head, too intimidated to utter another word. The incident involving Ingo piqued the interest of the wizards and the goblins of Gringotts. Lockhart, brimming with confidence, boasted to the crowd about the treasures of the Slytherin castle, reveling in their envious remarks as if the vault were his own. Meanwhile, a goblin clad in a crimson and gold uniform stood by the entrance of Gringotts, his countenance darkening, his skin flushed with anger. It was unclear whether his ire stemmed from Ingo's punishment or the Slytherin vault itself. Moriarty surmised that both factors contributed to his agitation. Gringotts exerted considerable control over the wizarding economy, yet the wealth within Slytherin's vault remained an exception, never to be deposited in Gringotts. This was sufficient to incite the goblins' jealousy, and once they set their sights on Moriarty, he would find himself hindered in both time and energy. Moriarty pondered how to keep these goblins preoccupied. The world of Harry Potter was an incomplete magical realm, particularly in terms of finance, where the wizarding financial system was riddled with flaws. Voldemort toiled for over 50 years, striving for the humble ambition of becoming a village chief, a tale both tragic and commendable. He painstakingly crafted 7 Horcruxes and aligned himself with numerous pureblood families. Yet why had he not considered an alternative approach? Moriarty believed Voldemort might never have contemplated a different strategy, but Tom Riddle certainly had. Although he had considered it, he could not execute it due to the monopolies at play. Ollivander monopolized wands. The Flammel family dominated the book-related enterprises. Goblins controlled financial transactions, shareholders of St. Mungo's hospital monopolized medical practices, and even shampoo was monopolized by the Potter family. Voldemort could capture Ollivander, eliminate the heirs of the Flammel family, and seize the Ministry of Magic, yet he would forever be denied the knowledge and privileges of the monopolists. Such privileges, while not as formidable as those held by Dumbledore or Voldemort, persisted as an immutable truth passed down through generations. To dismantle the monopoly, Moriarty believed one must possess knowledge and privileges that stood in opposition to the monopolists. Fortuitously, in the realm of finance, Moriarty had the means to disrupt the monopoly. That evening, Moriarty summoned Lockhart for a detailed discussion. The following morning, Lockhart announced at the Leaky Cauldron that he intended to establish a Hogwarts Mutual Aid Foundation with the profits from his new book, promptly depositing the sum into Gringotts. Observing the goblins' wide, gleeful grins, Lockhart could not suppress an inward smirk, yet he outwardly feigned deep sorrow, proclaiming that the foundation aimed to assist Hogwarts students in enhancing their defensive skills against dark arts. Lockhart justified his initiative by lamenting that the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts changed annually, resulting in a disjointed curriculum that undoubtedly led young wizards astray. Some upperclassmen resonated with his sentiments, thereby garnering Lockhart favor among the student body and further elevating his reputation. However, this time, Lockhart did not grace the front page of the Daily Prophet. In fact, the paper did not cover the Mutual Aid Foundation at all. Who then? The Ministry of Magic? Chapter 11. Professor Snape finally gets to wash his hair. Lockhart found himself compelled to scurry about, inquiring for answers. It was not until the morning of December 4th, 1987, that he knocked upon the castle's grand doors. Upon being admitted by Lucius, he made his way directly to the dining hall, where Moriarty was enjoying breakfast. My lord, I believe I have uncovered the reason behind the Daily Prophet's silence regarding the Mutual Aid Foundation. Lockhart's voice was dry, and Moriarty noted his disheveled appearance. Clearly, he had endured several sleepless nights over this matter, as dark circles adorned his face, and his embroidered coat was caked in mud, a testament to his recent exertions. Lockhart gulped down a glass of milk, his complexion reddening, and produced a letter. My lord, look here. Old Flea sent me a letter this morning, stating that the Mutual Aid Foundation has been met with resistance. Lockhart gritted his teeth. It's Lucius Malfoy. He has colluded with several pureblood families to oppose your foundation. That treacherous Death Eater. I dare say he ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban. He is utterly vile. Ha! Do not be so hasty. Moriarty chuckled at Lockhart's demeanor. The pureblood families posed no threat to him, and he had scarcely glanced at Old Flea's letter. In truth, upon hearing the name Lucius Malfoy, he had pieced everything together. It is crucial to ascertain who is orchestrating this opposition. You have done well, Lockhart. Moriarty commended, his expression sharpening. I have prepared for the worst. Had it been the goblins plotting against us, I would have sought to incapacitate Gringotts first. Lockhart blinked, pondering, so perhaps this intervention by the pureblood families is not entirely unfavorable for you, my lord. Could we collaborate with them? Your approach to problem-solving delights me, Moriarty responded, pouring Lockhart another glass of milk and even toasting with him. After drinking, Moriarty cleared his throat regarding the purebloods. You must remember that most of them are ensnared in the nostalgia of their former glory. Have you forgotten your proposal for a renaissance? When the times forsake them, they will not even receive a farewell. Unless the pureblood families enact a transformation, my relationship with them shall remain merely one of collaboration. I comprehend, master, replied Lockhart with a grave expression. What course of action shall we take this time? Even in collaboration, I shall not suffer losses. Moriarty spoke slowly. My intention in establishing the Mutual Aid Foundation was to create a trap for the fairies. Since the pureblood families have emerged, let them bear the cost of Merlin's undergarments. Wow, exclaimed Lockhart in delight. Are you planning to concoct potions? Indeed, I am set to brew the first of the 17 potions left by our ancestor Salazar. A potion unprecedented in the magical realm. The neutralizing elixir. Moriarty had long since memorized Salazar's diary and began to describe it with expertise. This elixir functions akin to a counterweight, restoring balance to an unsteady scale. It is utilized on those imbalanced potions, diminishing their hazardous components while enhancing their properties. Salazar claimed it could even neutralize the misfortunes resulting from an overdose of Felix Felicis. However, the preparation of this potion is no simple task. Many of the required ingredients are now extinct. Yet I believe I can find what I need in the depths of the vault. After Moriarty concluded, he noticed Lockhart, who appeared lost in thought. What are you still standing there for? Startled, Lockhart shook his head and stumbled away. Today he is quite peculiar, Moriarty mused. Wouldn't you agree, Luke? The house elf feigned an evaluative expression, but his moment of amusement was short-lived, as he was soon assigned by Moriarty to organize the cauldrons. Ingo, Moriarty commanded the sluggish fairy approaching. Go to Nocturne Alley and procure vampire eyeballs, werewolf claws, due from the first bloom of a treant, and the tusks of a chameleon ghoul. Many of these materials could only be found in Nocturne Alley, and Moriarty deemed Lockhart unfit for such errands. Ingo was the most suitable candidate. Having dispatched 3 of his assistants, Moriarty proceeded towards the underground vault, where he sought the crucial ingredients as outlined in Salazar's diary. Luke carried the cauldrons, scales, vials, and furnace into the very chamber where Salazar had brewed potions 9 centuries prior. There were over a dozen cauldrons of various sizes and materials. Luke numbered them and arranged them neatly on the long table. Overcome with sentimentality, Luke shed tears at the sight. The master truly resembles the former owner. Moriarty diligently recited each step to avoid errors, as this was his inaugural attempt at potion making. According to his academic plan, he was not to attempt the neutralizing elixir and 2 other potions until after his enrollment at Hogwarts. But the targeting of the pureblood families had compelled him to advance this plan by 9 months. Master, I beg your permission to share an idea of mine. Just for a minute. Lockhart burst into the potion room. Breathless while I was still a student at Hogwarts, I conceived the notion of creating a shampoo. And indeed, I succeeded. I utilized the yolk of a bird snake egg as the primary ingredient to craft a new shampoo, which I have named Bird Snake Egg Yolk Shampoo. It effectively locks in the luster of hair. I have personally tested it, and it truly works. However, there is a downside. It possesses a certain level of danger, such as hair suddenly growing long, then resulting in baldness, only to grow longer again. Of course, this occurs only occasionally, and I suspect it is related to the snake bird's ability to stretch at will. Lockhart rambled on, and the room fell silent as he gazed expectantly at Moriarty. So, I've pondered this on my way here, and I believe that adding a neutralizing agent to the snakebird egg yolk shampoo might mitigate the dangers it poses. Young master, do you think my idea is sound? Moriarty looked at Lockhart as if seeing him anew, understanding the peculiar behavior Lockhart had previously exhibited. He recalled how Gilderoy Lockhart once proclaimed at his class that his greatest ambition was to eradicate evil from the world and to market his own line of hair care products. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. Moriarty received a system notification. Task released. Formulate a non-hazardous snakebird egg yolk shampoo and present it to Professor Snape. The deadline is 1 year, and the reward is a chance to draw from an achievement lottery. Failure to complete the task incurs a penalty on the host, resulting in the hairstyle identical to Professor Snape's. Snape's hairstyle? Wouldn't that be a tousled yet elegant mane? Moriarty fell into contemplation. This task superficially appeared singular, but was, in fact, dual-faceted. The first was the formulation of a new shampoo. Even if the system had not issued the task, Moriarty would have pursued this shampoo. He intended for Lockhart to wield this new concoction to dismantle the Potter family's monopoly on shampoos, thereby competing with pure-blood families for market share. The second task was to deliver the new shampoo to Professor Snape. This particular task left Moriarty at a loss for words, given Snape's temperament. It was unlikely he would accept shampoo from anyone other than Lily, and even Voldemort himself could not persuade him to wash his hair. It seemed this task would have to wait until school commenced. Moriarty sighed and turned his attention back to Lockhart, who resembled a student anxiously awaiting their exam results. You never fail to impress in matters of fashion. Moriarty praised Lockhart exuberantly. No one else could conceive such a brilliant idea. The snakebird egg yolk shampoo, combined with a neutralizing agent, will undoubtedly astonish the entire wizarding world. Oh, young master, thank you. Lockhart shed silent tears. He felt invisible at Hogwarts, yearning for recognition and validation, yet no one had ever offered him a word of praise. The thought of those who once scorned him using the shampoo he created brought him greater joy than winning the 4th Most Charming Smile Award. For some reason, the first person that came to Lockhart's mind was Severus Snape. I must write to Professor Snape and recommend my shampoo. Oh splendid. Lockhart was a man of action, and as he began to write, Moriarty stopped him. Wake up. We have yet to begin our brewing. Come and help me concoct potions. You will need to prepare numerous batches of snakebird egg yolk shampoo to ensure I can experiment with the ratios of the neutralizing agent at will. If Lockhart writes to Snape, it is likely that Moriarty's task will never be completed, and he would be erased by the system on that very day. Thus, Moriarty's tone was exceedingly stern, causing Lockhart to promptly conceal his smug expression and hastily commence the preparation of the shampoo. Observing this scene, Luke doubled over in laughter. Yet he was soon dispatched by Moriarty to organize the materials that had piled up like a small mountain. This was indeed more appropriate. Moriarty surveyed the potion room, noting the now palpable atmosphere conducive to potion brewing, and he gradually entered a focused state. The process of concocting the neutralizing elixir was not perilous. Salazar had originally devised it to mitigate the dangers associated with most potions, as dozens of ingredients, laden with lethal toxins, were introduced into the first golden cauldron. They emitted a bubbling murmur. Moriarty simmered the second golden cauldron over a gentle flame, knowing that after 30 minutes of roasting, he would need to transfer the materials from the first cauldron into the second, extracting the essence from those hazardous ingredients. This was no trivial task. Much like the absence of true fairness in the world, Salazar's formula alleviated the potential calamities posed by dangerous components, yet could not eliminate their unpleasant odors. The foul stench emanating from the gnarled teeth of the color-changing ghoul almost caused the master and servant in the potion room to regurgitate their breakfast. Luke, maintain the temperature at 4,443 degrees. Moriarty exclaimed, covering his mouth and nose as he addressed the house elf. Not a degree more. The dew from the treant will react with the saliva of the black dragon. At that moment, Moriarty regretted not having mastered fire elemental magic. For the interplay between potion and the magical flames used in their brewing was akin to that of twin brothers. Possessing fire elemental power would undoubtedly refine his control over both gentle and fierce flames, rather than relying on Luke's assistance as he did now. This motivated Moriarty to resolve to delve deeper into potionology, yet trials awaited him beyond this. The formula left by Salazar was exceedingly intricate. Moriarty had to meticulously remember the timing for each ingredient's addition to the first cauldron, subsequently pouring them into the second in the prescribed order to extract the white essence. Lockhart, bring me the scales. I must ensure the essence does not exceed 610 grams. Order, temperature, weight. Moriarty overcame one challenge after another, finally arriving at the last step, time. He poured the essence into a regular cauldron and began stirring. This stirring must persist for 14 hours and 17 minutes. Lockhart gazed at Moriarty with admiration, fully aware of the existence of an automatic stirring cauldron, yet Moriarty insisted on using his own hands for the task. Lockhart, remember that the shampoo is for sale. We must ensure that every step aligns with our ancestor Salazar's methods. Upon hearing this, Lockhart felt invigorated, determined to forego rest and hasten the production of several batches of bird snake yolk shampoo. Luke, overwhelmed with emotion and pride, shed tears as he quietly slipped out, relieved that he would not have to prepare lunch or dinner. After 14 hours and 17 minutes, Moriarty finally concluded the stirring. The neutralizing elixir was complete. He let out a sigh of relief, setting down the spoon and collapsing into the armchair, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Yet, even in the face of 4 dark wizards, Moriarty remained relatively unfatigued. Gilderoy Lockhart had long since collapsed onto the carpet, having concocted over a dozen batches of snake yolk shampoo, and awaited Moriarty's return. With a feeble murmur, he lamented, "Master, I would rather face those 4 dark wizards again, endure another avalanche, than brew potions any longer. My potion-making grades during school were far from stellar, and I harbored quite the disdain for that old bat, Professor Snape. Yet, in hindsight, I truly admire him. Those masters of potion-making must possess an extraordinary resilience. How remarkable they are." Lockhart shielded his forehead and eyes with his hand, for his fame far surpassed his actual prowess. "Come, rise, Lockhart. We have but one final step to complete. Once today concludes, your snake yolk shampoo shall be ready for market." Struggling to rise from his chair, Moriarty gazed out the window, noting the clock had struck 1 in the morning. He understood that any words of comfort would scarcely alleviate the plight of this unfortunate man. Thus, Moriarty endeavored to explore the magical skies, introducing Lockhart to the enchantments of sorcery, aiming to transform and shape him. The ensuing tasks became significantly simpler. The neutralizing potion impeccably eradicated the snake's erratic characteristics, rendering the snake yolk shampoo devoid of its former volatility and peril. Lockhart, invigorated as if resurrected, dashed into the washroom with the freshly prepared shampoo, joyfully lathering it into his hair. Chapter 12. A journey beginning at platform 9 3/4. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months had elapsed, bringing us to late August 1988. During this interval, Lockhart procured 2 shops in Diagon Alley and Hogmeade, establishing a business for his snake yolk shampoo. His notoriety attracted a multitude of wizards, intrigued by the fact that a writer had ventured into commerce. However, upon the first wizard using the newly acquired shampoo and resolving his long-standing hair troubles, a frenzy of purchases ensued. Remarkably, in terms of pricing, the shampoo stood in stark contrast to Lockhart's novels, which often commanded exorbitant sums of over 10 galleons. A 500 milliliter bottle was merely 1 silver sickles. This price was enticing enough to allure the witches, particularly the young and vibrant ones, who carted entire boxes home, who wouldn't desire their tresses to shine and flow with elegance. Thus, when Lucius Malfoy finally took note of Lockhart's burgeoning enterprise, it was already too late. Each day, Lockhart's shops brimmed with patrons. In terms of reputation and efficacy, the snake yolk shampoo eclipsed the rapid smoothing hair potion. The pureblood families wished to intervene, yet found themselves at a loss. The Potter lineage had long since faded into obscurity, with the last scion confined within a cupboard at his aunt's home. Beyond the Potters, who among the purebloods would dare to concoct shampoo? They could only stand by helplessly as Lockhart gradually seized dominion over the shampoo market. Lockhart was elated. He recognized that this was merely the inception of his remarkable journey. A week ago, Professor Lockhart delivered the Hogwarts acceptance letter to Moriarty, who was unable to locate the Slytherin castle. Lockhart tapped his forehead and chuckled awkwardly, exclaiming, "Oh, my memory. I completely forgot about the young master starting school. Ahem. Of course, the young master will attend Hogwarts, which will be the greatest honor for the institution. Moriarty nodded calmly, though a tempest stirred within him. After over a year in the world of Harry Potter, he would finally be able to study magic in a systematic manner. On the morning of September 1st, Moriarty rose an hour earlier than usual, indulging in a leisurely hot bath in the washroom. Before heading to Hogwarts, he decided to utilize his accumulated lottery chances to see what splendid prizes he might obtain. System, how many lottery draws do I have? He inquired. The system responded. The host has accumulated 18 exploration draws and 1 achievement draw. Let's commence with an 18 consecutive draws, followed by the achievement draw. Moriarty had a reason for this arrangement. The prizes from an exploration draw included 20 daily necessities, 10 spells, 10 potions, 5 alchemical tools, and 5 magical creatures. A consecutive draw would undoubtedly enhance the probability of receiving desirable prizes. Good luck, host, the system declared as it swiftly completed the draws. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 6 spells: the heart-piercing curse, the forgetfulness charm, the exile spell, the grinning whirl, the toothpick of greatness, and the weeping in the snow. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 4 potions: the elixir of life, the baffling brain remedy, the chatterbox brew, and the fox charm repellent. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 2 alchemical tools: the calaboots, which increase speed by 12, effective for 3 days, and the unlucky hat, which brings misfortune for 2 hours. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 magical creature: the Peruvian viper-tooth dragon egg. The lottery has concluded, and rewards have been distributed. May you soon become the master of the shadows. A warm sensation surged through Moriarty, enveloping him as he instantaneously learned the spells and potions he had drawn. The remaining prizes were stored within the system space. He dismissed the daily necessities, mentally reviewing the spells and potions he had acquired, realizing they were indeed a boon. First-year wizards would not have access to the heart-piercing curse or the exile spell, while weeping in the snow belonged to elemental magic and was an attack on the mind. The baffling brain remedy was also quite beneficial. Moriarty had self-studied several ancient magical scripts, such as runes, which were on the brink of extinction. To claim he felt unwearied would be disingenuous. This was something the system could not assist him with, but the baffling brain remedy could. As for the dragon egg, it was undoubtedly an intriguing little companion. Moriarty was exceedingly pleased with his lottery results and hoped the achievement draw would yield equally impressive rewards. System, let me have an achievement draw. Instantly, a small vial of Felix Felicis appeared in the system space, containing approximately an ounce. Felix Felicis, well, although I may not need it for now, I will undoubtedly find a use for it. Moriarty concluded his bath, reflecting that the lottery had been quite favorable. Having a stroke of good fortune before embarking on his journey to Hogwarts was of utmost importance. He emerged from the bath, draping a robe around himself, and gazed into the mirror. His physique was somewhat taller than that of his peers, with a prominent nose complementing his fair, handsome face, exuding an air of sharp coldness. In contrast, a cascade of soft gray hair languidly rested upon his shoulders, and his gray eyes sparkled like crystal, adding an enigmatic quality to his demeanor. Master, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now? The voice of Luke echoed from outside the washroom, reminding him of the impending journey to King S. Cross Station after breakfast. The house elves had already prepared the necessary textbooks and essentials for Moriarty. Once dressed, Moriarty made his way to the dining room, where he found Lockhart, Ingo, and the house elves all present. They took turns congratulating him, even Ingo managing to utter a few pleasant words. After a harmonious breakfast, Moriarty departed from Slytherin Castle. Around 11:30, Moriarty arrived at King S. Cross Station. His suitcase was stowed away in a bag made weightless by a charm, freeing him from the burden of heavy luggage that other wizards often struggled with. Instead, it was his striking appearance that turned heads. Perched on his left shoulder was Poseidon, the snowy owl Luke had gifted him, further piquing the curiosity of passers-by, especially a few children eager to see Poseidon take flight. Yet, upon reaching platform 9, Moriarty vanished in the blink of an eye. He smiled faintly, well aware of how to access the platform. The throng of wizards, accompanied by owls, toads, and cats, created an atmosphere that felt less like a station and more akin to a fantastical film set. The cacophony of conversations, the dull thud of luggage being dragged, and the calls of various pets echoed all around. Most notably, a deep crimson steam engine rested beside the bustling platform, its sign proclaiming, Hogwarts Express. Ding! The system detected the host's discovery of the Hogwarts Express, rewarding him with an exploration lottery. The modes of transportation in the magical world intrigued Moriarty immensely. The portkey and flue powder could be categorized as one type of tool, while the broomsticks, Hogwarts Express, and night bus represented another. Take the express train, for instance. It involved a staggering 167 memory charms. Recently having learned the forgetfulness charm, Moriarty found himself captivated by this revelation. As he pondered, he navigated through the lively crowd and boarded the train. The young witches and wizards aboard were engaged in excited conversation. But one little boy caught sight of Moriarty and let out a startled scream, covering his mouth in astonishment. Unfazed, Moriarty distanced himself from the noise, opting for a quiet compartment near the rear of the train. There, indeed, he found an unoccupied cabin. Settling by the window, he retrieved Magical Theory and resumed reading from where he had left off. This particular tome explored the relationship between ancient runes and spells, and Moriarty dedicated his free time to expanding his knowledge of potions and runes. Regarding the Grand Memory spell, one might uncover clues within ancient texts such as the Niu. Chapter 13. The Freshman in the Compartment. For Penelope Clearwater, today was a fortuitous day. Initially, she struggled to find her way to the platform, but was generously assisted by a kind family. Once aboard the train, she encountered this family again, who had numerous children, each sporting a head of vibrant red hair. Penelope discovered that one of the boys, named Percy Weasley, was also a newcomer at Hogwarts. Percy warmly invited Penelope to the compartment at the rear, eagerly offering to carry her suitcase. The rear compartment was typically unoccupied, as the children preferred to flock to the more populated areas, their boundless energy evident among the freshmen. Percy relayed this information, believing that such insights would convey his maturity. For reasons unknown, the moment Percy laid eyes on Penelope, with her freckled face and brown hair, he felt an instinctive urge to protect her, reminiscent of his younger sister, Ginny. Noticing the slight flush on Percy's cheeks, Penelope smiled and nodded, suggesting they hasten, as the train was about to depart. When she observed Percy's somewhat unsteady steps, she shyly remarked, "Father knows I'm coming to Hogwarts to study magic, and has provided me with numerous items. I mean, it's better if I manage my suitcase myself." Percy shook his head vigorously, yet Penelope insisted on carrying it, asserting that she had already received ample assistance. However, as they approached the last compartment, Percy dashed ahead, placing the two hefty suitcases down with a thud. Flinging the door open and turning to Penelope with a triumphant grin, "Look, we have arrived." Peeking into the compartment, Penelope noticed a boy with gray hair observing them quietly. The boy, Moriarty, was illuminated by the warm sunlight streaming through the window opposite the door, casting a golden hue upon his gray locks. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Penelope, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic, quickly averted her gaze, as if drawn into the depths of his gray eyes. Percy then turned around, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, realizing the reality of the situation was not as he had described. He chuckled awkwardly. "At least there is only one person here." Penelope nodded in agreement, directing her gaze towards Moriarty. "May we sit here?" It was evident that Percy was quite the rule follower. He quickly recognized the recklessness of his earlier actions and offered Moriarty an apologetic smile. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier impoliteness, sir. I was indeed too hasty. You know how crowded the compartments ahead are, filled with those exuberant children. It can be quite overwhelming." Moriarty smirked, finding Percy's earnestness amusing. Watching a young boy trying to act mature never failed to amuse genuine adults. "There is no one else here but me. Please take a seat, both of you." With Moriarty's consent, Penelope settled her suitcase and took a seat by the window, directly opposite Moriarty. Percy longed to sit beside Penelope, yet feeling shy, he took a seat next to Moriarty instead. In truth, there was no need for apologies. As soon as Percy settled down, he heard Moriarty remark, "Assisting this young lady is the mark of a true gentleman, and I must say, you have excelled in that regard." With a playful wink at Percy, Moriarty continued, "It is delightful that you understand me. My family, particularly my two younger brothers, never quite grasp my manners and often mock me." As Percy's voice dwindled, perhaps recalling his brothers, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. "Oh, they're quite mischievous, but I bear them no ill will." After uttering these words, Percy noticed Moriarty and Penelope gazing at him in silence, prompting him to awkwardly chuckle. "Have I spoken too much? Oh, right. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Percy Weasley. I aspire to become the head boy of Gryffindor. Thank you." Moriarty extended his hand, giving it a gentle shake. "Greetings, Weasley. I am Moriarty Slytherin." Percy furrowed his brow, recognizing the surname as oddly familiar. A fleeting shadow of a figure crossing his mind, though indistinct. Meanwhile, Moriarty turned his attention to Penelope. In fact, the moment he laid eyes on Percy, he recognized him as a member of the Weasley family, so distinctive in their traits, yet he knew nothing of the brown-haired girl beside him. "I am Penelope Clearwater." My parents are muggles, but I am determined to become a competent witch. She smiled gently at Moriarty, her freckles dancing around her nose, but she paid them no mind. I firmly believe you can achieve that. Miss Clearwater. Moriarty nodded in acknowledgement of her gaze. Who could have foreseen that this young girl, still blossoming and freckled, would one day evolve into the astute and capable head girl of Ravenclaw? At that moment, the whistle blew, and the train began to move. Penelope gazed out the window in wonder. I have traveled on trains in London, but never on a magical train. When my parents learned of my acceptance to Hogwarts, they were utterly astonished. I shall never forget their expressions. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, you will discover that the criteria for evaluating students transcends their backgrounds. Moriarty discerned Penelope's slight nervousness regarding her Muggle heritage. Is that truly the case? Penelope's azure eyes widened, fixated on Moriarty. I wish to be an exemplary student. Just as I was in London, her gaze dropped slightly, noticing a thick book in Moriarty's hands, the title on the cover utterly unfamiliar to her. Oh, is this your book? So, this is a book of magic? Penelope pouted, her eyes brimming with yearning. Indeed, it is magical theory. Moriarty glanced at the book and smirked. I initially believed that combining runes with alchemy on a magically enhanced transportation device would yield a magical vehicle akin to the Hogwarts Express. However, it appears that the process is far more intricate than I had anticipated. 9 months of study had allowed Moriarty to appreciate the allure of ancient magic. If the elemental magic progression offered by the system was straightforward and powerful, then ancient magic was indeed profound and enigmatic. However, Penelope was left bewildered. What did it mean to apply this with that? Her fantasies were shattered. Magic was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps this revelation resonated with a vague figure from Percy's memories, prompting him to belatedly exclaim, "You must be that Slytherin gentleman." Oh no, Moriarty, right? You're the only one among the new students who can comprehend such esoteric magic. I heard from Charlie that ancient runes is an elective that begins in the 3rd year. Despite Moriarty's name having echoed throughout the British magical community in recent months, Percy could not afford Lockhart's novels and was preoccupied with his incessant inquiries to Charlie on how to become a prefect, thus remaining unfamiliar with Moriarty. Percy gazed at Moriarty with a complex expression. The weight of pressure descended upon him at the thought that Moriarty was his contemporary. Penelope endeavored to steer the conversation toward familiar territory, addressing Moriarty. Does Weasley refer to you as Mr. Moriarty? Wow, cool. I mean, do you remember that Moriarty from Sherlock Holmes? He asked the big boss. Moriarty discerned a yearning in Penelope's eyes. This muggle-born girl longed to find a kindred spirit. He was about to seek a gentler way to explain things to her, when suddenly, the door to the compartment swung open with a clatter. Entering was a girl with bright black eyes, fair skin, and a tall, graceful figure, her golden, silky hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Moriarty recognized it as the scent of bird snake egg yolk shampoo. Chapter 14. Penelope and Lilith. I heard someone mention Mr. Moriarty. The blonde girl stepped inside, her dark eyes scanning the compartment before finally settling on Moriarty's face. I knew you would be in the last compartment, Mr. Moriarty. Mr. Lockhart mentioned you prefer solitude. She confidently extended her right hand toward Moriarty. I'm Lilith Pylvik, a pleasure to meet you. From Lilith's words, Moriarty inferred that she hailed from a wizarding family and was evidently a devoted reader of Lockhart. Hello, Miss Pylvik. Moriarty rose and gently shook her hand. Though you are aware of my name, I still wish to introduce myself. I am Moriarty Slytherin, as a sign of respect towards you. Oh, your manner of speaking is quite novel. I have never heard such a thing before. Moriarty's interest was piqued. This girl seemed to originate from a pure-blood family, yet possessed a perspective that transcended such heritage. Indeed, my theory has only recently been refined, Lilith remarked, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. You certainly remember Mr. Lockhart's mention of the Renaissance, Mr. Moriarty? This somewhat immature notion of mine was inspired by him. By Salazar Slytherin beard. Is there truly someone who draws inspiration from Lockhart? Moriarty sat up straight, adopting a posture of attentive interest. Lilith beheld the scene before her and spoke with renewed vigor, proclaiming, "What I wish to convey is that wizards reign supreme." She raised her chin defiantly. In truth, I concur with the notion of dismantling the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Laws. However, unlike the two Dark Lords before me, I embrace the existence of Muggles and yearn for harmonious coexistence with them. Yet we wizards, indeed we, must seize control of the entire world. Her impassioned discourse rendered the chamber silent. Percy stared at Lilith in a stupor, Penelope lost in thoughts, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Moriarty scrutinized Lilith, utterly captivated not solely by her beauty, which was undeniably exquisite, but by her audacity and courage, which revealed a kindred spirit in pursuit of the magical heavens, setting aside the merit of her ideals. Her rhetoric bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a Gryffindor. Moriarty, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, mused that to challenge the secrecy laws required valor, but to candidly voice one's desire to breach them demanded even greater courage. He perceived her as a young witch brimming with absolute confidence. Lilith too smiled. Mr. Moriarty, I can assure you that every Pilewick is a true Slytherin. I would not be surprised if you are as well, considering your lineage. Forgive me for interrupting your discourse. But what exactly is Slytherin, and what of Gryffindor? A slightly defiant voice interjected. Penelope, biting her lip, clenched her fists, her sorrowful gaze flitting between Moriarty and Lilith. From the moment Lilith entered, Penelope felt as though she had been rendered invisible, unable to comprehend the topics of conversation between Moriarty and Lilith. Yet, Penelope was no timid girl. She had always been quick to voice her confusion in school. However, Lilith preempted her. Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor are the four houses of Hogwarts. I suspect you might be sorted in a Hufflepuff. Although Penelope did not understand the basis of this assertion, an instinctive unease washed over her. She cast a fleeting glance at Lilith. Hufflepuff? I certainly do not want that. I aspire to join the finest house. You shall undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. Percy interjected swiftly, seizing the moment to assert himself. Hey, listen, Penelope. Gryffindor is the best house. To bolster his credibility, Percy added emphatically, the greatest white wizard in history, Dumbledore, graduated from Gryffindor. Oh, you must be a Weasley, Lilith remarked, observing Percy's auburn hair thoughtfully. It is well known that your entire family belongs to Gryffindor. I do not see anything wrong with that, Percy retorted stiffly. On the contrary, I take pride in it. Your reaction seems rather excessive, though I harbor no intention of mockery, Lilith replied gently, shaking her head. You know, Weasley, this reveals your sensitive pride. Perhaps you could learn something from Bill Weasley. I have heard my father speak of him. He is a remarkable individual. Lilith spoke with earnest sincerity. Yet it appeared that Percy had not absorbed her words. Are you also from a family of wizards? Penelope inquired with an impassive expression. As far as I know, the former director was Bartemius Crouch. Moriarty recalled Amelia Bones from the Daily Prophet. She is the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Mr. Crouch was indeed promoted by my grandfather, Lilith remarked, her tone turning serious. However, I do not share this to boast. I was born into a family of law, and by the age of 8, I could recite the statute of secrecy with ease. The laws of the British magical community are firmly etched in my mind. The more I study law, the more discontent I feel towards the statute of secrecy. Can you fathom this sentiment, Mr. Moriarty? Although the world necessitates laws to function, we are wizards. We belong to magic. Lockhart also stated that magic knows no bounds. Miss Pilewick, I believe I can empathize with your feelings. I too admire your perspective on magic. But do you understand why magic does not require constraints? Moriarty leaned back, arms crossed, resting on a Slytherin wand. His gaze fixed sharply upon Lilith, the sunlight reflecting off his eyes like piercing rays. At that moment, Lilith felt as if she were amidst a brilliant starry sky. She pressed her lips together. I would like you to share the answer with me. The answer is quite simple, because magic can transcend law. To possess magic is to possess everything, Moriarty articulated in a slow, light tone. Lilith resembled a rebellious child of affluence. To her, laws were mere scraps of paper, perhaps even less substantial than a chocolate frog card. The only difference was her extraordinary confidence, transforming her rebellion into maturity. The declaration of a child from a pure-blood family and a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic accepting Muggles perhaps held an epoch-defining significance. Moriarty discerned that Lilith was sincere. She had freed herself from the shackles of lineage, but remained ensnared by the essence of existence. While Lilith endeavored to secure her status as a witch, Moriarty was already plotting his ascension to godhood. Yet, he chose not to voice this. He observed Lilith deep in contemplation, evidently disturbed by his words. I concede your point, Mr. Moriarty, Lilith replied after a brief moment, her demeanor returning to normal as a radiant smile graced her face. But I shall not abandon my aspirations. In fact, I sought you out specifically to invite you to join me in this grand endeavor. Oh, of course, it appears to have failed at present. Perhaps you knew my intentions from the outset? Lilith's playful gaze lingered on Moriarty's face as she too leaned back gracefully. Moriarty smiled slightly, tacitly acknowledging her inquiry. I dare say I have yet to achieve the notoriety that would have a young witch seeking my autograph. Ha! That sounds more like a tale belonging to Mr. Lockhart. Lilith laughed. Yet you still underestimate your renown. Your name appears in every book on contemporary magical history. And an entire cartload of pure-blood young wizards are speaking of you. Muggleborns, or half-blood wizards, are also striving to glean information about you. Penelope, feeling rather despondent, inquired Moriarty, "Are you quite renowned?" Moriarty glanced at her and replied, "To be precise, it is my surname that holds notoriety. You shall come to understand this upon your arrival at Hogwarts. I must extend my gratitude for your kind words. I shall treat you to a drink then." Moriarty was amused, and Lilith's smile was as sweet as honey. "Just don't forget," she added, "by the way, I am not fond of desserts." Lilith responded with a smile. "Ah, girls generally do not favor sweets," murmured Percy, awkwardly chuckling. Consuming desserts can lead to weight gain. When Percy noticed Moriarty and the two girls nodding politely in his direction, he felt even more embarrassed. Yet he pressed on, Miss Pilowick, may I join the great endeavor you mentioned earlier?" Moriarty regarded him with curiosity. Percy was, on the whole, a decent fellow, albeit somewhat opportunistic. It seemed he was drawn to Lilith due to her connection with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Lilith, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She earnestly addressed what could be her first supporter. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Weasley. I assure you, you shall not regret this." Lilith then turned to Penelope and Moriarty, adding, "Of course, I welcome everyone to join." Yet, it was apparent that her gaze lingered the longest on Moriarty. Moriarty merely smiled, but Penelope unexpectedly declared, "I am sorry, but I shall not join. I have come to Hogwarts to learn to master magic. It will not hinder your classes or studies." Lilith quickly clarified, "We must first enhance our magical prowess." Penelope, however, was disinclined to listen. She gently shook her head with her eyes closed. "I beg your pardon, Miss Pilowick, but I do not believe it is my place to overturn the law, and I find it difficult to endorse the notion of wizards dominating the world." Lilith's enthusiasm waned instantly as she inquired, "Why is that?" "Because I am, as you have described, a muggle," Penelope replied earnestly. "And we ordinary folk often say that the minority must submit to the majority. Although I am a witch, you must concede that only a few are wizards. This precisely highlights the problem, does it not?" Lilith exclaimed, "How is it that a minority who wield magic cannot enjoy ample space, and must even conceal themselves? What sort of law is this?" Ahem. Percy attempted to pacify the two girls. "Miss Pilowick, do keep your voice down. It would not be wise to be overheard." "I do not believe there is anything wrong with my viewpoint," Lilith asserted, raising her chin defiantly. "I welcome others to question me, to engage in discourse. But should anyone dare to disrespect me, I will ensure they experience the consequences of magic, including Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall." Percy was taken aback. He had merely intended to ingratiate himself, and now it seemed. "Ah," Lilith beamed a radiant smile. "As far as I am aware, no law prohibits individuals from contemplating how to overturn the statute of secrecy. I am merely pondering. Shall we commence action? Would you not agree, Mr. Weasley?" In this moment, the cunning nature of Slytherin was vividly embodied in Lilith, and Moriarty now comprehended her assertion that every Peverell is akin to a Slytherin. Percy could not refute this, and merely offered an awkward smile. Penelope wished to voice her thoughts, but Moriarty interjected, "All right, ladies, enough chatter. Swiftly change your attire. We have arrived." Chapter 15, The Sorting Hat Song. Penelope cast a glance outside the train window. Night had descended, enveloping the mountains and forests in a deep purple hue. The train gradually reduced its speed. At that moment, Penelope retrieved her wizarding robe, while Moriarty urged Percy to exit first, allowing Penelope to change. 5 minutes later, the train came to a halt, and the young wizards jostled eagerly towards the door, stepping onto a dimly lit, small platform. Under Hagrid's guidance, they boarded small boats in groups of 4, with Moriarty, Penelope, and Percy being the last to embark. Just as they were about to board, Lilith approached. "Most purebloods were delighted by your arrival, yet there exists a small faction of individuals who are perpetually out of place, their awkwardness quite vexing. So, Mr. Moriarty, you require. Am I to remain ever vigilant?" "I believe I do not." As if dismissing Lilith's words entirely, Moriarty merely cast a glance her way before averting his gaze. Moriarty's plans inherently included strategies for dealing with pure-blood families, whether it be the likes of Lucius Malfoy or the pure-blood youngsters at Hogwarts. As their boat glided across the lake, a towering castle loomed into view. A warm sensation coursed through Moriarty's Slytherin wand. He was certain he had not summoned any magical power, indicating a unique connection between Hogwarts and his wand. Moriarty was suddenly reminded of the hidden secrets nestled within Hogwarts. With a wand in hand, perhaps he could uncover those concealed passages without expending much time, or even unlock the Chamber of Secrets without the need for Parseltongue. Observing Moriarty's contemplative demeanor, Percy sought to break the silence. It is said that first years are ferried across the lake in groups of 4 to honor the 4 founders of Hogwarts. However, Percy's efforts bore no fruit. For Lilith stood with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed with interest on Moriarty's profile, while Penelope, mirroring Moriarty's expression, gazed at the castle, her eyes brimming with aspiration. The boat's pace was leisurely, yet the young wizard's dreams and fantasies propelled time forward effortlessly. Crossing the lake, traversing the tunnel, arriving on the grassy expanse, ascending the stone steps, the young wizards finally found themselves before a colossal oak door. Hagrid's task concluded here, given the apparent abundance of pure bloods this year. Moriarty noticed several young wizards snicker disdainfully as Hagrid departed. However, before they could begin boasting, Professor McGonagall opened the grand door and ushered the newcomers inside. They made their way to a small, vacant room at the end of the corridor, where Professor McGonagall cast a stern gaze over the new students. Her eyes lingering on Moriarty for a moment longer, and Moriarty felt certain that she had recognized him. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she announced. "The feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first ascertain which house you will belong to." McGonagall paused, the reflection of the torches in her glasses lending her an air of sanctity and authority. The names of the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, were spoken with reverence, each boasting its own illustrious history and nurturing remarkable wizards. Penelope now understood why Moriarty had garnered such attention, but she felt a twinge of unhappiness, sensing a growing distance between herself and Moriarty. Professor McGonagall proceeded to explain the point system and the house cup, allowing the newcomers a moment to compose themselves. At that moment, the spectral figures of Hogwarts, the Bloody Baron, the Grey Lady, nearly headless Nick, the Fat Friar, and more than 20 other ghosts, emanated from the walls of the room. Led by the Bloody Baron, the ghost floated past the new students as if in search of something. Nearly headless Nick spotted Moriarty and exclaimed, "Look, Baron, look! He resembles Headmaster Salazar exactly." "Be quiet, I can see for myself," Nick retorted. The Bloody Baron bellowed, but when he drifted before Moriarty, his lifeless eyes sparkled with an unusual light. "Though it may be of little consequence, I wish to extend my apologies to my mentor, your ancestor. This is a reflection of my long-considered thoughts. For centuries, I have pondered this, and I cannot depart this world with a clear conscience. As I have too many attachments," the Baron lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the Grey Lady and the students seated in the hall. Before drifting away in a despondent haze, the Baron bore no malice. He was simply filled with remorse, longing to apologize to the 4 founders for having let down their expectations. A ghostly voice whispered in Moriarty's ear as the Grey Lady addressed him, saying, "Since we learned of your arrival, the Baron has been in deep sorrow. We often see him in self-reproach. However, this is all of his own making. No one has forced him. I must take my leave as well. If possible, please convey my regards to Professor Salazar." Moriarty watched as the Grey Lady departed, aware that many factors contributed to the Baron's tragedy, with the Grey Lady being one of them. Yet, he found it difficult to judge matters of the heart. He could, however, serve as a quiet listener when the Baron sought solace. The ghosts were inextricably linked to Hogwarts, and they deserved Moriarty's compassion. After the Bloody Baron had left, the ghosts began to converse freely, their discussions invariably revolving around Moriarty, and it was evident that they were filled with joy. The Fat Friar of Hufflepuff approached Moriarty, saying, "You may find the Baron somewhat peculiar, but our sentiments for Hogwarts are no less profound than those of Headmaster Dumbledore." Nearly headless Nick, unconcerned about his disembodied state, and the Grey Lady, who had become more loquacious, were joined by Peeves, who had locked himself in an empty classroom for 3 days before emerging. Moriarty bestowed a brilliant smile upon the kind-hearted ghost. "I do not mind at all. You see, Hogwarts is more than merely a school to me." "Ah, indeed. I knew we were right about you," the Fat Friar exclaimed. "The Sorting Hat is on its way. We must depart. Although you are surely destined for Slytherin, I extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of Hufflepuff." The ghost began to drift away, and Nick shouted at the top of his lungs, "Gryffindor welcomes you. Gryffindor welcomes Slytherin. How delightful. Hey, could you look over here? I wish to see the scion of Slytherin." The Sorting Hat fixated on Moriarty, writhing with excitement. "I have been infused with a fragment of Salazar Slytherin's thoughts, and I wish for you to place me upon your head, if you would, young Slytherin." "I understand your sentiments, Hat. However, this does not align with tradition," Professor McGonagall interjected, halting the Sorting Hat's eagerness to leap atop Moriarty's head. Very well, I shall sing," the Sorting Hat mumbled, then regained its fervor. "You simply must listen, for this is a composition I have spent an entire year crafting." Moriarty comprehended its intent. This song was penned for him. The cold wind, the hearth, rooftops blanketed in snow, the winter of the East. A youth traverses one lengthy night after another, amidst dreams of daylight. The September sun filters through the golden wings of the golden snitch. On Monday, the youth, filled with glory. On Tuesday, the youth, undisturbed by sleeping dragons. On Wednesday, the youth, the star of the feast. On Thursday, the youth, guiding the resilient infants. On Friday, the youth, entwined with the great serpent. On Saturday, the youth, breaking free from confinement, unraveling mysteries, fairies, and mockery. By Sunday, the youth need not attend school, traversing oceans and stirring waves. If time were to render the years endless, I would wish for an 8th and 9th week, so I might continue to witness the adventures of youth. A singular purpose unites the young and the magical, much like long ago, when I was but a newly fashioned hat. My master and his 3 companions shared a common goal. What friends in this world could be better than Gryffindor and Slytherin? Even their weapons, Gryffindor's sword and Slytherin's wand, have forged a camaraderie through countless duels. The sword spoke to me, and the quill inscribed a name, leading me to many old friends. The stone giant, the little sprite, the armored knight, the mural maiden, the mischievous poltergeist. Stairs, secret passages, the forbidden forest, and flying broomsticks. I cannot impede their pursuit of dreams, for each dream is accompanied by unwavering faith. Though I am destined to divide the newcomers, I am no longer concerned. The aged Slytherin departs, while the youthful Slytherin returns. I know we shall stand shoulder to shoulder. I know we can achieve greater things. I know the adventures of the young, both boys and girls, continue unabated. Now, let us commence the sorting. Chapter 16. Prepare to sort you into Azkaban. As the sorting hat concluded its song, the hall fell into a profound silence. The professors and the older students at the 4 long tables exchanged glances, for they had never witnessed the sorting hat so joyful that its song was an entirely new composition. Moriarty observed Dumbledore engaged in a hushed conversation with a bespectacled female professor seated beside him. Through the crescent-shaped lenses of Dumbledore's glasses, one could discern the solemnity in his eyes. Could it be about the sorting song? Moriarty surmised that the only matter capable of capturing Dumbledore's attention at this moment was indeed the sorting song. It was evident that the youth referenced in the song was none other than himself. Hat, your melody was the first gift I received upon my admission, and I cherished it dearly. Thus, I offer you a token in return. Amidst the clamor, Moriarty's clear voice resonated, drawing the gaze of the students. He waved his Slytherin wand at the sorting hat, enveloping it in a delicate frost. You ought to pay some heed to your appearance, for otherwise you shan't meet your old friends. The sorting hat replied with a grin. Ah, what have you done to me? It's cool, it's ticklish, oh. This feels delightful. What a pleasant surprise. Moments later, the frost dissipated, and the sorting hat was rejuvenated, returning to the pristine state it had possessed a millennium ago when it perched atop Godric Gryffindor's head, a brand new wizard's hat. Hey, the sorting hat exclaimed. Your actions remind me of the times when Salazar would encourage Godric to clean me up. Not a thing to worry about, Moriarty replied. I hope you find joy, hat. Applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, lauding Moriarty's display, while a 4th-year student with fiery red hair whistled, proclaiming, well done. I've long wished to do that. Behind Moriarty, Percy covered his forehead in exasperation. Oh no, it's Charlie. The strange atmosphere that had lingered since the conclusion of the sorting song was shattered, eliciting laughter from the students. Professor McGonagall was compelled to raise her voice. When I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat to await your house. Jericho Blanche, a tall, slender boy with light golden hair, briskly stepped out of line to don the hat. At this moment, Lilith leaned toward Moriarty and whispered, Blanche is an American surname. If memory serves, he is the son of James Blanche, the current director of sports at the American Wizarding Congress. They hail from a lineage of athletes. She then flashed a smile at Moriarty. I wager he will be sorted into Slytherin. No sooner had she spoken than the hat proclaimed in an operatic accent, Slytherin. Jericho Blanche removed the hat and swiftly ran to the Slytherin table, where tepid applause followed. Lilith winked at Moriarty, her face beaming with delight akin to a bear savoring honey. From then on, whenever a pure-blood wizard approached, she would effortlessly recount their lineage and history. Penelope Clearwater. Upon hearing her name called, Penelope glanced at the surrounding first years, and Moriarty encouraged her, don't be anxious, just relax. Penelope eagerly approached, but as soon as she donned the hat, her demeanor shifted. She lowered her head, mumbling indistinctly. Desiring Slytherin? The sorting hat queried. Oh, Merlin, there are already enough Slytherin students this year. What? You wish to join Slytherin too? The sorting hat maintained its stance, Attending Ravenclaw would more swiftly and effectively aid in achieving your aspirations, would it not, dear child? Moriarty observed, Penelope fervently shaking her head. Yet the hat appeared exceedingly exuberant today. He suspected it was not genuinely attuned to the whispers of her heart. Thus, Ravenclaw. Penelope's complexion paled significantly, and she removed the hat, carelessly placing it upon the bench, eliciting a displeased outcry from the hat. Ignoring its protests, she gradually approached the Ravenclaw long table, where an enthusiastic round of applause erupted. Percy wore a look of regret. It seemed I am the sole Gryffindor among the quartet in the box. Do not be disheartened. Weasley, Lilith consoled. Great endeavors are unrelated to your house. At that moment, Professor McGonagall intoned with gravitas. Moriarty, Slytherin. The hall fell into silence once more. The sound of even breathing rendered inaudible. Moriarty stood at the forefront of the new students, merely a step away from seating himself. The Sorting Hat cheerfully urged, Come, hasten to don me. Let me glimpse your thoughts. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Moriarty's eyes. Having learned a few charms to obscure his thoughts from prying eyes within the castle, he seized the opportunity to test the hat. Upon grasping the Sorting Hat, the system notified detection of host discovering and touching an independently thinking wizard hat, granting 2 exploration lottery chances. Moriarty opted not to draw from the lottery. Instead, he placed the Sorting Hat upon his head. In an instant, the hat exclaimed, Oh no. It sought to delve into Moriarty's thoughts, but encountered an invasion instead. From the hat's memories, Moriarty glimpsed several images. A tall man clad in a vivid red uniform brandishing a sword at a haughty individual draped in silver robes. In turn, was aiming a wand at him. He also beheld a magnificent castle, the hat seemingly perched atop someone's head, revealing the castle's interior. Additionally, 4 wizards directed their wands at the hat, the tips exuding tendrils of blue smoke and white mist. Hey, you mischievous lad, the hat screeched once more, disrupting Moriarty's probing. It indignantly remarked, You must have learned the probing enchantments from that old coot Salazar. Were it not for your association with Slytherin, I would have sorted you to Azkaban. A murmur rippled through both newcomers and veterans alike, but Moriarty remained unfazed, laughing heartily. I imagine you have inherited Godric's sense of humor. You possess a remarkable talent for jesting. Is that so? Are you truly sincere? The Sorting Hat inquired, its earlier ire seemingly feigned. Now, contemplating. Perhaps next time during the sorting, I should request newcomers to queue and share jokes with me. This way, I could swiftly discern their character. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table, with several prankster lions cheering loudly. This is splendid. Observing the hat distracted from its primary duty, Moriarty cleared his throat. Enough of this frivolity. Hurry and sort me. I have no desire to become a hat of folly. Very well, very well. I wish to converse with you a while longer, the hat mused, smacking its lips. Is it not obvious? Slytherin should undoubtedly belong to Slytherin House. The Slytherin long table erupted with the most resounding cheers, as a senior student conjured a silver serpent with his wand, proclaiming, Hail, Slytherin. Most of the younger snakes clapped joyfully, though a few wore enigmatic expressions. Moriarty approached the Slytherin table, where everyone rose to shake his hand, only to be halted by the eldest prefect, William Rommet. Moriarty recognized him as the conjurer of the silver serpent. He instructed the students to continue observing the sorting ceremony and arranged for Moriarty to sit beside a charming young girl. Hello, Mr. Moriarty, I am Gemma Farley, your third-year senior. This senior possessed long, chestnut hair cascading down to her waist and striking emerald eyes, currently directed at Moriarty with a warm smile. Moriarty politely greeted her, and together they watched the sorting unfold. After 2 new students were allocated to Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall announced, Lilith Pilovic. With an elegant stride, Lilith approached the stool, grasped the Sorting Hat, and seated herself, her every movement and demeanor impeccable. Why don't you put me on? She mused, examining the hat in her hands, which left her perplexed. I sense you are a bit peculiar, she said, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. But fear not, I shan't look for too long. Had it not been for Mr. Moriarty's cleansing, I would have first recited a charm of pure waters, followed by a refreshing spell. Oh, Merlin's hut. For centuries, every little wizard has wished to do so, but you are the first to dare speak it. The hat exclaimed in astonishment, before a sword clattered to the ground from within the hat, landing in Lilith's hands. Quick as a flash, Lilith raised the sword, revealing it to all, a gleaming silver blade adorned with a magnificent egg-sized ruby in the hilt. The sword of Gryffindor. The students gasped, their eyes wide. Even the professors at the staff table stood in astonishment. Moriarty noted a flicker of surprise in Dumbledore's eyes, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, Moriarty felt that Lilith drawing the sword of Gryffindor was entirely fitting. She was confident, brave, and unyielding in her defiance of rules. Bold, passionate, and dismissive of convention. Lilith shared many qualities with Godric Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat evidently concurred, declaring loudly before Lilith could don it, "Gryffindor. You must surely be a Gryffindor." "No, no, no," Lilith retorted. "I haven't even worn the hat yet. You cannot sort me prematurely." With that, she placed the hat upon her head and stated her desired house, Slytherin. "You had better not misjudge. Every Pilovic belongs to Slytherin." "Slytherin? No, no, no. You have drawn the sword. Gryffindor will aid you in your success," the hat urged. "Who says that drawing the sword of Gryffindor necessitates being sorted into Gryffindor House?" Lilith stood her ground resolutely. "Although I yearn to converse with Mr. Moriarty about the arcane arts, and do not shy away from the prospect of challenging the ancestral magic of Slytherin, engaging in a duel wielding the sword is undoubtedly ill-advised." The Sorting Hat grew impatient. "You must acclimate to it. It can sever most things, and few can rival the Slytherin wand. Yet I am a wizard." Lilith appeared resolute, her eyes glinting mischievously. "If you do not place me in Slytherin, I shall cleave you with the Gryffindor sword, and see if a monster lurks within you." "Hey, you threaten me. Such behavior is unbecoming of a Gryffindor." The hat twisted atop Lilith's head. "Huh." Lilith let out an exaggerated laugh. "The law does not prohibit the use of the Gryffindor sword to slice the Sorting Hat." The hat retorted indignantly. "Very well then. Speak, reveal your thoughts." Lilith brandished the sword. "You have squandered too much time, and I refuse to become a mere hat fool. Let me discern what you truly desire. One who can draw the Gryffindor sword wishes to join Slytherin." The hat seemed to deliberately delay, speaking slowly. "Is it because of that boy from before?" Lilith blushed. "I have changed my mind. I will sew your mouth shut. Alas, Gryffindor may expedite your success, but your thoughts are undeniably Slytherin." The hat pondered seriously. After a full 10 minutes, it reluctantly proclaimed, "Slytherin." The voice sounded weak, and Lilith felt an immense sense of relief as she removed the hat and glared at it fiercely. "You have made me a hat fool. Thank you. No need for gratitude. I hope you remember me." Lilith strode towards the Slytherin table, where cheers erupted once more, this time echoed by the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. The Gryffindors found becoming a hat fool rather cool, while the Hufflepuffs deemed Lilith a genius. Miss Peeves, Professor McGonagall, suddenly interjected, "Leave the Gryffindor sword behind." Lilith tilted her head. "Does it not belong to me? For centuries, students have drawn the Gryffindor sword, yet it belongs to no student. Strictly speaking, it was not I who drew it. It fell into my hands of its own accord." Lilith wished to offer further examples, but upon noticing Professor McGonagall's expression growing increasingly akin to Professor Snape's, she wisely chose to fall silent. After handing the sword to Professor McGonagall, she proceeded to the long table, taking a seat beside Moriarty. Professor McGonagall scrutinized her for quite some time before calling the next name. The Sorting Hat, lacking enthusiasm, barely touched the head of the new student before assigning them to Hufflepuff. The final newcomer was Percy Weasley. The hat exclaimed dramatically, "Another Weasley? Undoubtedly, Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat and departed, as Dumbledore rose to his feet. "Welcome," he proclaimed, "welcoming all to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I would like to say a few words." Dumbledore cast his gaze towards the Slytherin table, locking eyes with Moriarty for a brief moment. "This year, Hogwarts welcomes the descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Mr. Moriarty. Although I have never endorsed the notion of privilege for the children of headmasters or school governors, I believe that in light of Hogwarts' illustrious contributions to the international wizarding community over the past millennium, we should raise our glasses in tribute to the four founders. To Slytherin." Dumbledore lifted his goblet, while Moriarty suspected the liquid within might be honey. Young witches and wizards were not permitted to partake in alcohol, so their cups were filled with an array of colorful liquids. Moriarty held aloft the savory ice cream concocted by Lilith, standing alongside professors and students alike. To Slytherin. The cheers from the young serpents were particularly fervent, as the entire school raised a toast to Slytherin, a moment that brought them even greater joy than Slytherin's triumphant reign as champions of the House Cup for 3 consecutive years. "I was delighted to witness a young wizard draw the sword of Gryffindor this year." Dumbledore cast a cheerful glance at Lilith, who was the center of everyone's attention. She sat upright, unflinching and unashamed. "As an alumnus of Gryffindor, I felt a twinge of regret that you did not choose Gryffindor." Dumbledore's words resonated with the young lions, but he swiftly shifted his tone, adding that as headmaster, he took pride in your embodiment of the remarkable qualities of both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Nearly every wizard who has graduated from Hogwarts claims that Slytherin and Gryffindor are irreconcilable rivals. Yet such a division is detrimental to unity. Dumbledore's gaze grew serious behind his spectacles, and Professor McGonagall cast a worried glance at him before surveying the students at the long table. Albus, it is premature to speak of such matters. It is not premature at all, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore replied with an air of certainty. Is it not evident that the wands of Slytherin and the sword of Gryffindor have both appeared at Hogwarts? As the Sorting Hat proclaimed, what pair of friends could rival the bond between Gryffindor and Slytherin? Thus, let's toast a great friendship to Gryffindor. The crowd rose alongside Dumbledore, to Gryffindor. Ah, speaking of friendship, Dumbledore's gaze then turned to the tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. What other friends could be more exemplary than Slytherin and Gryffindor? Unless one considers the esteemed companionship of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff? Oh, this reminds me of an ancient legend, one that tells of the unique weapons possessed by each of Hogwarts' four founders. The student's interest was piqued, and William called out loudly, "Excuse me, sir? Are you referring to Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and Ravenclaw's diadem?" No, Dumbledore shook his head gently. You speak of the relics of the four founders, while I refer to their weapons. According to some long-lost texts, Salazar Slytherin's weapon was a wand, not a locket. How could a locket serve as a weapon? You cannot expect Slytherin to cast spells at Gryffindor while clutching a locket. Dumbledore jested, then winked at Moriarty. On this matter, I believe young Mr. Moriarty can attest. Many individuals covertly cast glances at Moriarty's Slytherin wand, yet Moriarty remains unperturbed, quietly listening to Dumbledore recount tales. The sword of Gryffindor is undeniably a relic of Gryffindor and serves as his weapon. Suddenly, a girl interrupts Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Professor, must we always discuss Slytherin and Gryffindor? What about the weapons of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw? I believe we are far more intrigued by their armaments. Which girl does not aspire to be as beautiful and powerful a witch as those from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff? Indeed, yes. Professor, do enlighten us." The girls from all four houses buzzed with excitement, sharing their dreams with fervor. The atmosphere shifted from solemnity to exuberance, and some boys, eager to impress the girls, could no longer remain seated. A few young lions even clanged their plates, imploring Dumbledore to hasten his tales. Observing the lively yet chaotic hall, Dumbledore smiled, as nothing seemed to bring him greater joy. Very well, though my revelations may disappoint you, I do not wish to withhold what I know. Currently, there exists no individual, record, or information indicating the weapons of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, not even a hint. After all, they too possess wands, making it challenging to conceive of their other weapons. At this moment, the girls' disappointed murmurs could have raised the roof had Hogwarts possessed one. Dumbledore, needing to project his voice, declared, "However, I do have a rather immature notion. Would you care to hear it?" "Do share. Professor, you always love to tease," interjected the Hufflepuff girl again. Dumbledore looked at her with a twinkle in his eye. All right, Tonks. You are ever so impatient. Let me ponder. Perhaps Ravenclaw's other weapon is knowledge, and Hufflepuff's might be a large cauldron. Everyone was momentarily bewildered, quickly realizing this was yet another of Dumbledore's jokes. Tonks, in frustration, gulped down a sizable portion of ice cream, while Lilith appeared speechless, and Penelope blushed with laughter. Dumbledore then rose once more. As for the last two weapons, it is for you to seek and explore. Let us toast to the most treasured wealth, knowledge, and express gratitude for the delightful fare upon our table. Everyone understood the implied meaning and raised their goblets once again. To Ravenclaw, to Hufflepuff. Now, let us feast, Dumbledore proclaimed, spreading his arms wide. Ladies and gentlemen, indulge to your heart's content. Chapter 18, Magical Foods. Moriarty sampled a little of each dish, save for one unpalatable creation, Lilith's gravy ice cream. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Do you have any siblings?" Addressing Lilith to his right. Lilith, lifting a piece of pork chop with her fork, cast a spirited glance at Moriarty and the cup of gravy ice cream. "I know what you are implying. However, I do not possess mischievous siblings. My childhood was rather mundane, accompanied solely by thick legal documents, which is why I relish cooking. Is that the reason behind your dark culinary creations? Are you planning to incapacitate me with gravy-flavored ice cream in order to inherit my Slytherin wand?" Moriarty elicited laughter from the small serpents surrounding him, and Lilith chimed in, continuing his jest. "Then you might as well sample my lamb summer pudding, fried chips with baked jelly, and carrot sausage pie. I shall unveil a new delicacy each week. So do not forget." Gemma Farley set down her roast chicken, her eyes gleaming with mirth. "Truly, Lilith, why not open a food shop in Hogsmeade? I wager Professor Dumbledore would be a regular patron," and William joined in, for he is particularly fond of desserts. Speaking of desserts, I recall you mentioning on the train that you do not have a penchant for sweets, Moriarty remarked as he indulged in a slice of chocolate sponge cake. So why is it that your magical menu is perpetually adorned with confections? That is simply because I adore meat, and I prefer it in abundance. Lilith placed a pork chop in her mouth, the act imbued with a sense of ritual. Watching her dine was akin to observing a splendid mural. A second-year senior gasped, "Oh, Merlin S. Fat, will you not gain weight?" Lilith merely grew more voluptuous. Gemma's gaze roamed over Lilith unabashedly, a mischievous grin adorning her face. "Senior." Lilith finally felt a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as she glared at Gemma. "I dare say you must have spied on girls while bathing." A chorus of laughter erupted from the girls, while the boys snickered quietly, leaning in to hear. Gemma's cheeks flushed crimson, despite knowing Lilith was jesting. She had never broached such topics before. Is this what paid content feels like? Moriarty thrust his wand near Lilith's lips. "Share the tale of you and Senior Gemma, and I shall amplify your voice. I am even willing to sponsor you a copper canute." The girls were laughing so hard they could barely eat, and Lilith and Gemma appeared to be seeing Moriarty in a new light, their expressions shifting. At that moment, a tall boy at the head of the long table stood up and called towards Moriarty. "Mind your manners. This is Slytherin, not the chaotic Gryffindor." "Enough, Leon." William patted his shoulder. "Today is sorting day, unlike any other. There is no harm in everyone enjoying themselves." "Don't touch me." Leon shrugged off William's hand. Irritated. "Don't think just because you've won 3 house cups you can dictate to me. That is your duty as Quidditch captain." William's expression darkened. He longed to knock Leon senseless, but as the eldest prefect, such actions would have dire consequences. Leon Mitchum, 6th-year prefect, is the nephew of Harold Mitchum, the current Minister for Magic, am I correct? Lilith rose, her previously playful demeanor replaced with intensity as she locked eyes with Leon. "I concede our conversation may be somewhat provocative, but what authority do you have to reprimand us? Not even Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape, or any other faculty have chastised us. By what right do you presume to govern us? Or is it your intention to assert your authority to unify the house, making it easier for you to ascend to the position of Student Council President next year? Is it not, Senior?" The relentless interrogation left Lilith with an unstoppable momentum. Her voice, as clear and melodious as a lark's, struck Leon's heart like a finely honed sword. Leon nodded fervently. "Excellent. It has long been known that the only daughter of the Palvik family is notoriously rebellious. You ought to be sorted into Gryffindor." No, Mr. Leon. You mustn't say such things," Moriarty interjected, tapping his wand against the floor to capture the attention of the little serpents. With a wry smile, he continued, "If Lilith were to join Gryffindor, that sword would inevitably shear off your hair." An invisible chill permeated the air, leaving the little serpents feeling a sudden draft above their heads. Leon, too, felt the unsettling sensation, yet he was convinced he had not been cursed, prompting a more scrutinizing gaze towards Moriarty. Nevertheless, recalling his usual disdain for Gryffindor, Leon scoffed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Leon's expression grew increasingly frigid, but his words dripped with cunning. "Mr. Moriarty, regale me with an implausible tale, yet I wonder if such a scenario were to unfold. Would the Slytherin wand remain indifferent to my plight? Perhaps it would deliver a sharp jab to the posterior of that Gryffindor wielding the sword." Leon's supporters quickly caught on, echoing his laughter, while Leon appeared to have forgotten all about Lilith, engaging in conversation with those beside him and taking a seat. Moriarty shook his head. "This is not a prudent strategy. Leon is quite shrewd. He may not confront you directly, but he will certainly resort to underhanded tactics." "Mr. Moriarty speaks true." Jemima nodded in agreement. "Leon is a pedantic old stickler, yet he excels in charms class. Only Senior William can best him. This year, he has his sights set on the position of Student Council President, a fact well known among us." "Thank you, Senior," Lilith said earnestly. "I appreciate your support." Alongside the other seniors, Jemima waved her hand dismissively. "You need not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to Mr. Moriarty. Leon is not a magnanimous individual. He may seek retribution against him. Indeed, you must remain vigilant. All right, Moriarty." Lilith recalled some words she had overheard on the train, expressing her concern. "More importantly, I am curious to know how you intend to express your gratitude towards me." Moriarty raised an eyebrow with a smile. "How about I prepare a meal for you? I promise it will delight you," Lilith suggested with a spark of inspiration. Sure enough, Moriarty was seen devouring a newly appeared strawberry ice cream, his demeanor exuding an air of isolation. Observing this, Lilith and Jemima erupted into laughter, thoroughly amused. Moriarty gently shook his head, Ah, girls. Earlier, when Lilith mentioned the student council president, Moriarty's voice, though low, resonated with steady conviction. In truth, I believe Leon will not ascend to the position of student council president next year. Lilith gazed at Moriarty with concern, perplexed as to why he had brought up Leon again. Leon, having overheard, remained silent, while his supporters erupted in derisive laughter. A boy with short golden hair, holding a large piece of roast beef, sat beside Lilith. What leads you to such a conclusion, Mr. Moriarty? Moriarty cast a glance at him and remarked, I remember you. Jericho Blanche, a student from the First Division. Clearly unperturbed, Jericho replied, Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Moriarty, but I shall refrain from shaking hands. He indulged heartily in his beef. You inquire about my thoughts? Moriarty directed his gaze toward the Gryffindor long table. Can you locate the current student council president, Bill Weasley? The Slytherins searched the hall, yet found no trace of the familiar red hair. Lilith, as if having uncovered a monumental secret, exclaimed, It dawns on me. Percy Weasley has frequently mentioned Charlie Weasley, yet he has never spoken of Bill Weasley. They're all his brothers. This behavior is illogical. The Slytherins turned their attention to the Gryffindor table, where indeed only two red-haired figures, Charlie and Percy, sat together. But what could this possibly signify? Lilith furrowed her brow in contemplation. It suggests that Bill Weasley has matters of greater importance than merely participating in the sorting. Moriarty unveiled the answer. Lilith, you mentioned that Mr. Bill is an extraordinary Weasley. Though pure blood, he is close to Muggles, and other purebloods hold him in high regard, not to mention his Gryffindor lineage. I trust Mr. Leon can glean something from this. Moriarty observed with delight as Leon maintained a stern expression, seemingly grinding his teeth. Bill is Professor Dumbledore's man. He clenched his jaw tightly. Precisely. Moriarty spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. So, are you suggesting that the next student council president will also be Dumbledore's man? Leon's countenance darkened. His aspiration to become student council president stemmed from his desire to enter the Ministry of Magic post-graduation and restore the honor of the Muncham family. At this juncture, Moriarty paid little heed to Leon's ambitions, instead teasing Lilith, while Jericho joined the fray, having consumed an entire cup of gravy ice cream. I relish meat as much as sweets. Jericho licked his lips. Thus, for future magical delicacies, please ensure they are reserved for me. My word, you possess quite the peculiar palate. Lilith's gaze toward Jericho shifted abruptly, making her lean closer to Moriarty to distance herself from him. Gemma and her sisters erupted into laughter once more, yet this time, no one meddled. The number of young wizards surrounding Moriarty noticeably increased, engaging in cheerful conversation as they dined. In stark contrast, at the far end of the long table, a contingent of Slytherins adhered to the customs of pure-blood families, dining in silence, their atmosphere palpably oppressive. Leon absently stirred his ice cream before setting it down, while William wore a look of amusement. Dumbledore observed the evident schism within the Slytherin table, and inadvertently, he caught sight of Moriarty's enigmatic smile. Chapter 19. The Slytherin Dungeon. Dumbledore turned his head to converse with a teacher possessing greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and waxy skin. Moriarty recognized him as Severus Snape. Although the content of their dialogue eluded him, it was undoubtedly related to Slytherin House. In merely the span of a dinner, Moriarty discerned that Slytherin had become unprecedentedly formidable in recent years, securing the House Cup championship for 3 consecutive years, a fact that transcended mere gossip. Exceptional students, akin to William and Leon, who were nearly on par with adult wizards, were nearly absent from other houses, with only Bill Weasley from Gryffindor serving as a comparable figure. However, within the 3rd and 4th years, there were a few individuals not to be underestimated. Moriarty observed his senior, Gemma, engaged in conversation with Lilith, as well as Charlie Weasley beside Percy and Tonks at the Hufflepuff table, the very girl who had interrupted Dumbledore's speech. Moriarty was aware that Dumbledore had an Order of the Phoenix. Both Charlie and Tonks became members after graduation. Thus, he concluded that Leon must first ascertain Bill's true activities, for Dumbledore would never assign an unfinished task of Bill's to a Slytherin. In truth, Moriarty's intrigue lay not with Leon, but with Bill. Initially believing that Hogwarts in 1988 was tranquil, he now sensed an undercurrent of unrest. A plan was gradually taking shape, and while Moriarty maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, the moment he savored the last piece of pudding, the feast vanished from the table. Dumbledore rose to share a few reminders and led everyone in singing the school song. It became evident that not everyone could sing the school anthem with the carefree abandon of Fred and George Weasley. Most students merely hummed along timidly. Only Dumbledore's voice resonated the loudest, until he suddenly heard another robust voice. Following the sound, he turned to the Slytherin table, where Moriarty stood tall and proud, singing the school song to an ancient melody that was truly uplifting. When the first young wizard joined Moriarty in song, a shiver coursed through him. But soon his eyes sparkled, his face adorned with an expression of sacred inviolability. The students began to sing in unison, their pores unfurling as if they were warriors preparing for battle, fully immersed in this grand choral performance. Ah, music possesses a charm that surpasses all we engage in here. Dumbledore seemed eager to sing once more. Young Mr. Moriarty, to what melody are you singing? The war song created by medieval wizards to combat the fairy wars. It bears no name, sir. Noticing Dumbledore's slight disappointment, Moriarty offered a gentle smile. However, I can transcribe the score and send it to you. The first-year Gryffindor Cubs emitted a cacophony of noise, while the first-year Slytherin Serpents maintained a demeanor of quiet elegance, preparing to follow Leon to the Slytherin common room. A derisive snort emanated from Lilith behind Moriarty. For nearly half a century, the Minchum family has been suppressed by other purebloods. Minister Harold Mitchum was a stern figure who sought to curb the rise of the Dark Lord but failed, resulting in the family's retribution at the hands of the Dark Lord. Now, Leon stands as their family's sole hope, yet I remain skeptical. Can one who merely postures before girls be expected to achieve any political merit? Perhaps he will challenge the giant to prove himself? Hektarov, Donotist. Upon hearing Leon's background, Moriarty felt that Leon would be easier to manage. Leon cautioned, beware of these enchanted staircases. Not only do they hover in midair, but they also shift and rotate. If you cannot accurately remember all the stairs, you may find yourself transported to an unknown realm. Moriarty recalled his wand and, with a spirit of experimentation, gently tapped the floating staircase with the wand's tip. With a resounding crack, all the staircases ceased their movement. Impressive, Mr. Moriarty. How did you accomplish that? Leon inquired. I believe it is due to the staircase's inability to defy a Slytherin wand, Moriarty pondered. It seems that the wand can unveil other secrets of Hogwarts as well. The little snakes encircled Moriarty, eager to examine the wand closely. For centuries, the staircases of Hogwarts had been in constant motion, yet Moriarty had managed to bring them to a standstill. Leon felt overlooked. His expression shifted numerous times before he forced a smile and remarked, "Well done, Mr. Moriarty. If only I were professor, I would award extra points to the house. Can we proceed now?" The little snakes soon arrived at a chamber reminiscent of a basement, where a thick stone wall stood. Hidden within the wall was a stone door, behind which lay their common room. A peculiar smile crossed Leon's face. Of course, this was the unified term among the four houses, but internally, they prefer to call it the Slytherin dungeon. With a crack, the stone wall moved, revealing the entirety of the common room before the little snakes. The walls were of black marble, the emerald green ceiling and chandelier shimmering with light, the ceiling intricately carved from crystal, and the floor adorned with a pristine white carpet. Sofas and armchairs were arranged around a grand fireplace, accompanied by an exquisite mantel, luxurious furniture, sporadic murals, and candlesticks that captivated the little snake's attention. Never forget the password. Losing it or revealing it is unforgivable. No Slytherin would associate with a fool who commits any of those blunders. Perhaps you are exhilarated from the sorting ceremony, but Slytherin requires composure, focus, and ambition, Leon intoned solemnly. The little snakes listened with grave attentiveness. Even Lilith remained silent. After all, she was a true Slytherin. Leon surveyed their reactions with satisfaction, yet spoke without mercy. From the moment you entered Slytherin, you must relinquish the fantasies of childhood. You are no longer children. We are not a reckless pride of lions. Only with a clear purpose can one find a shortcut to success. And only by identifying a target can one strike with the precision of a venomous serpent. History is replete with renowned wizards from Slytherin, such as Merlin. I trust you have heard of him. If not, engrave his name in your memory. Although students from other houses seldom mention this, I assure you, Merlin was a student of Slytherin. Jericho raised his hand and said, I apologize, Captain Leon, but according to research, Merlin's active period predates the birth of the four founders of Hogwarts. How could Merlin possibly attend Hogwarts? Very well, you are Jericho branch from America, aren't you? It appears you have learned to pose questions. Leon resembled a venomous serpent, and he added, why not inquire about this matter with young Moriarty? Perhaps he, having inherited Slytherin Castle, possesses first-hand information. Moriarty observed the sinister smile that flickered across Leon's face, but chose not to engage him. Instead, he calmly raised his wand and gestured towards the stone wall, upon which a line of ancient emerald-hued text appeared. What is this? Lilith inquired. What does it say? It is an ancient language, akin to Nivian, meaning time, Moriarty replied. With a snap of his fingers, the emerald text transformed into English. Moriarty addressed Jericho, saying, "It is undoubtedly true that Merlin was indeed a student of Slytherin. However, your assertions regarding the incongruence of time are equally indisputable. This temporal discrepancy once caught the attention of our ancestor Salazar, who investigated Merlin's origins but found no conclusive results. In his journal, I discovered the last mention of Merlin, which contained merely these two words, time. Are you suggesting that Merlin traversed time?" Jericho exclaimed, his expression reminiscent of someone witnessing an American sci-fi blockbuster. Moriarty placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I think not, but it certainly pertains to time magic." "Time magic?" Lilith inquired curiously, as Moriarty once again took center stage. Leon felt his authority slipping away and interrupted the discussion of the young serpents. "Why are you not off to bed yet?" Within 10 minutes, the young serpents found their dormitory, though Jericho was somewhat dissatisfied with the arrangement of 4 to a room. However, when he discovered that his roommate was Moriarty, his fatigue vanished entirely. Not just Jericho, but several other young serpents were also wide awake, gathering around Moriarty on the sofa in the common room. "In truth, I came to Hogwarts because of Mr. Moriarty," Jericho admitted, running his fingers through his hair with a shy smile. "My father heard that the descendants of Slytherin would be attending Hogwarts this year, and he insisted that I enroll. Then, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed." Moriarty responded, accepting Jericho's friendship. Lilith approached. "If Leon knew you were from the Branch family, he would surely regret treating you with such condescension just now." "Oh, there's nothing to be said about that," Jericho replied, showing no pride. "The wizards of the Branch family possess merely a slight advantage in broomstick riding talent over others. I can hardly wait for flying lessons." Lilith's eyes sparkled. "Mr. Moriarty is a flying prodigy as well, isn't he?" "I have only attempted to fly on a broom once, and it was exhilarating," Moriarty admitted. "However, when it comes to flying, our ancestor Salazar was the expert. He left behind a second spell, which is an improved version of the flying charm." Chapter 20. The Room of Requests with the Juniors and Seniors. As dawn gently broke, Moriarty emerged from his dormitory, traversing the dimly lit opulence of the common room before ascending to the 8th floor via the floating staircase. A notably peculiar tapestry depicting a giant clubbing a hapless figure caught his eye. He was aware that the entrance to the Room of Requirement was concealed on the wall opposite this tapestry. Focusing intently, he murmured, "I require a space to practice spells." After walking past the wall thrice, a remarkably smooth door materialized before him, and Moriarty stepped inside. Ding! The detection system acknowledged the host's discovery of the Room of Requirement and rewarded him with 3 exploration draws. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, the opportunities for such rewards have been scarce. Initially, he had anticipated that uncovering Hogwarts or discovering the Slytherin dungeon would yield rewards, but only the Sorting Hat had granted him a single draw. In contrast, this room generously offered 3, prompting Moriarty to survey the decor within with a satisfied nod. The room boasted an expansive area adorned with over a dozen wooden dummies, stone figures, and straw targets, designed to assess the precision and power of spells. In another section, a multitude of silk mats lay upon the carpet, allowing for rest after rigorous practice. Wasting no time, Moriarty selected a stone figure standing 5 meters away and lifted his Slytherin wand. Shatter! The stone figure erupted in a resounding explosion, leaving a scattering of debris, restoring it to its original state. Moriarty then produced his U-wand, grasping it firmly as a cool sensation enveloped his palm. Directing the U-wand at the stone figure, he softly intoned, "Shatter!" Once more, the figure shattered, a delicate frost adorning the fragments that quickly evaporated upon contact with the ground. After mending the stone figure for a second time, he drew forth his holly wand. Unlike the fluidity with which he wielded the Slytherin wand or the unique sensation of the U-wand, the holly wand felt somewhat unfamiliar. Moriarty flexed his wrist, channeling magical energy into the wand, then abruptly raised his arm. Shatter! Boom! The unfortunate stone figure's explosion reverberated even louder than before, fracturing into 5 or 6 sizable pieces, a stark contrast to his previous attempts. Moriarty then directed his attention to another stone figure, casting 3 ice-related spells: Ice Spell, Hail Spell, and a Blazing Fire Spell, using all 3 wands, subsequently summarizing their effects. The Slytherin wand exhibited the greatest power, ideal for the spells of the Slytherin lineage and those bequeathed by Salazar himself. The U-wand appeared almost tailor-made for water element magic, even enhancing ordinary spells with a touch of aquatic effect. Conversely, the holly wand proved cumbersome. Its efficacy diminished significantly, whether in ordinary or water element magic. Perhaps it would only reveal its true potential once he unlocked fire element magic. With a tinge of regret, Moriarty placed the holly wand into his bag. A compact storage he had enchanted with a shrinking charm and a non-detectable extension charm, serving as his portable repository. The door on the wall reappeared, and a girl with flowing white hair stepped into the room of requirement. "This place is rather peculiar. I never knew it could accommodate two at once," she remarked. "Indeed, I come here every morning to practice spells. After graduation, I aspire to become an Auror." The girl introduced herself. "I am Tonks. Nymphadora Tonks, a fourth-year Hufflepuff." Moriarty echoed her name, but soon chuckled, adding, "You certainly made an impression on us. After all, not many can interrupt Professor Dumbledore's lectures." Tonks smiled briefly before adopting a serious demeanor. "You are not to call me by my name. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to knock you out, even if you are a descendant of Slytherin." Moriarty moved closer, admiring her pale, heart-shaped face as he locked eyes with her glossy black orbs, stating earnestly, "While many may consider your name unrefined, they are unaware that Nymphadora, in ancient Greek, signifies the nymph goddesses of Greek mythology who dwell in forests and waters, a name rich in mythological significance. You are the first boy to articulate the meaning of my name," Tonks said, tilting her head at Moriarty. "I recall you are Moriarty of Slytherin. They all refer to you as Mr. Moriarty. It is no wonder that Mr. Moriarty is popular among young witches, is it?" Tonks teased, circling around him, and to her surprise, her appearance began to shift. Knowledgeable, eloquent, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, well-versed in ancient magic, and wealthy. Indeed, a high-quality wizard. As she spoke, Tonks transformed into Lilith, then Penelope, and then into Gemma Farley. Just as she was about to morph into Professor McGonagall, Moriarty interjected. "Now I see why you could interrupt Professor Dumbledore. You dare to impersonate Professor McGonagall?" Moriarty quipped. "But truly, Nymphadora, you are a master of disguise. I wager you would excel as an Auror. If the Auror office denies you, it must be filled with the blind." Tonks's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not object to Moriarty's address, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. "This place is entirely different from the rooms I have previously entered, but I must concede, it is an excellent spot for spell practice." After surveying the room's furnishings, her gaze landed on the frost-covered pebbles. "No wonder I felt a chill upon entering. Is this what Mr. Lockhart lauded as your unique and extraordinary magic?" Moriarty shook his head. "Mr. Lockhart has overestimated me. While ice magic is indeed distinctive, claiming it as solely mine is somewhat exaggerated. Regardless of your modesty, I wish to give it a try," Tonks declared, her dark eyes brimming with determination. "May I, Mr. Moriarty? Or perhaps Moriarty Jr.?" Observing this mischievous senior, Moriarty smiled gently and responded with a spell, Expelliarmus. A red light lazily shot toward Tonks, who leaped to the other side of the space, discontentedly exclaiming, "Shouldn't both parties bow before a duel? Myrtle's hair. Has even Slytherin forsaken decorum? I did not perceive this as a duel. This incantation shall not unfold with the languor of the last encounter." Moriarty raised his hand, unleashing a shattering spell. The nefarious adversaries faced by an Auror offer no semblance of deference. Nymphadora, practicing 100 times may pale in comparison to a single perilous confrontation. "So, you aspire to vanquish me? Ah, to conquer a senior of your betters?" Tonks chuckled, her movements unhurried as she donned protective armor. Even with an invisible shield safeguarding her, Tonks retreated 5 paces to regain her footing, preparing to test her senior's counterattack. Her hair ignited in a fiery, crimson hue as she aimed her brown wand at Moriarty. Stupefy. A thick stream of red light surged toward Moriarty. The spell was evidently more potent than the ordinary Stupefy. Moriarty, wary, first activated his armor before invoking a family enchantment. Serpensortia. A cacophony of hissing serpentine speech intertwined with ancient Latin resonated, as silvery pythons swiftly emerged from the wooden dummy and straw target, coiling around Tonks' feet. Tonks' complexion paled further, yet recalling her aspirations, she resolutely unleashed a torrent of flames at her feet, attempting to incinerate the silver serpents. However, emerald green glyphs materialized upon the serpent's skin, shielding them from the inferno, and they soon ensnared Tonks. Moriarty, assured of his triumph, elucidated. The serpent tongue summons the silver snakes, while the ancient Latin incantation renders them impervious to fire and water. Even the unforgivable curse cannot slay them. Suddenly, with a swish, Moriarty's wand flew from his grasp. Tonks smirked, silencing charm. "Moriarty Jr., after the flames, I swiftly cast a silent, disarming spell. You are quite formidable. I find myself at a loss against these silver serpents. Thus we shall consider this round a draw. Tonks tightened her posture. What are you still doing? Release them at once. Moriarty approached her slowly, as though admiring a fine work of art. What is that look in your eyes? Tonks bit her lip. No girl harbors affection for snakes. The mere fact that they did not leap at me is testament to the qualities of a competent orer. Yet, seeing Moriarty's impassivity, Tonks relented. Mr. Moriarty? Would you kindly release me from their grasp? They are so cold and slimy. It is quite discomforting. Chapter 21. Isn't it delightful to cherish a senior like this? Moriarty regarded Tonks with curiosity. Just as he intended to release the silver serpents, a system notification chimed. Mission issued. Perfect the Serpensortia incantation. Reward, 5,000 points. Time frame, 3 years. Failure will result in a deduction of 10 years of the host's magical power. Moriarty inquired about the criteria for refining the Serpensortia spell, and the system delineated 3 tiers. The first level entails summoning a greater number and variety of serpents. The second level encompasses the effect desired by Salazar Slytherin, wherein the serpents siphon magical energy. The third level escalates the challenge, granting Moriarty a chance to acquire a unique ability from an enemy ensnared by the serpents. Due to the task issued by the system, Moriarty cast a few lingering glances at Tonks. Although he noticed the subtle curves of her figure, his attention was primarily drawn to the transformations occurring after the silver serpent entwined around her. If the vibrant enhancement of the ancient Latin inscriptions on the serpent could be considered a change, then what of Tonks' face turning as red as her hair? Moriarty felt that this task was even more daunting than the one involving Professor Snape's shampoo, which perhaps explained why the system allotted 3 years for its completion. Yet, even with 3 years, Moriarty was uncertain if he could fulfill it, as Hogwarts did not offer a course in Latin, implying that he would lack further assistance in his study of runes. However, witnessing the serpent constricting tighter, Moriarty realized that if he did not dispel the magic soon, Tonks might faint. With a flick of his wand, the silver serpent retreated, and he gently laid Tonks on a mat, circumventing the system's task to explain the situation to her. No wonder you were staring at me so intently. It turns out you were fixated on those serpents, Tonks gasped, having been suffocated by the silver snake. I thought you were one of those peculiar types. Seeing Moriarty observing her with the serpent's gaze, she deftly changed the subject. Do you truly believe your concept will succeed? Absorbing magical power? Acquiring abilities? Trust me, even Merlin would not entertain such audacious thoughts. Tonks laughed. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Moriarty's hair. And then you would dye it green? Ha ha! Her laughter resonated, prompting Moriarty to cast a silencing charm upon her. The laughter faded, replaced by a whimsical rendition of Hufflepuff's late-night feast, with Tonks exclaiming her delight in food without fear of gaining weight, and expressing her thoughts on Professor Dumbledore as a slightly eccentric old man, especially after imprisoning Grindelwald in Ermengarde. As Tonks covered her mouth, she employed a silencing spell against Moriarty, and they soon found themselves entangled in playful banter once more. This exchange did not last long. Tonks lay on the mat, laughing joyfully. You are truly an exceptional opponent, Moriarty. Battling with you has enhanced my foundational magic. Moriarty surveyed his surroundings, feeling a hint of monotony. Foundational magic? Tonks propped her head on her hand, reclining on the mat. I taught myself spells up to the 6th year. You call this foundational magic? Oh, I remember now. You possess the family magic of Slytherin. May I see it? You have already seen it, those serpents. No, I wish to see the magic circle and the great ice serpent, just as described in novels. Tonks' hair transformed into a vibrant yellow. Very well, it is a deal, she declared, rising with delight. Provided you can withstand the terror induced by the ice serpent. I doubt the shield charm will suffice. What about the Patronus charm? With laughter and camaraderie, they exited the room of requirement, making their way toward the Great Hall. Within the Great Hall, beneath a magical ceiling that mirrored the true sky, the long tables of the 4 houses were laden with bottles of milk, platters of fish, and heaps of bread, eggs, and meat strips. The day outside was overcast. Tonks cast a glance at the ceiling, transforming his hair into a shade of gray before bidding farewell to the younger student. Farewell, nymph, he said, as they parted near the Slytherin long table. Just as Moriarty settled into his seat, Jericho approached with a mischievous grin, inquiring, Is it true that your early rise today was for a rendezvous with an upperclassman, Mr. Moriarty? As Gemma watched Tonks stride towards the Hufflepuff table, she winked at Moriarty, hinting, another Hufflepuff upperclassman. Moriarty picked up a slice of bread and replied, I wouldn't call a date. Neither of us has that in mind. Jericho nodded noncommittally, leaning closer to whisper This morning I overheard Kiss and Labo from our dorm discussing you. They don't seem to have good intentions. Mr. Moriarty, you should be cautious. Moriarty nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The notion that someone within Slytherin harbored ill will towards him, a genuine Slytherin, had been brought to his attention by Lilith on 2 occasions. Now, with Jericho's warning, the gravity of the situation was becoming apparent. What would Salazar Slytherin think if he were to learn that students from his own house sought to undermine him? No wonder Dumbledore always regarded Slytherin with suspicion. Some pureblood families truly overstepped their bounds. Moriarty finished his breakfast with a calm demeanor and casually inquired, "What classes do we have this morning?" "Transfiguration," Lilith announced as she approached from the cluster of girls. "The moment you spoke, I knew what this American cowboy was contemplating," she said coldly, casting a glance at Jericho. "I merely wished to accompany Mr. Moriarty on the staircase." Jericho seemed to understand, then broke into a hearty smile. "Mr. Moriarty, would you mind if I joined you?" A dozen eager first-year Slytherins turned their gazes towards Moriarty, knowing that with him present, the staircase would remain stable. Moriarty noticed that the other 2 members of his dorm were among them, clearly exemplifying refined self-interest. "Let us proceed. After all, no one wishes to be tardy for Professor McGonagall's class," he declared, leading the way, with Lilith and Jericho closely trailing behind. Before long, the Slytherins entered the classroom, prompting Professor McGonagall to abandon her plans of transforming into a cat and awarding 5 points to Slytherin. "For your enthusiasm," she explained, just as a Gryffindor entered, Percy Weasley. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." Percy, evidently taken aback by the number of students present, seemed eager to greet Moriarty. However, upon noticing Kiss and the others glaring at him, he settled into a seat on the right side of the classroom, clutching a beginner's guide to Transfiguration. Seizing the moment before class commenced, Moriarty initiated a conversation. "Jericho, how much do you know about Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America?" Chapter 22. The 5 major exceptions to Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Jericho replied animatedly. "My cousin attends Ilvermorny. The school is located on Mount Greylock and, like Hogwarts, divides students into 4 distinct houses. Its approach towards Muggles is the polar opposite of Durmstrang, which may relate to the fact that one of its founders was a Muggle. An intriguing aspect is that upon entering the school, young wizards choose their wands. Or perhaps the wands choose their masters rather than purchasing them. 10 minutes later, the Gryffindor Lions arrived in droves. Even the most spirited of Lions dared not misbehave during Professor McGonagall's class, and they sat properly in their seats. However, surprisingly, 2 Gryffindors were late. As the 2 little Lions stumbled into the classroom, a few of their peers stifled laughter, while Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and deducted 10 points from Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall was indeed strict. Jericho clearly did not anticipate that the head of Gryffindor would deduct more points from her own house than she would from Slytherin. Yet, the effect was unexpectedly effective. The Slytherins were intimidated and sat obediently, adopting the demeanor of model students. Professor McGonagall strode to the center of the classroom, casting a stern glance around before stating, "Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class will be asked to leave and will never be permitted to return. I have warned you." Once the classroom quieted, McGonagall proceeded to the main topic. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum, and I believe it is also the most fascinating, as demonstrated. With that, Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at a desk, transforming it into a small cat. The kitten mewed softly, prompting the young witches to wish to cradle it, while the young wizards grew excited, with several daring Gryffindors eager to try their wands. However, when they heard Professor McGonagall instruct them to transform a matchstick into a needle, the young wizards fell silent. Moriarty surmised that had Professor McGonagall not been present, they would have cried out in despair. This task was indeed challenging. Jericho aimed his pine wand at the matchstick, seemingly attempting to cast a spell. Yet, the matchstick merely tapered slightly. After his first attempt faltered, Jericho shook his head. Transfiguration does not involve incantations. It is too abstract. "Oh, Merlin's beard. Mr. Moriarty, how did you accomplish that?" Jericho blinked, seemingly convinced he had witnessed an illusion. Before him stood a large pin on Moriarty's desk. The pin spun, transforming into a slender silver needle, which then gracefully flipped in the air, metamorphosing into a thicker needle. Professor McGonagall approached, saying, "In the past 5 years, you are the first student to achieve this transformation in the first class, Mr. Moriarty. For this, you've earned 5 points. Additionally, the remarkable transformation between the 3 types of needles merits another 5 points for Slytherin." The Slytherins gasped in admiration, yet Moriarty shook his head, saying, "Professor McGonagall, I discovered that while performing the transformation, I was merely infusing the matchstick with immense magical power, compelling it to alter its appearance. Yet I was unable to change its essence. In fact, this is a dilemma that most contemporary wizards encounter. We tend to force an object with magic, perhaps explaining the stagnation of transfiguration in recent decades. After attentively listening to his words, Professor McGonagall raised a finger. This is indeed a matter worthy of exploration, Mr. Moriarty. Since you were able to pose this question, I presume you are well aware of the 5 notable exceptions to Gamp's fundamental law of transfiguration? Moriarty glanced at the desk. I can transform a matchstick into a needle, yet I cannot turn one matchstick into 2 needles. Fourthly, inanimate objects cannot be permanently transfigured into living beings. And fifth, one cannot create something from nothing. Perfect. Professor McGonagall nodded vigorously. It is a pity these concepts are beyond the scope of first-year studies. Otherwise, I would gladly award you an additional 50 points. So, knowing the 5 exceptions, why do you still harbor doubts? Or rather, do you question the validity of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's fundamental law of transfiguration? The seriousness in Professor McGonagall's gaze was palpable. As the students stared at Moriarty with wide eyes, the classroom enveloped in a haunting silence. Moriarty met Professor McGonagall's gaze unwaveringly and replied, I concur with the first 4 exceptions, yet I entertain a notion regarding the creation of something from nothing. As I previously stated, while one can compel an object to alter its appearance through magical force, one cannot change its essence. However, if we could discover a method for essence transfiguration, perhaps we could achieve creation ex nihilo by altering the essence. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Your idea is rather audacious. Yet one point you make is somewhat skewed. How can you describe transfiguration with the term compulsion? Many formidable wizards have articulated that magic is the miracle born from the will to change nature. Magic is indeed a miracle, while transfiguration is the metamorphosis that precedes the birth of such miracles. In this regard, I believe a comparison can be drawn between animagi and polyjuice potion users. Moriarty stood firm in his perspective. We are all aware that an animagus willingly transforms into a magical creature, just as a polyjuice user willingly assumes another visage. Yet, do inanimate objects like matchsticks, devoid of thought or voice, willingly transform into a needle? I believe the crux of the first question lies here. If we could devise a method to establish a connection with the object, enabling it or them to undergo a voluntary change, combined with our appearance transfiguration, we may have discovered a means to achieve essence transfiguration. The second question, I believe, arises from a realm between existence and non-existence. Moriarty paused, looking at Professor McGonagall. In the 20th century, only 7 individuals were registered as animagi, and you, Professor, are among them. When you transformed into a tabby cat, a creature that had never before existed in this world came into being. Certainly, the species of cat exists, and you exist, Professor. Yet that particular tabby cat did not exist prior. This proves that existence and non-existence can indeed be interconnected through the art of transfiguration. If we can resolve the 2 issues I have presented, there's no doubt we could attain some level of creation ex nihilo, or even true creation from nothingness. Mr. Moriarty, you are truly remarkable. Professor McGonagall's face bore an indescribable expression. After a long pause, she said, a bold hypothesis, an impressive analysis. However, I cannot provide you with clarity on this matter. I suggest you submit your thoughts to Transfiguration today, where many masters of transfiguration reside, and you may engage them in profound discussion. Moriarty exhibited a look of disappointment, yet subtly nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, during his self-study of transfiguration, he had already begun to question the 5 notable exceptions to Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. The hypothesis he previously articulated was, in fact, an endeavor to resolve a fundamental issue, elemental transformation. Moriarty raised his wand, crafted from snow ash, as the magical essence of water converged at its tip, manifesting into a sphere of water, approximately the size of a fist. A chilling aura emanated from Moriarty, once again captivating the attention of both the students and Professor McGonagall. They observed as the water sphere transformed into a ball of ice. Suddenly, Moriarty's left hand, gripping the wand, began to tremble as he fixed a gaze upon the ice sphere, sharp and piercing as a sword's edge. However, the ice sphere remained unresponsive. After a moment, it seemed he resigned himself to defeat, retracting his wand, causing the ice sphere to vanish entirely. The students were left bewildered, yet Professor McGonagall discerned a glimmer of understanding. She approached Moriarty, inquiring, "Do you wish to transform the ice sphere into air?" To which Moriarty candidly replied, "To be precise, into gas. Water exists in a liquid state, while ice is solid. I can effortlessly convert liquid into solid, yet I find myself unable to change solid into gas. I believe that by altering the 3 macroscopic states of matter, one could uncover the essence of transformation. Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words, her mouth opening in a futile attempt to respond. Just then, the class concluded, and she remarked, "I shall award you 5 points for your insatiable curiosity and erudition, Mr. Moriarty." Before hastily departing, Moriarty surmised she would report to Dumbledore, but he felt no apprehension about attracting the headmaster's attention. After all, Gilderoy Lockhart had crafted an image of him as a genius. If he were to present himself as a dullard, that would truly provoke Dumbledore's scrutiny. As it stood, Professor McGonagall surely considered him a brilliant mind brimming with innovative ideas, and Moriarty had concealed his true intentions. When he realized he could not swiftly unlock the magic of the fire element, Moriarty pondered the transformation of elemental magic. While it was impossible for water elemental magic to convert into fire elemental magic due to their inherent conflict, he wondered if water elemental magic could transform into earth elemental magic. Yet, perhaps earth elemental magic did not exist at all. Moriarty was uncertain whether these musings could be realized, but he was determined to explore this avenue. Perhaps submitting an article to today's Transfiguration and engaging with those ancient scholars would prove beneficial. As he walked back to his dormitory, Moriarty mused that wizards harbored a disdain for both the White Lord and the Dark Lord, yet a scholar devoted to the study of magic would likely attract little attention. Chapter 23. Mr. Slytherin and Slytherin House. Moriarty's remarkable performance in Transfiguration had drawn the gaze of many, with students from all 4 houses eagerly anticipating his contributions in other classes. In Potions class, Professor Snape strode into the room with commanding presence. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who relied on stern deductions to maintain order, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that rendered the classroom orderly. Perhaps it was due to his fearsome reputation, or perhaps it stemmed from his cold demeanor, raven black hair, and the lengthy hem of his dark robes. His attire rendered him reminiscent of a fearsome, colossal bat. As he ascended the podium, the little snakes and little lions recoiled, awaiting their names to be called. Upon the mention of Moriarty's name, Professor Snape paused, his dark eyes cold and hollow, mirroring the tone of his voice. "The illustrious Mr. Moriarty," he intoned, his voice barely above a whisper. "You ought to be aware that the students of Slytherin bear a considerable burden in upholding the name of Slytherin." Moriarty was convinced he perceived a reflection of Snape in this statement. Naturally, they had all achieved success. Professor Snape spoke slowly, "And you, on the other hand, consider how much effort and sweat you must expend to be worthy of the Slytherin name." "Indeed, he is a commendable professor," Moriarty mused. Professor Snape raised his voice. "Were it not for your surname, I would not engage in this discourse with you. Do you understand, Mr. Slytherin? Very well. Let us ascertain whether Mr. Slytherin is a fitting representative of Slytherin." Professor Snape sat before Moriarty, fixing his gaze upon him. "Listen. What would be the result of adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? You would obtain a potion of life and death," Moriarty replied calmly. Professor Snape, devoid of any emotion, inquired, "Name the most common ingredients required for brewing the swelling solution." Moriarty glanced at the potions professor. Evidently, this was material from the second-year potions curriculum. Nevertheless, he answered with ease, "The most common is pufferfish eyes." Who was the inventor of the shrinking solution? Well, this time it was from the third-year syllabus. Moriarty chuckled. "It is Zygmunt Back, Professor." No one could discern his thoughts, and Moriarty felt no invasion of his mind. Professor Snape commenced delineating the steps for brewing the potion of life and death, and soon the classroom was filled with the rustling of writing instruments. Moriarty smirked slightly. Given that the potion of life and death was the day's focus, could it not be excluded from the grading? Professor Snape truly was an intriguing individual. "Is Mr. Moriarty not taking notes?" Lilith whispered. Moriarty shook his head. The finest method of retention is invariably through practice. As he spoke, he produced the necessary ingredients and equipment for brewing the potion of life and death. Listening attentively to Professor Snape's instructions, Moriarty began to brew. "Arrogant genius," Snape suddenly scoffed, accelerating his pace of speech as if his words were propelled from a machine gun, with Moriarty as the target. The little snakes and little lions were left in despair. Jericho abandoned his note-taking entirely to observe Moriarty's potion-making. Conversely, Lilith's wrist was in constant motion, her quill inscribing a series of elegant characters. "I have been copying legal statutes since childhood. I am accustomed to it," Lilith shrugged, occasionally glancing at Moriarty's potion of life and death. Thanks to Professor Snape's rapid elucidation, Moriarty's potion-making process was significantly expedited. After grinding the daffodil root into powder, he was merely a step away from completion. Jericho emitted an exaggerated exclamation. Hey, Mr. Moriarty, perhaps you need not attend class at all. I believe that merely presenting you with the potion preparation steps would suffice for you to master every elixir. Mr. Branch, why do you not jot down my words? Perhaps you think you have mastered it? Slytherin loses 3 points. Professor Snape approached. At that moment, Moriarty added powdered daffodil root to the mugwort infusion, successfully concocting the elixir of life. Professor Snape, rarely seen in approval, nodded slightly. Mr. Slytherin has earned 20 points for Slytherin House. Thank you, Moriarty replied with a smile. A rather unique commendation, Professor. The little snakes chuckled in response. It was rare to see 2 Slytherins appearing simultaneously. Lilith, however, would not concede defeat. My potion is nearly complete as well. I refuse to believe it will be inferior to yours. Moriarty glanced over, noticing that Lilith's elixir of life was as exemplary as the one in the textbook, albeit brewed at a slower pace. After inspecting her potion, Professor Snape remarked, Slytherin gains 3 points. When Snape turned to check on the progress of the little lions, Lilith scoffed, how stingy, merely 3 points. Jericho, seemingly untouched by sorrow, laughed even in the face of point deductions. Gaining 3 points is commendable. You wouldn't want to compare yourself to Mr. Moriarty, would you? Lilith's eyes flickered momentarily, but Jericho, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed, I truly wish to open your head and see what lies within. You actually wish to compare who earns more house points than Moriarty? Wow. Do not provoke her further, Moriarty remarked, sensing a glint of menace flickering in Lilith's eyes. He jested with Jericho. If you continue like this, she may devise 100 lawful yet devious ways to thwart you. Humph. Lilith shot a slight glare at Jericho, turning her head away. Just know that, despite this, Moriarty observed the proud little girl's lips curve upward. Jericho ran his hand through his short hair, quickly redirecting his focus to the potion. Moriarty watched as he skillfully gathered the ingredients, organizing them before commencing the brewing process. His movements bore a resemblance to Moriarty's own style, prompting Jericho to shyly smile at Moriarty. Your posture and actions are quite impressive. I felt compelled to imitate you. With an excellent memory and remarkable mimicking abilities, Moriarty cast a curious gaze at the American wizard. Jericho, how many more surprises do you have in store for us? Jericho sighed with a wry smile. Miss Lilith, why not pursue a career as a journalist, the Daily Prophet, or perhaps a contrarian? The latter seems more fitting for you, considering your knack for acquiring obscure information. Who permitted you to address me by name? Lilith casually stirred the cauldron with her spoon, adding, do not equate me with those 2 trivial tabloids. As for your belief that I am rather gossipy, in truth, I do not deliberately collect your information. Rather, I analyze your behavior in conjunction with the vast amount of information I possess. Do you recall what I mentioned on the train, Mr. Moriarty? Lilith's gaze deepened, making it hard to believe she was merely 11. I am not merely a dreamer. From the moment I entered Hogwarts, I have been resolutely pursuing my ambitions. The young witches and wizards at Hogwarts serve as the most compelling subject for my inquiries. While I harbor no intention of prying into their private affairs, understanding their dispositions is essential. Thus, my investigative reports materialize like potions brewing, encompassing not only Jericho, but also first-year and second-year students alike. Moriarty recalled her frequent conversations with Senior Gemma and inquired, have you begun to interact with the third-year students? Lilith scoffed. The upperclassmen differ significantly from the first and second years. They possess a considerable level of maturity, a fact you must have already discerned. Aware of her insinuation, Moriarty chuckled. Are you concerned about your own immaturity in comparison to theirs, or perhaps in relation to her maturity? Lilith rolled her eyes, choosing silence. Jericho, propping his chin on his hand, idly perused his textbook, feeling akin to a discarded tool. Chapter 24. The Noble Pursuits of Quality Wizards. After potions class, news of Mr. Slytherin's 60-point contribution to Slytherin House spread like wildfire. Students from all 4 houses were informed of Professor Snape's commendation, with a few upperclassmen from Ravenclaw jesting that with Moriarty around, they could only vie for second place in the House Cup. Meanwhile, Moriarty remained notably composed, engrossed in a book on the sofa in the common room. He was thoroughly absorbed in the marvelous Quidditch, recently borrowed from the library. On the opposite side of the sofa sat Jericho, who was also engrossed in a substantial tome, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Just then, Lilith entered the room and, upon spotting her 2 companions, exclaimed dramatically, I can't believe you 2 are wasting precious sunlight, spending the entire afternoon in the common room. Today is a rare sunny day. Many are outside enjoying the grass. Without lifting his gaze, Moriarty replied, "Oh, really? Then who might the person be, scouring the library for potion books? From your tone, I assumed you were frolicking in grass." Turning a page, Moriarty casually remarked, "I heard Mr. Lockhart say that adolescent girls often indulge in unrealistic daydreams. Is that not a description of you?" Lilith rolled her eyes, attempting to shift the subject. "I saw Leon and Senior William arguing on the grass. I suspect William will undoubtedly resort to violence next time." Yet, Moriarty merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, prompting Lilith to wish to snatch the book from his hands. "Miss Pilowick, I did not expect you to fall in love with this sport, but you must learn to respect it." Jericho lifted his head, now exuding an air of sophistication, his posture radiating elegance. He raised his book, ensuring Lilith could clearly see the title on the cover, The Noble Pursuits of Wizards. However, Lilith found it amusing and questioned, why has Jericho become so pretentious when it comes to Quidditch? At that moment, Moriarty abruptly closed the book with a resounding clap. "The Quidditch Cup? It sounds delightful, Jericho. Are you interested in joining forces with me to seize the Quidditch Cup for the 7th time?" Jericho leapt up from the couch, his eyes wide with excitement. "Are you serious, Mr. Moriarty? This is not a prudent decision. Typically, first-year students are unable to join the team." Lilith gazed at Moriarty in confusion, unable to fathom why he would be unaware of such a fundamental rule. "What are we waiting for? We have flying lessons this afternoon. Let us depart promptly." Jericho stood up once more, brimming with enthusiasm. "We can survey the terrain and acclimate ourselves to the field." "Excellent idea. Let us proceed," Moriarty replied. This time, he did not allow Jericho to sit back down, having discerned that while Jericho spoke of Quidditch like a gentleman, he transformed into an impassioned zealot when it came to playing or aspiring to play the sport. Moriarty accompanied Jericho outside to await Lilith. As they exited, a tall boy from the adjacent sofa stood up, casting a disdainful glare at Moriarty's retreating figure, punctuating his disdain with several derisive snorts. Fortuitously, Lilith emerged from the dormitory just in time to witness this spectacle. A glint of coldness flickered in her dark eyes as she smirked intriguingly. "Interesting, Marcus Flint?" 10 minutes later, after recounting her observations to Moriarty, he erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard a humorous anecdote. "Indeed, Flint would naturally harbor ill will toward us. He's just advanced to 2nd year, and is ambitious to become a chaser. Personally, I believe he stands little chance unless Captain Williams' criteria for selection are merely based on physical stature." Lilith abruptly halted, her expression turning grave. "Mr. Moriarty, are you truly unconcerned? Those old-fashioned purebloods despise the idea of a lineage more pure and powerful than their own overshadowing them. You yourself have labeled them as a bunch of antiquated traditionalists. Why should I be worried?" Moriarty, of course, would not divulge his plans. "The entirety of the wizarding world in Britain is aware of your mastery of formidable ancient magic. Do you truly think they would be foolish enough to challenge you?" Lilith brushed her bangs aside with her right hand, her tone serious. "They will, employing underhanded tactics, deceitful schemes to ambush and ensnare you. I can conceive of at least 40 methods that would not violate any school regulations or laws to persecute you. Thus, I find solace in the fact that our Miss Pillowickle stands by my side," Moriarty replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Although she, too, is a pureblood. She is anything but antiquated." Lilith's face flushed with rare embarrassment as she abandoned her attempts to persuade Moriarty, regaining her usual noble demeanor. "How is your discussion progressing? I refer to Quidditch as my companions. I trust you will deliver on your promises." Jericho clicked his tongue. "Just wait and see, my lady. We shall not bring you disgrace. In fact, we intend to attempt some professional Quidditch techniques during our flying lesson," Moriarty explained. "You must be jesting." Lilith shook her head. "Setting aside the fact that Madame Hooch would never permit you to fly, what do you intend to utilize to execute these professional techniques? The school as clean sweep 5s and Comet 260s? That is all right. I will visit you at the infirmary," Moriarty said, exchanging a glance with Jericho, both of them chuckling. "Indeed, you have echoed my thoughts," Moriarty remarked. "Thus, regarding the first point, we require your assistance." "Ah, now you remember me?" Lilith raised her chin slightly. "You are well versed in the law, and I believe you can help us navigate the school regulations flawlessly. Merlin S. Flying Broomstick. You wish for me to be expelled?" Lilith exclaimed, astonished. "Do not say such things," Jericho replied with a laugh. "Merlin does not require a flying broomstick." Lilith ignored him, shaking her head resolutely. "Unless an accident occurs during flying class to divert Madame Hooch's attention, I cannot conceive of any other means." Jericho, with a mischievous glint in his eye, added, "I recall that flying class is held with Gryffindor. Yes? Perhaps the Lions will engage in some unexpected antics? That could provide us with an opportunity." "Keep your voice down," Lilith frowned. It is nearly class time, and the Gryffindors have already arrived. Oh, they're so eager, Jericho remarked with an odd tone. Lilith turned to Moriarty and said, he is already reveling in misfortune before it has even occurred. Truly, he is a Slytherin. Jericho shrugged nonchalantly. I shall take that as a compliment. Thank you. The three of them continued their conversation as they made their way to the flying class venue. Chapter 25. The world-class skills of Quidditch. The flying class area was a flat meadow, with the forbidden forest looming beyond, its dark trees swaying in the wind. The Gryffindor students had gathered, and over 30 brooms were neatly lined up on the ground. Moriarty overheard Percy exclaiming loudly, Charlie always complains to me about the brooms at school, saying some tremble when you fly too high, while others consistently veer slightly to the left. I must say, these brooms are far too old. Their speed is abysmal. When we see new brooms, you and T be able to afford them even if they arrived, Weasley. Stop mentioning your brother. We are all aware of your family's circumstances. How shall I put it? Quite dire. Wouldn't you agree? The Slytherin snakes arrived, and as Keith taunted Percy upon his arrival, he looked around at his fellow snakes, seemingly proud of his bravado. Yet, only his companion, Laurelbow, shared a knowing smile with him, while most of the snakes gravitated toward Moriarty. Observing this, Percy approached Keith. Poverty does not equate to ignorance, but your ignorance may very well lead you to poverty, and perhaps even to peril. Keith's expression darkened, while Laurelbow glared fiercely at Percy. He is lying. You and T mind, would you? Moriarty watched this minor altercation, shaking his head. The enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor was palpable. Slytherins derived amusement from deriding Gryffindors, while Gryffindors took pride in countering Slytherins. However, beside him, Lilith held a different perspective, offering her own critiques of Percy and Keith. What audacity does Keith possess to mock Weasley? Weasley's modest appearance stems from the sheer number of children in his family, and it is worth noting that Weasley's father is employed within the Ministry of Magic. In contrast, Keith's lineage has declined too swiftly, often witnessed at pure blood gatherings where Keith's grandfather humbly smiles and bows. However, Weasley demonstrates considerable courage this time. Does he not fear that an accident may befall Keith? I believe Weasley has good intentions. Yet Jericho offers a differing perspective. While there's a hint of boastfulness in his tone, he indeed reminds us that the school brooms may not be adept at executing complex maneuvers. Rest assured, I can guarantee our safety, Moriarty declared, having spotted Madame Hooch arriving, leading the Slytherins to stand opposite the Gryffindors. The gray-haired Madame Hooch observed the students from both houses standing neatly in 2 rows, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. What are you waiting for? Each of you, stand beside a broom. Quickly, quickly. Now extend your right hand above the broomstick, Madame Hooch demonstrated before commanding up. Up. Everyone shouted in unison, yet only Moriarty and Jericho succeeded, as their brooms obediently leaped into their hands. Mine is a shooting star, somewhat worn, Moriarty remarked. Mine is a Comet 260. Appears to be of decent quality, Jericho replied. They exchanged glances, mutually concluding that the brooms were acceptable. After all, one cannot expect too much from a broom dating back to 1988. The Nimbus and Firebolt models had yet to be developed, and the national team used shooting stars, with the market primarily featuring shooting stars as well. The school's brooms were simply older, but Moriarty and Jericho shared a confident smile, believing their skills would compensate for any shortcomings. Up, Lilith cried, and she succeeded. Percy managed to grasp his broom on his 3rd attempt. As cheers echoed, most students acquired their brooms. Only Keith seemed to struggle, as his broom appeared to resist jumping into his hands, rolling stubbornly on the ground. Frustrated, Keith swung the broom violently, drawing laughter from Percy and others. Yet, the broom seemed startled, and on Keith's 9th shout of up, it finally leapt into his grasp. At that moment, Madame Hooch was demonstrating how to mount the broom without sliding off. She patiently corrected several students' grips before announcing, "All right, we shall commence our first test flight. Those who feel ready, give a strong push with your legs to lift off the ground. Remember, push with force, all right? Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Keith ascended at an alarming speed, akin to a fountain shooting straight into the sky. Help! Save me! Keith cried as his hands slowly slipped from the broomstick, plummeting from 70 feet above. Wingardium Leviosa. Moriarty brandished his snow-white wand towards Keith, casting the levitation charm that gently lowered him, while the overly excited broom was rescued by Moriarty as well. As soon as Keith touched down, Miss Witchy immediately scooped him up, although he had merely fainted. She insisted on taking him to the school infirmary. Just as she had distanced herself enough to be inaudible, Jericho exclaimed with fervor, "The moment has arrived. Mr. Moriarty, the opportunity is upon us. What are we waiting for? Let's take flight." Moriarty glanced at him, nodded, and positioned himself alongside Jericho. With a powerful kick, they ascended on their brooms to a height of 30 feet. Jericho soared just slightly lower than Moriarty, a proud smile adorning his face. "You truly are deserving of the title, Mr. Moriarty, the one who traversed the Himalayas with Mr. Lockhart. I wager you would become an exceptional Quidditch player if you so desired." The small serpents and lions below erupted in a chorus of screams and cheers, while Lilith appeared eager, as if yearning to join them in flight. After a lap in the air, feeling both his broom and himself in fine form, Moriarty shouted to Jericho, "Let's commence." The first maneuver, the sloth grip roll. This was a world-class technique often employed to evade the quaffle. Hanging onto the broom with both hands and feet, Moriarty resembled a sloth. He accelerated, and the broom spun like a top, rising straight up. Jericho mirrored his actions closely, following suit. They finally halted at an altitude of 50 feet. "What a breeze!" Jericho exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. Now, for the second maneuver, the Wollongong flight technique. Another world-class skill. Upon declaring this, Moriarty surged forward, flying in a zigzag pattern at high velocity. The wind howled in his ears, bringing an exhilarating chill, while his white robes fluttered dramatically. He extended his right hand, relishing the intimate contact between his skin and the wind. It was an utterly sublime sensation. Joy illuminated Moriarty's eyes as he recalled his prior musings about the earth element as a form of elemental magic, yet had overlooked the omnipresent wind. "Moriarty! Moriarty!" came Lilith's piercing cry from below. Jericho also shouted, "Watch out ahead, Mr. Moriarty. You are about to collide." Just as he seemed on the verge of impact, Moriarty pulled up sharply on his broom and invoked a spell that allowed him to move like the wind. The broom became as light and swift as a swallow, carrying Moriarty close against the tower's wall as he ascended even higher. A window within the tower swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall's astonished visage. While Professor Snape hurried from the potions classroom, the students below remained blissfully unaware, their eyes riveted on Moriarty. Good heavens, he is climbing too high. At 70 feet, 80 feet, and finally 100 feet, Lilith clasped her hands and brought them to her lips, seemingly in prayer. Jericho dared not ascend further. Gazing up at Moriarty with a trembling, "Oh no." Moriarty's heart raced with exhilaration, a rare occurrence for him. He raised his hand high, extending a single finger, declaring, "For the final maneuver, the Lonsky feint." Taking a deep breath, he pressed down on the broomstick and dove towards the ground. The students erupted with explosive shouts before scattering in all directions, leaving space for Moriarty. Only Lilith remained rooted in place, her gaze fixated on Moriarty as he dove down. His speed, rendering him a mere blur, a flash of white. Like a dazzling star, Lilith was entranced, yet Moriarty was nearing the ground. The students gasped, witnessing a potential collision, but Moriarty sharply lifted his broom, soaring past Lilith. Simultaneously, he reached out, seizing her wrist, and with the force of the wind and inertia, he pulled her onto the broom. "Oh, Moriarty!" Lilith exclaimed, sitting sideways behind him, her laughter ringing like silver bells as they flew. Seeing that disaster had been averted, the students leaped with joy, transcending the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, as if they had witnessed a miracle, exchanging high fives and nodding in excitement. Moriarty slowed down, as a task was announced by the system: to lead the Slytherin team to victory in the Quidditch Cup for 7 consecutive years. The reward was a mysterious prize. The timeline for the task was 7 years. Failure meant the erasure of the host. Before Moriarty could ponder further, a sharp voice interrupted. "Slytherin, Pilovic, if you wish to remain in this school, dismount immediately." Professor Snape approached with an intimidating demeanor, parting the students, his wand gripped tightly in hand. "Blanche, must I reiterate the same warning?" Chapter 26. Finding the Seekers and Chasers. "Mr. Moriarty, Mr. Jericho, how dare you? And Miss Lilith? You could break your necks." Professor McGonagall had arrived, her expression one of intense anger. The three of them landed silently on the ground as Professor Snape confronted them, his eyes ablaze. "Blanche Pilovic, Slytherin loses 30 points. After whispering a few words to Professor McGonagall, he huffed at Moriarty. "Follow me, Mr. Slytherin, and you too, Blanche." He strode swiftly toward the castle, with Moriarty and Jericho trailing behind. Lilith's heart raced to her throat as she matched Professor Snape's pace. "Professor, they shouldn't be expelled. It was I who asked Moriarty to take me flying." Lilith stood her ground, unafraid, for she was well versed in school regulations. However, her thoughts turned to Moriarty and Jericho. Biting her lip, she remained motionless. Professor McGonagall cast a sympathetic glance her way, Oh, do not worry. They won't be expelled. Perhaps you misunderstood. I might need to consult Charlie. This year's Slytherin team is proving to be quite formidable. With that, Professor McGonagall murmured as she departed, leaving Lilith in contemplative silence. Watching as Moriarty entered the castle, Professor Snape led Moriarty and Jericho to the entrance of a potions classroom. With a creak, he pushed open the classroom door. Rommet, come out. I have found you a chaser and a seeker. William Rommet, the captain of the Slytherin team, emerged, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Moriarty. Professor, is it them? Let us listen to the words of our genius. Professor Snape, with an impassive expression, lamented the waste of a pot of brain elixir in his pursuit of a seeker for the team. If you do not arrange this matter swiftly, your potion will also be rendered futile. Do not say I did not forewarn you, Rommet. It was only then that Moriarty realized Professor Snape had just concluded a 7th-year potions class. Although Snape would never admit it, Moriarty could see that he was genuinely concerned for their safety. Given that the situation had arisen due to Moriarty, he would not simply stand by. Professor Snape, Moriarty addressed him, I can brew a pot of brain elixir for you, including a portion for Prefect William, to compensate for the time lost. Snape met Moriarty's gaze with a piercing intensity, as if he were peering into the depths of a tranquil yet profound ocean, and for an instant, he felt himself drawn in, though he possessed a mastery of mental fortitude. He entered the classroom and shut the door with a decisive thud. Moriarty smiled, understanding that Snape's words indicated tacit approval. Despite Professor Snape's usual icy demeanor, he cared deeply for their well-being. William, concerned that the 2 first years might become agitated, kindly suggested, follow me, let's walk and talk. The brain elixir was crucial for passing the nude examinations, so William took Moriarty's words to heart. After inquiring and receiving affirmative responses from Moriarty, William generously praised him. However, Moriarty cautioned against over-reliance on the elixir. While the first dose will significantly enhance your cognitive faculties, the second will yield only a slight improvement, and by the 3rd dose, you may find it akin to swill, wishing to dispose of it. I admire your erudition, William remarked, absorbing Moriarty's insights with delight. With your assistance in potion-making, I will have more time to practice Quidditch. But tell me, what have you two done to make Professor Snape break protocol for you? William led them into an empty classroom, examining them with curiosity. Since Professor Snape has asked me to speak with you, he must be preparing to consult Professor Dumbledore. Let us hear it then. If all goes as expected, our team is about to witness the emergence of the youngest seeker and chaser in a century. At this, Jericho's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recounted their plans and actions in detail. Hey, after hearing about the world-class skills demonstrated by Jericho and Moriarty, William could hardly contain his enthusiasm. No need for trials. You are the perfect players. When he learned that Moriarty had performed a feint from a height of 100 feet, he was astonished. Moriarty, are you truly only 11 years old? I always regarded you as an academic genius, yet you are also an athletic prodigy. William paced the classroom in excitement. No need for further deliberation. It is decided. Mr. Moriarty shall be our seeker, and Jericho, you will be our chaser. You have no objections, I trust? Of course not. Absolutely no objections, Jericho exclaimed loudly. Moriarty shook his head, stating, we hold no objections, yet others will undoubtedly have their reservations. Disrupting the status quo is no trivial matter, especially with the unprecedented addition of 2 first-year students to the team. We shall find ourselves at the epicenter of scrutiny, and discontent may brew from within, particularly from second-year Marcus Flint, who has his sights set on the seeker position. It would be prudent to conduct a public selection, allowing our capabilities to shine forth, thus earning their respect. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment, but time is of the essence. Our match against Gryffindor is imminent, William lamented, shaking his head before his expression hardened with resolve. You are the new players, and I shall announce this news tonight. Should anyone harbor objections, let them come to me. Moriarty regarded him with admiration. Steadfast individuals within Slytherin were a rarity, and William was undoubtedly a person of conviction. Perhaps it was this very tenacity that enabled him to subdue Leon and secure a 3rd consecutive Quidditch championship. As they parted ways, Moriarty remarked to William, if anyone voices dissent regarding your decision, regardless of who it may be, please ensure we are informed. We shall defend our honor with our prowess. William smiled. Do not fret. In fact, I would wager with Merlin that news of your daring 100-foot dive has already spread throughout the school, and all will hold you in esteem. So they will only have objections towards me? Jericho scoffed. William patted Jericho's right shoulder, offering encouragement. You remind me of Gryffindor's Charlie Weasley. When he joined the Gryffindor team 2 years ago, he faced a wave of skepticism, yet he swiftly proved himself. I have no doubt you will match his caliber. And Mr. Moriarty, William continued, should you ever be selected for the national team, do let me know. I would be delighted to acquire your autograph. After exchanging a few more words, they separated, and Jericho suggested to Moriarty, there's still some time before dinner. How about we head to the library? We ought to delve deeply into Quidditch. A splendid idea, though I need to borrow a few books on potions, Moriarty replied, quickening his pace. As their classes multiplied, his list of plans grew ever more extensive. For instance, he had promised Professor Snape to brew a bewitching potion, which he intended to concoct in the room of requirement. The recipe and procedure were already etched in his mind. All that remained was the luxury of time. With the assistance of Senior Tonks in the room of requirement, the preparation time could be significantly shortened. By the time they entered the library, only a few patrons remained, but Moriarty spotted Penelope. The young girl was exiting with an armful of books, and in just 2 days apart, Moriarty perceived a noticeable frailness about her. Upon exiting the library, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Moriarty and Jericho made their way to the great hall with the borrowed books in tow. As they entered, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, their gazes converging upon Moriarty, many also fixated on Jericho. Much like the sorting ceremony, the professors and Dumbledore were present, and upon seeing Moriarty and Jericho take their seats at the Slytherin table, Dumbledore rose to address them. I believe you have all heard the news. Dumbledore beamed as he surveyed the students. He nodded affirmatively, proclaiming, indeed, Mr. Moriarty and Mr. Jericho have become the seekers and chasers for the Slytherin team. The little serpents erupted in applause, yet Dumbledore continued unabated. It is not unprecedented for first-year students to take on such roles, though one must hark back a century to find a similar occurrence. Therefore, regardless of the exceptional talents of these young gentlemen, I implore you all to ensure their safety. Moriarty raised a goblet from the table, smiling at Dumbledore, and regardless of what kind of man the old wizard truly was, at least in this moment, he was sincere. Chapter 27. The Interesting Professors. The Great Hall resonated with laughter and cheer as students animatedly discussed the upcoming Quidditch match. Lilith expressed her grievances to Moriarty and Jericho, lamenting that they had caused her considerable worry. After witnessing Professor Snape's expression this afternoon, I truly believed he would expel both of you. She punctuated her statement with a fierce bite into a roast pork chop. At that moment, Keith approached Moriarty. In truth, Moriarty's levitation charm had afforded him ample protection, allowing him to be discharged from the hospital wing after a few hours of rest. Moriarty observed that Keith's companion, Lalpo, displayed no reaction, quietly gnawing on a chicken leg. With Keith's presence, the students shifted their conversation to the incident of his fall. The little serpents widely speculated that Keith's mishap was connected to Percy. With Lalpo remarking to those around him, Weasley uttered those words. Just before Keith took to his broom, he declared that Keith's life was in peril, as you all know. Percy, overhearing this, turned ashen. The Lions, naturally, vehemently denied any wrongdoing, vociferously mocking Keith as a talentless fool desperate for attention. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joined the fray, with the Eagles offering analyses, suggesting that there was something amiss with the ascent of Keith's broom. Lacking Moriarty's innate talent and Jericho's adept skills, how could he possibly soar through the skies? Even if he experienced a surge of magic, it would only propel him skyward, unrelated to his broom. The following morning, Moriarty intercepted Senior Tonks in the 8th floor corridor. Upon explaining his intentions, she consented to assist him in brewing a bewitching brain elixir. However, my dear Junior, my potion's grades are merely passable. Are you not concerned I might ruin your concoction? Tonks inquired. Moriarty smiled. Thus, I shall only require you to perform some preparatory tasks, such as chopping small roots. Tonks remained silent, drawing her wand as if eager to engage Moriarty in a duel. After emerging from the room of requirement, Moriarty attended his charms class. The instructor, Professor Flitwick, consistently lauded Moriarty whenever he introduced innovative theoretical concepts regarding charms, awarding points to Slytherin House. Most importantly, Professor Flitwick possessed unique insights into ancient magic, and when he shared these revelations with Moriarty, the latter felt a surge of excitement. Some ancient incantations may not be suitable for modern individuals. Moriarty endeavored to discern a balance, or perhaps commonalities, between ancient and contemporary magic, hoping to forge new spells. Even if that proved unattainable, he could still refine the incantations bequeathed by his ancestor Salazar, despite their already streamlined nature. After several discussions, Moriarty, though not particularly fond of fairies, came to respect Professor Flitwick. The professor often cited Moriarty as an example, encouraging students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw to engage actively in inquiry. After Professor Flitwick had taught the levitation charm, she became the first student to master it, which bolstered her confidence, even though Moriarty had long been adept at it. Penelope maintained this momentum into astronomy class, where Professor Aurora Sinistra guided the young serpents and eagles in using telescopes to observe the night sky, learning the names and trajectories of various stars, planets, and constellations. "Oh dear, your name is Penelope, is it? You are remarkable." Many children in 5th grade still struggle to name all of Jupiter's moons, Professor Sinistra remarked kindly. "Oh, Moriarty has drawn them as well. Let me see." She approached Moriarty and soon offered her praise, awarding Slytherin extra points. Once Professor Sinistra moved on to assist other students, Lilith curiously inquired about Moriarty's proficiency in astronomy. Moriarty understood her thoughts. Unlike transfiguration or potions, where a genius occasionally emerged, astronomy and divination seemed to be barren deserts of talent. Few were willing to squander time on a discipline perceived to hold little practical significance. However, Moriarty held a different perspective. He had not forgotten the words of that Eastern dark wizard and the prophecy of immortality. When it came to prophecies, divination assumed great importance, and its close ties to astronomy compelled Moriarty to contemplate whether to continue his studies in the latter during 5th year. It was well known that Ravenclaw had produced a first-year girl who could rival Moriarty, albeit solely in astronomy. Yet, few students could be compared to Moriarty, which led the young eagles of Ravenclaw to hold Penelope in high esteem. In the subsequent herbology class, no other standout young witches or wizards emerged. As for Moriarty, everyone tacitly agreed he transcended the realm of ordinary students. They were eager to witness peers compete against him. However, when Moriarty calmly recounted the history and effects of the white radish, Professor Pomona Sprout smiled and awarded him additional points, prompting students from all 4 houses to realize that Moriarty had already contributed 70 points to Slytherin. The young serpents recalled the 30 points deducted by Professor Snape from Moriarty and his 2 companions. Without considering those points, Moriarty's contributions to Slytherin had reached 100. Thus, Moriarty's merit for Slytherin was no longer mere talk. Students expressed a yearning admiration in their discussions. Lilith and Jericho were quite concerned about the 20 points deducted by Professor S. They continuously sought ways to earn extra points. Jericho received commendation in his flying class, while Lilith excelled in defense against the dark arts by successfully executing the snotting charm. Professor Randicallan, the instructor for defense against the dark arts, awarded her 5 points. Since the start of classes, Moriarty had been observing Professor Randicallan. He possessed large black eyes, dark brown hair, and a pale complexion, draped in a black cloak. Moriarty recalled that during 2 meals in the Great Hall, the professor had eaten only a small amount. These peculiar behaviors and appearance led Moriarty to suspect that Professor Randicallan might be a vampire. The presence of a vampire at Hogwarts serving as a professor did not astonish Moriarty, for Randicallan behaved as normally as any other individual while diligently teaching them to defend against dark magic. What truly puzzled Moriarty was the reason behind Randicallan's presence. Dumbledore would not summon a vampire to teach without justification, especially in the subject of defense against the dark arts. By the end of the class, Moriarty had not gleaned any valuable clues from Professor Randicallan, so he set aside his curiosity and attended history of magic. Unlike most students who found the class tedious, Moriarty's interest ranked among the top 3 of all his subjects. Professor Binns seemed to harbor a particular fondness for Moriarty, following his instructions. Yet he could not alter his monotonous tone that lulled the students into drowsiness. Only Moriarty could withstand the soporific effects of Binns' droning voice and the tediousness of history. As Professor Binns spoke, Moriarty diligently took notes, occasionally displaying a contemplative expression. Another student who remained alert was Lilith. Accustomed to the monotony, she could not fathom why Moriarty found fairies captivating. Resting her chin on her hand, she soon discovered that Moriarty's notes were far more intriguing than a ghost or the universally acknowledged most useless subject, prompting her to take a look. Once Professor Binns completed the history of fairies, Moriarty inquired about the Chamber of Slytherin, immediately rousing the attention of his classmates. Professor Binns pursed his lips, and this scene astonished the students, before he disdainfully remarked that the chamber was merely a legend, asserting that only his teachings held truth. Nevertheless, he did share some insights about the chamber that aligned with Moriarty's understanding. As soon as class ended, the topic of Moriarty's interest in the Chamber of Slytherin began to circulate throughout Hogwarts. Chapter 28, The Incident of the Stolen Boots. The news of Slytherin's descendants searching for the Chamber of Slytherin heightened caution among the students. By dinner time, many upperclassmen regarded Moriarty with a more wary demeanor. The students had no doubts about Moriarty's talent, and never forgot Salazar Slytherin's disdain for non-pure blood wizards, coupled with Slytherin House's notorious reputation for producing dark wizards. They were reluctant to witness Moriarty transform into the very figure they despised. Jericho expressed his indignation, vociferously defending Moriarty at the dining table. Yet Moriarty urged him to calm down and enjoy their meal, as usual. After dinner, Moriarty made his way to the library, where he encountered Bloodman Barrow. It seemed that Barrow had specifically sought out Moriarty, and upon confirming Moriarty's intentions to seek the chamber of Slytherin, he spoke in cryptic tones. If your quest for the chamber is merely to fulfill Professor Salazar's dying wish, I assure you, you will face ceaseless interruptions and obstacles. However, should you choose to seal the chamber and ensure it never resurfaces, we can provide you with valuable intelligence, which may prove unexpectedly beneficial to you. Barrow's mention of Professor Salazar's wishes led Moriarty to suspect that Barrow had misinterpreted the ancestral intent. Indeed, figures such as Voldemort, Dumbledore, and even the entire Hogwarts community believed that Salazar had left the chamber to purify the school. In truth, however, Salazar was not a narrow-minded individual. Barrow's reference to valuable intelligence left Moriarty ambivalent. With the Slytherin wand in hand, he could unravel most of Hogwarts' secrets at will. It was Barrow's mention of they that surprised Moriarty. Could he be referring to the ghosts? As night deepened, Moriarty emptied his mind and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Moriarty awakened at dawn, as was his custom, only to discover that his boots were missing. He glanced over at his roommate, Jericho, who was still soundly asleep, while Keith and Laupo, who should have been in bed, were nowhere to be found, as they typically did not rise early. It was evident that a prank had been played, and the culprit was all too clear. Moriarty retrieved another pair of shoes, donned them, and stepped out. Before he could reach the common room, he heard Laupo's triumphant voice. "I've taken these boots." He sleeps like a log. Perhaps what that novel said is true. He inherited the entire fortune of Slytherin Castle. Look at these boots, more exquisite than most wizards' robes. I must try them on. Oh, how comfortable they are. Moriarty halted, waiting for another voice to chime in, but to his surprise, it was Keith sighing. "Foolish." Laupo's voice sounded strained as he suppressed his anger. "Did you not hear Senior Marcus? The first student to be expelled when he opens the chamber will be me, for I am a half-blood. We must drive him out of the school before we can remain. If you choose to ignore this, do not hinder me. I will return the boots to Senior Marcus." He assured me he would handle the rest. "Oh, here he comes." At this point, Moriarty proceeded toward the common room, and upon Marcus Flint's arrival, matters simplified considerably. At that moment, Marcus, rubbing his eyes, plopped down onto the sofa, muttering curses, clearly displeased by the early hour. Laupo approached Marcus, lifting his legs with each step as if to flaunt that he too was wearing the boots. "Well done, Laupo," Marcus said lazily. "Now, take them to the Forbidden Forest." "What?" Laupo replied cautiously. "You said you would handle the next steps." Marcus shot him a glare, but before he could respond, Moriarty's voice interrupted. "You have stolen my boots and intend to place them in the Forbidden Forest for me to retrieve. Thinking that such a transgression will lead to my expulsion?" Laupo's face flushed crimson, and he sheepishly retreated behind the sofa, concealing the boots on his feet. Marcus, however, stood up from the sofa, grinning broadly. "Now the boots are in our possession. What will you do about it?" "I could toss them into the Forbidden Forest and let those ferocious magical creatures remember your scent." "And then what?" Moriarty scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze. Perhaps this was what the professors referred to as a dim-witted braggart. Indeed, Marcus had not contemplated a second plan after stealing the boots, but Moriarty's stare ignited his ire. "Don't think that being fawned over makes you a genius. The magical world has seen its share of thwarted prodigies. Moriarty, spare us your theatrics. We are not intimidated by you, right? There are 3 of us, and only one of you." Marcus glanced at Laupo and Keith, lifting his chin defiantly. "No, he has my support," Keith declared loudly, stepping beside Moriarty, and added somewhat bashfully, "If you need it, Mr. Moriarty. You have made the right choice." Moriarty acknowledged with a slight nod, then turned to Laupo. "Unfortunately, Laupo has made a grave mistake, and for that, he shall face consequences. Do you know what the boots he stole are called? They are known as the Carla boots." Moriarty stated casually while activating the speed function of the Carla boots. Laupo, puzzled by the name, suddenly felt the boots tremble, and his feet began to shake uncontrollably. In less than a second, the boots took off running, catching Laupo completely off guard and causing him to tumble violently. The boots continued to sprint forward, forcing Laupo's legs to rise and spread apart, ultimately crashing him into the opposite sofa. Dazed from the impact, Laupo crumpled into a ball, cradling his head. Moriarty, reflecting on the incident, considered himself fortunate for the softness of the sofa. Otherwise, he might have found himself in the infirmary, perhaps due to his own lack of speed, which prevented the Carla boots from achieving an unstoppable velocity. This marked Moriarty's first use of an alchemical item, and he took note of the experience as a foundation for future creations. Marcus, however, was not in the same contemplative mood. The entire event transpired in less than 10 seconds, and his companion lay incapacitated. "What dark magic have you cast upon him? Is this black magic?" Marcus gazed at Moriarty in terror, realizing then that the individual before him was no ordinary student. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is a public lounge. The prefect will be here shortly." Marcus trembled as he drew his wand, but Keith noticed him clenching his legs tightly together. "Do you wish to duel with me, Mr. Flint?" Moriarty inquired, surveying the tall boy before him, who, despite appearing to be in the 4th grade, was actually in the 2nd. The Flint family, one of the 28 sacred clans, represented pure-blood wizards, unlike other pure-blood families. It had dwindled to just Marcus and his elderly father. A well-controlled pure-blood, Moriarty discerned, and continued, "I suspect you have harbored grievances against me for quite some time. Perhaps you envy my position as Seeker? In any case, now that we have reached this juncture, it would be remiss not to act upon your meticulously concocted schemes. Why do they all favor you? It won't be long before they see your true nature. You are an evil dark wizard, and what gives you the right to join the team? Just wait. It won't be long before Captain Leon strips you of your title. And what gives you the right?" Moriarty stepped forward, his demeanor as calm as still water in the face of Marcus's seething jealousy. Raising his voice, he declared, "By my own merit, by my superiority over you. No amount of your envy can alter this reality." Moriarty advanced even closer to Marcus, almost within arm's reach. "You doubt me, do you? Then grasp your wand, or your broomstick, your potions, your alchemical instruments, whatever you desire, and let us compete. There can only be one outcome. The disparity between us will reveal the truth, exposing your ugliness." Chapter 29, The Duel. "If not for you, how could Headmaster William have annulled the Quidditch selection trials? You lack the courage to face me in a fair contest. Do you believe that your formidable spells can intimidate me? In truth, you would not dare to challenge me on the Quidditch pitch." Marcus bellowed, his voice rising as more little snakes entered the common room, including William. "I recall stating that if anyone had objections to Mr. Moriarty and Jericho becoming players, they should come to me," William said, his face pale with anger. "The 7th-year captain has the authority to deduct points from the house, Marcus Flint. Because of your ignorance and nonsense, Slytherin will lose 10 points. And you, Leon Mincham." William searched the crowd for Leon. "I understand your time is precious. Who's ISNT? Therefore, I have omitted the Quidditch trials now. Our valuable time has been wasted by Marcus Flint. You must take responsibility for this. Arrange a selection trial for the 2 of them before this afternoon. If you cannot accomplish this, then you shall lead Flint and the others to face Gryffindor." Leon's face darkened ominously. Marcus had always been his steadfast supporter, and he could not ignore this matter, lest his authority dissipate entirely. He approached Moriarty and said, "Please believe me. I did not instruct Flint and Lapo to act against you." Moriarty understood that Leon had not. He was neither foolish nor impulsive. Yet, words were futile now. Flint had chosen to challenge him in Quidditch, and so be it. "Let us make an agreement. All grievances shall be resolved in this selection trial," Moriarty proclaimed. "I concur. However, I must have one more point." Marcus revealed his crooked, oversized front teeth and sneered. "The defeated must offer everything to the victor. If you lose, you shall surrender all that you possess. This includes your knowledge, your wealth, and your wand. What say you, lad? Are you courageous enough to accept this challenge?" Flint. Even Leon found his behavior excessive this time. Within Slytherin, there existed an unwritten rule. Regardless of how students competed, it should not involve their familial legacies. Marcus's demands evidently contravened this principle, and Leon could no longer show him favoritism. "Marcus Flint, do not even think about it." A stern voice emerged from the crowd, momentarily leading the serpents to believe Professor McGonagall had arrived. However, it was Lilith who approached, impeccably dressed, her serious demeanor and the haughty glint in her eyes exuding an air of unstoppable authority. "Do not presume we are unaware of your intentions, Flint. What remains of the Flint family? An empty shell. Only your father struggles to uphold it. If you lose, what could you possibly offer Mr. Moriarty?" 5 centuries passed. A French player and the most renowned Italian player engaged in a wager regarding a Quidditch match, agreeing that the victor would receive the eternal loyalty of the vanquished. Ultimately, the French player triumphed, demanding that the Italian player lose to him in the World Cup. The ensuing events are well known. National team players privately betting was deemed a foul. But why not reinstate this wager? That would be fair. A splendid idea. I concur. As Moriarty contemplated how to win over the Flint family, Lilith presented him with the perfect rationale. Yet, Moriarty discerned a cunning glimmer in Lilith's eyes, suggesting she harbored ulterior motives. Infuriated by Lilith's provocation, Marcus nodded repeatedly. Very well then, lad. If I lose, my loyalty shall be yours. If I win, I shall compel you to strip before the entire school and then make a hasty retreat to the alley. In the afternoon, all Slytherin players mobilized, equipped with their brooms and protective gear, as well as various balls. Marcus donned his team uniform and protective equipment, which made him appear significantly larger, wielding the Firebolt 1700 that Leon had lent him. William also lent his Firebolt 1700 to Moriarty, and once properly attired, Moriarty and the players proceeded to the Quidditch pitch. The field was an expansive oval, with a small circle of approximately 2 feet in diameter at its center, from which all balls would be released at the commencement of the match. Each end of the pitch featured 3 goalposts of varying heights, serving as the scoring zones. Surrounding the field were the stands of the 4 houses, filled with students who had gathered to witness the event for reasons unbeknownst to anyone. At that moment, Leon articulated the rules of the selection match. Listen carefully. Since you two are competing as seekers, the golden snitch will not be released. The match will last 1 hour, and the one who scores the most goals within that time frame shall be declared the victor. Moriarty beheld Marcus approaching him with a sinister grin. Indeed, this was a scheme devised in collusion with Leon. Aware that he stood no chance against Moriarty in the contest for the quaffle, Marcus opted to pursue the elusive ball. The students in the stands erupted with a cacophony of boos, with Gryffindor making the most noise. Once the players took their positions, a goalkeeper of symbolic significance, if not practical, stood behind the opposing goal. Leon blew the whistle to commence the selection match. The black iron quaffle and the red snitch soared from the small circle, with Marcus leading the charge. He adeptly seized the snitch and hurtled towards the opposite goal, forcefully throwing the ball in. Marcus scored a goal. He laughed derisively at Moriarty, but soon enough, the goalkeeper deflected the ball away. As Marcus assessed the trajectory of the ball, he caught a glimpse of a silver shadow darting past in his peripheral vision. Moriarty clung to his broom, gripping it tightly with hands and feet, spinning it to greatly enhance his speed. Moriarty scored a goal. The stands erupted in screams, and Lilith turned to her companion, exclaiming, "Did you see that? He truly resembles a dazzling shooting star." After this display of world-class skill, Marcus's face turned ashen. The quaffle was once again tossed into play, and Marcus fixated on Moriarty, leaning forward as if awaiting an opportunity to collide with him after he took flight. However, the disparity in their initial speeds was insurmountable, leaving Marcus to seethe in frustration at Moriarty's retreating figure. He shouted at a nearby beater, "Why aren't you using the bludger to knock him down? Mind your attitude." The beater, unperturbed, replied languidly without even glancing at him. Moriarty, witnessing this exchange, chuckled and remarked, "Has no one ever mentioned your teeth? They resemble a willow tree ready to strike. Just wait. I'll make you pay." Marcus huffed in annoyance. When the third quaffle was tossed, Moriarty took to the air while Marcus soared towards the goal. Grabbing the snitch, Moriarty noticed a bludger hurtling toward his back. He executed a serpentine maneuver, rising and falling in a wavering flight path. Yet the bludger seemed to have an uncanny ability to track him relentlessly. Jericho slammed his fist against the railing in frustration, exclaiming, "They must have cast a spell on the bludger to lock onto Mr. Moriarty. Get out of the way, or you'll be flattened or worse." Marcus laughed with arrogant confidence. Moriarty flashed him a smile, grasping the broom handle with one hand while placing his feet upon the broom, rising to a standing position. Gasps and cheers erupted from the stands as Marcus suddenly realized Moriarty was hurtling toward him, with the snitch in his right hand and his feet gliding on the broom as if on a skateboard just before colliding with Marcus. He forcefully pressed his foot against the broom S-base, sending him plunging towards the ground. The bludger, trailing behind, awkwardly altered its course, narrowly missing Marcus's scalp as it continued its pursuit of Moriarty. This action exposed the individual controlling the bludger, and the students quickly noticed the perspiring batsman, who gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn Flint, move!" However, Marcus was paralyzed with fear, staring vacantly from his broom. The students were disinterested in their farce, as Moriarty had barely pulled up his broom to ascend just before the bludger reached the ground. He distanced the bludger by several meters, rendering it theoretically harmless. Yet, Moriarty aimed to teach the batsman a lesson. He flew diagonally below the goal, awaiting the bludger's approach. At the opportune moment, he forcefully hurled his quaffle, not towards the goalpost, but directly at the bludger. With a resounding crash, the quaffle collided with the bludger, causing it to plummet rapidly due to the angle and force of impact. The batsman lost control and fell from his broom, only to be caught by Leon. Thud! The bludger thudded heavily to the ground, while the quaffle rebounded at an odd angle into the goal. The students gaped in astonishment and, after a moment, erupted into thunderous cheers. Chapter 30. A Conversation with Marcus. Lilith drew her wand and amplified her voice, exclaiming, "Moriarty has scored the second goal, and in such a miraculous fashion. Look at the players' expressions." William, Leon, and the other players sat stunned on their brooms, their faces reflecting confusion and shock, as Moriarty's actions shattered their preconceived notions of the game. She then shouted to the Slytherins in the stands from the next goal onward, "You must meticulously record every single action of Moriarty. Every one of them. You must do this for every match henceforth." What followed was a simple affair, as the selection match transformed into a showcase of Moriarty's scoring prowess, with students erupting in cheers with each goal he scored. Marcus, disheartened, flew aimlessly. Witnessing Moriarty's dazzling goals and realizing his defeat was inevitable, silent tears streamed down his face. The match lost all suspense, as, in the remaining 40 minutes, Moriarty scored at a staggering rate of 1 goal every 30 seconds, finalizing the score at 82-1. Some students gasped in exaggerated amazement, beginning to refer to Moriarty as the goal machine. Yet, Lilith consistently objected, declaring he is a shooting star, a shining one. Meanwhile, dozens of players from other houses held their heads in despair, including Gryffindor's Charlie and the newly appointed second-year goalkeeper, Oliver Wood. As the selection match concluded, Moriarty was immediately surrounded by adoring fans upon landing. The other players descended as well, with Leon dragging Marcus over to Moriarty, roughly pulling him in front of him. Marcus offered no resistance, collapsing to the ground in tears, while the Slytherins showed him no sympathy, instead jeering and mocking him. "Hey, that's him. Don't forget your promise. Big guy. I bet he's regretting crossing paths with Mr. Moriarty." Marcus suddenly lifted his head, glaring at the crowd before finally fixing his gaze upon Moriarty. He closed his eyes and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Mr. Moriarty, Marcus Flint shall pledge his lifelong loyalty to you." After uttering those words, Marcus seemed to have had all his strength siphoned away, collapsing to the ground, curling up, burying his head in the grass. Moriarty observed as tears the size of soybeans fell from his face. "Everyone disperse. I shall remain to converse with Marcus," Moriarty commanded, halting the still jeering little serpents. Curiosity flickered in their eyes, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lilith approached, gesturing towards Marcus. "Verbal commitments hold little weight. Why not forge an unbreakable oath instead?" Moriarty shook his head firmly. "I have no need to coerce others with such things. Without shared ideals, even the strongest of oaths can be shattered. In this matter, your enthusiasm is excessive. What is your true intention?" His words carried an implication that rendered the atmosphere between them somewhat peculiar. Lilith scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly attempting to discern something, but his deep gray eyes remained inscrutable, prompting her to abandon her inquiry. "Very well, I concede." She tied her hair into a ponytail, her demeanor transforming. "I have taken advantage of this election event to set up a betting pool, indeed, leveraging your reputation. Here is 100 galleons, half of my earnings, all for you." She produced an exquisite leather wallet from her pocket and jested. "So how did you know? Did you adopt a sniffer? Or have you succumbed to the avarice of fairies?" Moriarty took the wallet, weighed it in his hands, then returned it to Lilith, chuckling. "Next time, secure them in a safer place." I could hear the clinking of coins from afar. "Thank you. You have amused me," he remarked, eliciting a nonchalant huff from Lilith as she turned away. Joining Jericho at a distance on the field, awaiting Moriarty. "I was born with my mother's passing, and since then, I have never witnessed my father smile. Since I can remember, he has been selling valuable possessions from our home." Marcus's voice was hollow, as if his soul had been extracted, his face flushed crimson. He paused momentarily before continuing. "I yearn to bring joy to my father, yet I find myself utterly incapable, devoid of talent, lacking intelligence, and rather unlikable. At every ball hosted by the Malfoy or Greengrass families, no one wishes to dance with me. Upon entering Hogwarts, every subject's grades were dismal, the only consolation being my slightly taller stature compared to others. I aspired to join the Quidditch team. It was the only thing I could do. Then, I met you and Blanche. I grew envious of you both, and the rest you already know." "Such a tale invokes sympathy," Moriarty sneered. "But it does not absolve you of your character flaws and despicable malice." Marcus trembled momentarily, remaining silent. Moriarty continued, "Yet, in comparison to magic, this is insignificant. You still have time to redeem yourself. Do you know, Marcus, that I possess a wealth so considerable that even a fraction of it could restore the Flint family to its former glory? But is it merely monetary riches that you seek? I suppose so, sir, Marcus replied, sitting up with an innocent expression, his tears streaked. Crimson face nearly eliciting a chuckle from Moriarty. Such naive musings seemed to overlook the Flint family's past affluence. Where, then, had their riches vanished? Moriarty scoffed. What you should ponder is not how to acquire wealth, but rather how it is so easily lost. Marcus grasped a semblance of understanding, mumbling, "It's all because of the Dark Lord." Voldemort? Moriarty remarked, akin to the trepidation with which people uttered his name. His ability to seize your family's fortune stems from his superiority. He is more powerful than you and most others. Consider this. Enhancing your own strength is of utmost importance. But I know nothing, Marcus lamented, on the verge of tears once more. Fear not. I have devised a plan for your empowerment. Next year, during your 3rd year, you shall enroll in care of magical creatures, Moriarty asserted earnestly. You must dedicate yourself fully to this course, for from this moment forth, magical creatures shall be intertwined with your destiny. Marcus blinked, his comprehension wavering. Sir, is that all? I had anticipated you would command me to carry out some nefarious deeds. Rest assured, Marcus, Moriarty chuckled, if you pledge your allegiance to Voldemort, he will instruct you in fear and malevolence. Should you continue consorting with pureblood families, the Flint lineage will be devoured entirely. If you align with Dumbledore, he will teach you the so-called virtues of courage and kindness. Yet I am different. I will guide you along the path of magic, helping you become a competent wizard. I do not require you to perform tasks for me. Your growth is assistance enough. Overwhelmed by this discourse, Marcus scratched his head, apologizing, I'm sorry, sir, but I do not comprehend. Moriarty raised an eyebrow, gaining insight into Marcus's performance in potions class. When I speak of strength and enhanced abilities, I do not solely refer to your mastery of spells or the number of foes you can vanquish. I do not expect such feats from you, he patiently elucidated. In fact, I possess a dragon egg, and once it hatches, I intend to establish a dragon sanctuary. Marcus gasped, speechless. Moriarty's demeanor turned grave as he continued. You see, I will assign you tasks. And it would not be out of the question for the Flint family to manage my dragon sanctuary, provided you possess the requisite capability. I understand, sir, Marcus stammered, excitement lighting his features. Yet Moriarty leaned closer, whispering in his ear, the matter of the dragon egg is a secret between you and me. Until you have honed your skills, I advise you to utter not a single word to anyone. Should I discover that you confided in your father or allowed the news to spread, what do you think would be the consequence? Marcus hastily shook his head, and before he could express his loyalty, Moriarty interjected, I trust you will remain silent, but you must also guard against the malicious prying of others, such as legilimency. Headmaster Leon appears to be capable of legilimency, and Professor Snape too, Marcus exclaimed and quickly clarified, I merely support Leon. I do not pledge my loyalty to him. I understand. Moriarty's calm voice soothed Marcus, allowing him to regain composure as he wiped away his tears. Professor Snape will not invade your thoughts. As for Leon, I shall assign him some tasks, so you may focus on your studies. In the evening, feel free to visit the library for books. Very well, sir, Marcus replied, regaining a semblance of his former spirit. What else must I do apart from studying magical creatures? I mean, I can contribute more. In that case, maintain your composure and courage. Moriarty suddenly chuckled. Next, I shall unlock the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk within. Ah, yet another hidden secret. In your trial to see if you can endure. What did you say? A serpent? A basilisk? The fleeting sense of relief that Marcus had managed to cultivate shattered in an instant. Indeed, Moriarty replied nonchalantly, you heard me. Thus, I advise you to remain calm and brave. Yes, sir. Marcus looked at Moriarty with trepidation in his eyes. Excellent. Let us proceed. Moriarty led the way toward the castle, with Marcus following closely behind. Along the way, Moriarty cautioned him. From now on, refrain from those irritating antics. You must understand. From the moment you pledged your loyalty to me, you are unlike the others. At that moment, Lilith and Jericho approached, observing Marcus's respectful demeanor. Jericho discerned that something significant had transpired. Following Mr. Moriarty, you will learn a great deal. You shall soon realize that although you may have lost, you have truly gained. He chuckled, rising on his toes and draping an arm around Marcus's shoulders, easing the discomfort of Marcus's recent initiation, as though he were the elder. Moriarty cast a stern glance at him, his tone taking on a more severe edge. Jericho Blanche, come here. Noticing that Moriarty addressed him by his full name, Jericho's expression shifted, and he lowered his head, following obediently. Chapter 31. The The junior and senior in the library, Moriarty and Jericho, enter the castle, finding a secluded corridor. The reason Keith's broom soared was due to your interference, Moriarty stated bluntly, his tone resolute. Jericho appeared calm, as if prepared for this confrontation. Yet he kept his gaze lowered since Moriarty had summoned him. You yearned to ride the broom and soar freely. When you saw Keith's anxious demeanor, you seized the opportunity to cast a spell on his broom. I suspect that spell is unique to the Blanche family. Lilith mentioned that you hail from a family of athletes. Had this incident not occurred, I might never have known you could cast a silent spell, perhaps even without a wand, although it may only apply to that particular magic. Seeing Jericho, still reluctant to speak, Moriarty continued, the effects of the mysterious spell are evident. Keith is in trouble, and Ms. Hawk has been diverted, allowing us to practice our skills and successfully become Quidditch players. As for Keith's safety, you had anticipated this. You know that in such a situation, I would never stand idly by. Moreover, it is evident that this incident was merely an accident, and no one would cast suspicion upon you. You have already prepared a scapegoat, Percy Weasley. After all, he was the one who quarreled with Keith and uttered those words. There is no more fitting candidate, is there? Moriarty's tone turned cold. If Keith had not engaged in a dispute with Percy, perhaps Jericho would indeed have cast a spell upon a student of Gryffindor. I am aware that you are not as sunny as you appear. Beneath that facade lies a particular Slytherin quality. Jericho abruptly lifted his head, trembling lips forming words. Mr. Moriarty, He suddenly fell silent, and Moriarty noticed the redness around his eyes. Do you wish to become a player on the national Quidditch team, or a despicable figure lurking in the shadows? After Moriarty spoke these words with indifference, he turned to leave, allowing Jericho a moment of solitude for contemplation. The following morning, Moriarty indulged in an extra hour of sleep, a rare luxury on a weekend. Upon rising, he made his way to the library to return several books and borrow some ancient texts in Runic. Accompanying him was his newfound companion, Marcus Flint. However, once inside the library, they parted ways. Marcus, with determination, began to tackle a book titled The Species of Fire Dragons of Britain and Ireland. He was aware that perusing dragon literature might draw the attention of prying eyes, so he borrowed the Psychological Handbook of the Hippogriff as a decoy. Meanwhile, Moriarty discovered advanced runic translation on a nearby shelf. A gentle, melodic voice emerged from behind the shelves. Mr. Moriarty, are you preparing to succeed Professor Babbler as the new instructor of ancient runes? Gemma Farley appeared, cradling a copy of an introductory guide to ancient runes, her gaze somewhat melancholic. Moriarty shook his head with a smile. Professor Babbler possesses profound knowledge in ancient runes, whereas my focus leans towards practical application. Gemma nodded, seemingly understanding, though her demeanor exuded a delicate charm. Moriarty recalled the topics she had discussed with Lilith during the sorting feast. Indeed, a spark of curiosity flickered in Gemma's emerald eyes as she offered a sweet smile. I happen to be perplexed by a few questions. Could you enlighten me? Moriarty was certain he perceived a challenge in her gaze, yet he would not acquiesce easily. He proposed a condition, an exchange of transfiguration notes. For Gemma's proficiency in the subject was unmatched among third-year students. With a playful huff, Gemma replied, "What a man unwilling to concede. Just wait. I shall retrieve it at once." Moriarty, are you jesting with me? Gemma pouted, her cheeks slightly chubby, reminiscent of youthful innocence. Moriarty, however, unceremoniously took the notes from her grasp, casually flipping through a few pages before responding. In truth, I possess no notes on transfiguration, for there is little of significance to record. However, I did not intend to deceive you. I sent a letter to today's transfiguration, where you will find my theoretical concepts. Surely, you jest. Do you truly believe they will accept your manuscript? Gemma's expression suddenly became much more solemn as she leaned forward, hands resting on the table, attempting to meet Moriarty's gaze. Moriarty recoiled slightly, evading Gemma's fervent stare, and replied, I could not be more certain. You shall likely see it by next Wednesday, although I fear it may not be of much assistance to you. Elemental transfiguration is a shortcut devised by Moriarty himself. It may inspire legends like Dumbledore and Voldemort, but for Gemma, applying elemental transfiguration in practice proves quite challenging. Yet Gemma held a different opinion. Undeterred, she settled beside Moriarty, opened the borrowed texts, and muttered defiantly, Underestimate me? Oomph. Suddenly, a playful smile graced her lips, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing within the pages. I shall tentatively believe your words. However, she addressed Moriarty, I trust you won't mind if I pose a few questions? By all means, inquire away. It will be delightful to feel as if I were back in my third-year classroom, Moriarty replied, having nearly finished reviewing Gemma's notes. Aside from Professor McGonagall's personal demonstration of animagus transformation, there was little of note. Gemma boldly presented several questions from their previous week studies, aiming to stump Moriarty. Yet, each inquiry fell short of his prowess. Within mere minutes, he resolved them all. Gemma found herself somewhat impressed, exclaiming, "Truly, Moriarty, why do you always give off an air of omniscience?" Moriarty merely shook his head, for he was not Dumbledore and would not squander time imparting wisdom or platitudes to young wizards. Observing his reluctance to elaborate, Gemma laughed, albeit with a hint of petulance in her expression. "You engage in delightful conversation with Lilith, yet are unwilling to converse with me for a moment longer. Moriarty, are you aware that everyone claims you are inseparable from Tonks in the morning and from Lilith at noon?" "Ah, mere youthful gossip. Pay them no mind," Moriarty replied with the demeanor of one who has seen it all. "Do they also assert that I am never apart from Jericho during class, and that Marcus is my constant companion at night?" Gemma chuckled. "You have noticed, then, that you have become the center of attention. Many regard you as their idol, and the girls have even bestowed upon you a rather audacious title." "Audacious?" Moriarty inquired, looking at her. "Indeed," she replied, propping her chin on her hand, her head tilted as if envisioning Moriarty soaring across the Quidditch pitch. Her voice took on an ethereal quality, eternal. "Nothing in this world remains unchanged, yet they believe you will. Is that not a rather audacious title?" Moriarty found it curious. "Isn't it Shooting Star?" "That was Lilith's choice." Gemma straightened, leaning closer to Moriarty. "Tonks deemed Shooting Star inauspicious, hence the change to Eternal. You see, I told you, your gaze is solely for Lilith." This time, he spoke at greater length. "For instance, you are familiar with the ancient runes, right? The reason my boots can carry me swiftly alongside Larbor is that they are an alchemical artifact, possessing the ability to enhance my speed. I wish to add another feature, bouncing." Jemima seemed to regard Moriarty as a professor. She took out a pen and diligently noted his words. Moriarty did not deter her and continued. "Thus, I merely need to study the knowledge concerning bouncing and movement found within the ancient runes. As for the method of creation, that pertains to other subjects. Do you understand, Jemima? I am simply selecting the portions I require from various disciplines. Whether it be magic or anything else, learning must be purposeful." Jemima nodded earnestly, expressing, "I will reflect on my study methods thoroughly. I sincerely appreciate your guidance. Although it feels somewhat peculiar to say this to a junior, I mean it. Furthermore, to express my gratitude, I shall share a secret with you." She leaned closer to Moriarty and whispered, "Professor McGonagall has a Transfiguration Club. As for the name, I regret that I cannot disclose it just yet, but I believe you will soon find out. Professor McGonagall has no reason to overlook a genius like you. I look forward to meeting you in the club." After saying this, she waved at Moriarty, her cheeks flushed, and exited the library. Little did she know that Moriarty had scarcely given the club a second thought. Chapter 32. Jericho's Apology. On Monday morning, Moriarty arrived at the room of requirement as usual. If all went according to plan, today he would be rewarded with a cauldron of invigorating potion. "Nymph," he called, "fetch a cup. There's a portion for you as well." Moriarty gestured toward the large pot of potion simmering in the golden cauldron. "Oh, what a delightful surprise!" Tonks exclaimed, her hair transformed into a bubblegum pink, radiating joy. "In truth, I am far more intrigued by the ice magic you mentioned. When shall I have the pleasure of witnessing it?" "You promised." Just as Moriarty was about to respond, Tonks placed a finger on her lips, grinning like a bear that had stolen honey. "I know what you're about to say, but I have already mastered the Patronus charm." With that, she brandished her wand, exclaiming, "Expecto Patronum." A large plume of white smoke burst forth from the tip of her wand, swiftly coalescing into a tangible form that emitted a soft white glow, a white rabbit. "Look how adorable she is. I named her Miss Michelle," Tonks cooed, cradling the rabbit in her arms, her eyes squinting in delight. "I can feel her protection. I now believe no dark magic can harm me." "Clearly, that is but an illusion," Moriarty remarked without hesitation, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. He licked his lips, revealing a teasing smile. "In the future, do not approach me casually, unless you wish for a serpent's tongue to caress your face." Tonks's expression shifted dramatically, akin to someone who had unwittingly consumed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean of booger flavor. A few unpleasant thoughts crossed her mind, yet the presence of her Patronus swiftly restored her cheer. "With Miss Michelle to protect me, I fear your serpent not." Moriarty extended his hand to touch Michelle, intrigued by the clash between ice magic and the guardian charm, one of the most formidable defensive spells of the present day. Thus, he consented to Tonks' request for a duel, albeit set for the morrow. Once the brain-refreshing potions were ready, Moriarty meticulously divided them, reserving some for himself allocating portions for Snape and William, while Tonks eagerly consumed her share in swift gulps. As Moriarty organized his tools, he remarked, "Do not underestimate my potions. You shall undoubtedly concoct a flawless elixir, perhaps even earning commendations from Professor Snape." "Oh, Moriarty," Tonks exclaimed, clutching her stomach. "I sincerely hope it is unwise to ingest this on an empty stomach. Clearly, it awakens not only my mind but also my appetite. Blast it, I must procure some food." Accompanying her to the Great Hall, Moriarty was taken aback to find the students standing, their expressions a mixture of shock, while the professors appeared exceedingly grave. "What has transpired?" Moriarty inquired as he approached the Slytherin table. Lilith, upon noticing him, urgently exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. Look over there." Following her gaze, Moriarty beheld Jericho standing before Professor Snape, who was vociferously reprimanding him. Just moments ago, Jericho had publicly apologized to Keith in front of the entire school. Lilith leaned closer to Moriarty and whispered, "He confessed that Keith soared in disguise due to the spell he cast on Keith's broomstick. How terrifying." Jericho displayed neither sorrow nor remorse. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, Professor, your words ring true. This is precisely why I stand here. Whatever punishment the school deems fit, I shall accept it without resentment, for I understand that I cannot falter again." Jericho then turned his gaze toward the Gryffindor table, locking eyes with Percy. "I sincerely apologize for exploiting your conflict with Keith, tarnishing your reputation." Percy's face was a portrait of bewilderment, having never before received an apology. Jericho swiftly pivoted, seemingly bidding farewell to all, as if aware of his impending expulsion. Upon catching sight of Moriarty, he bowed deeply, stating, "You have rescued my soul, Mr. Moriarty." Professor Snape, unable to contain his indignation, approached Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Slytherin House cannot harbor such a student. He must be expelled." "Silence, Severus," Dumbledore interjected, rising to scrutinize Jericho through his half-moon spectacles. "In light of Mr. Blanche's perilous actions towards Keith, Slytherin House shall incur a deduction of 50 points, along with a period of detention. As for expulsion, I believe that is unnecessary." Dumbledore's expression softened as he addressed Jericho. "I am pleased to witness your apology and the genuine smile upon your face. In the past, your smiles resembled mere masks. Now, I perceive sincerity and courage within them. Hogwarts welcomes every child who chooses to amend their ways, which is one of the founding principles of the four founders." At this juncture, Dumbledore glanced at Moriarty, receiving a nod of affirmation in return. Dumbledore approached Jericho and softly said, "So, my dear child, no one shall expel you. In fact, I shall award you 51 points for your courage and candor, and for vanquishing a foul spirit, revealing to us a noble wizard." Applause erupted as Moriarty led the way, and the students followed suit, nodding in approval of Jericho's willingness to acknowledge his mistakes. However, they soon realized that, after deducting the points that Professor Snape had taken from Slytherin, Dumbledore had only granted Slytherin a single point. "Huh, that jesting old man," the students murmured. Even William and the other Slytherins were satisfied with Dumbledore's handling of the situation. At that moment, Moriarty raised his hand and declared loudly, "Professor, this all stemmed from Jericho, and I wanted to practice our Quidditch skills. While we have become players, we indeed violated school rules. I believe I should be punished, and I request to serve detention alongside Jericho." Before Snape could express his indignation, Dumbledore interjected, "Very well, Mr. Moriarty, I respect your request." The hall erupted into a cacophony of noise, and Jericho's eyes brimmed with tears. "I am in awe of your noble character, sir," he shouted, as Marcus, Moriarty's companion, naturally followed suit. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "I too must apologize. It was I who falsely accused Mr. Moriarty, and I incited Laurelbow to steal your boots, even attempting to injure you with a bludger." The students gasped in unison, causing Marcus to grow anxious. Lacking experience speaking before such a crowd, he flushed deeply. "But sir did not blame me. He has treated me kindly. I mean, if there is to be punishment, let it be upon me first." At that moment, Laurelbow emerged from the crowd, walking towards Moriarty while softly saying, "Jericho's actions have profoundly moved me. I wish to apologize, Mr. Moriarty. I am sorry for stealing your boots, and I am willing to accept punishment for it." His voice was low yet clear, and students from other houses stared at him in disbelief, witnessing one Slytherin after another offering apologies. The students regarded Professor Snape with trepidation, perceiving him as a dark sorcerer, yet Moriarty understood his feelings. Snape detested bullying and wished for neither his students to bully others nor to be bullied themselves. "Please do not fret, Professor Snape. Their actions have not reached an unforgivable extent. Moriarty smiled gently at Snape, then turned to Laurelbow and Marcus. I have forgiven you, and I hope you understand that if you err, the most dreadful consequence is not that others cannot forgive you, but that you yourself cannot forgive yourself. And the most terrifying notion is believing you are beyond reproach, that you have done no wrong. Moriarty's soothing voice seemed to bring calm, quieting the hall as all present reflected deeply on his words. The students erupted into laughter as Professor Snape continually deducted points while Professor Dumbledore consistently awarded them. Who, one might wonder, truly embodies the role of head of Slytherin House? Amidst the merriment, Keith cautiously suggested, perhaps I should apologize? To Weasley, that is. After all, if we hadn't T-clashed, Jericho wouldn't have had the opportunity to cast his spell, would he? All eyes turned to him, then to Percy, whose face flushed a deep crimson akin to his hair. Stammering, he replied, I should be the one to apologize. Oh, I should have been the first to do so. It's not your fault. I was a bit boastful that day, considering we have an abundance of older brothers, you know. This provoked a hearty laugh, and Charlie, unashamed, clapped Percy on the shoulder, exclaiming, You've grown up, Percy. Dumbledore's smile broadened, his heart swelling with pleasure as he beheld the joyous faces of the students. Their happiness was so infectious that he had to tap his goblet to gain their attention. Since you have made your own decisions, it seems you all shall serve detention. Our gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid, has informed me that he is short-handed of late, and you are required to assist him in the Forbidden Forest. But fret not with Mr. Moriarty present. I assure you that your venture into the forest will be as leisurely as a picnic, filled with mirth akin to today's gathering. Dumbledore winked at Moriarty, then raised his voice a notch. Now, off you go to breakfast. Quickly. If you're late, the professor of your first class will deduct points. Ha ha. The students promptly took their seats, devouring their breakfast with gusto, exchanging occasional touches that elicited knowing smiles. Each pondered quietly within themselves, reflecting on any faults that might require rectification. Several pairs of erstwhile adversaries found themselves seated together, engaging in hushed conversations that remained indecipherable to others, such as William and Leon. Chapter 33. The Vanishing Poltergeist. Moriarty, bearing a bowl of oatmeal and a croissant, settled beside William, placing a large cup before him. Your wake-up tonic, he declared. Wow, Mr. Moriarty, I find myself at a loss for words to praise you. I can only say, you are a perpetual marvel, William exclaimed, his enthusiasm bordering on the theatrical. Moriarty quickly interjected, What are you two discussing? I presume it is not the mermaids of the Black Lake. William smiled at Moriarty, replying, Leon and I were saying that you have altered the students' perception of our house. Is that not a good thing? Moriarty sipped his porridge. There is nothing wrong with that, Leon remarked, taking a bite of his sandwich. However, once you step into the ministry, you will realize that aside from purebloods or the offspring of high-ranking officials, nearly every wizard graduating from Slytherin is treated with suspicion. Changing the public's perception of Slytherin is quite significant to me. At least I won't face excessive disdain post-graduation. William, sipping his porridge, mumbled indistinctly, So let us express our gratitude to Mr. Moriarty, shall we? As always, his demeanor remained anything but solemn. Leon cast a disdainful glance at William, then turned his head to nod at Moriarty. I ought to express my gratitude to you. Perhaps, as Mr. Lockhart suggested, you will usher in a new era. Yet, this is also a source of my concern. Moriarty, along with William, set aside their food and directed their attention towards Leon. Our Slytherin house is distinct from the other three houses, he said softly. We may have erred, but we take pride in our identity. It is difficult for us to admit our mistakes, let alone to someone like Jericho. Earning the respect and fear of others. That is the essence of Slytherin. Moriarty shook his head, recognizing that Leon, with his differing ambitions, was not destined to be an ally. However, he could be of use. It is premature to discuss working at the Ministry of Magic. Let us instead talk about next year's Student Council President, Leon. Moriarty's voice was low, yet imbued with a compelling strength that effortlessly breached Leon's psychological defenses. Noticing the unmistakable longing in Leon's eyes, Moriarty leisurely consumed the last morsel of food, gradually rising to depart, leaving only his voice lingering in the air. First, ascertain what Bill Weasley is doing, and then I shall assist you in securing the position you desire. Leon's countenance grew markedly grave, and William also stood, patting his shoulder before leaving. Good luck. 10 minutes later, Moriarty appeared at the entrance of the potions classroom, bearing a cauldron of invigorating elixir. Due to the prolonged delay in the Great Hall, Professor Snape had refrained from docking points from the tardy students. Standing at the door, Moriarty wore a formidable expression. Unfazed, he smiled. The potion has been successfully brewed. It is safe for use. There will be no incidents of transforming into a troll's brain, a fact which William has already verified. Professor Snape's demeanor softened slightly as he took the cauldron, discerning at a glance that all was in order. Proceed to class, Mr. Slytherin. However, Moriarty did not take his leave. Like a magician, he produced a bottle of shampoo, adorned with Lockhart's image and a bird snake. Lilith informed me that the bird snake egg yolk shampoo is suitable for young people. This bottle is for you, Professor. I have tried it, and it works quite well. Most importantly, it has no connection to the Potter family. This was concocted by Mr. Lockhart. Professor Snape did not accept the shampoo, but instead advanced towards Moriarty. Fixing him with an intense stare, his expression akin to one struck in the back of the head by a rogue ball, yet his eyes sparkled with waves of fury. What are you implying? What do you know? What do you intend to do? Professor Snape yearned to take Moriarty to a secluded corridor. Yet Moriarty evidently had no intention of departing. He replied coolly, "All I wish to do is present you with the shampoo, Professor. Please refrain from regarding me with such suspicion. As long as I desire to know what transpires within these walls, I will be informed whether it pertains to the past, present, or future." Professor Snape, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the shampoo and turned to enter the classroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Task completion detected. Reward: Achievement Lottery. Moriarty had saved this lottery and attended class. Over the course of a week, the students at Hogwarts discovered that this year's newcomers included a number of talented and capable young wizards, who came to be known as the Dazzling Quintet. Moriarty's performance in every subject established him as the unquestionable leader. Most students believed that the top rank for the first-year final exams had already been secured, and even students from the second, third, and fourth years acknowledged that they might not be able to rival Moriarty, whether in theoretical knowledge or practical skills. The Serpents of Slytherin House were well aware that the 5th, 6th, and even 7th-year seniors held great respect for Moriarty. Following the incident in the Great Hall, Leon had shifted his address for Moriarty from young Sir. If Moriarty was in the lead, then closely following in potions was Lilith. In astronomy and charms was Penelope, and Jericho excelled in flying. These three were ever in pursuit of the frontrunner, Moriarty. As for the last member, it was the perennial third place, Percy. People often remarked that he was simply born in the wrong era, but Percy seemed unperturbed by this, perhaps, as Charlie had suggested. He had indeed matured considerably. That evening, 3 members of the Dazzling Quintet and 3 Slytherin serpents, under the guidance of the caretaker Argus Filch, made their way to Hagrid's hut to commence their detention. I believe you will think twice before violating school rules again, won't you? Filch's sharp gaze swept over each student. Yet none of the 6 were intimidated. Only Jericho maintained a smile in response to Filch's words. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, they found it empty, save for a dog lazily sprawled on the floor. "Stay put. I will fetch Hagrid," Filch announced before departing, leaving the 6 young wizards standing in place. It was a moonless night, with countless brilliant stars illuminating the sky, casting the fluffy clouds in the guise of grand lanterns. A gentle breeze now and then added to the atmosphere, rendering it far from frightening, akin to a leisurely stroll. Jericho circled the hut twice and remarked to Moriarty, "It's strange not to find Rubius Hagrid here. Where could he possibly be at this hour? He wouldn't have forgotten us, would he?" Keith speculated casually, then excitedly proposed, "If he has forgotten us, how about we venture into the Forbidden Forest for an adventure?" Chuckling, Keith added, "I've heard from my grandfather that there are numerous precious potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest." Haha, this was indeed true. But the Forbidden Forest housed more than just potion materials. Percy joined the conversation, earnestly stating, "Bill once told Charlie and me that there is a tribe of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, though he has never seen them. However, he mentioned that Peeves has encountered them and used werewolf fur to frighten timid first years." Peeves? Moriarty interjected, and everyone turned to him. As Percy spoke of Peeves, Moriarty suddenly recalled something significant. "A week has passed since I arrived at school, yet I have not seen Peeves even once. Have any of you spotted him?" Jericho exchanged glances with Keith and the others, all shaking their heads. "To be honest, we haven't encountered him either. The Gryffindor students have also not seen him." Percy began to ponder. This is indeed peculiar. Peeves is known to be everywhere, delighting in mischief. "Indeed," Marcus nodded. "I recall that when I first enrolled, before Prefect William led us to the common room, Peeves was already causing chaos, disregarding everyone's words until he was finally scared away by Lord Barrow. In other words, Peeves has not appeared since we began our studies." This is no trivial matter. A grave expression flashed across Moriarty's eyes. He grasped the Slytherin wand and pointed it towards the highest tower of the castle, uttering in parcel tongue, "Glory to Slytherin, the lion roars in the valley." The fledgling accepts a millennium of legacy, and the kind Hufflepuff serves as the foundation of all. Speak to me, O four founders. Jericho and the others were astonished to see a shimmering green serpent's head emerge from the tip of the wand, vanishing within seconds. At that moment, if any young wizard in the castle looked up, they would notice the night sky upon the ceiling beginning to shift. Moriarty slowly closed his eyes, and a myriad of colorful auras representing magical power appeared in his mind. By assessing the size of the auras, Moriarty discerned the identities corresponding to the magic. 2 minutes later, the wand ceased to tremble, and Moriarty opened his eyes, their gleam resembling a serpent spotting a plump prey, just as he had mentioned to Professor Snape. The existence of the Slytherin wand granted him insight into many occurrences within the castle. The four founders had enchanted the castle to better manage the school, and the incantation Moriarty had just recited bestowed upon him the privilege to access Hogwarts. However, this privilege did not supersede that of the headmaster. Thus there remained one place Moriarty could not perceive, the headmaster's office, a fact he had known since his arrival. Now another entity had joined that list, Peeves. Chapter 34. The Centaur. You are here to assist me, are you not? A deep, resonant voice echoed, and Moriarty and his companions beheld a towering figure emerging from the nearby woods. It was a robust giant, his face nearly concealed by a tangle of unruly hair and a thick, tangled beard, draped in a brown overcoat and carrying 2 bundles of hay. I am Rubeus Hagrid. Mr. Filch has informed me about you. Ah, Slytherin House, very well, come along now. Fawn, let us go. Hagrid appeared somewhat aloof as he strode towards another section of the forest, while Lolbo and Keith clearly disapproved of Hagrid's demeanor, reluctantly trailing behind Moriarty. Along the way, Jericho inquired, Mr. Hagrid, what is it that we need to do? While asked, Hagrid paused, releasing his grip as 2 bundles of hay fell to the ground. He gestured towards the hay, stating, to my left is sage, and to my right is marshmallow. You are required to gather a substantial quantity of sage and marshmallow from this forest, and then present them to me. It's as simple as that. Is it really that simple? Lolbo remarked lightly, if it's so easy, why can't you collect it yourself? Hagrid shot him a disdainful glance before quickly averting his gaze. Marshmallow grows close to the ground, and sage is rather difficult to extract. If the demand weren't so high, I would have some stock left. However, the centaurs require an overwhelming amount this time. They've asked for my assistance. Hagrid covered his mouth, realizing he had let something slip. A few young wizards chuckled, and Jericho nodded. Aha, so this involves the centaurs. Moriarty picked a sprig of sage, and a faint aroma wafted towards him. Centaurs are skilled in astrology. To further interpret the results of their observations, they typically burn sage and marshmallow. So, the centaurs must be encountering some perplexing celestial changes, right, Hagrid? Hagrid shook his head. I don't know. Firenze merely requested that I find this hay. Let's get moving. Oh, and it would be best for us to split into 2 groups. Jericho, Percy, and others positioned themselves behind Moriarty, while Hagrid awkwardly pursed his lips, and Yaya stood by his feet. Marcus, you will be in a group with Mr. Hagrid. Moriarty signaled to his companion. You assist Mr. Hagrid in collecting marshmallow, while we gather sage. Marcus nodded in understanding, and once the teams were organized, they ventured in opposite directions. Moriarty overheard Marcus speaking to Hagrid in an unaccustomed tone. Mr. Hagrid, I heard there's a group of hippogriffs in the Forbidden Forest. Those magnificent creatures are truly endearing. I mean, I like them. Yes, I also plan to take the Care of Magical Creatures course next year. Jericho caught this and whistled. Since when did Marcus develop an interest in magical creatures? I suggest he studies them. At least he might learn something. Moriarty casually brushed aside the matter. As they delved deeper into the forest, they spotted clusters of sage. Moriarty tapped the ground with his Slytherin wand, and the stubborn sage effortlessly extracted itself from the soil. This is remarkably easy, Keith chuckled. Professor Dumbledore was right. Being with Mr. Moriarty feels like a picnic. The piles of sage accumulated on the ground, forming a small mound. I believe this should suffice, Moriarty declared. No, my child, it is insufficient. A gentle voice emerged from the adjacent woods, followed by a rustling sound as a centaur stepped into view. Jericho and the others drew their wands. The prior words had indeed belonged to the centaur, and although his tone was soft, he held a bow and arrow. Moriarty took a few steps towards the centaur, stating, We are students from Hogwarts, assisting Hagrid in gathering sage for your divination. The centaur's strikingly blue eyes scrutinized Moriarty without blinking. I know, he stated. The stars have foretold your arrival in the coming days, which is why I have often ventured out in search of you. I am Firenze, and I bear no ill will. It is a pleasure to meet you, Slytherin. Did the stars also reveal my name to you? Moriarty inquired, observing Firenze. This centaur possessed platinum-colored hair, yet his lower half was a rich chestnut, complemented by a gleaming equine body and a long, silvery tail trailing behind. Firenze hesitated slightly. The stars, they always impart much knowledge. He then adopted a more solemn tone. Centaur wisdom has unraveled the mysteries of celestial movements over centuries. Our findings suggest that from the heavens above, we may catch glimpses of the future. This differs from your conventional understanding of the future. What will I eat tomorrow? Will I receive extra points in class the day after? How many distinctions will I achieve in my final exams? These inquiries pertain more to fate. We observe the night sky with an objective and impartial perspective, documenting significant trends of calamity or upheaval. It may take over a decade to validate our insights. Moriarty grasped this, and his curiosity deepened. He vaguely remembered Firenze's closeness to Harry Potter and how the centaur had foretold the resurgence of Voldemort and the onset of the Second Wizarding War. But what relevance did this hold for him? Firenze seemed to perceive Moriarty's confusion and gently raised his gaze. Have you noticed? There is no moon tonight. And so? Jericho tightened his grip on his wand. What does the absence of the moon signify? To me, the concept of future and fate is nothing more than an ostentatious charade. Firenze disregarded Jericho, his focus solely on Moriarty. On a day in December 1987, the moon vanished entirely, not even gracing the night sky. We have documented that since that day, there have been occasional nights devoid of moonlight. He spoke calmly. Percy inhaled sharply, as if recalling something. December 1987? Charlie mentioned during the summer that the ghosts were reveling, Peeves was laughing, and the portraits were dancing. What do they call that day? The Hogwarts riot? Firenze cast a pointed glance at Percy. This is a clear omen. Perhaps the event you refer to as the Hogwarts riot coincided with the moonless night. Wait, are you suggesting that the so-called Hogwarts riot affected the stars? Moriarty was not unfamiliar with the riot, having perused the entire year's issues of the Daily Prophet. They recorded that the riot consisted merely of ghosts, portraits, and suits of armor frolicking, with no wizards in attendance. Moriarty suspected it was yet another sensational tale. Firenze offered no definitive answer, merely sidestepping the question, leading Moriarty to seriously doubt whether he possessed any real knowledge on the matter. Moriarty then rephrased his inquiry. Mr. Firenze, do you believe that the Hogwarts riot and the moonless night are somehow connected to me? Facing Moriarty's piercing gaze, Firenze slowly nodded. Indeed, Slytherin. You may be unaware, but several years ago, we observed the celestial patterns and foretold that the wizarding world of Britain would soon be engulfed in a war among wizards over the next decade. A conflict intimately tied to two individuals. Moriarty recognized that he spoke of Harry Potter and Voldemort. However, Firenze continued, since the first moonless night, the celestial signs have shifted. Their trajectories, velocities, and the connections between planets and stars have all transformed. Thus, we are redefining the signs. Therefore, you require a considerable amount of sage and marigold. Moriarty comprehended. Indeed, Firenze circled around Moriarty. By September, you arrived. Slytherin. That surname marks you as exceptional. Our ancestors have never divined information regarding the four founders or their descendants through celestial signs, and neither have you. Yet, I believe this is no mere coincidence. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, sending a chill through the air, and Moriarty's voice resonated powerfully amidst it. I too believe this is no coincidence. Firenze extended a hand. I am pleased you concur with my perspective. Within our circle, there are differing views regarding the new divination. They have forbidden me from disclosing it to you prematurely. What, then, is the new divination? Moriarty inquired, reaching out to clasp his hand gently. A flicker of hesitation and alarm crossed Firenze's face, and after a prolonged silence, he finally responded, it is a state of chaos, encompassing not only war but also transformation, fear, and in essence I cannot quite define, perhaps it is opportunity or choice. Chapter 35, Minister of Magic. Moriarty's venture into the Forbidden Forest concluded after Hagrid delivered sage and marigold to the centaur Bane, yet he garnered valuable insights from Firenze. Marcus had also grown closer to Hagrid, resulting in an overall fruitful experience. The following morning, Moriarty commenced a new day, markedly different from the previous ones. With each encounter of a student, professor, or even a ghost, he would invariably pose additional inquiries regarding Peeves the poltergeist. Soon, the entire school became aware of Moriarty's interest in Peeves, noting that the mischievous spirit had not been seen for quite some time. It was then that Peeves, as if attuned to the hearts of others, made his appearance. However, Moriarty discerned that Peeves would deliberately evade him, striving to avoid any encounters. As time flowed into November, The weather turned bitterly cold, and the surrounding mountains lay shrouded in a gray veil of ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning or evening, frost blanketed the ground, prompting Moriarty to venture outdoors, allowing the elemental water magic within him to commune with the frigid air. Nature's offerings began to stir the magical levels he had long struggled to elevate. Moriarty's daily activities grew numerous, dueling with Tonks at dawn, occasionally brewing potions. He attended classes in the morning, and when free, he practiced spells upon the frozen lake surface. During midday, he was often seen carrying potion recipes upon his back. In the afternoon, I attend classes. When there are none, I typically immerse myself in the study of ancient languages such as Sumerian and Latin at the library, occasionally encountering Senior Gemma. As night falls, I apply the knowledge I've acquired to the spells left by Salazar. According to Moriarty's predictions, in a few days, the flying charm will be ready for use. The rigorous academic pursuit consumes all of Moriarty's time, leaving Jericho, who yearns to discuss Quidditch strategies with him, in a state of restless anticipation. We are about to face Gryffindor in a match. However, prefects William and Leon are preoccupied with exam preparations, and Moriarty seems perpetually elusive. Jericho pounds on the table in the common room, exclaiming, "Are we really going to lose to Gryffindor?" Percy will undoubtedly gloat. Suddenly, the stone door of the common room swung open, and Marcus burst in, inquiring, "Where is he?" Professor McGonagall sent him to the headmaster's office. "Why?" Jericho questioned. "I don't know," Marcus rasped, "but I saw Minister Millicent Bagno from the Ministry of Magic, along with a reporter, Rita Skeeter." "It's Rita Skeeter," Lilith interjected, rising from a nearby sofa where several other girls sat. "She is a third-rate journalist willing to betray anyone for a story, yet she maintains a respectful demeanor towards Moriarty, crossing her arms and speaking with confidence. As for Millicent Bagno, she has not been faring well lately, so rest assured, her visit to the school will pose no harm to Moriarty." After speaking, Lilith adjusted her flowing hair and gracefully exited the common room. Marcus's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What was that about?" Jericho shrugged. "How would I know? Ever since Mr. Moriarty frequently vanished from our sight, she has become equally elusive. Oh, Merlin, I feel abandoned. Where am I supposed to find him?" Marcus gazed at Jericho with wide eyes. "Did not Pillywick say that he would rather be with Tonks or Gemma than play with me?" Jericho lamented, clutching his meticulously prepared tactical notes as he departed. "So where should I look for Tonks or Gemma?" Marcus stared around, hoping the other Slytherins could offer him some guidance. "Go to the headmaster's office. The password is Fizzing Wisby," Barrow said in his distinctive voice. "Our matters can be discussed later." Barrow watched as Moriarty walked away, a look of fear finally crossing his face. Upon reaching the door to the headmaster's office, Moriarty addressed a gargoyle, saying, "Fizzing Wisby. Hello there, Slytherin. Your ever-faithful guardian of the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Parlow, salutes you." The gargoyle seemed to bellow, simultaneously leaping aside to reveal a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly. Moriarty cast a glance at the gargoyle, said nothing, and ascended the staircase. Entering the headmaster's office, it was a spacious, beautifully circular room filled with the soft murmurs of various conversations. Upon a slender-legged table lay an array of silverware, swirling and emitting small wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, their piercing gazes fixed intently upon Moriarty. "Hello, young Slytherin. I eagerly await the moment you don me upon your head," the sorting hat proclaimed joyfully from a grand table. Its words captured the attention of others in the room, a throng turning to gaze at Moriarty. Among them were Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and an unfamiliar woman accompanied by a robust wizard. "Ah, young Moriarty, how delightful to see you," Dumbledore remarked with evident joy. "This is Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnold, who brings splendid news, along with Cornelius Fudge from the Minister's Advisory Office." Was this imposing wizard Fudge the minister during Voldemort's return? Moriarty scrutinized Fudge, noting the apparent weight gained since his ascension to the position. "Good morning, Minister Fudge." Moriarty greeted politely. He then read aloud from a parchment. In light of the epoch-making significance of the 3 papers submitted by Moriarty Slytherin on ancient and modern transfiguration, the 5 exceptions to Gamp's 5 principal exceptions, and animagi and essential transfiguration, essential transfiguration and elemental transfiguration. The members of today's Transfiguration unanimously agree that Moriarty Slytherin deserves the award for the most promising newcomer. The room erupted in applause. Dumbledore smiled, McGonagall clapped vigorously, and even Snape nodded in approval. "Quickly, Mr. Slytherin," Fudge urged eagerly, "come take a photograph with the minister. This will surely make the front page." Moriarty squinted. "I must decline. The atmosphere froze, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What? You mean, haha, Fudge chuckled awkwardly, exchanging glances with Dumbledore. The minister's complexion paled. Despite her already wan demeanor, Moriarty regarded the two politicians coolly, stating, I have no penchant for being photographed for public viewing, nor do I desire fame or notoriety. This was made abundantly clear to Ms. Rita when Professor Lockhart invited me to lend appeal to his novel. Rita, holding a camera, offered an awkward smile. As for the notion that a photograph with the minister would benefit me, I care even less. I dare say none of you combined possess my wealth. With that, silence enveloped the headmaster's office. Ha ha, Dumbledore chuckled, breaking the stillness. All right, Fudge, do not trouble this old man. Should I provoke young Moriarty, he might dismiss me. You know, the surname of the four founders. Oh, that is not a matter for an old man to contend with. Well, I see, Fudge said, perspiring profusely as he glanced at his minister. The minister stiffly nodded at Dumbledore, farewell, Albus, and shot a cold glance at Moriarty before striding out. Fudge bowed to each individual in the room before hastily following Rita. She is about to step down, is she not? Moriarty approached Dumbledore. Chapter 36, Conversation. Indeed, she is. So how did you come to know this? As far as I am aware, you lack connections within the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, resting his chin upon them as he gazed at Moriarty. Is an award from an academic journal worthy of a personal presentation by the Minister of Magic? Moriarty retorted, moving towards the sorting hat, casually touching its tip as he remarked, it is all too evident. She is interested in my reputation and hopes to enhance her support through celebrity influence. Moriarty added, it's merely an old trick of politicians, one that I do not favor. Dumbledore smiled kindly. I am truly pleased that you can see through the hypocritical facade of politicians. Although each year graduates enter the Ministry of Magic, I have always opposed the excessive involvement of undergraduates with it. Moriarty nodded non-committally, casting a glance at the professors in the room, and said, if there is nothing further, I believe I must attend my class. Professor Flitwick is lecturing on softening charms today. Wait a moment. Dumbledore suddenly interjected, winking at Moriarty. Prepare well for the Quidditch match. I dare say the encounter between Slytherin and Gryffindor will be the most thrilling in the last decade. Moriarty readily agreed and then departed. Watching him leave the office, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, it seems Mr. Moriarty is not particularly interested in your Transfiguration Club. Dumbledore rubbed his brow. Severus, what is your view? Who? Slytherin? Professor Snape scoffed. A foolish remark from Blanche. If the potion-esque formula and steps were shown to Moriarty, he could brew the corresponding potion. In terms of potions, Slytherin has displayed qualities that leave us no reason to doubt him. He is intelligent, powerful, composed, and I can sense love from his potions. Love? Dumbledore approached Snape. Incredulous. I cannot believe that word has escaped your lips. Snape's gaze flickered momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Believe it or not, rather than speculating here, we might as well inquire with Gilderoy Lockhart. I sensed a similar familiarity from that fellow shampoo. Gilderoy Lockhart? Dumbledore walked over to a bookshelf, retrieving with Slytherin in the East. He flipped through the pages, softly stating, perhaps some matters have been forgotten by us. Meanwhile, in the Charms classroom, the news of Moriarty receiving the most promising newcomer award from today's Transfiguration had become common knowledge. Upon seeing Moriarty enter the classroom, the little snakes and eagles erupted into applause. Professor Flitwick at the podium had to conjure a large bouquet of ribbons with his wand, both to celebrate and to quiet the classroom. I truly regret that the magical community lacks an academic journal for charms. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly receive an award. Professor Flitwick lamented, shaking his head. But soon, he brightened. However, I believe, Mr. Moriarty, you shall soon have your moment to shine. Professor Dumbledore has granted me the privilege of establishing a dueling club. We shall impart the art of combat to young wizards from the 1st to the 4th year, allowing you to gain insight into some advanced spells. The surrounding young wizards engaged in spirited discussions, while Moriarty remained acutely vigilant, recognizing that the initiation of this dueling club was no mere coincidence. Was Dumbledore attempting to test me? To assess my prowess? After reaching this conclusion, Moriarty quickly formulated a response. He stood and addressed Professor Flitwick. Professor, I wish to enroll. The young wizards momentarily paused, then deemed it only natural. Once Moriarty resumed his seat, Jericho stood up in a flurry. I want to sign up too. Professor. The enthusiasm among the young wizards ignited, and soon the entire class was registering with Professor Flitwick. Penelope and Lilith, as if in concert, were the last two to enroll. Upon witnessing the shared glance between the two, Moriarty noted the flicker of competitive spirit in their eyes. Once Lilith settled back down, Moriarty inquired with a smile, When did you and Cravat develop such synergy? Lilith rolled her eyes, clearly interpreting his question as a probe into her adversarial stance against Cravat. Was it due to their conversation on the train? Moriarty speculated. Surely not. I cannot imagine you two being so childish. Of course it is not because of that incident. Despite our opinions being irreconcilable, Lilith replied with a sidelong glance at Moriarty. Let us not dwell on it. Just know that I will defeat her in the dueling club. Jericho lowered his head, his expression fluctuating, while Lilith regarded Moriarty with newfound awareness, her dark eyes shimmering with intensity. Bloodman Barrow was already waiting nearby. Had Moriarty committed some act that endangered the school? He silenced Barrow with a more assertive tone, his eyes brimming with discontent. Barrow, I have shown you respect because you have accompanied Hogwarts for a millennium, yet you suspect me merely for inquiring about the Chamber of Secrets? Moriarty mocked. Do you truly believe I am akin to the one who first opened the chamber? Such foolishness. The most absurd notion is your attempt to thwart me. Thus, you shall never earn the forgiveness of our ancestor Salazar, for you do not comprehend him at all. What do you intend to do? Barrow growled, suppressing his anger. Moriarty met his gaze with calm intensity. That is precisely the question I wish to pose to you. What is it that you and your companions plan to do to me? A flicker of struggle appeared on Barrow's face before he sighed. On a day in December 1987, the quill of acceptance inscribed your name in the book of admission, and thus, this castle underwent a remarkable transformation. Barrow gazed upon Hogwarts, his expression softer than it had ever been in that moment. Moriarty heightened his focus, gripping his Slytherin wand tightly. Sensing that Barrow's forthcoming words would relate to the great Hogwarts uprising and the moonless night. Indeed, Barrow continued, I believe you have gleaned some information from the newspapers. I have heard students refer to that transformation as the Great Hogwarts Uprising. In truth, that is mere rumor, a misrepresentation. Hogwarts shall never experience an uprising. In this regard, I find myself in agreement with you. Barrow murmured softly. His gaze towards Moriarty softened considerably as he remarked, although it was not a riot, chaos indeed ensued. Chapter 37, Our Revelry. It was a morning when, without any premonition, the stone statues within the castle began to animate. As if imbued with life. We were certain they were not under any form of manipulation or command. Most astonishingly, the statues were capable of speech. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am unaware of what they uttered, nor have I ever encountered such a tongue. According to Nick, Peeves was engaged in mischief against the Gryffindor students when he witnessed the statues come to life, screaming in a frenzy as he darted across every corner of the castle. Well, excluding the Chamber of Secrets. Barrow cast a cautious glance at Moriarty and spoke with some hesitation. Moriarty, unfazed by Barrow's demeanor, urged him to continue. The last time we saw Peeves, he had locked himself in an empty classroom. Argus Filch attempted to expel him, but upon entering that room, he appeared to have witnessed something profoundly terrifying and fled in a state of panic. As we pondered this, it was not only the statues that took action. The figures within the murals simultaneously commenced their dance. Each performance varied, yet it seemed they were all synchronized to the same melody. Subsequently, the armors in the castle sprang to life, appearing even more lifelike. We glimpsed glowing eyes through the crevices of their helmets, and I must confess we were thoroughly frightened. However, the images in the murals indicated that the quill of acceptance had inscribed your name in the book of admission, rendering the events with a semblance of logical explanation. Barrow's narration was interrupted by Moriarty. Hold on. Who was that figure in the mural? Why did it disclose to you that my name was inscribed? Well then, please proceed. What followed pertained to the occurrences with our ghostly companions. As Barrow slowly articulated, ghosts are unique entities born from an intense reluctance or fear of death, coupled with an insatiable yearning for life. Barrow glanced at the castle, adopting a different tone. Listen, this matter is far from concluded. You could never fathom that, Peeves. Having secluded himself in an empty classroom for 3 days and nights, emerged to summon us, though most of the ghosts did not attend. Only Nick showed up, and he informed us that Peeves had not only called upon the ghosts, but had also gathered a multitude of portraits, statues, and armors. They seem to have reached some form of accord. Through Nick, Peeves invited the ghosts to join. As for the purpose of this little assembly, Peeves assured us we would come to know. I am convinced that Peeves has transformed. He no longer fears me as he once did, perhaps due to my consistent avoidance of pranks. Yet now, despite his trembling demeanor upon seeing me, I am certain his fear has dissipated, merely a vestige of habit. With a long exhalation, Barrow concluded his tale and closed his eyes. Understood. Moriarty nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the divinations of the centaurs, the peculiar happenings at Hogwarts, and the celestial alignments devoid of moonlight, all of it attributable to his arrival. Thus, the way you speak of encompasses the statues, murals, suits of armor, ghosts, Peeves, correct? Indeed. You are correct. Peeves is not a ghost. It also includes the sorting hat and the Book of Acceptance. Barrow succinctly stated. Furthermore, you need not seek out the statues or murals for answers. They are utterly mute on the matter, a fact verified by Professor Dumbledore. I was about to inquire about the activities of the professors and students at that time. With such significant events transpiring within the castle, they could not possibly be oblivious. Moriarty regarded Barrow with a serious gaze. Barrow casually remarked, "The students merely use these events as fodder for conversation, while the professors are at a loss. The headmaster and deputy headmaster possess the authority to command the statues in battle, yet it is evident that they are both astonished and perplexed by our revelry. In truth, Hogwarts has not witnessed such merriment since its inception, save for celebrations of victory in war." Noticing Barrow's lack of enthusiasm, Moriarty said, "Very well, thank you, Barrow. Your words have provided me with invaluable intelligence." Barrow fixed his gaze upon him. "Now, may I inquire about your decision? Will you open the chamber?" Or Barrow gritted his teeth. "Splendid. You still choose to open the chamber. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore." "No, we could very well confine you." "Confine me?" Moriarty gently shook his head. "That is not a prudent idea, Barrow. For the last time, I calmly implore you. Should you open the chamber, no tragedy will ensue." Ultimately, it bore no fruit. Late into the night, for the first time, Moriarty found himself awake, stealthily slipping out of the common room. He paused before a floating staircase, swiftly concealing himself behind a suit of armor flanking the corridor. The armor was cold and unyielding, devoid of any semblance of life. Had Barrow not spoken the truth, Moriarty would find it hard to believe that the armor could indeed come to life. Before long, a diminutive figure approached the floating staircase, glancing about as if in search of something. It was Jericho. Moriarty approached him from behind and cleared his throat softly. "Oh no, Moriarty." Mr. Jericho nervously touched his nose. "Do enlighten me as to why you are following me?" Moriarty regarded Jericho with keen interest. Initially, Jericho attempted to deflect, but upon seeing the mirth and depth within Moriarty's gray eyes, he surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. With a resigned smile, he explained, "Nothing escapes your notice. Lilith mentioned that you might be acting unusually lately, prompting us to keep a watchful eye. Tonight, it is I. Tomorrow, it shall be Keith, followed by Laurelbow. Just now, I noticed you slipping out, so I followed to see what you were up to. Everyone is simply concerned for you, sir." "Very well, then, come along." Moriarty stepped past him onto the floating staircase, and Jericho, bewildered, followed suit. Moriarty searched throughout the castle. Jericho yearned to inquire about what exactly he was seeking, yet feared invoking Filch Sire. The pair continued until they reached the third floor, where a shadow emerged. Jericho covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's Peeves. Run." He turned to flee, yet from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Moriarty striding purposefully toward Peeves. Jericho, bewildered, gritted his teeth and followed suit. As Moriarty drew closer, Peeves emitted a low, mocking laugh. "A little snake slithering out of its nest here. Don't put on that facade." Moriarty interrupted him. "What is your agreement?" Peeves immediately shifted his tone. "What prompted you to visit me at such a late hour?" Upon hearing that resonant voice, Jericho stared at Peeves as if he had encountered Ghost. Moriarty smirked. "I couldn't locate you during the day, so I thought I would try my luck at night." An evident conclusion. You are the amalgamation of the four greats' thoughts and souls, transformed through an unknown magic. The four greats have fashioned you. Moriarty's tone grew exceedingly grave as he articulated his conjecture. Peeves, as if oblivious, continued to circle around, and after a few moments, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Students not sleeping. Students not sleeping. Wandering about. Students not sleeping. Falling in love. And they are two boys. Oh, yay. He cackled uproariously and flitted away, his shrill and piercing voice echoing quickly. Moriarty seized the still-dazed Jericho and raced toward the nearest floating staircase. A meow echoed, and Jericho finally came to his senses. "It's Filch's cat. It's coming this way. Oh, it will surely bring me before Professor Snape." Fortunately, the corridor was not far from the floating staircase. As Moriarty and Jericho ascended, a staircase leading to the Slytherin common room materialized. What a thrill! With the floating staircase, we can explore the castle without being caught by Filch, he exclaimed. "Should I head to Gryffindor?" Moriarty waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that nonsense. Tomorrow we shall learn the disillusionment charm." Chapter 38. The Quidditch Match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The experience of their first nocturnal escapade, nearly caught, did not diminish Moriarty's curiosity about Peeves. Rather, he had made this inquiry more clandestine. Jericho, too, refrained from mentioning their night adventure, but eagerly anticipated Moriarty, teaching him the disillusionment charm. At that moment, seated at the table, Jericho held a large platter of Lincolnshire sausages, burying his head in a vast bowl of Scottish porridge. Moriarty, meanwhile, savored a hearty meal of bacon and fried mushrooms, a balanced combination that ensured both health and rich nourishment. Beside him sat William, who was heartily consuming oatmeal and stuffing his mouth with bread. Leon, disapproving of William and Jericho's voracious eating habits, shook his head before enjoying his baked beans and cheese. Each player on the Slytherin team relished a unique breakfast, sharing smiles as they indulged. For us, to enjoy such exquisite delicacies, we owe our gratitude to Senior Tonks. Jericho mumbled. Truly, Mr. Moriarty, please extend our heartfelt thanks to Tonks. William chimed in cheerfully. Thanks to her instructing the house elves to prepare us delicious food, we are able to feast splendidly. Oh, the oatmeal porridge of Merlin, a delicacy of Hufflepuff, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Moriarty nodded in agreement, while Leon furrowed his brow, cautioning the players, do not overindulge, lest you risk expelling your meal during the match. With a feigned seriousness, William shrugged and laughed. With Mr. Moriarty among us, can we truly fret about victory? The players chuckled, yet an unsettling voice emerged from the back of the hall. Do not rejoice too soon. Gryffindor is a lion, not a sickly cat. The little snakes craned their necks to glimpse the dissenting voice, only to find Tonks approaching with her hair transformed to a shade of gray. William rose, solemnly expressing his gratitude. Tonks mischievously winked at Moriarty, saying, a mere trifle. Consider it our support for you. The little snakes erupted in a knowing cheer, just as a snowy owl swooped into the hall, clutching a long package in its talons. Poseidon, Moriarty called to his owl, which promptly delivered the package to the Slytherin table before soaring away. Quick, let's see what's inside. Jericho exclaimed excitedly. Tonks stroked her chin, revealing a sweet smile. I dare say it's a flying broomstick. Indeed, she was correct. Moriarty unwrapped the parcel to unveil a Nimbus 1700. The little snakes gasped in admiration. Their anticipation for Moriarty's performance in the match heightened. Tonks bid farewell to Moriarty, cryptically promising him a surprise. At 8 o'clock, all faculty and students gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. The stands were divided into the 4 house towers and observation platforms, alongside a faculty tower and observation point. The crowd quickly took their seats, with students from each house donning their respective scarves. The little lions displayed numerous large banners, painted on bed sheets, proclaiming Gryffindor's inevitable victory. The little snakes waved silver flags adorned with a serpent entwined around a lion. Almost all students wielded binoculars, and although the seats were elevated, it remained challenging to discern the events of the match. In the changing room, players from both teams donned their uniforms. Moriarty gazed at the dark green robes, contemplating whether to alter the style or change the color. Look this way. William began the pre-match address. This year, with Moriarty joining us, I genuinely do not believe we will lose. However, we must not grow complacent. Charlie Weasley is our target, batsman and keeper. Keep a close watch on him. And Oliver Wood. Yes, the new keeper in his second year. I dare say Charlie intends to groom him as the next captain. Our chasers? Present. Jericho puffed out his chest. William regarded him. You're a new player as well. So, overwhelm Wood. Turn his goal into a sieve. No problem, Captain, came the response. Excellent. Now, does anyone wish to add anything? William surveyed the players. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, yet Moriarty cleared his throat. Let us refrain from deliberate fouls. I have no desire for my match to be tarnished in any manner. Though this statement oozed arrogance, the players accepted it as a matter of course. The 7 Slytherin players strode confidently from the changing room, making their way towards the thunderous cheers of the stadium. Jericho murmured, Oh, I truly fear my legs may weaken. Such trivialities must be embraced. One must grow accustomed to them. Moriarty, as if born for grand occasions, surveyed his surroundings with an extraordinary seriousness in his gaze. His demeanor instilled a sense of solemnity and gravity in the entire team, and the players instinctively adopted a more dignified attitude. Hey, look, the Slytherin team has taken the field. Tonks' vibrant voice resonated throughout the arena, inciting a chorus of cheers from the spectators. Jericho appeared unfazed. He turned to Moriarty and exclaimed, Aha, it's Senior Tonks. Is this the surprise she spoke of, becoming the commentator? Moriarty glanced towards the Hufflepuff stand, where Tonks flashed him a slight smile before enthusiastically proclaiming, Let us observe, leading the charge as the former captain, William Rommett. Following closely is Leon Mincham. This team, having secured 3 consecutive championships, remains a formidable force in the new academic year, undeterred by the graduation of older students. On the contrary, the addition of two prodigious talents has rendered this team even more fearsome. Behold, bringing up the rear, the illustrious Jericho branch and the eternally radiant Moriarty Slytherin. Tonks' voice rose and fell with dramatic flair, marking the first time she publicly uttered Moriarty's title, which ignited a thunderous uproar in the stands, with the girls' screams nearly piercing the heavens. The Gryffindor team seemed to have intentionally timed their entrance, stepping into the arena with a flourish, prompting the young lions to leap to their feet, applauding fervently. Several upperclassmen cast a clever spell on a banner, causing majestic lions to appear, roaring magnificently. Oh look! Tonks turned her head. The Gryffindor team has entered the fray, boasting what is widely regarded as the strongest lineup in recent years. Captain and Seeker Charlie Weasley. He is our old friend, the ever-remarkable redhead, affectionately known within Gryffindor as the Weasley King. Since the devastating defeat Gryffindor suffered in the 1986 to 1987 academic year, Charlie took the helm and swiftly transformed the team into one of the elite contenders against Slytherin. In recent years, Gryffindor has firmly occupied the second place, and it is undeniable that they grow more formidable with each match. Currently, Gryffindor's reputation far surpasses that of Slytherin. Indeed, we all know that Slytherin is known for its penchant for fouls. Let us hope Mr. Moriarty's presence can alter this trend. However, both Charlie and William share a boldness this year, having daringly incorporated newcomers into their ranks. Look at Gryffindor's young goalkeeper, Oliver Wood. Indeed, I believe you have realized. Tonks waved her arms, the crowd's cheers crescendoing as she excitedly declared, Lions against Snakes, Chaser versus Keeper. This is a grand showdown between two newcomers. Furthermore, the fate of the match hinges on the duel between the Seekers, Moriarty and Charlie, the brilliant newcomer, Everbright, versus the courageous Gryffindor captain, Wesley. Tonks' commentary ignited a fervor in everyone's hearts. Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick, and all the professors at the staff table nodded in approval, applauding vigorously. Professor McGonagall even rose to her feet, her lips pressed tightly together, utterly focused. The students too stood up, enthusiastically chanting the players' names. Everbright, Everbrick, Wesley, Wesley, Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Slytherin. The electrifying atmosphere made the weather feel less frigid. Tonks observed as the referee, Madam Hutch, explained the rules to both teams and immediately proclaimed, the silver whistle blows. 15 broomsticks soar into the sky. The match begins. Chapter 39, The Battle on the Field. Moriarty mounted his broom and ascended, a voice from the system ringing in his ears. Mission issued. Lead the Slytherin team to victory over the Gryffindor team. Reward, 200 points. Mission duration, 1 hour. Failure to complete the mission will result in the host publicly questioning Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, about her mating cycle. With a jolt, Moriarty nearly toppled from his broom. Why was it that every time he engaged in serious business on a broom, something peculiar occurred? Last time it was Lockhart, and now it was the system, stealing himself. Moriarty flew upward, the broom momentarily faltering under his influence. Meanwhile, Tonks remarked, Oh, we see that Moriarty has made a move right at the onset of the match, which is quite uncommon for a Seeker. I suspect he may be feigning a tactic, but Charlie remains unfazed, his experience keeping him still as he scans the field for the golden snitch. Look, he's in motion. Charlie sped towards the Slytherin formation, creating an opportunity for Gryffindor's chaser. Mandy, his audacity in the face of potential surprises was commendable. A collective gasp arose from the crowd as Moriarty caught sight of a solitary red figure darting towards the Slytherin team. Moriarty was certain there was no golden snitch in that direction. Thus, Charlie was not pursuing the snitch. He was as swift as a lion charging at full speed, soaring over every Slytherin player, including William and Leon. Chaser Leon bellowed, urging the beaters to take Charlie down. Evidently, Charlie had achieved his objective. The two beaters swung their arms, sending two bludgers hurtling towards Charlie, but this left no one to hinder Gryffindor's chaser. Tonks exclaimed in admiration. While our attention is drawn to the clash between Wesley and Everbright, Wesley is showcasing another facet of a captain's responsibility. As an experienced leader, he boldly charged towards the Slytherin team, drawing fire away from Gryffindor's 3 chasers, single-handedly dismantling Slytherin's strategic deployment. Now, the challenge lies with our first-year chaser, Jericho. We observe his fervent desire to seize the ball, yet he must confront the onslaught of 2 batters from Gryffindor and the relentless pursuit of 3 chasers. Oh, behold! Moriarty has sprung into action. Employing his signature technique, an enhanced version of the sloth's embrace, he tightly grips the broomstick with both hands and feet. initiating a rapid rotation that propels him forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Jericho. Is Moriarty heading to assist Jericho? Let us witness his endeavor. This time, Tonks's commentary fails to elicit cheers. The arena falls into a hushed silence as both students and teachers crane their necks, their eyes fixated on Moriarty. Jericho assumed the eagle head offensive formation. Moriarty calls out, "I can't. I'm being marked." Jericho finds himself flanked by Gryffindor chasers on both sides, effectively cornering him, while two frenzied bludgers loom ominously behind, accompanied by two Gryffindor batters casting watchful eyes from above. Descend, and I shall occupy your position. Moriarty soars parallel to Jericho, who descends while Moriarty fills the void left behind. Now, Moriarty faces a predicament akin to Jericho's, yet the difference lies in their orientations. He confronts two bludgers. "Oh no," Tonks gasps, covering her mouth. Time is running short. Moriarty's attempt to evade comes too late. Indeed, there is no time for evasive maneuvers. Thus he resolves not to dodge at all. Moriarty entwines his legs around the broom, shields his chest with his arms, and lies flat upon the broomstick. He appears to meld with the broom, significantly minimizing his profile, and with a swift motion, he passes through the narrow gap between the two bludgers. Wow! The crowd erupts in jubilation. The little snakes, led by Lilith, chant the mantra of eternal brilliance. Tonks, unable to contain her astonishment, exclaims, "How is that possible? How could he execute such a maneuver?" At this moment, the bludgers have lost their effectiveness, and the two Gryffindor batters must re-engage. However, Moriarty denies them this opportunity. He shouts to Leon, "Parker clamp tactic." Instantly, Leon comprehends and darts towards the Gryffindor chaser, Mantiphony, who clutches the quaffle. Meanwhile, Moriarty loops in the air, deftly avoiding the second round of bludger attacks, and charges towards Mantiphony as well. Leon and Moriarty form a tactical pincer movement, yet unnoticed by all. Jericho, laughing, surges forward from the right. Now, Mantiphony must contend with threats from above and both sides, any of which could snatch her quaffle at any moment. She perceives the most imminent danger as Jericho, yet he suddenly plummets, allowing Leon to capitalize on Mantiphony's distraction, extending his right hand to fiercely strike the quaffle from her grasp. Bang! The quaffle is knocked loose, and the other two Gryffindor chasers rush forward. But how could they possibly outpace Jericho, who is already poised beneath to intercept the ball? Jericho successfully catches it, advancing in a zigzag pattern, eluding the three goals that lie ahead. Yet when she beheld Moriarty, Jericho, and Leon forming an arrowhead formation, soaring towards the Gryffindor goal, she tidied her hair. Ahem! I must clarify my earlier statement. Observe the current formation of Slytherin, which is the eagle head offensive formation called out by Moriarty as he initiated the play. Moriarty has temporarily replaced the Seeker. Oliver Wood is in peril. He is about to face his first test. Leon promptly inquired, "Moriarty, should you not take a look?" Moriarty commenced his flight in an S pattern, adding a layer of three-dimensional confusion to the eagle head formation, for it could not ascertain whether Jericho or Leon would launch an attack from behind Moriarty's cover. It turned out he was overthinking, his attention fixated on Moriarty. He neglected to consider that Jericho could also perform a sloth-like maneuver. Jericho darted towards the goal with the precision of a flying dagger, unleashing a spectacular wraith ball. Wood's realization came too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball struck the goalpost. Nice. Well done. What an extraordinary play, my lads. The Slytherin stands erupted in cheers as they secured their first goal. I have never witnessed such a remarkable contest for the opening goal. Charlie made the first move. As Gryffindor regained possession, Moriarty single-handedly disrupted Gryffindor's formation and orchestrated multiple assaults. Tonks excitedly elucidated after 20 minutes of fierce contention. Slytherin has transformed the score to 10-1. What response shall Charlie devise? Following the kickoff of the second goal, Leon seized the wraith ball. Instead of interfering with Leon, Charlie chose to closely follow Moriarty, allowing Gryffindor's other players to defend against Leon and Jericho. Moriarty began to ascend and descend. Charlie's flying skills were evidently commendable, as he not only kept pace with Moriarty, but even managed to position himself ahead, blocking Moriarty's flight path. Intriguing. A smile crept upon Moriarty's lips as he accelerated his descent, the rushing wind filling his ears. Charlie followed closely at that moment. He was uncertain whether Moriarty had detected the golden snitch, and he dared not take a risk. Whoosh! For piercing sounds resonated as both teams' beaters simultaneously struck the quaffle towards the Seekers. Caught off guard, Moriarty shouted, pulling up his broom and swiftly soaring into the heights. Evading the quaffle, Charlie's heart raced as he hastily lifted his broom, hoping to catch up to Moriarty. However, Moriarty altered his flight path, beginning an erratic ascent. Charlie perceived this as chaotic, yet he soon realized that Moriarty consistently appeared before Gryffindor players. He felt a sense of foreboding. How was he doing this? Charlie found it hard to believe. While discerning flight paths was not particularly difficult, could Moriarty truly calculate everyone's speed? Yet before Charlie could devise a countermeasure, Moriarty was the first to catch sight of a glimmering golden flash. It was the golden snitch. The sunlight reflected off it, rendering it even more brilliant as it flitted near the edge of the pitch. Moriarty dove once more, quick as a beam of light. As for Charlie, drawing from his previous experience, his instinct was to assume that this was yet another feint by Moriarty. However, upon spotting the golden snitch, he realized that Moriarty had already gained a 5-position advantage. Oh no, Charlie lamented. As Moriarty approached the golden snitch, he stood up on his broomstick and extended his right hand. Tonks shouted recklessly, Look, this is Moriarty's signature move. He is but an inch away from the snitch. Charlie managed to close the gap by 2 positions, but it was too late. Moriarty seized the golden snitch. The match concluded with Slytherin triumphing over Gryffindor, 160-0. Just 1 goal was scored in this match. In a mere 35 minutes, Moriarty had brought the game to a close. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin stands as Lilith conjured a silver serpent with her wand, which soared through the air. As Moriarty and the players landed, they were embraced by the little snakes and tossed into the air. Let's shout out the most valuable player of the match. Who could it be? Tonks said with a creative flair. Instantly, the entire stadium echoed with shouts of "Forever Shining! Moriarty! Forever Shining! Moriarty!" The cheers persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Tonks nodded and remarked, "While we celebrate the victors, we must also pay our respects to Gryffindor. Charlie and his team delivered a splendid performance for us." Well, that concludes the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. This is Tonks, and until next time, Chapter 40. Singing a different tune in 4 days, we shall face Ravenclaw. Jericho appeared to be inexhaustible as he bounded over to Moriarty with his broomstick in hand. Could you refrain from concluding the match so swiftly? I would like to showcase my skills before the beautiful seniors of Ravenclaw. Moriarty chuckled. I catch the golden snitch so quickly precisely to spare you from attracting too much envy. I dare say, if you flaunt your prowess before the Ravenclaw goal, you might very well face 7 years of solitude. Moriarty was in high spirits, not only due to winning the match, but also because he had received a reward of 200 points. System redeemed the passive magic tide. 800 points have been spent to redeem tide. Host has leveled up to a level 28 junior wizard. Moriarty felt a cool sensation coursing from his heart to his limbs as he finally mastered this practical passive magic. Although it was a single spell, it actually encompassed 2 passives. First, it allowed for minor healing every 3 seconds when injured. Second, it added a layer of tide to enemies during combat, significantly increasing the chances of freezing them once 3 layers were reached. The little snakes erupted in laughter as William playfully squeezed Jericho's neck, exclaiming, surpassing the opponent by 1,000 points, "You truly have the audacity to say that. If you want to tire us out, just say so. You aim to relish the cheers of the seniors all by yourself, don't you?" Lilith and the other seniors burst into laughter. "Jericho, did you know? You have a title now, the Swift Lad." Jericho wore a skeptical expression. "You must be joking. This is certainly another one of your fabrications to tease me." No. Gemma repeatedly waved her hands. "I can attest that it was indeed a few upperclassmen from all 4 houses who came up with that name for you. They believe you're simply too swift. Yes, your speed is just too much." Gemma could hardly contain her laughter, and the little snake bent over in mirth as Jericho turned a deep shade of crimson. The Slytherin students thus enjoyed a delightful morning and afternoon, and by evening, the first-year snakes made their way to the astronomy tower to attend class alongside the first-year eagles. After class, Penelope approached Moriarty. "In 4 days, our house will face yours in a match. Good luck. I will be rooting for you." "Oh." Moriarty smiled knowingly. "You support me instead of Ravenclaw?" Penelope's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she raised a small fist confidently to her chest, declaring, "Next year I will support Ravenclaw, for I intend to join their team. Thus, you shall only have my support for this year's 3 matches." Penelope lifted her chin, beaming at Moriarty, before scampering away. The following morning, Moriarty sat at the long table for breakfast, this time without Tonks' support, as everyone munched on the same milk bread and sandwiches. Suddenly, a flurry of owls burst into the hall, with Poseidon standing out among them. The young wizards recalled that today marked the release of a new edition of the newspaper, eagerly seizing the parcels that landed before them. Before long, applause erupted in the hall, the Slytherin table's cheers the loudest. As the young wizards discovered the official report in the Daily Prophet announcing Moriarty as the recipient of the most promising newcomer award from today's Transfiguration. Bang! Lilith slammed the newspaper down onto the table. What a detestable bureaucracy. Just because Mr. Moriarty refused to pose for a photograph with the minister, they relegated what should have been a front-page story to such a corner. The article about Moriarty was barely the size of a fist, while the front page featured trivial sensationalism. Moriarty, however, seemed unfazed as he unwrapped his parcel, extracting a magazine and perusing it upside down. This unconventional reading method caught the attention of Lilith and Jericho, who leaned in. "What are you reading? Singing a different tune?" The magazine's first page illustrated a witch and a wizard. The witch bore a fierce countenance, adorned with a pointed hat and clad in a crimson robe, while the wizard, appearing slightly younger, shared a similarly menacing expression, grasping a wand. The title boldly proclaimed the secret behind the Slytherin heir's refusal to share the frame with Minister Bagnold, a clash of two generations of ministers. "We can hardly believe it," Jericho, Marcus, and Keith all sincerely shook their heads in disbelief. Moriarty replied nonchalantly, "Relax. I subscribe to singing a different tune simply because the recent issues of the Daily Prophet have been rather dull." "Indeed," Lilith concurred. "My family predicts that Minister Bagnold will resign by the end of next year at the latest, so the minister has forbidden any news regarding the Ministry of Magic." Moriarty narrowed his eyes. "Did your family mention who the next minister might be? I recall you mentioning that your grandfather promoted Barty Crouch." "Indeed, initially, Batty was the most formidable candidate for the position of minister. Yet his own shortcomings have led to an unfortunate situation. He has a wayward son. Presently, many are rallying behind Cornelius Fudge." Lilith remarked with a hint of reluctance that if Barty Crouch were to ascend to the role of Minister for Magic, the influence of the Pruitt family would be significantly augmented. Moriarty recalled Fudge, who had been bowing incessantly in the headmaster's office. Who would have imagined that by 1990 at the latest, Fudge would rise to become the Minister for Magic? Numerous students gazed longingly at Moriarty and Lilith, engrossed in their discussion about the minister, their eyes betraying a mix of desire and reverence. Suddenly, Lilith declared, "I must write a letter home." With that, she departed, and Leon, finishing the last morsel of his bread, followed suit, intending to pen a letter to his family as well. He resolved to heed Moriarty's advice and utilize the scant resources of his family to investigate Bill Weasley thoroughly. At that moment, Moriarty picked up an envelope from the package. "To the esteemed young master, from your eternally loyal servant, Lockhart." It was a letter from Lockhart. Lockhart was Moriarty's chosen figurehead, and he could not afford any missteps, prompting Moriarty to hastily open the envelope. "Dear young master, by the time you read this letter, I shall have arrived in North America. A week ago, I learned that Headmaster Dumbledore was inquiring about my whereabouts through various channels. As you know, very few can recall my address, being a master of the Obliviate charm. Unless I am promoting my books at Flourish and Blots or hosting a launch event, few would be able to trace my location. Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant against the Pruitt family. Who knows if old Pruitt might sell me out to Headmaster Dumbledore. Your most loyal servant, Lockhart." Upon finishing the letter, Moriarty clutched it tightly in his hand, and when he opened his palm, it had disintegrated into a pile of confetti. It had never occurred to Moriarty that Dumbledore would probe into Lockhart's affairs, and he remained perplexed about how Dumbledore had discerned the issue. However, Lockhart had handled the situation adeptly, which elevated Moriarty's regard for him even further. The thought of Fudge succeeding to the role of Minister for Magic ignited in Moriarty the first glimmer of ambition to seize that coveted position. Chapter 41, The Dueling Club. The evening following the Quidditch match, at 8 o'clock, the inaugural dueling club commenced. Moriarty, Lilith, and Jericho entered the great hall. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded, spacious stage illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling had transformed into a swath of velvety black, accentuating the stage's brilliance. Almost all the students had gathered, packed closely together, each brandishing their wands, eagerly gazing at the stage. Who would not wish to step forward and engage in a duel? I propose the school should establish an award called Dueling Champion, with a victorious student adding 100 points to their house. Recently, Jericho seemed captivated by the limelight, eagerly pushing through the throng. With him forging the path ahead, Moriarty and the others seamlessly navigated through the chattering crowd. William, Leon, and other senior students stood there, observing as Moriarty approached. William extended his hand, beckoning, "Come here. See more clearly." Moriarty stepped into the circle of seniors, discreetly scanning the crowd before locking eyes with Leon. Bill Weasley has yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Professor Flitwick is here." The crowd hushed, and the students parted to allow Professor Flitwick passage. To ensure more students could see him, Professor Flitwick levitated into the air and floated onto the stage. Gather around, children, to enhance your mastery of spells and gain practical experience. I have sought permission from Professor Dumbledore to establish this modest dueling club. The students erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor." Professor Flitwick nodded. "Very well, but first, you must understand the culture and history of wizard dueling. It is a formal contest between 2 or more wizards, conducted solely through magic." Ah, I sense some of you are eager to raise your hands and inquire. Wasn't Gryffindor's duel with Slytherin fought with swords? And Merlin and King Arthur wielded swords as well. The students nodded in agreement, and Flitwick smiled. "Remember, strength prevails, children. True power silences all dissent." Though Professor Dumbledore may not wish for me to say this, the study of spells is essential for our empowerment. As the students quieted, Flitwick's gaze searched the crowd. "Mr. Moriarty, please come forward and join me in demonstrating for everyone." Amidst the applause, Moriarty ascended the stage, standing on either side with Professor Flitwick. The professor announced, "Before a duel commences, both wizards typically bow to each other as a sign of respect. After bowing, they raise their wands like arrows before their chests. Having completed this step, the formalities of dueling conclude. Now let me count to 3. Simultaneously, Moriarty and Professor Flitwick raised their wands above their shoulders. The professor gently intoned, "Expelliarmus." A dazzling red light burst forth from the tip of his wand, while Moriarty, unfazed, countered with Protego. An invisible shield materialized before him, reflecting the red light towards the ceiling. "Oh, splendid use of a shield charm, my dear. 10 points to Slytherin." Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, addressing the younger students. The 2 spells just demonstrated. Expelliarmus, the disarming charm, disarms your opponent of their weapon or any object. Moriarty employed the shield charm, which I urge you to commit to memory, as it can save our lives in critical moments, reflecting most spells. As the demonstration concluded, Moriarty stepped down from the stage. Professor Flitwick announced, "Now it's time for you to form groups, children. Would you prefer to choose your own partners, or shall I assign them?" "Of course. We'd like to choose our own." The students chimed in unison, laughing as they conversed with friends. Leon called out, "William, I've been wanting to challenge you for a while now. Come on, let us duel. If you still consider yourself a Slytherin. I was under the impression that you would never dare to duel me for the rest of your life." William chuckled derisively and leaped onto the stage. "Hey, Percy." Jericho waved toward the area where the little lions gathered. "How about we have a match?" Percy brandished his wand. "Excellent idea. I shall defeat you, just watch." As Percy ascended the stage, the little lions set their sights on the little snakes, with Oliver challenging Marcus Flint and Keith and Laupo being drawn into duels as well. The stage was now bustling with over 100 pairs of duelists, but fortunately, it was spacious enough to accommodate the spirited performances of the young wizards. Yet, the majority of students remained fixated on William and Leon, who were regarded as the creme de la creme among their peers. "I wager a galleon that William will triumph," Lilith whispered to Moriarty. With a playful huff, Lilith cast a challenging glance at Moriarty, contemplating a duel with him when she was suddenly interrupted by Penelope's voice. "Lilith Pilvic, will you accept my challenge if I confront you?" Penelope stood tall behind Lilith, hands clasped behind her back, wand in hand. Lilith had no choice but to abandon her thoughts, casting a glance at Penelope before raising her chin regally. "You know, you don't seem like a worthy opponent. Nevertheless, I shall accept your challenge, to make you see the truth. Then, I shall await our duel," Penelope replied with a smile, though no one perceived her as genuinely cheerful. The students quickly parted to create a path, watching as the 2 finest witches of their first year strode confidently onto the stage. Such audacity at just the first year. Gemma emerged from the crowd and approached Moriarty, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. What a fearsome little woman. Moriarty ignored her and focused on the duel between Lilith and Penelope, when he suddenly heard Charlie Weasley's challenge. "Mr. Moriarty, I am Charlie Weasley, a 4th-year student from Gryffindor. My wand is 12 inches, made of a white ash tree with a unicorn tail hair core, and I excel in transfiguration." Charlie formally introduced himself and nodded respectfully to Moriarty. "Shall we have a duel?" The little lions erupted in applause around Charlie, and the other students grew intrigued. Was this a continuation of the Quidditch match? Moriarty assessed Charlie, noting his signature Weasley red hair and a face dotted with freckles, which did not detract from his attractiveness. Charlie's eyes were pure and reminiscent of a unicorn's gaze, adding to his appeal, perhaps explaining his eventual pursuit of outdoor endeavors. Just as Moriarty was about to respond to Charlie, he heard Tonks's voice. "Wait a moment, Moriarty, I have a few words for Charlie." Tonks emerged from the small Badgers faction, boldly addressing Charlie. Hey Charlie, do you know what ladies first means? I challenge Mr. Moriarty first. Do you have any objections? Charlie smiled wryly and shook his head. Well, if Mr. Moriarty agrees, I have no objections. Moriarty arrived at a resolution. I shall first duel with Tonks, followed by a duel with you, Charlie. Very well, came Tonks's cheerful reply. Charlie, however, widened his eyes in disbelief. Can your magical prowess sustain you through 2 duels? Moriarty grasped her hand. Nymph, are you truly prepared to face my ice serpent and serpent of shadows with a Patronus charm? Chapter 42, The Duel. In response to Moriarty, Tonks' determined gaze spoke volumes, prompting both to take their positions upon the stage. As in their previous encounters, they stood 10 paces apart, wands raised. With a flourish, Tonks smiled, arching an eyebrow. At last, you cannot launch a surprise attack under the guise of an auror facing an ambush. This time, I shall strike first. Expecto Patronum. Perhaps due to Moriarty's previous habit of seizing the initiative, Tonks appeared particularly assertive in this duel, as a silver-white rabbit, Miss Michelle, bounded through the air and collided with Moriarty. Professor Flitwick shook his head in astonishment. Ah, Miss Tonks, I did not anticipate your ability to wield the Patronus charm, nor did I foresee its use as a battering ram. Oh, that is a rather unconventional approach. No matter, Professor, she has her reasons. As Moriarty's rich and mellow voice conveyed a sense of gentleness, Flitwick soon discerned Tonks's rationale. A hissing sound echoed in Parseltongue, as Moriarty spoke in snake language. His right hand, clasping the Slytherin wand, gently tapped the stage, conjuring a small magical circle that glimmered with silvery green light. Ice serpents, arise. A tempest materialized above the magical circle, enveloping the entire hall in a chilling atmosphere. The storm, laced with ice and snow, intermittently cascaded onto the stage. Students gasped and vacated a wide area to avoid being struck by the falling ice and snow, for they witnessed the devastation upon stage. The spots where the ice and snow landed were encased in a solid layer of frost, rendering the stage unrecognizable. There remains but a moment before the 12 ice serpents emerge, does it not? Tonks quickly regained her composure from the shock induced by the icy tempest. Extending her wand, Petri Ficus Totalis, Moriarty's gaze remained resolute, unperturbed by the incoming spell. He swiftly uttered a series of incantations in snake language, causing 12 magical beams to rise rapidly from the fringes of the magical circle, transforming in the blink of an eye into 12 ice serpents. The spell of petrification collided with one of the ice serpents, but instead of freezing it, it provoked the serpent to open its maw and flick its forked tongue. The ice serpents coiled and entwined, their crystalline green eyes scanning the hall's occupants with malevolent intent, ultimately fixing upon Tonks. 2 ice serpents lunged forward with a swift hiss. An intense chill permeated the hall as the ice serpents surged forth, leaving students shivering, retreating further away from the stage. The dueling students were also compelled to withdraw, not wishing to become frozen statues. Only William and Leon remained locked in their fierce clash, both unleashing enhanced flames in tandem. Professor Flitwick enlarged the multitude of candles suspended overhead, infusing the hall with a semblance of warmth. Warmth appears to be the nemesis of the ice serpents. 12 ice serpents opened their gaping mouths, unleashing a chilling hiss as a tempest in the sky unleashed a hailstorm of icy rain. Ah, mere spells cannot contend with you. Tonks raised her wand above her head, declaring, Then taste this. The weather charm, Radiant Sun, a resplendent sun, emerged above Tonks, its rays dispelling some of the ice and snow. Tonks then cast a transfiguration spell upon the candles suspended over the hall, conjuring a fiery hand that reached towards Moriarty. Moriarty stood at the center of the magic circle, surrounded by the serpents, easily thwarting the fiery grasp. Nymphadora, the moment you became a drenched chicken, you should have realized your defeat. As Moriarty intoned his incantation, a wave of frigid air surged from beneath Tonks, encasing her lower half in ice. Tonks waved her wand, breaking the enchantment, and with a hint of frustration, remarked, You didn't mention your ice serpents possessed freezing capabilities. Moriarty lightly tapped his toes, causing the magic circle to dissipate, along with the icy phenomena and the serpents. Tonks regained her mobility as Moriarty stepped forward to assist her. After all, I am a wizard, Nymphadora. I cannot rely on my ice serpents to engage in hand-to-hand combat indefinitely. Then I do not consider myself defeated. Tonks pouted, muttering, You saw Michelle's performance. She has matured into a formidable rabbit. Even your 2 ice serpents could not handle her. I still wish to test your ghostly serpent. Perhaps Michelle will offer me a delightful surprise. Moriarty shook his head with a smile, If you wish to avoid illness, perhaps a bath would be prudent. As Tonks ran her fingers through her damp hair, she departed, and Moriarty surmised that her enthusiasm for challenging the ice serpents would be tempered in the future. Charlie Weasley, it is your turn. Moriarty glanced towards the spot where Tonks had stood, signaling it was time for Charlie to ascend. Charlie let out a heavy breath, as if expelling all the negative emotions brought forth by the ice serpent's tumult. Come forth, Mr. Moriarty. Charlie stood tall and proud, resembling a knight ready for battle, albeit with a pallid complexion that made his red hair stand out even more. Professor Flitwick did not intervene in this duel. Not a word was spoken, as all present watched in silence. After both parties bowed, Charlie promptly cast a powerful protective armor on himself. Many adult wizards would struggle to achieve such a feat. And Moriarty praised, Charlie, you are more formidable than Nymphadora. Charlie chuckled awkwardly. I was unaware of your close relationship. Though I often yield to her, you know, charming ladies always enjoy certain privileges. While conversing, Charlie was not idle. Bat Bogey Hex. This was a curse that transformed the caster's nasal mucus into a large black bat flying forth from their nose. Moriarty's expression shifted, as if the Weasley family had a particular knack for unleashing this spell. Shielding Charm. Moriarty gently waved his wand. Charlie knew Moriarty would not be easily vanquished. He was well prepared. Sandstorm. Shatter. Obstacles abound. As he faced a series of relentless spells, Moriarty activated the calabash boots, his nimble leaps resembling the elegant steps of a tango, effortlessly evading the curses while maintaining an air of grace. Charlie momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected ease with which his spells were dodged, but soon directed his wand towards the stage, transforming it into a quagmire. Moriarty began to sink rapidly. Before he could devise a counteraction, Charlie conjured candles into fiery orbs, their intense flames flickering as if poised in anticipation, reluctant to descend. Seizing the initiative, Charlie beamed with delight. Mr. Moriarty, I offer you a chance to unleash that ice serpent dance once more. I shall employ my mastery of transfiguration to ensure your defeat is both thorough and convincing. A rare moment of seriousness from Charlie prompted the young lions to whistle and cheer, initiating an early celebration. Moriarty found himself submerged up to his knees in the mire. Yet he remained unflustered. Summoning water element magic was beyond his capabilities, given his unfamiliarity with Charlie. Thus, he spoke in a frigid tone. I believe I must correct your misconception. You intend to use fire to counter my ice serpent. Yet who claims that serpents are solely of one kind? However, Moriarty refrained from summoning the spectral serpent, as that spell was still under refinement. With deliberate enunciation, he declared, the oolong emerges. With a resounding crash, a massive black serpent erupted from the swamp, eliciting terrified screams from the students that seemed to pierce the ceiling. The serpent was enormous and thick, its head as large as 3 Quidditch goals, effortlessly engulfing the multitude of fireballs conjured by Charlie's transfiguration. The swamp was obliterated, and Moriarty emerged from the pit, appearing revitalized. He then aimed his wand at Charlie, stating, What a stroke of misfortune, Charlie. I, too, am proficient in transfiguration. The colossal serpent soaring through the air instantaneously morphed into a multitude of black vines, swiftly ensnaring Charlie with a firm grip. Crush him to pieces. Moriarty recalled the formidable protective armor Charlie had previously conjured. The invisible shield flickered weakly, its efficacy diminished. Charlie was left powerless, forced to watch as Moriarty brandished his wand. Disarm. With a sharp crack, Charlie's wand flew from his grasp. Chapter 43. Returning to the castle for Christmas. As Moriarty's 2 duels concluded, the onlookers marveled not only at the seemingly endless repertoire of family magic he displayed, but also at the unconventional transfiguration skills exhibited by both Moriarty and Charlie. Undoubtedly, Tonks's Patronus also captivated their attention. Many students felt a sense of embarrassment in the face of such prowess and chose not to continue dueling. Professor Flitwick ceased his organization of further contests, instead instructing everyone to submit a paper on dueling, with a single parchment deemed sufficient. Have you heard of the All-England Wizarding Dueling Championship? Professor Flitwick's gaze flitted among William, Leon, Charlie, Tonks, and Moriarty, as he extended an invitation. All of you are welcome to participate. I dare say you could achieve commendable placements. Leon, with political aspirations, promptly declined, while Charlie shook his head in refusal. If only there were a magical creatures championship. The others regarded Charlie with incredulity. How would one even compete with magical creatures? Perhaps only Hagrid shared a common language with him. William also expressed his intention to travel after graduation, while Tonks mentioned that she would attend if Moriarty did. Then what about Mr. Moriarty? Professor Flitwick inquired blandly, his gentle gaze directed at Moriarty with an air of hopeful expectation. Flitwick nodded in disappointment. In truth, he most wished for Moriarty's participation, yet he understood that Moriarty would not easily acquiesce. Dumbledore had informed him that Moriarty was not as enamored with the pursuit of fame and fortune as the mundane populace, nor was he interested in the school clubs. This was indeed the underlying reason Dumbledore permitted Flitwick to establish the dueling club. He sought to bridge the distance between himself and Moriarty. Another reason was that Flitwick discerned Moriarty was being truthful. Moriarty was genuinely occupied, refining spells, brewing potions, enhancing the Carlotta boot, organizing the Dragon Arena, and unlocking the Chamber of Secrets. He had an abundance of tasks to attend to. This did not even account for the trifles occurring at school, such as the Quidditch match in 2 days. Thanks to Moriarty's formidable personal prowess, the Slytherin team rarely engaged in pre-match training, indirectly diminishing the chances of conflict with Gryffindor. In the pre-match locker room, William cheerfully addressed the players, reminiscing how in previous years, whenever the Gryffindor team trained, they would seek Professor Snape for notes, vying with the Lions for the training grounds. If it were the Slytherin team training, Gryffindor would do the same. The two sides engaged in a relentless back and forth. Captain William, rather than the match, we are more curious about who emerged victorious in your duel with Prefect Leon. Jericho boldly voiced the sentiments of the little snakes. William and Leon exchanged glances and shook their heads. William informed Jericho that as long as they had engaged in a duel, the outcome was of little consequence. As the silver whistle blew and the players mounted their brooms, Moriarty once again heard the system's task notification sound. Task issued. Defeat the Ravenclaw team within 40 minutes. Reward, 200 points. Failure to complete the task would result in the host wearing Jericho's underwear while flying 3 laps around the field. Each time Moriarty mounted his broom, the system would issue some embarrassing penalty, which he had grown accustomed to. Therefore, in the match against Ravenclaw, Moriarty completed the task in a mere 30 minutes, capturing the Golden Snitch with a score of 160-0. Commentator Tonks did not hold back in her praise, lauding Moriarty profusely, and Penelope rushed over to congratulate him. Moriarty inquired about the duel between her and Lilith, asking who had the upper hand. Penelope replied that Lilith had prevailed, yet Moriarty detected not a hint of sorrow in her. She smiled and ran off. Are you serious? Jericho exclaimed, springing up from the sofa. We can visit the Slytherin castle. Indeed, you heard correctly, Moriarty affirmed with a smile. They bowed deeply to Moriarty. After months apart, the house elf and the fairy seemed to have gained considerable weight. Ingo seemed to sense Moriarty's intentions, whispering, Lockhart is waiting for you in the second basement. Moriarty made his way directly to the basement, reaching the entrance of the secret chamber on the second floor, where he overheard Lockhart's boisterous exclamations. Master, greetings. Your most loyal servant, Gilderoy Lockhart, reports for duty. Rise, we must discuss serious matters. With a wave of his hand, Moriarty transformed them into 2 chairs. Before Lockhart could settle, he anxiously interjected, Master, I cannot fathom where the issue lies. Dumbledore has inexplicably begun to inquire about me. This is utterly astonishing. I swear he has never paid me any heed. There's something decidedly unusual about this. For the next hour, Moriarty and Lockhart deliberated on the developments within the British magical community. Suddenly, a series of distinct clicking sounds resonated within the chamber, a rather amusing occurrence. It was a dragon egg. Moriarty's gaze fixed upon the pedestal, where a phoenix egg and a dragon egg lay. The dragon egg bore a deep crack, and something within was stirring incessantly. Lockhart hurriedly moved the phoenix egg aside, holding his breath as he closely observed the dragon egg. With a harsh scraping sound, the egg split open. A small dragon wobbled unsteadily upon the pedestal. It was not particularly charming, resembling a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiny wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, brass-hued body. However, its scales were remarkably smooth, adorned with a black ridge along its back. It possessed an elongated snout, with a pair of small horns atop its head, and its dark red eyes bulged outward. Sniff, sniff! The little dragon sneezed twice, emitting a few sparks of fire, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. Lockhart's complexion turned pale. Oh, master, what purpose shall we serve with it? Let's name it Christmas. We shall establish a dragon breeding facility. Moriarty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dumbledore has begun to suspect the nature of our relationship. Let us give him something to occupy his attention. Undoubtedly, aside from Voldemort, pureblood families could also pose a distraction for Dumbledore, albeit limited in scope. Yet, as long as we could divert Dumbledore's gaze, we would acquire ample room for development. Purebloods, let me contemplate, Lockhart mused. The Flitwick family has never dabbled in breeding, while the Malfoy family does maintain a dragon farm in Romania, although Lucius Malfoy's reputation is quite tarnished. I am less familiar with the other families, the Greengrass, Selwyn, and Parkinson families. I intend to entrust the dragon breeding enterprise to the Flint family, of course, contingent upon Marcus proving his absolute loyalty to me. It is time to strategize with the pureblood families. You may now engage with some sympathetic half-bloods and muggle-born purebloods. Additionally, I require you to maintain close contact with ministry officials, and most importantly, cultivate your reputation. You must persist in embodying the persona of a staunch anti-dark wizard crusader, a powerful adventurer in the hearts of young wizards. Thus, next year, O Lockhart, next year I shall present you with a surprise. Chapter 44, The Gift. After their discussion concluded, Lockhart departed the castle, aware that he could not present himself before Marcus and Jericho at this time. The little dragon was also taken away by Lowart, and they would await Moriarty's instructions in a safe location. That evening, Moriarty hosted a Christmas banquet in the castle hall. The usually exuberant Jericho, however, became remarkably subdued, having been deeply influenced by the carefree American culture. Yet, in the face of the profound and solemn heritage of the Slytherin family, he felt a sense of reverence. This sentiment lingered throughout the Christmas dinner, and it took several of Moriarty's jokes to lighten his mood. Meanwhile, Marcus felt particularly fortunate since entering the castle. He was grateful for his wager with Moriarty, relieved that he had lost, and thankful that he had followed Moriarty's instructions to learn about magical creatures. After the banquet, Jericho, accompanied by Luke, explored the castle, while Marcus was summoned by Moriarty to the tower, guided by a house elf. Marcus entered the tower to find Moriarty standing at the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the sky. As if fearing to disturb him, Marcus spoke softly, "Sir, I have arrived." He scratched his head and clumsily added, "I will surely pass your test, sir." Moriarty nodded, and then they parted ways. In fact, since dinner, the three had not gathered together again. Upon returning to his chamber, Moriarty appeared to have an endless array of tasks. That night, he resolved to research the spells and potions left by his ancestor Salazar, as well as to enhance the runes on the caraboots. "Ingle," he called to a fairy, "I need you to take human form and procure some dark magic alchemical tools from the Borgin and Burke shop. Luke, prepare the potion ingredients and then come to my room. I need you to be my test subject. Oh, and do not forget to deliver Christmas gifts to my friends." Moriarty toiled throughout the night, and just before dawn, he successfully developed a flying spell and concocted a transformation potion. However, he was unable to imbue the caraboots with the ability to bounce, despite deconstructing and studying the alchemical tools from Borgin and Burke's. He could not apply that experience and knowledge to the boots. Alchemy can often be similar. The principles may be the same, yet each alchemical tool is unique, Moriarty concluded. He then jotted down his hypothesis in a notebook. On the evening of December 25th, the three disassembled dark magic alchemical tools bore a curse of misfortune, belonging to the same category of alchemical tools. It is reasonable to deduce that curses can interlink different alchemical tools. Moriarty wrote 3 extensive notes in one breath, and upon lifting his head, he realized that dawn had fully broken. Stretching lazily, he instructed Luke to accompany him to Jericho and Marcus's bedroom. "Rise," Moriarty exclaimed, tossing a pillow to awaken Jericho and Marcus. "Come outside. I have prepared Christmas gifts for you." Instantly, the 2 lethargic boys sprang to their feet, as if doused with cold water, completely awake. On the lawn outside the castle, Moriarty was engaged in conversation with Marcus, while Luke directed the house elves to bring over some sofas and chairs. Ingo conjured a long carpet made of vibrant flowers. "What shall we do?" Jericho approached Moriarty, a smile adorning his face. "I thought I might receive a magnificent gem as a gift." "Is merely a gem sufficient?" Moriarty feigned regret. "It seems I need not teach you the flying spell, Luke. Go and fetch Mr. Blanche a gem, then send him on his way." "Hey, no." Jericho quickly waved his hands. "Did I hear correctly? The flying spell? How marvelous. Gems are commonplace, but not everyone can perform the flying spell. I choose the flying spell." "Sir, are you certain about the flying spell?" Marcus replied solemnly. Well, the one whose name cannot be spoken and his Death Eaters, they all know the flying spell." "Fear not," Moriarty scoffed. "Voldemort's flying spell is dark magic. Do the Death Eaters dare to call it a flying spell? The commotion they create in the air is at best mere gliding. The flying spell I shall teach you is a magical incantation studied for years by our ancestor Salazar." Moriarty addressed them loudly. "First, lower your wands and repeat the incantation with me. Liberation of the skies command, let the stars summon our bodies and minds. Dimo Aka, liberation of the skies command, Let the stars summon our bodies and minds. Demo Aka. Jericho and Marcus repeated, a peculiar sensation flickering in their hearts. Excellent. Now take out your wands. Moriarty deliberately held his wand, demonstrating for them. After reciting the incantation, he suddenly soared into the sky, transforming his form as he flew gracefully above. Oh, how splendid! Jericho waved at Moriarty, exclaiming, and then eagerly recited the spell. Gradually, his feet lifted off the ground, but he quickly fell back down as Ingo deftly caught him with the flower carpet. The trio spent the entire day practicing the flying spell. It was evident that both Marcus and Jericho cherished this gift. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin dormitory at Hogwarts, a mountain of Christmas gifts for Moriarty had accumulated, as people could not locate the Slytherin castle and thus delivered their presents to Hogwarts instead. Moriarty used the levitation charm to float all the gifts to the ceiling, inspecting them one by one. The largest gift box was from Jericho, containing a castle model designed to store memories and remind one of forgotten matters. However, Moriarty pondered the reason for its castle shape, perhaps merely to inflate its price. Lilith sent a wizard's hat, and, judging by the craftsmanship, it was likely made by her own hands. Moriarty looked quite dashing in it. Marcus, Keith, and Ralpo each gifted a book, and amusingly, the Flea family, Trollheart, also contributed a tome titled The 28 Sacred Bloodlines and their connection to Salazar Slytherin. It goes without saying that this was undoubtedly a fabrication by Old Flea, and Moriarty casually tossed the book back to Marcus. Tonks gifted a wooden figure that told jokes, while Gemma presented a large bag of sweets. William and Leon seemed to have made an unspoken agreement, each presenting a sword to Moriarty, while Percy offered a gift of his own, a notebook containing his reflections on becoming a prefect. Then came the gifts from the professors. Dumbledore gifted 3 pairs of woolen socks. And indeed, Moriarty had also arranged for Luke to send him a pair of woolen socks, which he had won in a previous lottery. Professor S. presented him with a tome titled The Comprehensive Guide to Asian Venom Resistance, while Professor Flitwick gifted a notebook filled with information regarding the All-English Wizarding Dueling Championship. As he still desired Moriarty to participate, the other professors, as expected, bestowed upon him various magical texts. Notably, Moriarty observed Hagrid gifting Marcus a book entitled The Care and Feeding of Dragons. Lastly, the adult wizards contributed their gifts, and, as Jericho remarked, they seemed eager to transport Hogsmeade itself, offering a delightful assortment of presents. There were so many that Moriarty did not take the time to unwrap each one individually. On the first night back at school, Moriarty lay in bed contemplating the task ahead. The reward was a staggering 5,000 points. But failure would result in his transformation into a serpent monster. Excluding the ultimate task, this one was undoubtedly the most challenging Moriarty had encountered, thus justifying the generous reward. The spatial magic array. Moriarty recalled the method he and Lockhart had used to enter Slytherin Castle. Clearly, of all the magic he was aware of, only the spatial magic array could facilitate such long-distance teleportation. However, constructing the array was a task beyond his solitary capabilities. Rising from his bed, he seated himself at the desk and began to compose letters. He required assistance and materials. The sound of scratching quills filled the dormitory as Moriarty completed 5 letters, one of which he entrusted to Poseidon for the fairy Ingo. Observing the remaining 4 letters, Moriarty shook his head. They would have to be dispatched via the school's owls. As dawn broke the following day, Moriarty awoke and made his way to the West Tower, where the school's Ollery was located at the pinnacle. Ascending the spiral staircase towards the tower's summit, he unexpectedly encountered an individual, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Randy Karen. The two exchanged no words as they passed each other. But due to the staircase's narrowness, Moriarty was certain he detected a hint of blood in the air. How he wished to see the letters Professor Randy Karen had sent. Lost in thought, he dispatched his own letters. For owls hooted curiously, seemingly puzzled as to why a student would be sending a letter to another student within the same school. Exiting the West Tower, Moriarty proceeded to the room of requirement. His Christmas gift to Tonks was a quick-draw magic set designed to automatically launch a wand into a wizard's hand, ideal for aura combat. After sparring with Tonks in the room of requirement for an hour, Moriarty made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. A flurry of owls swooped in, and, simultaneously, Jericho, Marcus, and Tonks received a letter. After glancing at its contents, their expressions shifted, and they hastily abandoned their breakfast. Poseidon delivered 2 packages to Moriarty, sent by Ingo, as per Moriarty's instructions, containing precious materials and Salazar's research records on spatial magical arrays. 3 individuals awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Moriarty, Tonks inquired with concern. What compels you to meet here instead of the room of requirement? Nymph, Moriarty gently patted Tonks's hand, smiling. I have my reasons. Tonks surveyed their surroundings and sighed. I truly cannot fathom why you would choose this place. Admittedly, it is both tranquil and secluded, but we girls generally avoid this lavatory, as it harbors a weeping ghost. The ghost does not frighten me, nor do I mind the lavatory. But why is it limited to females? Jericho stepped forward, shrugging. Had I not seen that the letter was signed by Mr. Moriarty, I would have thought a pervert summoned me to spy. Marcus remained silent, stationed at the entrance like a sentinel, sensing an impending trial. Moriarty led them into the lavatory, searching before each basin until he spotted the profile of a copper dragon head, engraved with a small serpent. Extending his right arm, he struck the faucet with his Slytherin wand, producing a brilliant white light that began to swirl rapidly. Soon, the basin started to shift. Moriarty watched as it gradually vanished from sight, revealing a substantial pipe large enough for a person to enter. He heard the three companions gasp in astonishment and turned to them. Now you understand why I chose this lavatory as our rendezvous point. It serves as the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The trio cautiously approached the mouth of the pipe, peering inside. It was pitch black, rendering visibility impossible. Tonks covered her mouth and nose, exclaiming, honestly, the stench is overwhelming. Are we really going in? Jericho, with a twinkle in his eye and a broad smile, replied, let us embark on an adventure to discover the treasures left by Salazar Slytherin. If I were to behold the riches within Slytherin Castle, I would hardly utter such sentiments. Salazar could not have left his treasures at Hogwarts, Marcus wisely interjected. However, Tonks countered, Ravenclaw once stated that extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Perhaps the treasure Salazar left refers to knowledge or magic, or some peculiar secret. Enough speculation. Moriarty waved his hand, his expression grave. There resides a basilisk within the chamber. Before Marcus and the others could respond, a toilet suddenly erupted with water, and a ghost emerged from its depths. Oh dear, how frightful! What have I heard? Who would have imagined that a small dark wizard, accompanied by two, no three, the ghost hovered among Marcus and his companions, peering through its black-rimmed glasses at Tonks and a white-haired girl. The little dark wizard intends to unleash the basilisk upon you, or perhaps feed you all to it. Oh, moaning Myrtle has heard this, and she shall inform everyone. Thus, people shall come to adore me. The weeping moaning Myrtle, a Ravenclaw girl slain by the basilisk 50 years ago, was introduced by Moriarty to Tonks and the others. He then raised his head. Myrtle, I hope you will abide by the terms of your agreement and refrain from interfering with my actions. Otherwise, I shall expel you all from this castle. Oh, moaning Myrtle gasped, her voice turning hoarse. You are aware of the agreement with Peeves? You cannot banish us. No, you cannot do this. Heavens, Myrtle is to be expelled. I know no one like the weeping moaning Myrtle. Woe is me. Jericho and Tonks stared wide-eyed and covered their ears. Moriarty flicked his wand towards the four of them, and the world fell silent. Tonks looked at Moriarty. Aren't you concerned she might divulge our affairs? She would not speak of it. I would never engage in the action she implies. Moriarty cast a glance at Myrtle, who fluttered above them. The ghosts had reached an accord with Peeves, and Moriarty surmised this agreement pertained to him, as the ghosts were unlikely to cause him trouble. Marcus, you shall descend with me. Moriarty's voice rose in intensity, causing Marcus to shudder, his face twitching, yet he raised his head and replied loudly, No problem, sir. And what of me? Tonks inquired anxiously. You shall remain here with Jericho. Moriarty extracted 2 parcels from the system space and placed them on the ground. These are for you. Open them and see. From this moment forth, you have 3 months to study this magical array with me. I intend to construct this array in the Chamber of Secrets before June. Tonks opened her parcel and retrieved a thick tome, frowning as she turned to the first page. Jericho prioritized the precious materials. This is the creeping vine, glowing sap, blood demon skin. Whose teeth are these? A fossil of the sacred beetle? And what is this? Resembling the rear of a mummy. Moriarty nodded in satisfaction. Choosing Tonks and Jericho to assist him in studying the spatial magical array was a decision made after careful consideration. The former was obedient and clever enough, while the latter possessed boundless energy. Originally, Lilith would have been the most suitable for constructing the magical array. But upon discovering her own pursuits, Moriarty dismissed the idea of inviting her. As for Marcus, Moriarty glanced at him, who was taking deep breaths, signaling him to leap down. Is this the trial you have set for me? Marcus nodded fervently, as if this could bolster his courage to confront the basilisk. Very well, sir, I shall do it. I can do it. With a mighty roar, Marcus plunged into the pipe's opening. Chapter 46. Entering the chamber. How come he is not usually this brave? Moriarty pinched the bridge of his nose. He is truly overly exhilarated. I shall descend to see. Release the decree of the heavens. Let the stars summon our bodies and minds. Dimaraka. Moriarty chanted silently, soaring into the pipe. Fly up, Marcus. Moriarty called ahead. If you find it unmanageable, adjust your position and slide down. After approximately 2 minutes, Moriarty heard Marcus's intermittent voice. Sir, I will try. Moriarty chuckled, reassured that although the tube was steep, its convoluted path was spacious enough to ensure Marcus would not face any mortal danger. Thus he ceased to concern himself with him. Marcus slid down to a very deep subterranean level of the school, emerging from the aperture with a soft thud onto the damp ground as the winding pipe transformed into a horizontal passage. At that moment, Moriarty flew over, the fluorescent light flickering. He extended his wand to survey the surroundings. Rising to his feet, Marcus examined the dark, sticky walls, stammering, Sir, is this the secret chamber? Clearly, it was not. Moriarty intensified his magical output, a ghostly blue radiance shimmering from the tip of his wand, illuminating the walls and casting shadows of the two figures. Marcus soon beheld a dark stone tunnel, its floor littered with the skeletal remains of rodents. Droplets of water clinging to the walls, and a damp, chilling atmosphere enveloping them. Let's proceed, Moriarty urged. Remember to draw your wand. The two continued onward, the path becoming increasingly serpentine, when suddenly a shadow loomed ahead. Instinctively, Marcus uttered a spell, disarm. A burst of red light seemed to pierce through the shadow, colliding with the floor. Do not panic. I believe it is merely the shed skin of a basilisk, Moriarty remarked with a slight smile, easing Marcus's anxiety. He too conjured a flickering light and cautiously advanced. The beam illuminated a vibrant green serpent skin, and despite his mental preparation, Marcus was still taken aback. He steadied his trembling legs and swallowed hard. Sir, this skin is so large. The basilisk must be at least 20 feet long. The creature's formidable size was indeed a source of dread, but another factor was its longevity. For a beast that had lived for a millennium, its survival skills and combat instincts far exceeded ordinary comprehension, hence caution was paramount. Moriarty subtly reminded Marcus that, in his view, Salazar's basilisk had been rendered ineffective. It had likely struggled to sate its hunger for centuries. Marcus nodded obediently, and after Moriarty collected the serpent skin, the pair continued onward, navigating through numerous twists and turns until they finally encountered a sturdy wall ahead. Etched into it were two entwined serpents, their eyes set with large, glistening emeralds. Tink, tink. Moriarty tapped the emeralds with his wand, and without the need for serpentine incantations, the snakes parted, allowing the stone wall to crack open and slide away into oblivion. Please, allow me to walk ahead of you, sir, Marcus uttered, as if drained of all vigor, yet his gaze remained earnest. Finally, a semblance of manly resolve. Moriarty thought with satisfaction, though he concealed it well, stating instead, courage without wisdom is mere recklessness. To prove oneself requires true courage, not folly. Marcus, partially grasping this wisdom, upheld his promise, gripping his wand tightly as he stepped cautiously into the passage beyond the stone wall. They stood at one end of a long, dimly lit chamber. Numerous stone columns, intricately carved with entwined serpents, soared upwards, supporting a ceiling that melded into the darkness above. The architecture undeniably reflected the essence of Slytherin, resonating with the style of their ancestors. Moriarty surveyed the scattered stone pillars, noting their structural similarity to the 12 columns in the castle's Great Hall. As for the statue, Moriarty tilted his head back, fixating on a statue as tall as the room itself, affixed to the shadowy wall behind. A wizened, simian visage with sparse, long whiskers? Is this truly the likeness of my forebear? Moriarty mused, stroking his chin with interest. Curious indeed. He had seen Salazar's countenance before, and even in old age, he would not have appeared in such a grotesque manner. He had already confirmed that the chamber was crafted by Salazar himself, leaving no room for forgery. Thus, this statue became a subject of intrigue. Marcus offered a fair observation. Unless Salazar intended to create a repugnant likeness of himself, I cannot fathom how such a ghastly figure could be modeled after his noble form. Suddenly, the massive stone face began to move, its mouth widening until it formed a gaping black void. A colossal, pitch-black creature erupted from the abyss, crashing down onto the ground. The floor trembled, and the previously bold Marcus deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground, his wand lost to him. The basilisk has arrived. Do not look into its eyes. Run, Moriarty shouted, as Marcus scrambled to the other side, breathlessly urging, "Sir, you go ahead. I will distract it, hurry." Commendably loyal, Moriarty nodded, continuing to advise. "Use the levitation spell. Fly behind it. Unseal, liberate." Good heavens. Marcus's tongue twisted in knots, rendering him incapable of articulating complete thoughts, his face turning ghostly pale. The basilisk would not wait long for Marcus. It opened its gaping maw, lunging toward him. "Ah!" Marcus cried out, gradually realizing he was floating. He opened his eyes, glancing around to find Moriarty beside him, a smile illuminating his expression. "To become my companion, two fundamental qualities are essential: loyalty and bravery," Moriarty declared solemnly. "Congratulations, Marcus Flint. You have passed my test." Marcus's pale face flushed crimson, excitement bubbling forth. "Sir, it is an honor." Moriarty interrupted him directly. "From now on, refer to me as Master. My servants and subordinates do so. Henceforth, I shall invest considerable resources in you. You may inform your father that the Flint family is poised for resurgence." A resounding hiss emanated from beneath them as the basilisk detected their presence, coiling its body and surveying the surroundings with its two golden eyes, akin to colossal headlights. Moriarty pointed his wand to the ground, whispering, "Serpent of shadows." The hissing of serpentine language intertwined with ancient Latin, as the serpent creature seemed to recognize the serpentine tongue, yet its form was ensnared by spectral serpents. One such phantom serpent slithered up to the creature's head, and with a furious glare, the serpent creature petrified it. Moriarty was acutely aware that the creature's gaze could instantaneously extinguish any creature that met its eyes, and though the phantom serpent was not a true snake, it was nonetheless turned to stone rather than dissipating. A flash of inspiration struck Moriarty's mind. Perhaps elevating the spectral serpent's rank could be approached by harnessing the magical essence of serpent-like beings. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Moriarty positioned himself behind the serpent creature, carefully avoiding its gaze, and spoke in a deep, measured serpentine tongue. "I am Moriarty Slytherin, a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin." As the serpentine words echoed, the Slytherin wand emitted a burst of silver and green light, intertwining in the air to delineate the visage of Salazar Slytherin. Upon seeing Salazar, the serpent creature's undulating body tensed as if jolted by electricity, then relaxed, prompting Moriarty to withdraw the phantom serpent. "Hiss, hiss." The creature's voice softened considerably. "Hiss, hiss, hiss." Moriarty engaged in dialogue with it. Marcus, wide-eyed, observed the exchange between man and serpent, wishing fervently that he too could converse in the serpentine tongue. Chapter 47. Professor Randy's Office. It was unclear what Moriarty and the serpent creature discussed, but he extended his hand to caress the skin atop the creature's head, lamenting, "Oh, how pitiable. For a millennium, you have subsisted solely on a meager diet of rodents." The serpent creature closed its eyes, emitting a purring sound, gracefully entwining its tail around Moriarty's ankle. "Hiss." Marcus could scarcely comprehend the conversation between the two, as he imagined himself soaring on a broomstick, incredulously glancing between Moriarty and the serpent creature. "Sir, did you, tame it?" he stammered. Moriarty's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Be a gentleman. Marcus, she has a name. Shiva. I recall it being the name of a snow goddess from ancient Celtic mythology." The serpent creature emitted a soft call, now appearing far less fearsome, as Moriarty's hand seemed to possess an extraordinary magic, rendering her as docile as a lamb. Marcus, utterly astonished, received further explanation from Moriarty. The male serpent creature bears a vibrant red feather upon its head. Observe, she has none. She is a female serpent creature. Thus Salazar bestowed upon her the name Shiva. And Tom Riddle, known as Voldemort, has exploited his connection to the Slytherin lineage to commend Shiva in nefarious deeds. At this, Moriarty turned to Shiva. "With me by your side, there is no need for concern. Voldemort is merely a junior to me." Marcus, recovering from his shock, widened his eyes in disbelief. Voldemort was a subordinate of Moriarty? What astonishing news! As they ascended from the entrance, Tonks and Jericho rushed towards them. "We nearly went to seek the professor," Tonks exclaimed, relieved yet shaken. "It is likely that if we do not appear soon, Professor McGonagall will come looking for us." Moriarty glanced at Jericho, who smacked his forehead in realization. "Damn it, we have Transfiguration class this morning. McGonagall is surely going to tear us apart. It seems that only I can escape the professor's wrath, as I have no classes in the morning as a fourth year." Tonks crossed her arms, a smile playing at her lips. "Don't be envious, younger students. Grow up quickly. Thus, Nymphadora, you may remain here, or perhaps go to the room of requirement to study magical runes while we attend class." Moriarty then led Jericho away. A Upon entering the Transfiguration classroom, they encountered Professor McGonagall, who, in her fury, deducted 50 points from Slytherin. Her scolding echoed down the corridor, and soon the students learned of Moriarty's unexcused absence, though none could fathom the reason behind it. However, the matter reached Professor Snape's ears, who mercilessly imposed detention upon Moriarty and Jericho. Professor Karen of your defense against the dark arts class has informed me that he requires assistance in organizing his office. Therefore, your detention will commence on Friday evening. When Friday evening arrived at 8 o'clock, Moriarty and Jericho set off toward Professor Karen's office. As they traversed the moving staircase, Jericho lamented, "What bad luck! I should be nestled comfortably in the lounge, engrossed in flying with the cannons. Instead, I must assist a vampire professor in tidying his office." Moriarty halted in his tracks. "How do you know Professor Karen is a vampire?" Jericho blinked in surprise. "I assumed you were already aware. It's common knowledge now. Considering Professor Karen bears an uncanny resemblance to a vampire." He sighed and continued, "However, Professor Karen has conducted himself quite normally. And I overheard Prefect William mention that our defense against the dark arts class seems to be cursed. Having a professor to teach is a minor miracle, so no one has made a fuss. Have any students from pure blood families discussed Professor Karen's origins?" Moriarty inquired, knowing that pure blood families often possess unexpected insights. "You would have to ask Pilewick," Jericho chuckled. "To my knowledge, no one has." "Excellent. I have been awaiting this day. The disillusionment charm? I shall master it one day," Jericho exclaimed, raising a fist in excitement before quickly tempering his enthusiasm. "But will we have enough time? Our schedule has been quite tight these past few months, especially with the need to engrave magical runes. Focus on familiarizing yourself with the incantation for the disillusionment charm," Moriarty replied calmly. "As for everything else, take it at your own pace." As they conversed, they reached the door of an office. Jericho knocked, and the door creaked open to reveal Professor Karen seated at a desk made of redwood, enveloped in leather, writing something. Moriarty could only hear the soft rustle of quill against parchment. It seemed he was composing a letter. "To whom? Go tidy up in the corner." "My belongings are far too numerous and disordered," Professor Karen said, without lifting his gaze. Moriarty and Jericho made their way to a corner of the office, where the floor was strewn with boxes, leather bags, and sheets of paper. The papers were undoubtedly enchanted, appearing as blank as the day they were created. The boxes and bags, however, were coated in a layer of dust. Jericho furrowed his brow in confusion. Could a sorcerer truly be stumped by such trivial domestic tasks? With a flick of his wand, he declared, "Cleanse anew." Yet, the clutter remained unresponsive. With a sudden flourish, he commanded, "Return to the original state." Papers swirled into the air, neatly stacking against the wall, but the bags and boxes remained obstinately still. Restoration and cleaning spells are indeed useful domestic magic, but they do not apply to every object. Professor Randy continued his work, his mouth moving incessantly. "They are alchemical items, aren't they?" Moriarty mused, observing the boxes and bags, pondering their purpose. "I am delighted to see that you can discern the distinction between alchemical tools and alchemical items, Mr. Moriarty," Professor Randy remarked, glancing briefly at the corner before averting his gaze once more. "I notice your boots. They are indeed an alchemical tool. What you need to organize are simple alchemical items. Now, children, use the levitation charm to stack them one by one. I heard from Professor Flibby that this year's first-year students have excelled in mastering the levitation charm." Moriarty and Jericho exchanged a glance and jointly cast a grand levitation charm, stacking the boxes upright with the bags atop. As the boxes floated in the air, Moriarty felt their weight, as if they contained liquid. The bags, however, were light as a feather, likely enchanted with a non-detection expansion charm, concealing their contents. An hour later, the task was complete, and Jericho magically controlled over a dozen brooms to tidy the classroom. Moriarty approached Professor Randy's desk, with the professor's hand swept across the surface, transforming the letterhead into plain paper. Though swift, Moriarty caught a glimpse of a name, Bill Weasley. "Moriarty?" Professor Randy spoke somewhat stiffly. "Professor, all is in order," Moriarty replied calmly, stealing a glance at the professor, whose eyes glimmered with an almost silvery hue. The restricted section was located at the rear of the library, merely separated by a rope, clearly insufficient to deter determined young wizards. Moriarty speculated that the tomes in the restricted section might have been ravaged by students, should they possess the audacity to do so. Upon entering the restricted section, Moriarty and Jericho began their search for Miranda Goshawk's The Book of Spells, which contained records of the disillusionment charm. They examined shelf after shelf until Moriarty, passing a sparsely populated shelf, collided with another person. Chapter 48. Moriarty, progressing well. Thud. Moriarty heard the sound of his backside meeting the floor alongside a book, and the individual who fell promptly rose and fled, abandoning the book. Lilith, Moriarty called softly, causing her to halt and slowly turn, revealing a delicate visage framed by golden hair and dark eyes. Indeed, it was Lilith. Jericho approached, astonished. Pillowwick, what are you doing here? The pages concerning the disillusionment charm in Miranda Goshawk's The Book of Spells were crumpled. Moriarty picked up the book discarded by Lilith and remarked with a hint of amusement. It seems our objectives align. Jericho opened the book and, astonished, turned to Lilith. You've read this several times. When did you begin? Lilith rolled her eyes at him. From your tone, I thought you were the librarian, Mrs. Pants. TSK. How impressive, Jericho said with a smirk, mimicking Lilith's tone. I dare say, no one aside from myself and Mr. Moriarty knows of your nightly escapades into the restricted section. Let's applaud our esteemed Miss Pillowwick. She slithers through unnoticed, akin to a cunning serpent. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Blanche, Lilith replied casually, then turned her gaze to Moriarty. So, you two are here to learn the disillusionment charm? Perhaps we could study together. Moriarty nodded in agreement. This is not the place for conversation. Let's transcribe the charm and depart. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lilith suddenly asked, Mr. Moriarty, how did you recognize it was me? Moriarty's expression shifted slightly. When we collided, I caught a whiff of the bird's snake egg yolk shampoo, reminiscent of the scent you wore when we first met. I see, Lilith replied, awkwardly brushing her golden hair over her shoulder. That scent could very well belong to you as well. I recall we used the same shampoo. Moriarty gazed at her with a peculiar look, and Lilith realized she had posed a rather foolish question, her cheeks flushing red. Both felt a touch of embarrassment and soon parted ways. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Moriarty made his usual visit to the room of requirement, where Tonks had formed a preliminary concept regarding the spatial magical array. Listen, Moriarty, she began, I believe we need to inscribe a large, permanently solidified memory charm alongside the runes of Rooney. The number of runes will vary with the weight and quantity of the transference. Tonks rubbed her temples, frowning deeply. Moreover, we are unsure how Rooney runes coalesce in a manner most suitable for spatial magic, and whether we require Latin runes or some other peculiar elements. Finally, Tonks looked up at Moriarty with a forlorn expression. 5 months is too short. I fear we may not accomplish the task you've set. Moriarty pondered seriously before responding. Leave the runes to me. You focus on learning the solidification charm. I will have Jericho study the memory charm, and for the inscription of the magical array, I shall find another to assist me. Tonks nodded, her lips pursed. While it was advantageous to share the workload, she felt a sense of despondency. Moriarty remained oblivious to her feelings, his mind preoccupied with Rooney runes, until Marcus spoke to him at the dining table, pulling him back to reality. Did Moriarty need to delve into the Flint family's affairs? Certainly not. It was not the genealogy of the Slytherin lineage. Remember this day, January 16th, the day of the Flint family's resurgence. Send the letter to your father. He will know what to do. As Moriarty mentioned, after receiving the letter, old Flint, with the last of his funds, ventured to a small town in Romania that very night. In this quaint locale, he encountered Lockhart, initially believing that Lockhart was in Romania to seek inspiration for his writing. However, Lockhart warmly ushered him into a villa, and upon seeing the small dragon, old Flint's expression was utterly captivating. Merlin, Lockhart, he exclaimed, you bear dragon, so you must be the one sent by the master to rendezvous with me? To his surprise, Lockhart chuckled nonchalantly, then adopted a serious demeanor. Time is of the essence. Let us be brief. The master has tasked you with developing a dragon breeding industry. Formally, we are partners. In truth, I shall provide you with the necessary funds and assist you in forging connections with the local elite. When business was broached, old Flint straightened his somewhat stooped back, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. The master has instructed me to establish a dragon breeding facility, followed by a fire dragon observation park and a dragon rider experience arena, culminating in the Dragon Valley, which offers precious dragon species. To my knowledge, no such comprehensive dragon industry exists internationally. If the Master's vision comes to fruition, we shall not want for wealth for centuries to come. Yet, we currently possess only one dragon. Frankly, the remaining funds of the Flint family cannot procure another dragon. Old Flint cast a glance at Christmas, the small dragon, who was at a growth spurt, bared its sharp teeth at him. Regardless of how many dragons we currently possess, I am confident that within a few days, we shall have dozens, if not hundreds. Lockhart grinned as he drew his wand and pointed to the floor, revealing the wooden floorboards, which metamorphosed into gleaming gold bricks. Dazzling to the eye, old Flint gasped, collapsing onto the gold brick floor. Haha, my old friend, Romania is replete with fire dragons. We commence our endeavors tomorrow. Lockhart helped old Flint to his feet and casually picked up 2 bottles of butterbeer. Cheers. That same night, Moriarty lay in bed, restless and contemplative. Tonks' words held merit. Even if he summoned Ingo, he could not establish a spatial magic array within 5 months. System, are there any rewards I have yet to claim? Moriarty recalled the system, hoping it would bring forth good news. Detected that the host has accumulated 6 exploration lottery draws and 1 achievement lottery draw. Draw in less than a minute. The system announced the rewards. Aside from 4 inconsequential items, there was an Indian flying carpet and a pair of vanishing cabinets. Vanishing cabinets. Moriarty snapped his fingers, his eyes sparkling with inspiration for hastening the construction of the magic array. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, 1 vanishing cabinet resided in Borgin and Burke's, while the other was in the room of requirement. Thus, through the vanishing cabinet, he could access Nocturne Alley unnoticed. System, can I earn points by eliminating dark wizards? Moriarty recalled the dark wizards that inhabited Nocturne Alley. You'll earn points, but not for every dark wizard you vanquish. Additionally, if the host wishes to earn points, why not consider undertaking random tasks? Moriarty inquired. Random tasks? You never mention them, nor is there any information regarding this. The reason for this omission is that the host must pay 300 points to unlock random tasks, which is why it was not proactively introduced. It turns out to be a premium feature. Embracing the belief that paid offerings guarantee excellence, Moriarty spent 300 points, leaving him with only 100. Instantly, the details of the random tasks flooded Moriarty's mind. The system presents 12 random tasks daily, varying in difficulty, each rewarding a modest amount of points upon completion, with no penalties for failure. A guaranteed profit, indeed. Moriarty felt reassured that he could enjoy a good night's sleep. System, are there any other paid features akin to random tasks? Moriarty attempted to inquire. Indeed, the host may unlock a blind box lottery for 1,000 points. A blind box lottery? A gamble for rewards. Perhaps I should consume some luck potion before the draw? Moriarty grimaced. System, is there any task or lottery devoid of risk with tangible rewards? Yes. The host may initiate a sign-in task for 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Very well. Although Moriarty currently possessed only 100 points, he harbored a clear objective and believed he would accumulate sufficient points. Now, Moriarty could sleep soundly. Upon awakening, the dawn light flickered gently. As soon as Moriarty opened his eyes, he heard the system's notification. Today's random task. Please proceed to the Hogwarts kitchen and teach the house elves to prepare any Chinese dish. Reward, 100 points. Though the system's tone remained as cold as ever, Moriarty found today's announcement remarkably endearing. While 100 points was a meager sum, the task bore no difficulty and carried no penalties, representing a gradual accumulation of points. Furthermore, preparing a Chinese dish would offer a delightful change of flavor. Thus, Moriarty opted not to visit the room of requirement today, but instead walked to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, from where the path to the Hogwarts kitchen commenced. The young lions generally lacked the habit of early rising. They preferred nocturnal wanderings and were currently deep in slumber, with the corridor enveloped in serene silence. Turning left, he traversed a broad stone corridor and discovered a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruits. Moriarty scratched the green pear within the bowl, causing it to wriggle and giggle, transforming into an enormous green handle. Grasping it, Moriarty pulled the door open and stepped into a lofty chamber. The room was as expansive as the hall above, with sparkling copper pots and bowls piled against the surrounding stone walls, and a large brick fireplace at the far end. At least 100 house elves populated the kitchen, each beaming with smiles, bowing and kneeling. Noble and illustrious descendant of Slytherin, your name has spread throughout the castle. The house elf clan has served Hogwarts for generations. We stand ready to fulfill your every command. Rise and shine. I shall impart to you a delightful recipe for a traditional Chinese breakfast, pan-fried shrimp dumplings, mung bean, and lily bulb soup. And let us not forget the exquisite 2-colored fluffy egg roll. Now, gather around and learn swiftly, for I am eager to indulge in this morning feast. These house elves evidently possess a remarkable talent for culinary arts. Mastering the skills with ease, Moriarty required no second demonstration. Having successfully earned 100 points, Moriarty generously praised the little elves, who were moved to tears. Not wishing to console them, he commanded, "Cease your weeping. I shall teach you a few more dishes. Roasted duck from the palace, ants climbing a tree, and sesame chestnut chicken. I hope to catch a whiff of roasted duck on the dining table come Friday evening." Time slipped away as the elves busied themselves with their cooking. And soon breakfast time arrived, with the hall gradually filling with guests. Tonks, vexed by Moriarty's unexplained absence from the request room, settled beside him, eagerly awaiting his next words. "Pan-fried shrimp dumplings," Moriarty announced clearly, and in an instant, a platter of delectable dumplings appeared on the table. Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, understood the significance of this moment, remarking on the high standards displayed. "Even I, as the headmaster, have not experienced such treatment." He nodded at Moriarty, uncertain whether to commend him for his ability to direct the house elves or for the deliciousness of the Chinese breakfast. Moriarty rose and proclaimed, "At 7 o'clock this Friday evening, I invite each gentleman and lady to the hall, where the house elves have prepared a grand Chinese dinner." The students began to murmur in intrigued whispers, while Dumbledore chuckled. "How splendid! Since I too can enjoy the same privileges as young Mr. Moriarty, I suppose I need not deduct the house elves' wages. So, this is the kind of headmaster you are." Moriarty cast a peculiar glance at him, while Professors McGonagall and Snape, familiar with Dumbledore's eccentricities, exchanged knowing looks. Tonks imitated Moriarty, exclaiming, "Mung bean and lily bulb soup." Instantly, a bowl of porridge appeared, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air, prompting Tonks to slurp it down eagerly. Leon and a few other staunch purebloods were unable to endure her dining manner, yet when they observed William nearly burying his face in his bowl, they could only shake their heads in resignation. Seeking to alleviate the awkwardness, Leon initiated a conversation. "Mr. Moriarty, your invitation for a Chinese dinner on Friday evening is contingent upon our victory over the Hufflepuff team in the Quidditch Cup, is it not?" "Clearly," Moriarty replied, swallowing a dumpling. He glanced towards the Gryffindor table. "Unless Charlie can achieve a score exceeding 300 points against the third-ranked Ravenclaw, we shall be champions after Friday." "Hooray!" cheered the players, exchanging high fives. Given that the Slytherin team consistently shut out their opponents, they held a lead of over 300 points against the second-ranked Gryffindor. Could Gryffindor possibly widen their gap against Ravenclaw by 300 points? Unlikely. Thus, it seems that the Quidditch Cup is firmly in Slytherin's grasp. "Your remarks render me almost non-existent," Tonks coldly declared. The little snakes offered an awkward yet polite smile, as the Hufflepuff seeker remained at their table. After enjoying a pleasant breakfast, Moriarty parted ways with Tonks. The little snakes had potions class that morning, where they were learning to brew the Forgetfulness Potion. Notably, whether it was the potion for treating boils or the Forgetfulness Potion, Lilith, determined to surpass Moriarty, still found herself overshadowed by him, while Percy continued to languish in his perpetual third place. By noon, with no classes scheduled for the afternoon and evening, Moriarty collected a few flying beetles and made his way to the room of requirement. "I require a space for storing miscellaneous items," he mused silently. What was originally intended as a practice area for spells had devolved into a cluttered storage room, strewn with tattered belongings and thick with dust. Moriarty's purpose for visiting was to locate the damaged Vanishing Cabinet. The other cabinet resided in Borgin and Berks, and through the two, he could venture into Nocturne Alley to hunt dark wizards. Suddenly, the Vanishing Cabinet soared into view. Moriarty drew his U-wand, concealing his Slytherin wand to maintain anonymity. A grand black cabinet, adorned with intricate, hollow carvings, burst forth with a thud from a pile of old tomes. Measuring approximately 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width, Moriarty had no desire for the cabinet to crash upon him. So he hastily cast the levitation charm to lower it gently to the ground. "Restore to its original state. Restore to its original state. Restore to its original state." Moriarty recalled how Draco Malfoy had taken half a semester to repair a vanishing cabinet in his 6th year. He clearly did not require such a duration. Channeling 20 years of magical prowess, he unleashed 3 repairing charms, swiftly restoring the cabinet to its former glory. For caution's sake, Moriarty opened the cabinet door and placed the collected beetles inside, closing the door and waiting a minute before reopening it. 2 beetles were missing, yet all remained alive. Meanwhile, 2 horned little insects appeared in Borgin and Berks, and he hoped they would refrain from disturbing the dark magical items there. Moriarty realized the Vanishing Cabinet was indeed repaired. He retrieved the Transfiguration Potion he had brewed during the Christmas holidays from his system space, took a sip, and a multitude of faces flashed through his mind, each a person he had encountered. He selected an unremarkable individual, an ordinary person he had seen at the station, whose unfamiliarity would raise no suspicions among the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley. Moments later, Moriarty assumed the guise of a weary middle-aged man, donned a black cloak from his bag, pulled up the hood, and stepped into the Vanishing Cabinet, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 50. The Hunt for Vampires and Old Witches. A large black cabinet in Borgin and Berks creaked as its door swung open, and Moriarty emerged from within. He quickly surveyed the dimly lit, spacious shop. There was not a soul in sight, and none of the items here could possibly be found on Hogwarts' shopping list. To the right of the vanished cabinet stood an antiquated stone fireplace, beside which lay a glass case containing a withered human hand, a stack of bloodstained cards, and a lifeless glass eyeball. The hand of glory, visible only to its holder, illuminating the waxen glow of candles. Moriarty approached the hand with measured steps, recalling that Ingo had once wished to purchase it, but Mr. Boken had refused to sell. Seizing the moment while Mr. Boken was otherwise occupied, Moriarty knew he ought to depart. Despite Mr. Boken being a dark sorcerer, he had no intention of confronting him. As he traversed past the glass counter, Moriarty's gaze was drawn to an opal necklace, where the remains of 2 beetles lay pitifully ensnared. The label on this necklace ought to have been amended to read, "Caution, do not touch. It has claimed the lives of 19 muggles and 2 insects through a curse." With a sardonic chuckle, Moriarty exited the shop, moving swiftly before the bell above the door could chime. He soon found himself in a squalid alley. Moriarty glanced around. The vicinity was rife with shops peddling dark magic. In front of a store selling poisonous candles hung an old wooden sign, inscribed in blood, "Upside Down Alley." The wizards inhabiting this alley were ragged, hooded figures, their eyes glinting with malice as they scrutinized Moriarty, engaging in hushed whispers. "System, how many points would I gain if I were to eliminate those 2 dark wizards?" Moriarty's attention shifted to a window displaying a macabre collection of shriveled human heads, where 2 men loitered at the entrance. 52 points. Instantly, Moriarty lost interest in dispatching them. His visit to Upside Down Alley could not be merely for trivial encounters with lowly minions. Perhaps it was the disdain radiating from Moriarty that caught the attention of the 2 dark wizards, who staggered toward him. "What a peculiar face you have, mate." This remark seemed to serve as a signal, drawing more dark wizards toward Moriarty, their faces adorned with sinister grins. Moriarty, dismissive of engaging with this rabble, continued deeper into the alley. "Are you lost, dear?" A shrill voice pierced the air, and an old hag materialized before Moriarty, presenting a dish that bore an uncanny resemblance to a platter of deceased fingernails. Werewolf claws. Quite a rarity indeed. Moriarty gazed intently, silently inquiring of his system how many points he would acquire for eliminating this old crone. 300 points. A satisfied smile crept across Moriarty's face, his gaze toward the old hag turning decidedly peculiar. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to my Aunt Petty. Might you guide me out?" The old hag instinctively sensed something amiss about Moriarty. However, having dwelled in Upside Down Alley for decades, she had encountered all manner of individuals. With a sidelong glance at Moriarty, revealing her moss-covered teeth, she replied, "Come with me. I shall lead you out. You seem to be at least 40 years old. Your first visit to Upside Down Alley?" To instill trust in Moriarty, the old hag took the initiative and began to walk ahead. Moriarty, resembling an oblivious fledgling, seemed to genuinely regard the old hag as the fabled Aunt Petty, lamenting his woes. Yet, judging by his attire, he hardly appeared to fit the role of the amiable gentleman his words suggested. The eerie atmosphere caused the initially eager dark wizards to retreat, yet one tall, gaunt man shrouded in a black cloak lingered at a distance, trailing behind Moriarty. The old witch led Moriarty into a damp and shadowy alleyway, its walls stained with dark blood exuding a foul stench. Suddenly, she halted and turned to face Moriarty. "Why have you stopped, old crone? Are you fatigued and in need of respite?" Moriarty appeared deeply engrossed in the scene. The witch chuckled ominously. "This is a dead end. What more is there to pursue?" Moriarty shrugged nonchalantly. "So you are prepared to make your move against me?" I am quite curious to see what resides within your wither mind." Upon hearing the witch's terms for her companion, Moriarty glanced back at the lanky man, realizing that the werewolf claw in the witch's possession was provided by him. A notification emerged. Host detected a vampire. Mission issued. Eliminate the vampire. Reward, 500 points. Penalty, should the host fall into the vampire's grasp, they shall receive an initial embrace. Moriarty unsheathed her yew wand, aware that vampires and werewolves were sworn enemies. It was no surprise that a source of werewolf claws existed. "Come now, let me witness the magic of a vampire." The vampire Baylor unfurled his cloak, revealing a pallid visage, his long black hair veiling the corners of his eyes, while his irises gleamed with a bloodthirsty crimson hue. He opened his mouth to reveal elongated, sharp fangs, extending a pale arm with protruding claws as he lunged at Moriarty. Moriarty noted Baylor's attire, an elegant suit paired with a small black cloak, and discerned his identity, a viscount, which explained his audacity to venture out in daylight. "Yet your magical prowess seems rather lacking. Do you presume I am a werewolf? To engage me in hand-to-hand combat?" With a faint chuckle, Moriarty aimed her wand at the vampire, declaring sleep. With a crack, the vampire's form contorted, transforming into a swarm of bats that screeched. evading the spell before continuing their assault on Moriarty. This is becoming intriguing. While conjuring an ice wall to shield herself from the bloodthirsty bats, she observed closely. She recalled that vampires possessed a natural aptitude for transformation, capable of morphing into bats, crows, and some even into werewolves. Out of body, the old witch seized the opportunity while Moriarty was preoccupied, insidiously casting a soul-snatching spell from behind. Casting aside the bowl in her hand, she nimbly leaped to the wall, exclaiming, "Disarm him! Sleep! Release the dragon! Subdue him quickly, Baylor!" The witch shouted to her vampire accomplice. "If you manage to capture him, I shall permit you to make him your thrall." "The blood of an 11-year-old boy is hardly delectable," Baylor's voice echoed among the bats. "But perhaps I might reconsider if it were a girl." The old witch realized she had been deceived, her fury erupting. A boy? 11 years old? What a young age to masquerade in another's guise. "It seems you are no better." Moriarty scoffed dismissively. The reason why the insignificant remain insignificant is that no amount of vacuous chatter can alter the reality of their mediocrity. As for Moriarty, he cast a keen glance at the vampire, the swarm of bats having breached the icy barrier and now approaching. Given that my presence had been discerned, I had no desire to grace the front page of the Prophet. Thus, the game must come to an end. A chilling aura emanated from the wand in Moriarty's hand, the lament of snowflakes falling in sorrow. With a heavy utterance, he pronounced the name of the incantation, as surging elemental water magic enveloped him, expanding in concentric circles like the rising tide. The old witch and Baylor squinted uncomfortably, their vision blurred as they beheld a desolate winter landscape, faintly hearing the sobs of a young girl and her tragic wails echoing through the air. The enormous serpent conjured by the old witch had long since crystallized into an ice sculpture, destined to melt into a pool of blood within mere moments. For Moriarty, the initial use of the weeping snowfall had taken a significant toll. Observing Baylor's retreat, he merely cast a simple spell to render him unconscious. With a thud, Baylor collapsed to the ground, his head striking with a force that drew blood, along with a few scattered coins. Moriarty paid this no mind. He had no penchant for looting corpses and doubted that a vampire and an old witch would possess anything of rarity. Even if they did, it could hardly compare to the treasures housed within Slytherin Castle. Brimming with unwavering confidence, Moriarty cast a cold glance at the old witch and Baylor, transforming the scattered werewolf claws on the ground into formidable swords. To ensure the vampire's utter demise, he deliberately fashioned one of the swords into silver, and with a flourish of his wand, the silver blade struck true, piercing Baylor's skull. A cacophony of sound followed as several silver swords plunged into his heart and limbs. Blood spattered, and Baylor's skin rapidly shriveled, while the old witch beside him became equally bloodied, two great swords pinning her to the ground like a crucifix. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 500 points. Detection confirms the host has successfully slain the Black Witch of Upside Down Alley, acquiring an additional 300 points. Just 200 points remain to unlock the mystery box lottery. Perhaps a stroll through Upside Down Alley for a second time is in order? Moriarty narrowed his eyes, the gray of his irises reflecting the blood-soaked ground. Chapter 51, Gryffindor-Style Heroism. Upon exiting the all-answering room, Moriarty made his way directly to the Great Hall. Along the journey, he pondered. Although Mr. Boggins was seldom present at his establishment, frequent visits to Boggins Burke's would inevitably attract attention. Next time, he ought to place the disappearing cabinet he won the lottery in Upside Down Alley, or perhaps in Hogsmeade would be a wise choice as well. The other disappearing cabinet could be situated within Hogwarts for convenient access. Moriarty currently possessed 900 points. A Quidditch match on Friday would yield another 200 points, more than sufficient to unlock the mystery box lottery. Therefore, a visit to Upside Down Alley was unnecessary in the immediate future, providing him the perfect opportunity to utilize the disappearing cabinet for research on rune symbols. Having resolved this, Moriarty approached the Great Hall, only to be taken aback by the unexpected silence. What should have been a bustling atmosphere was now eerily quiet, with only the occasional whisper breaking the stillness. The vibrant little lions of Gryffindor were conspicuously absent from their long table, leaving the faces of students from the other three houses grim. The atmosphere at the Ravenclaw table was particularly somber. Penelope, with a quavering voice, rushed towards Moriarty and collapsed into his arms, weeping as though she had suffered a great injustice. Moriarty furrowed his brow and gently patted Penelope's shoulder, helping her to her feet. "What has happened, Penelope?" Upon seeing Moriarty approach, the little snakes at the Slytherin table seemed to find their backbone, rising to join him. Understanding dawned upon Moriarty as he glanced at the tearful Penelope. Ravenclaw had faced an unprecedented defeat and given her sense of belonging and honor towards her house. Her sorrow was entirely understandable. Wait a moment. This meant that after our match against Hufflepuff on Friday, we would have to face Gryffindor again the following Tuesday. How dare they? Penelope exclaimed, indignant. That Bill Weasley, he isn't even a player anymore. What right does he have to rejoin the Gryffindor team? Just because he is the student president? I thought Quidditch was supposed to be fair. Yet Gryffindor audaciously substitutes Mandy with Bill Weasley. William let out a disdainful snort. According to Gryffindor's logic, as long as they have their reasons, they can flout the school rules. Bill Weasley must be a hero in Gryffindor now. It's utterly ridiculous that Professor McGonagall would agree to his return. Please, I could never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. William's comments surprised Moriarty. As a half-blood, William seldom took issue with Gryffindor, yet even he harbored resentment towards them, indicating that Gryffindor had indeed crossed a line this time. Lilith approached Moriarty, crossing her arms and coldly stating, "This is the source of everyone's anger. Gryffindor exploited a loophole in the match. There is no explicit rule against substituting players mid-game. But Gryffindor made it blatant. Everyone knows that Bill Weasley withdrew from the house team a year ago. Regardless of his skill, rules should be upheld, should they not? They are a bunch of arrogant and reckless lions. Gryffindor may have won the match, but they have lost the support of the people." Penelope, unwilling to show her vulnerable side in front of Lilith, dried her tears and looked at Moriarty with red-rimmed eyes. "Now everyone hopes you could defeat Gryffindor and teach them a lesson. I am certain that Mr. Moriarty will," Leon declared emphatically. "I firmly believe Mr. Moriarty is the greatest player of this century. This is the perfect opportunity to make those lions yield. Just wait and see." Despite their revelry in Gryffindor's common room, next Tuesday will bring them their nightmare. "I understand," Moriarty replied, slowly nodding. "Lifting the Quidditch trophy is my goal for joining the team. Neither Gryffindor nor the Weasley brothers can deter me from achieving that goal." The little snakes nodded in approval, and students from the other two houses echoed their support. Moriarty, "Give Gryffindor a good thrashing." Moriarty surveyed the students, pressing his palms downward to silence them. Once they were quiet, he spoke again, this time with a commanding and powerful voice. "There may have been some dissent regarding my actions, particularly my decision to lead Jericho and others in acknowledging our faults. However, my intention has always been to inspire more individuals to embody the true spirit of Slytherin, to harbor glory within their hearts. Should this glory be challenged, we shall unleash our might like a volcanic eruption, striking our foes with the lethal precision of a serpent. Similarly, the upcoming match between Slytherin and Gryffindor this Tuesday afternoon will unfold as I have just described, and as you all anticipate. Now, let us commence our dinner. I shall reschedule Friday's Chinese banquet to Tuesday." Famished, Moriarty feasted upon generous portions of smoked beef and roasted Italian sausage. Observing his elegant yet ravenous consumption, Lilith concocted a special tomato juice, served in a goblet, and presented it before him. "This has been meticulously prepared for you. It possesses warming and invigorating properties." "What an extraordinary concoction," Moriarty remarked, sniffing the orange-red juice before tentatively tasting it. He blinked in surprise. "It is quite delightful. There has been notable improvement." After the meal, Moriarty gathered the players to strategize against Gryffindor. "Regrettably, we lack a pensive," William lamented. "Otherwise, we could have shown Moriarty the previous match. With his keen insight, he would undoubtedly identify the weaknesses of the Weasley brothers." "Ah, we may not possess a pensive, but we do have the memory castle," Jericho exclaimed, turning to Moriarty. "It is your Christmas gift. You can review memories." "Retrieve it," Moriarty commanded. "William, I require the memory of that match." The young Slytherins dutifully followed his instructions, embodying the determination needed to defeat the Gryffindor team. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also lent their support to the Slytherins. Meanwhile, the young lions seemed to have curbed their mischievousness in recent days. Yet, everyone sensed their pent-up energy, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to vanquish Slytherin. In this charged atmosphere, Moriarty prepared for the match against Hufflepuff. With Tonks serving as the seeker, she relinquished the role of commentator, a position filled by none other than Bill Weasley. This was Moriarty's first encounter with Bill Weasley, a tall, slender figure of striking handsomeness, his long red hair tied back in a ponytail, his demeanor exuding coolness. While Bill was typically well-received, the sudden substitution in Gryffindor's lineup elicited a chorus of boos from students across the three houses at the sound of his voice. As the match was about to commence, the Hufflepuff players made their entrance. "Tonks leads the way," Bill said wearily, as the jeers intensified. The young lions, naturally eager to defend their captain, erupted into quarrels with students from the other houses. Charlie and Percy Weasley sat together, their foreheads in their hands, reflecting on how, in the past, it was they who allied Gryffindor with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff against Slytherin. Now, The tables had turned. If we fail to defeat Slytherin on Tuesday, we may be subjected to ridicule for many years, Charlie muttered. No one believed Hufflepuff stood a chance against Slytherin. As the Slytherin team took the field, the stands erupted with thunderous applause, and even a few badgers were heard chanting Moriarty's name. Madam Hooch blew the silver whistle to signal the start of the match, and, as anticipated, Moriarty received a system task. The host must capture the golden snitch while Hufflepuff accumulates 50 points. The reward was 200 points, but failure would result in the host having to kiss Tonks' broomstick in front of the entire school. It was certain that if Moriarty complied within 3 days, the news of a Slytherin heir being a complete pervert would spread across Europe. Moriarty had grown accustomed to the bizarre penalties from the system and remained unfazed as he soared through the air like an eagle. As the match commenced, Tonks orchestrated multiple attacks, scoring impressively. Once Hufflepuff achieved 50 points, having scored 5 goals, Moriarty seized the golden snitch, leading Slytherin to a triumphant victory with a score of 360 to 50. The reasons behind Slytherin's failure to completely shut out Hufflepuff were subject to various interpretations among the young wizards. Yet most opinions converge on the notion that Moriarty and Tonks shared a strong bond. Furthermore, Tonks enjoyed a favorable reputation among the Slytherin players, making their leniency understandable. Chapter 52. The badge incident. Following the match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly peculiar. Despite Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall's outward display of indifference, privately, Professor McGonagall had reserved the Quidditch pitch for 3 consecutive days, with the Weasley twins practicing tirelessly. Meanwhile, Professor Snape outright exempted the Slytherin players from a week's worth of homework. Students from both houses simmered with pent-up frustration. The upcoming match transcended mere sport, resembling a genuine wizarding duel. The young wizards likened the current situation to the legendary duel between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. It was evident that Slytherin had found a true heir, while Gryffindor's 1,000-year legacy appeared to be faltering. Once the center of attention, the young lions now faced indifference wherever they roamed. In stark contrast, the young snakes found themselves embraced by the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, who hoped for Slytherin's triumph over Gryffindor. As they spent more time together, the young wizards discovered that Slytherin students were not the paranoid, eccentric misfits as portrayed by the world. Rather, a typical Slytherin was not malevolent, merely proud and aloof. In just a few days, Slytherin's status had risen, seemingly without any effort on the part of the snakes, merely enhanced by the presence of their peers. On Monday at noon, at the Slytherin long table, the props created by the Ravenclaw upperclassmen were particularly amusing. "Look at this," Jericho said with a grin. "It features an animated image of Moriarty riding a broomstick in the Quidditch pitch, flying around." Lilith tilted her head, deciphering the letters that formed the words, "Mr." Moriarty severely thrashed the Weasley brothers. The little snakes were drawn in, giggling as they gathered around to witness the spectacle. Hilarity erupted from the Slytherin table, the small serpents laughing uncontrollably. Even Leon, who usually upheld dining decorum, lost his composure and burst into laughter. Doom, doom. Larbo and Keith banged their spoons against their plates, clamoring, "Gryffindor is nothing but foul dung. A dumb lion." Applause erupted from the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, as several bespectacled Ravenclaw scholars raised their goblets in a gentle clink before downing their juice in one go. Gradually, the sounds of Larbo and Keith diminished until their mouths moved without sound. The two suddenly realized something, exchanged a glance with Moriarty, and fell silent. Moriarty's eyes gleamed with disdain. "If I were merely an ordinary Slytherin student, I would revel in seeing Gryffindor trampled underfoot, mocked mercilessly." Moriarty's expression remained indifferent, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone, including the little snakes and lions. "Yet, have you forgotten my true identity? I am a genuine Slytherin. Hogwarts is my home, the culmination of my ancestors' endeavors. Everything here is deeply intertwined with my being. Each young wizard within these castle walls holds special significance for me, their existence a testament to the Slytherin legacy. Despite the constant frictions between Gryffindor and Slytherin, I am indeed dissatisfied with certain behaviors exhibited by Gryffindor House. However, to insult Gryffindor is to insult the 4 founders, to insult me. Of course, I regard all 4 houses with equal scrutiny. Have you considered the ramifications of your actions on the collective honor of the school and the relationships among students from different houses? As for Gryffindor, I shall refrain from elaborating. This castle has a memory of its own. But before making player adjustments, did you reflect upon the consequences your decisions might incur? Moriarty's tone was not hurried, yet each word resonated with profound impact. The little lions and eagles lowered their heads in shame, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Bill Weasley regarded Moriarty seriously, silently excusing himself, and the little lions followed him, crestfallen. Dumbledore was conversing with the portraits of past headmasters when Bill arrived, saying, "I wish to hear your thoughts on young Mr. Moriarty. The Slytherin house will flourish under his guidance, and he will certainly not become a dark wizard," Bill asserted with conviction. However, Bill seemed to leave his thought unfinished. Professor Randy Nexier. Dumbledore interrupted. "I shall speak with him. As far as I know, Professor McGonagall has scheduled a training match for you this afternoon. Prepare accordingly." Bill departed with understanding. And as the door to the headmaster's office closed, he heard the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black erupting in argument. "I told you so, Dumbledore. Hogwarts will thrive under Moriarty's stewardship. You see, even the students of Gryffindor can perceive this truth." Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape entered the room. "How do the two of you view the conflict between the houses?" Dumbledore inquired gravely. "In my opinion, all of this is Bill Weasley's fault." Professor Snape fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore, his tone dripping with sarcasm even in the presence of the headmaster. "You sent him away for more than 9 months. Yet you never disclosed the nature of his task to us. There has been a millennia of friction between Gryffindor and Slytherin, but never any sordidness with Ravenclaw. And now, to me, the solution is simple. Deduct points. Imprison him. Remove Bill Weasley from the Quidditch team." "Quite frankly, Severus," Professor McGonagall retorted sharply, "I see no reason to prevent Bill from playing. I have always believed that children should resolve their own affairs." Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, speaking in a serious tone. "As of now, young Mr. Moriarty is performing admirably. He is living up to the Slytherin name." Snape's expression softened slightly. "I believe you can trust him." Snape recalled the shampoo Moriarty had handed him, and he gently closed his eyes. Dumbledore remained non-committal, enveloping the room in silence, as the atmosphere grew still. Chapter 53. A severe beating for Gryffindor. On Tuesday afternoon, students from all 4 houses flocked to the Quidditch pitch, and upon seating themselves, were astonished to find all the professors present in the stands. Professor Dumbledore sat beside Professor McGonagall, who donned a festive Gryffindor scarf. To the right of Professor Dumbledore sat Professor Snape, a sight that left many in disbelief. Snape's perpetually greasy, unkempt hair appeared remarkably clean. Indeed, it was positively pristine. It flowed and shone with elegance. This news swiftly spread among the students, and all eyes turned to Snape, who was clad in an exquisite silver and emerald green wizard's robe. The young wizards erupted into a raucous whistle. The loathsome, unhygienic old bat had transformed into a refined professor. In a changing room, Jericho nudged Moriarty with his elbow, exclaiming, "I can't believe Professor Snape would actually dress up for our match. I wager if we lose, we'll suffer an avalanche of homework for the next 6 years." Dressed up, Snape resembled a prince from the medieval era. Moriarty, having changed, smiled faintly. Jericho grinned widely. "Snape is a prince? Then who is his princess? I never imagined American cowboys would dare gossip about a professor's romantic affairs." "Jericho, if you dare to ask Snape about that, I'll wash your socks for an entire semester," William remarked, casually stroking his broom. Jericho was unfazed. "Pa, who would believe your nonsense? You're graduating this year. Then let Leon wash your socks for me," he replied. Jericho expressed that he had learned a valuable lesson. What a splendid idea. Why not have Leon, the team captain, inquire with Professor Snape about the question posed earlier? "The glory of Slytherin dims in the face of your shamelessness." Leon remained impassive, in stark contrast to the jovial laughter emanating from the Slytherin locker room. A grave atmosphere enveloped the Gryffindor quarters. Charlie repeatedly admonished each player, sparing even his brother Bill. Oliver Wood's brow glistened with perspiration. The atmosphere felt excessively oppressive, leaving him uncertain of its implications. Meanwhile, outside, a fervent celebration erupted as the little lions exchanged glances. Slytherin was entering. "Good afternoon, I am your Quidditch commentator, Tonks. We see Mr. Moriarty leading the Slytherin team. Indeed, in just 5 months, Captain William will graduate. He surely wishes to ensure a smooth transition of power and competitive legacy for Slytherin through this match." The Quidditch pitch resonated with Tonks's impassioned commentary. As she elaborated, "Next year, I may witness the youngest Quidditch team captain in history." For the first time, the students refrained from cheering, absorbing the weight of her words. Was it true that Slytherin would produce a second-year captain? Initially an inconceivable notion, it seemed entirely plausible when associated with Moriarty. In the next moment, the Slytherin stands erupted in applause and cheers. The little snakes rallied the little eagles and badgers, collectively chanting, "Ever glorious! Ever glorious!" The Gryffindor team chose this moment to make their entrance. The little lions shouted fervently. Even a dozen voices rose above to cheer for Gryffindor, drowning out Tonks's voice. Tonks had to conjure several large fireworks with her wand, calling for silence. Silence. We have witnessed Gryffindor's fervor. Yet there is a stark contrast between the two teams in this match. A young captain is about to emerge from Slytherin, while Gryffindor is still relying on past glories. Each cheer from the little lions was met with raucous jeers. Tonks exerted considerable effort to restore quiet, proclaiming, "Yet it cannot be denied that Mr. Moriarty's dominance on the field faces a challenge from the Weasley brothers. In previous matches, we have witnessed the divine prowess of Everglorious and the seamless cooperation of the Weasley twins. So, will Gryffindor triumph over Slytherin, redeeming their honor and ascending to the championship? Or will Slytherin successfully vanquish the Lions, maintaining their supremacy? Listen, the silver whistle blows. The match has commenced. Merlin, the Golden Snitch. I have never seen the Golden Snitch reveal itself at the start of match. Tonks' voice trembled slightly as students and professors turned their gazes skyward. Witnessing the Golden Snitch shooting upwards like a rocket, with no extraneous curves in its trajectory, the students and faculty caught a glimpse of a gray flash. And Tonks exclaimed, "Moriarty! It's Moriarty! He has spotted the Golden Snitch first and is racing towards it." "Block him!" Charlie shouted. "Beaters? Chasers? Block him at all costs." Two chasers from Gryffindor sent a Wronski feint towards Moriarty, while two other chasers surged forward, one after the other, attempting to block and intercept Moriarty's paths ahead and behind. Simultaneously, Charlie was hot on Moriarty's tail. Having witnessed Moriarty's aerial prowess, Charlie dared not be reckless. If Moriarty went unchallenged, he would undoubtedly seize the Golden Snitch. Gryffindor would then become the laughingstock, the first team in history to be defeated in under a minute and without scoring a single point. Tonks marveled at Charlie's audacity. Gryffindor had deployed 5 players to pursue Mr. Moriarty. But where was the quaffle? Oh, what was that? Another redhead. Bill Weasley charged into the Slytherin formation. Bill's target was none other than the Golden Snitch that Madam Hooch had released at the start of the match. He faced 3 Slytherin chasers all on his own. "Come on," Jericho shouted. "Let me see what the student council president is capable of." Jericho had also mastered an improved version of the sloth grip roll and darted towards the snitch. "Be careful. Bill is different from the others. Do not underestimate him." Leon attempted to warn Jericho, but it was too late. Bill maneuvered his broom, performing a Wronski feint midair, colliding with Jericho. "Come on." Jericho was incensed. "I don't believe you dare to crash into me." He gripped the broom like reins, raising the handle high like a sword, poised to stab Bill as he flew past. However, Bill tilted his head and, at the last moment before impact, plummeted downward, weaving past Jericho with a deft maneuver, then swiftly pulled up his broom and circled around Jericho. He flashed a cool smile, "Gotcha, kid," with a soft thud. The Golden Snitch landed securely in Bill's grasp as he sped towards the Slytherin goal. The young lions erupted in laughter, mocking Jericho for his youth. "Leon, you 3-block Bill from both sides." William's voice rang out from the goalpost. He was Slytherin's last line of defense, the goalkeeper. He quickly directed, "Chasers, use the Wronski feint to force Bill to the left side of the goal. It will make it challenging for him to shoot from that angle. And you, Jericho, go assist Moriarty. If he can shake off Charlie and his crew, victory is ours." 6 players moved into action according to William's commands, and Tonks cheered loudly. We can see the experience and decisiveness of William as a seasoned captain. He has paired the young Jericho with the equally youthful Mr. Moriarty. Meanwhile, 5 veteran Slytherin players are tasked with confronting Bill, who possesses the Golden Snitch. Hey, the situation on the field has turned into this. Tonks seemed to discover something, exclaiming, "Everyone look high above the pitch." Moriarty is being pursued and surrounded by 5 Gryffindor players. Meanwhile, near the Slytherin goal, Bill faced 5 Slytherin players defending against him. This was a match-defining moment. The young Moriarty and student council president Bill Weasley bore the weight of their respective teams' fates. The crowd realized this significance, and cheers echoed through the air as everyone stood in anticipation, for Moriarty was becoming increasingly elusive. Moriarty's method of evading the pursuit of the Gryffindor chasers and beaters was surprisingly simple. It did not rely on world-class skills, nor did it involve any physical collisions. And even the trajectory of his flight remained unchanged. He soared skyward on his broomstick. Players, brooms, air, clouds, and the blue sky. Scenes flashed past the corners of his eyes. The sounds of cheers, Jericho's calls, Charlie's roars, and the rush of wind all flooded into Moriarty's ears. Among them, the wind was the loudest and most resonant, filling Moriarty's eardrums, and as he ascended higher, The fierce gust tousled his gray hair, stirring his spirit. In that moment, Moriarty was utterly convinced that the element of wind was indeed a form of elemental magic in the progression of elemental sorcery. Unbeknownst to him, Moriarty had chased the golden snitch up to 200 feet in the air. Hogwarts students had never soared to such heights. Looking down, Moriarty saw that the Gryffindor players had been left far behind, with Charlie appearing as a mere trembling atop his broomstick. To ensure Moriarty could hear him, Tonks shouted with all his might. Moriarty has shaken off all his pursuers. Likewise, Bill had broken through the interceptors, including Leon. Bill, like a circling eagle, sought an opportunity. But William's face shone with confidence. Suddenly, Bill sensed a shift. He realized that if he did not take a shot soon, Moriarty might seize the snitch. So he hurled the ball towards the right goal. Indeed, it was the right side. William grinned confidently, gripping the broomstick with one hand while hooking a foot onto it. Limbs outstretched. With a resounding crack, William launched the quaffle. Merlin. Tonks covered his mouth. That was a starfish maneuver. William also possessed world-class skills. Bill's shot missed. Gryffindor had lost its final chance. Meanwhile, Moriarty, hearing Tonks's exclamation, smiled slightly, executed his signature move, and reached forward to seize the golden snitch. Chapter 54. The Blind Box Lottery of Glory. Moriarty clutched that glimmer of gold in one hand. The snitch initially fluttered restlessly in his palm, but soon settled down as Moriarty tightened his grip on his well-deserved glory. He also earned 200 points for completing the task, along with an additional 300 points awarded by the system for winning the Quidditch Cup. Moriarty raised his fist and dove down from the heights, reveling in the sweet taste of triumph at the grand competitive stage. The stands of Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff merged into a sea of green, while Gryffindor's section lay shrouded in silence, unnoticed by the jubilant crowd. Students from the three houses surged into the field like waves, hoisting the Slytherin team members in celebration. Tonks seemed to have anticipated this moment, as he pointed his wand towards the sky. Gemma, Lilith, Penelope, and hundreds of other girls did the same. Bang, bang, bang. Wands erupted with magnificent magical fireworks, transforming into dazzling stars and a colossal silver serpent. This was a gift from the everlasting Shining Fan Club for Mr. Moriarty. Tonks cheered exuberantly. The match is over. 150-0. Slytherin has triumphed over Gryffindor, achieving a clean sweep. This is the grand victory of the Silver Serpent as Moriarty raises the trophy high. Let's rejoice together. Surrounded by admirers, Moriarty lifts the trophy, and time seems to stand still in that moment. The Gryffindor players sit dejectedly on the ground, lost in despair. Charlie's face, as red as his hair, reflects the end of the match. He gazes up at Moriarty, knowing that as long as this individual exists, his legend will endure, while Gryffindor will merely serve as a stepping stone in the tale, becoming fodder for jokes and gossip. Bill Weasley casts a steady glance at Moriarty, pondering how the outcome might have changed had the golden snitch not appeared so early. Had he breached William's goal, had Charlie been able to catch up to Moriarty? Alas, there are no ifs. Bill shakes his head and departs. Graduation awaits him in June, ushering in a new chapter in his life, so he feels merely a tinge of disappointment. Devoid of guilt, the younger Lions, however, face a different reality, as they will reside at Hogwarts for many more years. Wood has already envisioned the scene of Marcus humiliating him. In truth, following the match, the taunts from the little snakes towards the little lions have only intensified. The young lions are perplexed. If roles were reversed, they would certainly mock their vanquished foes mercilessly. Yet, the Hufflepuff Badgers express their approval of the little snake's magnanimity, while the Ravenclaw Eagles can somewhat grasp the snake's perspective. What successful individual pays heed to the misfortunes of the defeated? Gryffindor is always straightforward, expressing their gratitude openly, bowing to Moriarty on multiple occasions in public. Percy often enviously remarks to Moriarty about how he has noticed several Gryffindor upperclassmen secretly admiring Moriarty's magical posters. These magical posters, akin to magical fireworks, are said to be the handiwork of Tonks Fan Club, a fact that even Moriarty finds perplexing. Moriarty is well aware of Tonks' daily schedule. So, where does she find the time to create such magical artifacts? After practicing spells in the Room of Requirement, Moriarty posed this question. Tonks merely smiled at his inquiry, instead informing him of a breakthrough in her study of runes. Under the tutelage of Professor Babbler, Tonks successfully condensed the rune representing space into a single rune. The process of inscribing this space rune onto a magical circle, however, involves knowledge of alchemy. It is evident that Hogwarts does not offer alchemy classes. Have you mastered the solidification charm? Moriarty inquired. No, Tonks pouted, transforming her hair to a milky hue, her innocent eyes wide open. "Well, Jericho hasn't team-mastered the memory charm either," Moriarty replied, rubbing his temples. Tonks approached to massage his temples gently. Seizing the moment, Moriarty asked the system, "Please deduct 1,000 points to unlock a mystery box for a prize draw." The system confirmed. Host currently possesses 1,700 points. Confirm expenditure of 1,000 points to unlock a mystery box for a prize draw. The system further cautioned, rewards obtained through the mystery box draw are entirely based on luck. The implication is that Moriarty may draw a grand prize, or perhaps a collection of peculiar trinkets. "I am certain of my luck," Moriarty declared, recalling the recently concluded Quidditch match, where it was unanimously agreed that Gryffindor had been under the unfavorable gaze of Lady Luck, resulting in the golden snitch appearing at the onset of the game. Ding! The host has unlocked a mystery box lottery, deducting 1,000 points, leaving a balance of 700 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mystery box lottery. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Upon hearing a series of prompts, Moriarty resolutely replied, "Draw congratulations, host. You have acquired Grindelwald's Magical Notebook, Volume 1. This lottery has concluded. May you swiftly ascend to become the clandestine overlord of the Harry Potter universe." A white notebook materialized in Moriarty's system space. Seizing a moment when Tonks turned away, he retrieved the notebook and, after flipping through a few pages, discovered notes on the binding spell. Grindelwald had inscribed, "The binding spell, originally employed to stabilize instruments. It gradually evolved into a spell for solidification. Through my continuous collaboration with AD, the binding spell can now secure certain enhancement effects within a specified environmental range." A smirk crept across Moriarty's face. If one were to consider the most formidable alliance in the Harry Potter realm, GGAD would undoubtedly rank among the elite. As he turned through additional pages, he fortuitously stumbled upon notes regarding the memory charm. Moriarty nodded in satisfaction. With Grindelwald's notebook, he felt well equipped to cast both the permanent binding spell and the grand memory charm. "Nymphadora, let us conduct an experiment." After a moment's contemplation, Moriarty removed his boots. Tonks stared intently at his ankles, and upon noticing his peculiar gaze, she flashed a mischievous grin. "Shall I remove my shoes as well, Junior?" Moriarty gently pushed back the encroaching Tonks. "You misunderstand. Ahem, I meant for you to retrieve the rune of Anu. We shall attempt to engrave the rune onto these boots." Half an hour later, both were drenched in sweat, having completed their task. Moriarty donned the boots and activated the speed-enhancing feature. In an instant, he was propelled forward, landing with a thud on a mat. He quickly rose and began inspecting the boots. "Did we succeed?" Tonks inquired cautiously. "I believe I saw your silhouette leave an afterimage, suggesting some form of spatial movement. More extensive trials are required." Moriarty's eyes sparkled with determination. "The test subject cannot be the same individual. Each person's weight and height differ, which is precisely what we need." Tonks inhaled deeply, considering the basilisk's immense size. "How many subjects must we test to match its weight? Then we shall begin our experiments with serpents." Chapter 55. The Chamber Revealed. From that moment on, Moriarty occasionally brought several snakes into the room of requirement, and after numerous experiments and continuous refinement of the rune of Anu, he successfully resolved the issue of short-distance spatial transmission. As March unfolds, the climate in Great Britain takes on an eccentric character. Some regions endure the harshness of winter, while others are graced by the bloom of spring flowers. Despite Hogwarts being a school of magic, it remains inescapably influenced by the whims of nature. Marcus informs Moriarty that the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest have become increasingly active. Some audacious and noble beings, having completed their reproductive duties, strut through the woods with their tails held high, becoming a picturesque sight within the forest. Jericho confides in Moriarty that his revision is not progressing smoothly as the looming examinations in June draw near. Ever since the conclusion of the Quidditch matches, this American cowboy's fervor for life seems to have dwindled, leaving him rather lethargic. Meanwhile, Lilith proudly announces to Moriarty that she has mastered the disillusionment charm. The trio agrees to embark on another nocturnal adventure, and Moriarty proposes the location of the room of requirement. Upon reaching the 8th floor with Jericho and Marcus, Moriarty notice Lilith's absence. "Come out, Peeves," Jericho calls out in a hushed tone. "Peeves, shut your squeaky voice. I'm right here." A melodious voice responds from the corridor as Lilith dispels her disillusionment charm, gradually revealing herself to the voice-changing Jericho. Moriarty casts an intrigued glance at Lilith. The disillusionment charm allows the disguised individual or object to blend seamlessly into their surroundings like a chameleon. "I never expected you to be the first among us to master the charm," You truly possess a gift, he remarks. A glimmer of joy flickers in Lilith's eyes. This time, I have outpaced you. Jericho smirks. Humph, if it weren't for Mr. Moriarty being preoccupied with learning the memory charm and the permanent stasis charm. How could you have been the first to learn the disillusionment charm? Memory charm? Permanent stasis charm? What are you two up to? Lilith queries with a puzzled expression. Jericho, feeling a sense of pride, turns to Moriarty and asks, Sir, may I share this with her? Yes, Moriarty nods gently, but this is not the place for discussion. Let us enter the room of requirement for a detailed conversation. Moriarty demonstrates to the trio how to enter the room of requirement, murmuring, I need a room suitable for a meeting. A glowing portal appears upon the stone wall, and the four step inside, taking in the decor. A grand circular table, plush chairs, a white carpet, and a silver ceiling adorned with soft lighting from several chandeliers. Ah, is this the little room where you and Tonks rendezvous daily? Lilith casually pulls out a chair and sits gracefully, leaning back as she gazes at Moriarty. Finally willing to bring us here? Jericho looks at Lilith in astonishment. How has she cultivated such an aura? Please have a seat, sir, Marcus offers, pulling out a chair for Moriarty, who sits down while Marcus respectfully stands behind him. Lilith adopts a serious demeanor as Moriarty begins to introduce her to his current tasks, including the plans for unveiling the Chamber of Secrets. After listening to Moriarty's account, Lilith was rendered speechless, her lips pressed together as she took a long moment to respond. Should this plan come to fruition, and provided you do not falter in any significant way over the next 30 years, I dare say that both the position of headmaster of Hogwarts and that of the Minister of Magic would be at your discretion. Marcus and Jericho exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. Moriarty, however, maintained a stoic expression. What if the plan were to fail? A complex and regretful expression crossed Lilith's face. Under pressure, the Ministry of Magic would expel you from Europe. That would be the mildest punishment. Do you recall Millicent Bagnold? That old woman would surely take a vicious bite out of you before she leaves office. I know you share a good rapport with Mr. Lockhart, but he cannot shield you. He may even become entangled in your troubles. As for the pure-blood families capable of protecting you, they will not come to your aid. And those that would wish to protect you, Lilith cast a glance at Marcus and sighed, are utterly powerless to do so. Jericho and Marcus grew somber, desiring to reap the immense benefits alongside Moriarty, yet unwilling to witness his punishment. Moriarty merely nodded, stating calmly, I understand. Tomorrow morning, I will unveil the Chamber of Secrets. I will require your cooperation. Lilith smiled. I knew you would do this. Once you've made a decision, no one can alter it, can they? So, what purpose does your invitation hold? If it is merely to garner support, you have an abundance of admirers. Simply instruct Tonks and Senior Gemma, and they will surely rally those fervent female fans. Suddenly, Moriarty leaned closer to Lilith, their noses nearly touching, causing a swift blush to rise upon her cheeks. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, he said, Bring your little group. They are who I desire. Lilith's blush vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor as she stared intently at Moriarty for a moment before giving a barely perceptible nod of her golden-haired head. With a soft HM, she departed. Jericho summoned William and Leon, along with the remaining players. Marcus, send out the items I have prepared in my dormitory, Moriarty instructed with closed eyes. The two acted promptly, not daring to delay. William and Leon, not yet asleep, hurried to the summoning room upon hearing it was Moriarty seeking them. Once gathered, they engaged in discussion until late into the night, the contents of their conversation remaining a mystery to all. The following morning, within the Slytherin common room, the entire Slytherin team donned silver and green robes, topped with wizard hats, awaiting at Moriarty's dormitory door. William and Leon had already informed all the little snakes to don robes matching those of the players, and for those lacking such attire, to transfigure ordinary robes into Slytherin-style ones. The solemnity of the Slytherin students instilled a sense of impending significance, and news swiftly spread throughout the entire school, even capturing the attention of the ghosts. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Moriarty emerged from the dormitory, adorned in a medieval wizard's robe and donning the pointed hat gifted to him by Lilith. The pristine white robe, complemented by the Slytherin wand he held, rendered Moriarty as refined as jade. He led a group of young Slytherins out of the common room and into the great hall. Suddenly, owls swooped in. Moriarty raised his wand high, and a flurry of owls, guided by Poseidon, flew into the hall, alighting upon the 4 long tables, where nearly every student received a small parcel. At the Gryffindor table, Bill Weasley unwrapped his package to find a small card and a scale inside. The silver card bore the inscription, I, Moriarty of Slytherin, cordially invite Bill Weasley, a 7th-year student of Gryffindor, to join me in the Slytherin chamber. For millennia, The monster contained within the chamber has been the subject of endless speculation and caution. It has now been revealed that a 1,000-year-old serpent resides within. The serpent scale you hold is none other than the shed skin of Shiva. If you trust me, please follow me to the chamber. Bill swiftly read the card's contents in 30 seconds, glancing around to see that the messages on the other cards were identical, merely differing in the names of the students. A shiver coursed through him. He needed to inform Professor Dumbledore immediately. It wasn't that Bill distrusted Moriarty, but he noticed many students following him out of the hall. Heaven knows whether the serpent monster was Shiva or Sheena. If it went on a rampage, could it swallow this throng of young wizards whole? Consequently, Bill sprinted towards the headmaster's office. Yet before he could escape the hall, he heard his brother Percy Weasley exclaiming, "Gryffindors with courage, follow me. We shall accompany Mr. Moriarty to greet the serpent monster in the chamber." Bill thought to himself that this was dire. What had gotten into Percy? Yet shouts erupted from the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. Tonks released her Patronus, Miss Michelle, as the rabbit chirped in an adorable voice, who besides Mr. Moriarty would lead a tour of the Slytherin chamber with all 4 houses? I dare say the 1,000-year-old serpent is not frightening at all. She is named Shiva? I would love to befriend her. Penelope's cheeks flushed with excitement as she declared, "Oh, the self-proclaimed geniuses. Follow me. I heard Mr. Moriarty mention a riddle that confounded him. Let us see if the talents of our house can solve it." With renewed urgency, Bill ran faster. Chapter 56. The Tale of the Last Heir of Slytherin. Moriarty stepped out of the castle, followed by a throng of young Slytherins. On his left were the older Slytherins led by William and Leon, while on his right were the younger ones, led by Lilith, Marcus, and Jericho. Trailing behind the young Slytherins were Tonks and Gemma, leading the ever-gleaming fan club, comprised of girls from all 4 houses. Following them were the majority of boys from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. A crowd of several hundred surrounded Moriarty as they made their way to the lawn outside the castle, where he finally halted. Suddenly, a small patch of grass before Moriarty sank down, forming a square hole, into which he inserted the Slytherin wand. Moriarty lifted his gaze towards the sun, noting that it was still shy of noon. Leaning upon his staff, he awaited silently, his expression shifting to one of solemnity and gravity. The students, though perplexed, tightened their features in response to Moriarty's demeanor, and an atmosphere of reverence quickly enveloped the scene. At that moment, Bill arrived with Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster adorned in resplendent attire, a deep crimson knight's robe embellished with rubies and edged in golden thread, a departure from his usual modesty. Following closely were Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, alongside all the educators of Hogwarts. They approached as though attending a grand ball, each donned in formal robes, stepping forth from the oak doors of the castle to stand before Moriarty. Bill quietly joined the ranks of the Gryffindors, only realizing upon reaching the headmaster's office that the professors were engaged in a discussion regarding their attire. The students erupted into applause. Their cheers mingled with a burgeoning curiosity. What occasion warranted such spectacle? Some observant students noted the silver card held by Dumbledore and the professors, igniting speculations that Mr. Moriarty had not only invited the students, but also the headmaster and faculty. Indeed, Dumbledore approached Moriarty with a cheerful greeting. "Good afternoon, Moriarty." He waved the card in his hand, exclaiming, "Congratulations on unraveling the mystery of the chamber. I am even more delighted that you could invite us to explore it." Moriarty's demeanor remained grave as he replied, "Headmaster Dumbledore, although the chamber was constructed by our ancestor Salazar, it resides within Hogwarts, thus granting its students and professors the right to enter." Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, yet Professor Snape stepped forward, his voice steady and unwavering. "It is well known that the Slytherin chamber belongs to the heir of Slytherin. Legend has it that this heir will unleash the monster within the chamber to purify the school. Do you presume that Slytherin would think us all parcel mouths like yourself? Or do you believe that the basilisk, a creature of 1,000 years, would satiate its hunger without feasting upon these young wizards?" He continued, "You have mentioned it is but a legend. That is precisely why I seek to clarify the truth for our ancestor Salazar." Moriarty's tone was calm, yet resolute, showing no deference to his head of house, clearly distinguishing personal feelings from matters of importance. "As for your statement regarding the heir of Slytherin, you are indeed correct. However, the previous heir was egregiously mistaken. He misconstrued the true essence of the chamber's existence. Under the guise of Slytherin, he manipulated the basilisk to eliminate obstacles to his nefarious ambitions. Yes, he unleashed the serpent and caused the demise of Myrtle, framing Rubius Hagrid for the crime." At this juncture, Moriarty paused, casting his gaze towards the right sky where Peeves led a multitude of ghosts, including the weeping Myrtle. Yet today, she did not weep. Instead, she affirmed Moriarty's assertions before the entire assembly of students and faculty. Moriarty glanced to the left as Hagrid approached, holding a pink fan. Mr. Moriarty speaks the truth. He declared, I have been wrongfully accused. Aragog has never harmed anyone. He is a delightful little creature. As Hagrid continued his endless discourse on the eight-eyed giant spider, Moriarty urged him, please get to the point. This pertains to your ability to reclaim your wand. Oh, Hagrid said, stroking his umbrella. That person accused me. I nearly faced a sentence in Azkaban. They snapped my wand. I assure you, I am innocent. It was Dumbledore who interrupted him this time. Very well, Hagrid. Who is this person you speak of? What is her name? Hagrid exchanged a glance with moaning Myrtle and replied, let Mr. Moriarty elaborate. Moriarty seized the opportunity. Allow me to continue the tale of the last heir of Slytherin. After falsely accusing Hagrid, that individual transformed and received the Special Contribution Award from the school. If any student has been punished by Filch for polishing the trophy, you would see his name. A collective gasp emerged from the Gryffindor students, all of whom were mischievous children who had indeed seen a name while polishing the trophy. Tom Riddle? Charlie ventured cautiously. Tom Riddle, Moriarty exclaimed, waving his snow-white wand, causing a line of dark green letters to appear. As the letters scrambled and rearranged, they formed the sentence, I am Voldemort. The students were taken aback, many screaming in shock. Moriarty noticed a flicker of delight in Dumbledore's eyes, but disregarded it, shouting, indeed, trust your eyes. Tom Riddle is none other than the Voldemort of the future. As the heir of Slytherin, he harmed his fellow students and falsely accused them. This is undoubtedly not the true will of Salazar. A true heir of Slytherin would never attack wizards, regardless of whether they are half-blood or muggle-born. What then? Is the true reason Salazar left behind the Chamber of Secrets? Who is the genuine heir of Slytherin? Dumbledore timely inquired. Excellent questions. As for the first, I shall keep that a secret for now. Let us enter the chamber together to discuss it further. However, I can answer the second question immediately. Moriarty surveyed the crowd and declared, we are all heirs of Slytherin. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, various voices piercing Moriarty's ears like bullets. Among them, the cries of the little snakes were the loudest. William and Leon exchanged a glance, their skepticism towards Moriarty growing as they discreetly stepped back. Only Lilith, Jericho, and Marcus remained steadfastly by Moriarty's side. Silence. Moriarty conjured a large snake with his snow-white wand, sheltering himself beneath it as he proclaimed, observe the emblem of Slytherin House. It is a serpent. Now, what is the emblem of Hogwarts? Slytherin is an inseparable part of Hogwarts. Why cannot the heir of Slytherin be a student from another house? We all know that Salazar Slytherin was a great wizard. Since he founded Hogwarts, would he truly resort to slaughtering the students within its walls? Consider this. Our professors exhibit a myriad of characteristics, and though some may possess fiery tempers, which of them would ever wish to harm their own students? Not to mention Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders. He could only hope for his students to flourish and grow ever stronger. Trust me, if the entire student body were heirs of Slytherin, Salazar himself might awaken with a smile. As the students fell silent, Moriarty's words demanded their contemplation. If the Chamber of Secrets truly exists, as the legends suggest, to purify the school, why wouldn't Salazar act himself? Even in his old age, he would be far mightier than a basilisk. Some might argue that Salazar was obstructed by the other 3 founders, but it sounds as if Salazar was intent on killing a certain muggle-born wizard, and the other founders could thwart him. With mere minutes to midnight, Moriarty placed his hands upon the tip of his wand and spoke in Parcel tongue. Glory to Slytherin. The lion roars in the valley, the fledgling receives a millennia of legacy, and the kind-hearted Hufflepuff is the foundation of all. Converse with me, O 4 founders. All gazed in astonishment at Moriarty, hearing the hissing sounds emanating from his lips, while some nervously glanced around, fearing the basilisk's appearance. Yet the sky was clear, devoid of any serpentine menace. Only a trophy soared towards them. In my capacity as the current head of Slytherin, I hereby declare the Special Contribution Award for Tom Riddle to be null and void. Moriarty directed his snow-white wand at the trophy in mid-air, and with a simple spell, shattered it to pieces. In 3 days, I shall also clarify the events of the chamber incident from 50 years ago to the British magical community as a descendant of Slytherin, restoring your reputations. Moriarty cast a glance at Hagrid and Myrtle before finally fixing his gaze on Professor Randy, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Professor Randy, during my inspection of the castle, I discovered that Voldemort has placed a peculiar curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor through the hereditary Slytherin curse. As long as Voldemort lives, the curse shall persist. Professor Randy, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, please reach out to me privately before the summer break. Chapter 57. Return to the chamber. Dumbledore subtly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Professor Randy, his gaze towards Moriarty brimming with anticipation. Moriarty, do you possess a method to break the curse? Old Dumbledore desired Moriarty to reveal the solution publicly, but how could Moriarty acquiesce to such a request? He merely shrugged. Indeed. However, the counter-curse is intricate and will demand considerable time. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Professor Randy, ultimately remaining silent. Moments later, Marcus approached from behind, whispering, Master, it is now midnight. Moriarty pressed down firmly on the Slytherin wand, driving it deep into the ground, leaving only the tip exposed. As the elemental magic surged forth, the grass became damp. Heir of Slytherin, descendant of the lion of Godric S. Hollow, bearer of ancient wisdom, Rose of Hufflepuff, I beseech to converse with the four founders. Upon hearing the serpentine whispers, the stone pedestal, armor, and murals sprang to life as if responding to an order. The stone pedestal mobilized to guard the castle's perimeter. The armor swiftly positioned itself in the corridors and thoroughfares. The figures and murals gleamed brightly, their eyes widening as they scanned every corner of the castle, including the portraits of past headmasters. Dumbledore regarded Moriarty with a calculating gaze for the first time, his voice low. The four Titans established Hogwarts based on the model of a battle fortress. I surmise that Moriarty's incantation has awakened the castle's original visage. But what could his intent be? At present, we remain unaware. However, it soon became evident what Moriarty intended. He drew forth his wand, made of snow-white wood, and aimed it at the lawn on the right side of the castle. Serpents, arise. A silvery magical circle emanated from the Slytherin wand, spreading across the lawn, and 12 eyes snakes materialized, piercing through the grass and burrowing into the ground, leaving only a few large holes in their wake. Moriarty's expression shifted, and Dumbledore began to comprehend, stepping forward to inquire, if my eyes are not deceiving me, are you attempting to carve out a passage? Indeed, a pathway to the Chamber of Secrets, Moriarty replied without reservation, nodding. Though there exists a passage from the girls' restroom to the chamber, I assure you, no one wishes to traverse that route. Dumbledore fell silent. Moriarty's magic was more combat-oriented, rendering him somewhat unskilled in the practical magic of creating passageways. However, for Dumbledore, the task was child's play, yet he was unaware of the chamber's precise location. Just as they were on the verge of reaching an impasse, Peeves swooped in. Clutched in his grasp was the sorting hat. Peeves sang loudly, when this sensation strikes you, it spreads throughout, penetrating to the marrow. You ask what this feeling is. By Merlin, I've lost my senses, I must let loose. Oh, but first I must calm down and witness this grand spectacle. The students found it perplexing, with a few young Slytherins suggesting that the blood-soaked Barrow should frighten Peeves away. Yet Barrow remained dazed and immobile. Peeves hovered before Moriarty and dropped the wizard's hat, which expressed its discontent, saying, Hey, take it easy. Moriarty grasped the sorting hat, but it felt unusually heavy in his hand, and from within it slipped a gleaming sword. As he held the sword, its blade shimmered in the sunlight, causing astonishment among the students and faculty. The sword of Gryffindor? At that moment, the appearance of the sword raised questions in everyone's minds. Yet, as Moriarty glanced at the hovering Peeves and then at the sorting hat, he seemed to grasp the situation. Tentatively, he infused the sword with water elemental magic. Despite encountering some resistance, he succeeded. Aiming at the right side of the lawn, he gripped the sword with both hands and struck down with force. Swish, 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 swish. For successive waves of water blades accompanied the sword's luminescence, embedding deep into the earth, causing a square block to rise slowly from the ground, revealing an opening wide enough for 5 individuals to pass through. A smirk played on Moriarty's lips. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Utilizing the sword of Gryffindor to carve out space proved far more expedient than employing water element magic. Consequently, he directed 12 ice serpents to burrow underground, establishing a passageway that commenced from the lawn and culminated in the depths of the chamber. Whisper of the spectral serpent. Moriarty summoned forth additional phantasmal serpents, commanding them to transform into steps or flooring, thereby adorning the passage with meticulous elegance. The teachers and students, oblivious to the subterranean spectacle, were engulfed in bewilderment. Moriarty wielding a wand and the sword, the sudden appearance of the fat friar and the sorting hat, the inexplicable melodies still resonating from the fat friar, They found the unfolding scene exceedingly peculiar. Yet, Albus Dumbledore appeared to comprehend. The fat friar's song pierced his ears, mind, and heart like a poignant curse. Coupled with the reality of Moriarty wielding the sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore finally grasped the sensation the fat friar spoke of. It was the feeling of a miracle about to be birthed, and you happened to be amidst it, a witness to its unfolding. Observing Moriarty as he excavated the underground passage, Dumbledore seemed to envision a millennium ago when Hogwarts was not yet an institution of magic. Witnessing the four founders casting spells in unison to transform the castle into a magical school, Salazar Slytherin plunged his wand into the earth, conjuring vast protective magical circles that altered Hogwarts' very landscape. Godric Gryffindor brandished his sword, expanding the castle's domain and unveiling realms of mystery or uncharted spaces. Thus, during Hogwarts' inception, Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff also employed their respective artifacts. Dumbledore recalled his tales during the sorting ceremony, affirming the veracity of the founders' legendary weapons. Moriarty's voice shattered Dumbledore's reverie as he proclaimed, "The path to the Chamber of Secrets has been established. Please follow me." With that, Moriarty ventured into the underground passage. Just as Marcus and others intended to follow, Dumbledore interjected, "When danger approaches, I have no reason to allow my students to lead the way. While I hold immense trust in Moriarty, prudence dictates otherwise, professors." He called out, "Please descend with me to ascertain the absence of peril before permitting the students to enter." And Fawkes, Dumbledore summoned his phoenix, instructing Fawkes to soar above and oversee the students. Fawkes seemed particularly intrigued by the fat friar, pursuing him in flight. Marcus and Jericho exchanged glances. It was evident Moriarty wished for all students to accompany him into the chamber, yet Dumbledore. "Let us proceed." Dumbledore succinctly addressed the professors, then cast a glance at the students. "Heads of each year, ensure the safety of your respective students." 10 minutes after all the professors had entered the underground passage, a tortoiseshell cat darted out from the entrance, transforming into Professor McGonagall. "Children, come with me. I shall take you to see the Slytherin's chamber." Professor McGonagall beckoned to the students, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. Students eagerly surged into the underground passage, their animated discussions filling the air. William and Leon guided the younger serpents, including Jericho, at the forefront, practically leaping into the tunnel before racing down its spacious length. "Wow, look at this place," Jericho exclaimed, taking in the surroundings. The silver flooring contrasted elegantly with the black ceiling, creating an atmosphere both sophisticated and enigmatic, while a few strategically placed lights illuminated the passage. Jericho boldly declared it reminiscent of the luminous pearls found in Slytherin's vault. "In just a few minutes, Mr. Moriarty has transformed this place into something remarkable. I am increasingly eager to see the chamber within. Given the beauty of this passage, the chamber must be equally splendid. Wouldn't you agree?" The other young serpents nodded in agreement, though Marcus remained silent. Having visited the chamber before, he held little admiration for its interior. Before long, hundreds of students had entered the underground passage, gradually making their way toward the chamber. Chapter 58. We are all heirs of Slytherin. As Marcus and the other students stepped into the chamber, they were greeted by a striking transformation. The once dimly lit room now radiated brightness, thanks to a ceiling seemingly enchanted to emit a soft white glow. Marcus discerned hundreds of emeralds embedded in the ceiling, forming a magical array that dispelled the foul odors of the chamber, inviting in fresh air from the outside. Undoubtedly, it was Moriarty and the professors who had revamped the chamber, rendering it comfortable and inviting. A smile broke across Marcus's face as he continued to observe. Initially, the crowd felt somewhat cramped, but the chamber was spacious enough to accommodate them. As William and the other young serpents advanced deeper into the chamber, they opened up ample space. The deeper regions of the chamber bore little distinction from Marcus's first impressions, save for their newfound brightness and warmth. The statue of Salazar Slytherin, towering as high as the room itself, remained steadfast. Professors Moriarty and Dumbledore stood beneath the statue, while the young serpents gazed upward in awe. Lilith suddenly turned her gaze from Moriarty to the statue, spinning her head back and forth thrice within a second, desperately seeking any resemblance between the two. Ultimately, she found none. Then, recalling something amusing, she lowered her head, giggling uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Soon after, Gemma, Tonks, Penelope, and many other girls joined in the laughter. As more students filed in, Dumbledore's smile blossomed like a daisy. "Shall we continue our discussion, Moriarty? Do you truly intend to donate the Slytherin chamber to Hogwarts for use as a classroom?" The professors turned their attention to Moriarty. After all, The chamber was Slytherin's private property, and the school could not commandeer it without his consent. Moriarty nodded, affirming that after today, the chamber would serve as a symbol, one representing the cessation of prejudice against Slytherin House within the British wizarding community. The virtues of Slytherin ought to be upheld. I recall that the school lacks a course in alchemy, so I propose we establish one within the chamber. When the topic of alchemy arose, both Moriarty and Dumbledore simultaneously thought of one individual, Nicholas Flamel. Should you truly manage to dispel the misconceptions held by wizards regarding Slytherin House, I shall personally journey to France to enlist an old friend of mine to impart the knowledge of alchemy. Through a series of events, Dumbledore had elevated Moriarty to a status equal to his own, harboring no doubts that Moriarty could bridge the chasm between the four houses, a task he was nearing completion. Yet, the biases entrenched in people's minds loomed like an indomitable mountain, and even the mightiest wizard, capable of shifting mountains, would find himself powerless against it. The notion that Slytherin House was a breeding ground for dark wizards was deeply ingrained among adult wizards, and Dumbledore did not believe Moriarty could alter this perception. However, should Moriarty succeed, Dumbledore would stand to gain immensely. Thus, Dumbledore and Moriarty struck a wager, to which Moriarty consented. Gazing upon the throngs of people, he remarked, "They are the embers of hope. Perhaps I cannot sway the opinions of the British wizarding community, but I can reshape the thoughts of a generation." The professors shifted uneasily, instinctively recalling Voldemort, for the young Tom had once stood in a similar position, surveying his supporters and articulating his ideology. Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Moriarty. He had erred once in educating Tom and was unwilling to make the same mistake again. I ask everyone to quiet down. I recall Professor Dumbledore inquiring about the purpose of the Chamber of Secrets left by our ancestor Salazar. Allow me to enlighten you. Moriarty's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every student's ear as they watched him point his wand towards the statue. The statue's mouth transformed into an opening, and the basilisk, Shiva, emerged, coiling at the entrance. Panic ensued among the students, but upon seeing the smiles of their headmaster and professors, they quickly regained their composure. "Look, the basilisk's eyes are closed," William exclaimed. "I'm pleased you noticed this," Moriarty stated. "Shiva has informed me that Salazar left her in the chamber to protect Hogwarts, not for the rumored purpose of purifying it. For centuries, under the smear campaigns of ill-intentioned individuals, the Slytherin chamber has been regarded as a place of terror. And as I previously mentioned, Tom has transformed these rumors into reality." Lilith stepped forward and inquired, "Moriarty, will the basilisk, Shiva, always guard Hogwarts?" "Excellent question." Moriarty approached the students, his tone filled with enthusiasm. "If I permit it, Shiva would indeed safeguard Hogwarts. But upon witnessing you all entering this chamber with cards and serpent scales, I have changed my mind. There are those within this school who are far more suited to protect Hogwarts than us. This is why I assert that we are all heirs of Slytherin." Charlie interjected, "Are we to learn from Slytherin solely the art of guardianship?" The students engaged in lively discussion, their interest piqued by the tales of the four founders. Charlie turned to Percy, saying, "I ought to search the castle further. Perhaps I could uncover a chamber left by Gryffindor and become a Gryffindor heir. Engage your minds, and cease your daydreams of adventure." Professor Snape suddenly interjected, his countenance having darkened since entering the chamber. "Mr. Slytherin, while I concur with your hypothesis regarding the heir of Slytherin, it does not imply that I would permit my students to attend lessons alongside a basilisk. In truth, I would resolve this matter without your assistance." Moriarty inclined his head slightly towards Tonks and the others. Tonks, Jericho, and Marcus approached his side. Tonks drew her wand, conjuring runes of ancient magic, while Jericho measured dimensions on the ground beneath the statue, and Marcus produced magical materials, piling them into small mounds. With a flourish of his wand, Moriarty summoned forth torrents of water elemental magic, which cascaded through the air, creating rippling waves, ushering in a refreshing chill. Soon, a vague magical circle took shape upon the ground. With a snap of his fingers, Moriarty uttered in parcel tongue, in the name of the four great heads, summoned forth Slytherin's fairy servant, Ingo. With a sharp pop, the fairy Ingo materialized above the chamber. Moriarty commanded him to inscribe the runes conjured by Tonks onto the spatial magic circle. All eyes widened at this spectacle. Was not apparition forbidden at Hogwarts? How then? Had the fairy entered? No questions were posed, only conjectures linking it to Moriarty. They watched as Ingo spread his arms, his lips moving silently, uttering an unknown incantation. The magical circle transitioned from indistinct to clear as the runes soared forth, and the meticulously arranged magical materials floated into the air, transforming into powder that cascaded onto the circle. Moriarty then pointed his wand at the circle, casting a large memory charm and a permanent solidification spell. Dumbledore, upon hearing Moriarty's incantations, felt a familiar sensation surge within him. He gazed at Moriarty in astonishment, recognizing the spells developed in collaboration with Gigi. With Ingo's assistance, the process of inscribing the magical circle was completed swiftly. 10 minutes later, Ingo nodded at Moriarty, his expression suggesting a desire to depart from Hogwarts without delay. And Moriarty obliged. Subsequently, Shiva followed Moriarty's guidance, curling up within a magical circle. Moriarty affectionately patted her head before retreating outside the circle, raising his wand high. Converse with me, Slytherin. Gaze upon death with open eyes. Envision the future with closed ones. Every angel has a past, every demon a future. 3 mysterious incantations flowed from Moriarty's lips, akin to activating a switch for the magical circle. A brilliant silver light shot from the tip of his wand into the circle, accompanied by a hissing sound in everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, the basilisk Shiva vanished. An immediate influx of 5,000 points filled Moriarty's account as he noted the beckoning presence of the mind control and brain lock spells. Have we succeeded? Tonks inquired. Upon receiving Moriarty's affirmative response, she, Jericho, Marcus, and the others erupted in joy, as if celebrating a triumphant victory. The students encircled them, eager to learn what had transpired. S. sighed with a tinge of regret, shaking his head. He bore no affection for the serpent creature. Rather, he harbored a desire to vanquish it. To a master of potions, the millennium-old serpent was a treasure trove of resources. Dumbledore approached the magical circle, casting a few glances at it. The amalgamation of ancient spells and fairy craftsmanship seemed incapable of being utilized a second time. Indeed, I believe this would suffice to impress Nicolim. Moriarty heaved a sigh. The hastily arranged magical circle he had set up could scarcely be compared to the millennium-old one constructed by the ancestor Salazar. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly enough to attract the attention of alchemical masters in this era of alchemical stagnation. Dumbledore's face flushed. The wager he had discussed with Moriarty was, in truth, a small stratagem to outsmart him. However, Moriarty had already anticipated the conditions under which to invite Nicolim. He clapped his hands to draw the students' attention and smiled, saying, I have conferred with Moriarty, who generously agreed to donate the chamber for our use as a classroom. And the school will also engage the alchemical master Nicolim to serve as the professor of alchemy at Hogwarts. Now, I can proudly declare that I am an heir of Slytherin. No, your statement is incomplete, Moriarty chuckled, joining the chorus of students in unison. We are all heirs of Slytherin. Chapter 59. The end of term. Moriarty spent an hour in the chamber before emerging, followed closely by the students. Upon exiting the underground passage, they beheld the Sorting Hat perched upon the Slytherin staff, Fawkes standing atop the brim, and Peeves floating beside him, while a multitude of ghosts, including the blood-curdling Barrow, drifted silently in the air. Sunlight filtered through the spectral forms, refracting into shades of gray and white. Shimmering as they moved, a beam of sunlight illuminated Fawkes, who appeared as if ablaze, harmonizing beautifully with the silver glow emanating from the Slytherin staff. The coexistence of magical creatures and humans was a portrait of harmony and tranquility. This was Hogwarts. I would deem it the most exquisite painting of the year. Tonks suddenly exclaimed, murmuring to herself. Moriarty suggested, I believe this painting should include us. We have brought stories and light to Hogwarts. The young wizards nodded in agreement, and Bill, at the end of the line, shouted, I know there's a type of camera in the Muggle world that allows you to see the photo immediately after taking it. How I wish we had one of those cameras. We could capture a group photo. Bill was the only student not dressed formally. Yet it did nothing to diminish his charm. His words resonated with the 7th-year students, who were nearing their graduation in just a few months. Moriarty and Dumbledore noticed the despondency among the 7th years, their eyes flickering with a shared idea. 3 days later, the front page of the Daily Prophet read, The Truth of the Millennium Chamber. The heir of Slytherin speaks. The chamber left by Salazar Slytherin had stood for a millennium, long regarded as mere legend. Yet, Moriarty, the heir of Slytherin, had demonstrated the chamber's existence through tangible action, leading the entire Hogwarts faculty and students into its depths. Moriarty, as ever, remains elusive in front of the camera, accompanied by images of a hidden chamber and a serpent creature. The second headline reads, Is the age of magical renaissance upon us? The heir of Slytherin reveals the truth. It is reported that the entire faculty and student body of Hogwarts has embraced the identity of the heir of Slytherin. Over recent decades, Slytherin House has garnered a rather poor reputation, and Moriarty's audacious actions cannot be overlooked. The president of the International Wizarding Federation, the chief sorcerer of Wisingamot, and the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, have suggested that Moriarty may dispel the misconceptions surrounding Slytherin House among wizards. The third headline states, "Exclusive report. Moriarty Slytherin unveils the one whose name cannot be uttered, the false face of youth. The sole direct descendant of Slytherin publicly revealed, in the name of the Slytherin patriarch, the truth about Tom Riddle, who 50 years ago opened the Chamber of Secrets and caused the death of a Ravenclaw student. Myrtle Elizabeth, while wrongfully accusing Rubeus Hagrid. The entire faculty and ghosts of Hogwarts are willing to testify to this, though the one whose name cannot be mentioned is deceased. Few are aware that his true name was Tom Riddle, the scion of the Slytherin family through the Gaunt line." At the dining hall's table, Lilith unfolded the newspaper and read the aforementioned content verbatim to Moriarty. Upon finishing, she curled her lips into a smirk, stating, "I wonder how much you slipped to the Daily Prophet. They used to shy away from even a single word about the Dark Lord. Just a figure sufficient to satiate those vermin," Moriarty retorted dismissively, regarding wealth as mere numbers devoid of value, while acknowledging that some are captivated by such trivialities. Even with monetary influence, the Ministry of Magic remains reluctant to acknowledge Voldemort's demise. Perhaps this is for the best. Most importantly, if Voldemort in the Albanian forest were to glimpse this newspaper, one could imagine his rage boiling over. He might be eager to attach himself to some unfortunate soul, Snape, and infiltrate Hogwarts to settle accounts with Moriarty. At this moment, Moriarty recalled how he had completely altered the narrative and pondered how old Dumbledore would nurture his savior. At the very least, without Voldemort, the Philosopher's Stone would be safe from his deranged grasp, even beneath the vigilant eyes of Nicholas Flamel. Moriarty's musings stemmed from the second edition of the Daily Prophet, which announced, "Hogwarts anticipates inviting master alchemist Nicholas Flamel to teach alchemy next year." Flamel. How was I not informed? Many students chuckled at this news, speculating on the means by which Professor Dumbledore could secure the presence of the ancient alchemist who had lived for centuries. However, Professor Dumbledore humorously remarked that this was a matter for the elderly, while the young ones had but one task, to prepare for their examinations. As June approached, the weather became oppressively warm, and the large classroom designated for examinations felt unbearable. Subjects like herbology and astronomy required handwritten responses, with professors providing students with newly enchanted quills, specifically bewitched to prevent cheating. Moriarty consistently finished his exams first, while Penelope and Lilith were at odds during the assessments. However, this time, it was Penelope who exited the examination hall ahead of the others. Additionally, there was a practical exam where Professor Flitwick called the students one by one into the classroom to see if they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Most students succeeded in this task, and Moriarty even managed to have the pineapple toss the desk as part of an acrobatic display. Leaving everyone baffled as to how he achieved such a feat, Professor Flitwick awarded him full marks on the spot. Professor McGonagall tasked the students with transforming a small stool into a cozy cat bed, with softer beds earning higher scores. If any hard surfaces of the stool remained, points would be deducted. Moriarty not only fashioned a comfortable cat bed, but also created an entire set of feline furniture from other chairs and desks. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with delight, and Moriarty mused that if she were alone, she might transform into a tabby cat to try out the cat tree and play with a feather toy. Fortunately, he had sat beside Moriarty throughout the year and had seen his potion notes. In fact, Lilith had also observed, as she was the second to complete the task. Alas, Ralpo was not so fortunate, as he was closely scrutinized by Snape, who stood at the back of the classroom. The oppressive presence of Snape made the students acutely aware of his breath on their necks, inducing palpable anxiety among them, and Penelope's eyes grew red once more. The final examination was in the history of magic, and while most students lamented their fates, Moriarty engaged in lively conversation with Professor Binns. They traversed topics from the Goblin Rebellions to the inventors of the automatic stirring cauldron, with Professor Binns claiming to know one of the inventors, inquiring whether Moriarty would like an automatic stirring cauldron from centuries past. A week later, the results were announced. Unsurprisingly, Moriarty achieved perfect scores across all subjects, claiming the top spot in his year. Every student acknowledged that Moriarty was truly deserving of this honor. Penelope secured the second position, achieving full marks in every subject except potions. Lilith ranked third. Her lack of interest in astronomy and history of magic left her displeased with her loss to Penelope for quite some time, until Moriarty invited her to visit Slytherin Castle over the summer, which brightened her spirits. Percy could no longer maintain his long-held third place, dropping to fourth, while Jericho came in sixth, with everyone performing admirably. Noteworthily, William and Bill both excelled in the ultimate wizarding exam, each earning outstanding marks in 6 subjects, thus qualifying them to apply for positions as aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Moriarty extended an invitation to William and Bill to visit the castle. And it was at this moment that Lilith discovered Moriarty had invited not only her, but also Jericho, Tonks, Charlie, Percy, Gemma, Penelope, Leon, and others, which left her feeling somewhat resentful towards Moriarty for the rest of the day. The Grand Hall was filled to capacity, adorned with the green and silver representing Slytherin, in celebration of their 4th consecutive victory in the House Cup. As Moriarty entered the hall, he was met with applause from his fellow Slytherins. This year, Slytherin House amassed a remarkable score of 910 points, surpassing the combined total of the 2nd place Gryffindor and 3rd place Ravenclaw. A staggering 700 points were amassed solely by Moriarty. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the clamor within the Great Hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed, Dumbledore cheerfully declared. Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you to listen to the musings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Surely your minds have expanded beyond those of the past. Indeed, this has been an unforgettable year. We witnessed the arrival of Moriarty, observed the reconciliation between Slytherin and Gryffindor, discovered the marvels of Quidditch, and beheld the legendary Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, all while embracing the legacy of Slytherin. For this, I have reason to award Gryffindor an additional 50 points, Ravenclaw 50 points, Hufflepuff 50 points, and Slytherin 100 points. I have even more reason to believe that this year is extraordinary. Should anyone stand outside the Great Hall at this moment, they might assume an explosion had occurred, as the cheers from the 4 long tables surged in jubilant waves. As if by prior arrangement, Moriarty conjured a silver serpent with his wand. Tonks transformed into a small badger. Penelope summoned an eagle, and the 3 Weasley brothers at the Gryffindor table conjured a majestic red-maned lion, all gathering above the hall to form the shape of the school crest. Poseidon soared into the Great Hall, presenting Moriarty with a magical camera, an idea that had struck him upon his emergence from the underground passage. Chapter 60, The Cockroach Cluster. Suddenly, the students' wardrobes were emptied, their belongings packed away into trunks, and notifications were dispatched to each student, cautioning them against the use of magic during the holiday. Moriarty had matters to discuss with Dumbledore, and Professor Snape informed him that the password for the headmaster's office was Cockroach Cluster. A gentle tap of his wand on the ground caused a staircase leading to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor to materialize, and Moriarty proceeded to the office door, where the gargoyle, dripping with water, greeted him with enthusiasm. Cockroach Cluster, Moriarty pronounced clearly. The gleaming oak door swung open to reveal Dumbledore seated at a grand table adorned with his collection of silverware, all of which Moriarty recognized. This time, however, the table was also laden with an assortment of candies and a shallow stone basin, its edges intricately carved with runes and symbols. The pensieve Moriarty recognized at once. Yet, why had Dumbledore brought forth the pensieve? Good morning, Moriarty, Dumbledore greeted. Moriarty conjured an armchair cushioned with duck down and settled across from Dumbledore, reaching for a cockroach cluster and scrutinizing it closely. Why would anyone find pleasure in cockroach clusters? As Moriarty examined the morsel in his hand, it bore a striking resemblance to real cockroaches, with tiny legs scuttling swiftly, antennae twitching in a disconcerting rhythm, and wings emitting a faint buzzing sound, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Dumbledore picked up a mound of cockroaches, examined it momentarily, and, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, placed it in his mouth. With a twinkle in his eye, he remarked, despite knowing it is food, people still harbor fear towards it. To conquer fear is quite simple. One merely needs to consume it. It is indeed difficult for ordinary wizards to possess such a mindset. Moriarty bit the head off the mound of cockroaches, and fortunately, no viscous juices splattered forth. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant. After savoring it, Moriarty continued. The wizard who invented this confection must have had a deep-seated loathing for cockroaches, desiring to enable people to chew on them at any moment. An intriguing interpretation. Dumbledore placed several more cockroaches into his mouth, not to eat, but merely to hold, as if he wished to experience the sensation of the cockroaches crawling within. He regarded Moriarty and said, "Our differing perceptions of this mound of cockroaches represent 2 types of individuals. One is filled with conviction," Moriarty whispered. "The other is consumed by resentment," Dumbledore replied, swallowing the morsel and adjusting his glasses, scrutinizing Moriarty closely. The office fell into a sudden silence. Moriarty felt no discomfort. nor any signs of invasion in his mind. Dumbledore simply observed him. I believe you are aware that the Sorting Hat is a magical artifact. As the headmaster, I can perceive some of the psychological activities of new students through it each year, Dumbledore stated calmly, as if he were speaking of another. Moriarty smiled slightly. Yet you did not witness mine. Does that concern you? Make you anxious? Dumbledore nodded affirmatively, sincerely saying, if I have erred in my life, it would undoubtedly be in relation to Tom. I have raised a Dark Lord. Indeed, you were his Transfiguration professor, Moriarty replied with a teasing tone. So, whenever a particularly gifted Slytherin student emerged, you would be wary, and I was no exception. Just as you remarked to Severus, it is challenging to conceal matters occurring within this castle from my gaze. Dumbledore raised his voice. I am delighted to see you guiding Mr. Blanche, mentoring Mr. Flint, and I have observed your exceptional skills on the Quidditch pitch, as well as your talents and prowess displayed in the dueling club. Even more surprising was your willingness to share the Chamber of Secrets with others. Of course, I also noticed your nocturnal escapades with your companions, Dumbledore said, winking at Moriarty. A life at Hogwarts devoid of nighttime adventures is incomplete. For reasons unknown, Moriarty suddenly wished to cast legitimacy on Dumbledore, eager to glimpse into the headmaster's student days. Though it seemed he was with someone else. Your surname sets you apart. Yet I hope you can relish life, as the other young witches and wizards in this school do. Forge friendships, perhaps even experience romance. I believe neither Hagrid nor I would object should you venture into the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore said gently, his eyes brimming with mirth. It sounds enticing, yet I have more pressing matters to attend to. Moriarty shook his head. May I inquire further? There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. Moriarty informed Dumbledore about the tumult at Hogwarts and the Centaur's divination, adding, such a significant event at Hogwarts cannot go unnoticed by us. What about you? Dumbledore's expression grew grave, regarding Moriarty with the same intensity he reserved for Voldemort. We, Moriarty reiterated, then casually remarked, along with the ghosts, suits of armor, and portraits within the castle. For a fleeting moment, Dumbledore thought he had misheard, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he stammered, quite remarkable. Most students regard Hogwarts with nostalgia and longing. Few harbor such intricate sentiments. To mask his fluster, Dumbledore glanced at a nearby shelf where Fawkes the Phoenix resided. Do you recall that afternoon when we emerged from the underground passage? Fawkes informed me that Peeves had mentioned to him that when you spoke Parseltongue to animate the stone gargoyles, suits of armor, and portraits, there was one portrait that did not join the others in guarding the castle. What was that portrait called? Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Fawkes, who emitted a soft coo. Dumbledore nodded. Ah, yes, Peeves referred to that portrait as the Headless Horseman. It was now Moriarty's turn for his expression to grow serious. And now Dumbledore was suggesting that a portrait had defied the spell's command. If Dumbledore were the source of this information, Moriarty might have questioned his honesty. However, since this tidbit came from Peeves, its accuracy was assured. As Moriarty pondered, Dumbledore observed him closely. From the moment Moriarty uncovered the underground passage, Dumbledore was aware that this castle concealed numerous secrets. Faced with these mysteries, even someone as formidable as Dumbledore felt like a mere novice. By sharing this news with Moriarty, Dumbledore perhaps intended to glean insights through him. Yet, upon witnessing Moriarty's apparent ignorance, he tactfully shifted the conversation. Moriarty, I believe you must be familiar with it, Dumbledore said. Gesturing towards the pensieve, Moriarty casually nodded, and Dumbledore appeared quite pleased. Excellent. This makes the subsequent matters considerably simpler. You have successfully earned my trust, and I am willing to. Moriarty waved his hand, interrupting him. Trust has always been reciprocal. So, did you consider whether you have earned my trust when you uttered that statement? I knew you would say that, Dumbledore responded, even more delighted, which is precisely why we shall utilize the pensieve. Dumbledore hoped to witness astonishment on Moriarty's face and anticipated inquiries regarding why Voldemort had not truly perished. To his dismay, Moriarty merely squinted, staring at him, his gray eyes resembling an unfathomable dark cosmos. In truth, Moriarty had not anticipated that Dumbledore's gesture of sincerity would involve Harry Potter. Poor Potter could never fathom that before he set foot in the school, his fate had already been predetermined. Moriarty fell into a deep contemplation, pondering the advantages that Harry could bestow upon him. He had already secured the allegiance of the renowned Lockhart, a figure of positive repute, and gained the loyalty of a pure-blood family expanding its business. Yet what was he missing? Harry Potter? A glimmer of insight flickered in Moriarty's eyes. Perhaps he had conceived an idea. If one scheme is sufficiently enticing, trust can be earned. Moriarty responded to Dumbledore, who acquiesced. placing a fragment of memory into the pensieve and guiding Moriarty through recollections beginning with James and Lily Potter, revealing numerous tales concerning Harry. They engaged in discourse for an entire day, resorting to feasting on cockroaches when hunger struck. By the following morning, Dumbledore had been swayed. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes. Harry Potter is entrusted to you. May you nurture him into a great wizard. Moriarty extended his right hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. As you wish. Dumbledore slowly reached out, firmly shaking Moriarty's hand. From that moment forth, their collaborative relationship entered a phase of harmony. Suddenly, Moriarty seemed to recall something. Ah, indeed, there's one more matter. He spoke of the Headless Horseman. My friend, Gilderoy Lockhart, has requested my assistance in applying for the position of defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming academic year at Hogwarts, to conceal his servitude to Lockhart. Moriarty framed it as Lockhart's request to Dumbledore, when in truth, Lockhart was in Romania procuring a dragon. The professorship in defense against the dark arts was, in fact, a Christmas gift from Moriarty to Lockhart. The professors at Hogwarts hold immense prestige within the British magical community, particularly the position of defense against the dark arts, which often stirs controversy, thereby providing Lockhart with an opportunity to further sculpt his favorable image. Following the events surrounding the Secret Passage and the Chamber of Secrets, Moriarty's influence at Hogwarts significantly increased, regardless of whether Dumbledore and the school governors acknowledged it. The legacy of the Slytherin lineage spoke for itself. Moriarty surveyed the portraits of past headmasters, all of whom had fallen silent since his arrival in the office, their eyes wide with astonishment. Just as Dumbledore suspected. While everyone questioned the nature of Moriarty's relationship with Lockhart, none realized that Moriarty had placed Lockhart squarely beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. It was almost an open conspiracy. Was Dumbledore not investigating Lockhart? Moriarty's introduction of Lockhart to Hogwarts clearly indicated his lack of fear regarding Dumbledore's inquiry. It became evident that Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. Since you have mentioned Gilderoy Lockhart, let us discuss him. Dumbledore sat upright, fingers interlaced upon the table, his blue eyes deep as the ocean. I recall he was a student of Ravenclaw, having written to me multiple times, imploring me to endorse a school newspaper of which he would be the editor. Ah, I have preserved those letters. His prose bears a hint of exaggeration, yet it is evident he possesses a modicum of literary talent. Moriarty replied languidly, I possess scant knowledge regarding Mr. Lockhart's past. You see, ever since that novel gained immense popularity, I have severed ties with him. Indeed, that very novel. Dumbledore cast a glance at a nearby bookshelf, and the book titled With Slytherin in the East floated into his hand. He opened the pages and remarked, I have perused all of Lockhart's works, and this is undoubtedly his finest. There is no doubt that had Lockhart substituted you as the protagonist in each of his books, he would have attained global literary acclaim. A flicker of resignation crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he unveiled a rare, apologetic smile. I regret to inform you, Moriarty, that you have arrived too late. The position of defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming academic year has already been filled. I am pleased to announce that your new instructor will be Ms. Diana Shaw. Moriarty gazed at Dumbledore in surprise. Had a new professor been appointed so swiftly? Dumbledore glanced at the silver clock on his desk and gently shook his head. Forgive an old man's forgetfulness. It has unwittingly become noon. Professor Diana has arranged to meet with me, and I believe she will arrive shortly. If you do not mind, please wait a moment. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing a lady clad in a fitted white shirt and a black professional suit, her feet adorned with silver high heels. Upon noticing the presence of another in the office, a flicker of displeasure flitted across her emerald eyes as she gently remarked, Apologies, Professor. I was unaware that there were others in your office. I shall return at another time. Before Moriarty stood a tall, slender figure, her long legs accentuated by her attire, which could not conceal the porcelain beauty of her face and neck. The collar of her white shirt was unbuttoned, allowing Moriarty to catch a glimpse of a delicate, alabaster cleavage, while a faint scent reminiscent of milk wafted into his nostrils. Moriarty averted his gaze as cascading golden waves of hair shimmered upon her shoulders, and her crystalline green eyes exuded an air of aloofness, betraying a hint of scrutiny directed at him. Her finely pointed ears added to her allure. She was an elf. Moriarty swiftly looked towards Dumbledore, his eyes conveying an unspoken message. Last year's professor was a vampire. This year you have provided us with an elf? When did Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class transform into a rare species exhibition? Diana huffed derisively, her chest puffed in defiance, her ruby lips parting to reveal sharp little canines. Rude young man, allow me to correct you. It was Professor Dumbledore who invited me to Hogwarts. Not the other way around. Dumbledore interjected. Both of you, I implore you to show some leniency towards an old man. Moriarty and Diana simultaneously scoffed, thinking to themselves that anyone who considered him an elder would be in for a rude awakening. Moriarty, I must insist on your discretion regarding Professor Diana's identity. Dumbledore continued to persuade, and Professor Diana, as we have agreed, will assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor for the academic year of 1989 to 1990. Are you Moriarty? Moriarty of Slytherin? Diana's tone resonated with the fervor of a fan encountering a beloved star. Moriarty cast a glance at her, noticing her eyes glimmering like autumn waters, brimming with light. I have no objections. Once the academic year concludes, I shall not linger a moment longer. Diana was the first to express her stance. After Moriarty withdrew from her sight, she resumed her haughty demeanor. Dumbledore finally smiled, declaring, "It is settled then. We shall gain 2 distinguished professors. Oh, how I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming years at Hogwarts. Until we meet again, Professor." Diana wished to say little else, offering a curt nod to Dumbledore before exiting the office. Moriarty watched her depart, acutely aware that Dumbledore would not invite an elf to the school without significant reason. There must be matters only an elf could assist him with. Regrettably, a glance at Dumbledore revealed that the old man was unlikely to divulge his secrets to Moriarty. After discussing Harry Potter's fate and confirming the position of defense against the dark arts professor, the conversation between Moriarty and Dumbledore waned, leading to a perfunctory farewell as Moriarty stepped out of the headmaster's office. Upon his exit, the water drake, Parlow, called out, "Hey Slytherin, over here." Approaching the creature, Moriarty observed Parlow winking at him. "Did you notice that stunning elf who just left? I saw her walking out with her legs together." Moriarty responded with amusement. The seemingly cold-hearted professor was, in fact, assigning him tasks. Emerging from a fireplace in Diagon Alley, Moriarty stepped onto the street and spotted his house elf, Luke. Luke had been waiting for Moriarty as classmates, guiding those invited to the castle to Slytherin Manor. Inquiring about the guests, Moriarty learned that William was the first to arrive at the castle. This senior, having graduated, seemed to embrace a newfound freedom. He mentioned plans to travel through Europe after attending Moriarty's gathering. Moriarty hoped he would avoid peculiar individuals and unwelcome attachments. Then there was Bill, the enigmatic Weasley, who vanished post-graduation. Even Charlie had no inkling of his whereabouts. The castle's grand hall had been redecorated by Ingo and Luke, featuring a magnificent Lemuria crystal chandelier that sparkled brilliantly, accompanied by an array of opulent antiques, artworks, and mahogany furniture arranged in an eye-catching manner. The top-shelf liquor displayed along the walls stirred excitement among the young wizards. Yet, it was the ceiling mural that captivated the guests the most. The mural, akin to a dynamic film, depicted the wizarding wars chronicled by the Slytherin family. William and Leon raised their goblets. While the wizarding world forbade young witches and wizards from drinking, here they could indulge freely. As they savored their beverages and watched the wizarding wars unfold, Leon, proud of their pure-blood heritage, extolled the virtues of their lineage to William. In stark contrast to them stands the exuberant quartet of Jericho, Marcus, Charlie, and Percy, who revel in merriment within the estate. As Moriarty lifts the restrictions on Luke, the house elves tend to a flock of geese, swans, and peacocks, which leisurely stroll across the lawn. Yet, the Jericho quartet invariably mounts their broomsticks, sending the little creatures scampering away in fright, followed by their raucous laughter. At such moments, Tonks riding atop a unicorn alongside Gemma would chase off the mischievous boys. It is indeed an honor to gather in this millennia-old castle with all of you. Moriarty raised the handcrafted gilded enamel wine goblet that Luke had presented to him, savoring a sip of the exquisite Hennessy red wine brought from the Bordeaux vineyard. A smile gracing his lips. We are all aware that life is a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, as commonplace as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Yet, regardless of where we may find ourselves in the future or what transpires thereafter, the most precious aspect of life lies solely in this moment, here and now, among us. Reflect on those unfulfilled promises, the warm glow of companionship, the invigorating air, the magic yet unseen, the bizarre adventures, and the gentle breeze sweeping across the Quidditch pitch. Is it not worth our while to deeply cherish this world and live it to the fullest? My dear friends, raise your glasses and drink heartily with me. Here's to magic, here's to us. Cheers! The young wizards lifted their goblets, the clinking of glasses resounding in the air, as Jericho and Charlie, the most boisterous of the boys, leaped up whistling merrily. After Moriarty concluded his toast with a clap of his hands, he called out to Luke, "Let us see the menu. Let the feast begin, my guests. Tonight, the entire castle belongs to us, so indulge yourselves." Luke distributed exquisite menus to the guests at their seats. Tonks, a frequent visitor to the Hufflepuff common room, nodded in satisfaction. "This is of the highest standard. I shall have a salad first, followed by braised rabbit and roasted carp." As she named her dishes, they materialized before her at the table. The others eagerly followed suit, placing their orders. Lilith perused the menu before selecting a few Chinese dishes, earning Luke's praise for her discerning taste. Most notably, Jericho took a spoon and scooped every flavor of the ice cream Moriarty had procured into a large cup, crafting a colossal ball, and then ordered a pork chop, insisting that Luke pour the gravy all over the ice cream ball. Marcus yelped in surprise, dodging away. A miraculous dish, gravy ice cream. With a thud, Jericho set the large cup before Charlie, declaring, "Come on, as a Gryffindor, you must join me in consuming this." Charlie, having taken a swig of brandy, a potent spirit, turned as red as his hair, and with a hearty scoop of ice cream, swallowed it whole, slurring, "Gryffindors never fear Slytherins. Lions do not fear snakes. A true man." Jericho clapped Charlie on the shoulder, indulging in butterbeer while they both feasted heartily. The girls watched the scene with amusement, and Lilith, having brought along a magical camera from home, captured the two slightly inebriated boys in a photograph. Beside Charlie, Percy shrank back, attempting to diminish his presence, fearful of being encircled by the group of Slytherins. With only two Gryffindors present, he had no desire to partake in any peculiar delicacies with Jericho. Yet, it was evident that Percy was overly apprehensive. The other Slytherins lacked Jericho's ravenous appetite. Leon jested that if Jericho were to be placed in some wild forest of India, the woods would soon be devoured, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. William and Leon erupted into laughter, while Moriarty approached them, holding a glass of wine. Lilith, taking note of this, feigned an interest in the fruit and strolled past them. She overheard Leon, seizing the opportunity to clink glasses with Moriarty, whispering, "It's truly challenging to ascertain Bill's whereabouts. Through familial connections, I reached out to Lucius Malfoy, the head of the Malfoy family. It is well known that Lucius has some business interests in the Muggle world. He informed me that Bill traveled by some Muggle mode of transportation. Was it a gray machine, a flying carpet, or perhaps an airplane, to Greece? Bill spent the entirety of last year in Greece as Leon's voice dwindled into a whisper. Lilith could no longer hear him. She rolled her eyes and silently departed. Moriarty, having caught wind of the intelligence shared by Leon, finally recalled an important matter he had neglected to discuss with Dumbledore, the presidency of the student council held by Leon. However, considering that he had already established a collaborative relationship with Dumbledore, the old headmaster would likely recognize the merit in promoting Leon to that esteemed position, for there was no one more suitable in their 7th year. After conversing with Leon for a while, Moriarty, too, took his leave, preparing for his journey to Greece after bidding farewell to the guests. As the gathering concluded, guests departed in succession, embarking on their summer vacations. 3 days later, after the last guest, Marcus, had headed to Romania, Moriarty exited the castle and made his way to London via Diagon Alley. There were myriad ways to travel from London to Greece, but Moriarty opted for the simplest and swiftest method, by airplane. Despite his exceptional skills in broomstick flying, undertaking a long-distance journey on a broom was evidently imprudent. Perhaps when Old Flynn expands his enterprise to Greece, Moriarty might utilize port key or flue powder. At present, however, Moriarty stood before the bustling entrance of Heathrow International Airport in London, a travel bag in hand. Amidst the throngs of people, he spotted Lilith, donning a sun hat, waving and smiling at him. "I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. You awaited my arrival here deliberately." Moriarty approached Lilith, who was clad in jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, carrying a creamy yellow bag, her youthful visage radiating a refreshing smile. "I overheard Leon's conversation with you and surmised that you would be heading to Greece in search of clues. You are far from the stuffy, pure-blood type, so opting for a comfortable and expedient mode of travel aligns perfectly with your character, given that this is the largest international airport in all of London. I thought I might try my luck." Lilith chirped joyfully, her tone brimming with the exuberance of a successful and nimagous transformation, as if she were ready to leap with delight. Ultimately, Lilith composed herself and gracefully circled around Moriarty. "Well, Mr. Moriarty, would you mind having an additional companion?" she inquired. "Let us not delay. The flight departs at 9:20. Moriarty responded with a faint smile at the exuberant young lady, striding confidently into the airport, while Lilith giggled and followed closely behind. Once aboard the aircraft, Lilith's excitement was palpable as she eagerly gazed around. My family has always kept me away from the Muggle world. They wish to mold me into one of those old-fashioned purebloods. But this time, upon learning that I was accompanying you, they readily consented. For the first time, Moriarty observed the chattering Lilith and realized that no matter how mature she appeared, she was still, at heart, a girl. The prohibition against students using magic during holidays seemed to be forgotten by the two. Regarding seating arrangements, Moriarty performed a subtle charm to secure Lilith a window seat, allowing her to gaze at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, while he settled beside her. The plane ascended amidst Lilith's anticipation, and she felt a slight dizziness. Gripping Moriarty's arm tightly. In the adjacent seat, a young blonde boy of about 4 or 5 was also experiencing his inaugural flight, teetering on the brink of tears as his mother hurried to comfort him. "Mommy, I'm so scared. Could you tell me a fairy tale?" the little boy pleaded, curling up in his mother's embrace. "Today, I'll tell you the story of King Arthur," his mother responded gently, patting his shoulder as she began narrating in a soothing tone. "Legend has it that King Arthur was raised by the great wizard Merlin, and he was just as clever as you." She continued, "Later, with Merlin's aid, Arthur drew the sword from the Lake of Avalon." "Mom, do you really believe in wizards?" the boy asked, sleepily rubbing his eyes. "Yes, indeed. When you grow up, you will meet them." "Well, when I grow up, I want to be a wizard too," he declared, sucking his thumb, turning over as he succumbed to sleep. Observing the innocent smile on the boy's face, Moriarty exchanged a knowing glance with Lilith. "Do you think," Lilith leaned onto Moriarty's shoulder, "that little fellow will receive his acceptance letter from Hogwarts when he turns 11? "Perhaps he will, or perhaps he won't," he replied thoughtfully. "All right, let's wager." Lilith straightened in her seat, extending her hand, palm up. "Dare you to seal our bet with a high 5. I bet he will indeed attend Hogwarts. Then I have no choice but to wager that he will not." Moriarty responded with a wistful shake of his head. "Why must I extinguish a child's dreams?" With a clap, their hands met in agreement. Lilith leaned against Moriarty, whispering playfully in a cat-like voice, "Moriarty, tell me a fairy tale as well." After about a playful banter, both felt drowsy and eventually dozed off, sleeping for 5 hours on the flight until they arrived in Athens. Moriarty escorted Lilith off the plane and out of the airport. "Moriarty, do you know where the Greek wizards reside? I mean, is there a place in Athens akin to Diagon Alley in London?" Lilith observed the bustling streets, feeling a sense of dissonance between themselves and the surroundings. "Leon informed me that Bill Weasley, upon arriving in Athens, made his first stop at the Parthenon. Let's venture there." After Moriarty finished speaking, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Lilith, enviously murmuring, remarked on how he had mastered the charm so quickly at the onset of summer vacation, suggesting that this summer would undoubtedly surpass her own experiences. "Don't be foolish. Come up quickly," Moriarty urged as he produced a Firebolt 1700, pulling Lilith behind him, and they soared into the sky on the broomstick. Within a mere 15 minutes, they alighted in the shade of the Parthenon. Moriarty stepped forward, searching the marble columns for the entrance to the wizarding world, while Lilith admired the majestic structure. This edifice, hailed as the 7th wonder of the Muggle world, boasted grand staircases, towering columns, intricately carved eaves, and a profusion of relief sculptures, all of which were breathtaking. The temple was encircled by 46 colossal marble columns, with a statue of the goddess Athena gracing the center of the hall. Legend has it that Athena vied with Poseidon for the dominion of this city. Perhaps the sculptures might yield some clues. Moriarty, lost in thought after several attempts, finally discovered a small protrusion atop the 7th statue in the 7th row. He noted that this statue depicted a high priest adorned with a crown, concealing the small bump, which was difficult to detect. This place must have been enchanted with a Muggle-repelling charm. Lilith observed that no one cast their gaze upon these statues. Once they were prepared, Moriarty pressed the small protrusion, causing the statue to shift and reveal a growing opening behind it. Before long, a wide archway appeared before them, spacious enough for even Hagrid to pass through. "We found it." They exchanged knowing glances and nodded as they stepped inside. Within, Moriarty was immediately struck by the intense sunlight. The Greek summer was indeed sweltering. "Welcome to Saskisrose Street," exclaimed a cheerful voice, drawing their attention. A jovial man with a bushy beard stood at the entrance of a temple-like building, waving at them. "What did he say?" Lilith inquired, glancing at the exuberant man. "It must be a welcoming remark," Moriarty replied, noting a stone plaque at the entrance adorned with Greek lettering in the year 1436. "Hey, you're British, aren't you?" The man approached them, stroking his beard as he spoke in a thick accent. "If you need accommodation, the Sunbow, it should be your first choice." I've been running this place since 1436. All the travelers come to me. Could it be that the sunbow inn is reminiscent of old Tom's leaky cauldron? Moriarty mused. That is quite possible, he replied, glancing at the sky. However, we still have a few hours before nightfall. Let us explore a bit. He then stepped up to the bearded man, presenting him with a gleaming ruby. We require your guidance to stroll around this place. Please ensure that no ill intentions arise, lest the history of the sunbow inn comes to an abrupt end. The bearded uncle gladly accepted the gemstone, thumping his chest in assurance that he would not be deceived by Moriarty and Lilith's youth. In truth, his sharp instincts enabled him to thrive amidst the chaotic wizarding community of Athens. What young wizard wields a gemstone upon their first attempt, and one he had never encountered before? I take great pride in this, for Greece is steeped in dark magic, and the man who introduced it to Greece is known internationally as the despicable Halbo. Huh, indeed, that is him. The bearded uncle was quite loquacious, introducing himself as Uriah Candislido, and he kindly urged Moriarty not to wander into the shops lining the streets. Moriarty nodded in agreement, and, to be prudent, he temporarily stowed his Slytherin wand in the system space while boarding the aircraft. As they meandered through the streets, they passed a wooden shop with a black window filled with rag dolls, each wearing a sinister smile. Adjacent to it, a shop displayed a sign inscribed in ancient runes. This time, Moriarty recognized it and softly recited, "Light the candles beneath the sea, and with a silver knife, draw across your neck, and you shall arrive at the Frodoto Curiosities." What is this? A death curse? It sounded akin to a spell for summoning the dead. Lilith's interest piqued, but upon seeing the shop's blood-red floor strewn with baskets of bats' spleens and whale eyes at the entrance, her desire to enter was swiftly extinguished. In another dim shop, a low, raspy wailing emanated from within. Lilith speculated it was the sound of an owl, but Uncle Uriah shook his head. "I sincerely hope you never discover what lies within." He then cast a sympathetic glance towards that shop before hastily moving on. The next establishments they encountered appeared far more ordinary, featuring shops selling robes, telescopes, and various sculptures, alongside many peculiar silver items that Lilith had never seen before. Moriarty discerned at a glance that the silverware on sale was counterfeit, yet many foreigners were eagerly purchasing it. Athens is an inclusive city, bustling with visitors from abroad daily. The uncle proudly proclaimed, "I must recommend the Shingbasalin. It is the finest place to gather information." He gestured toward the nearby golden temple adorned with dim pumpkin lanterns, where a throng of people had gathered at the entrance. "How did you know we were seeking information?" Lilith inquired, her voice tinged with caution. The uncle flashed a sly smile at her and turned to Moriarty. "Shall we go there? With my presence, your endeavors will be greatly facilitated. Indeed, this is the perfect opportunity to prove your worth." Moriarty brandished a green gemstone before the uncle's eyes, causing him to gaze in rapture until Moriarty finally tucked it away, declaring, "Lead the way." As they made their way towards Shingbasalin, Moriarty cautioned Lilith, "Stay close to me at all times." Lilith joyfully linked her arm with Moriarty's, her face radiant as if she were attending a pure blood banquet. Upon reaching the entrance of the magnificent Shingbasalin, a stone archway elevated by 7 tiers of marble steps, a tumultuous crowd jostled together. "Make way! Make way!" A burly man shouted as he pushed through the throng, calling out, "What today estos?" Someone replied, 30 golden galleons or some trinkets of equivalent value. "Stingy Shingbasalin." The man cursed fiercely, "The price has risen again. Here is your share, a pile of mountain troll dung." Laughter erupted from the crowd, all amused by the boss Uriah's audacity. The man then produced a box, charmed to shrink, from his pocket, tossing it inside the doorway. Angry shouts echoed from within, but the man paid them no mind, brazenly clearing a path for Moriarty. "Let's proceed," he chuckled. As their conversation unfolded in Greek, Moriarty, unable to comprehend, inquired further. The man explained that the toss functioned akin to a membership card, though its value fluctuated daily. Sometimes it was quite affordable, with several nats tosses available, while at other times it became exceedingly costly. Gringotts lay diagonally opposite Shingbasalin. Those unable to afford the toss could withdraw money there. Nonetheless, Uriah held a certain prestige on this street, as the man's expression revealed. Moriarty and Lilith nodded in agreement. Using dung as a toss was indeed a unique concept. Upon entering Shingbasalin, a throng of patrons greeted Uriah, and a man dressed as a server welcomed him. Meanwhile, more guests turned their attention to Moriarty and Lilith. They overheard a woman exclaiming in a feeble voice, "Oh, spare me. Why are there always British dolls coming to Shingbasalin? The blood of the British is utterly distasteful. It reeks of gasoline." Moriarty and Lilith exchanged glances, sensing yet another vampire among them. They surveyed the scene, their eyes drawn first to a broad silver counter, behind which two bartenders in tailcoats busily cleaned themselves, as if doused with a bag of dung. A stone tablet stood prominently on the counter, inscribed in ancient runes detailing various wines and potions along with their prices. Below, a smaller inscription read, "For secret exchanges, please submit 100 golden galleons." Moriarty mentally noted this information, then turned to scan the room. The interior bore no resemblance to the elegant counter. Several hundred wooden tables and chairs were haphazardly scattered across the stone floor, crowded with patrons. Moriarty observed wizards, witches, Indian priests, individuals swathed in black cloaks resembling mummies, and numerous rotund bald men. A trend of bearded faces seemed to prevail, with at least 100 sporting facial hair. The air was thick with a cacophony of scents: leather, tobacco, the stench of decay, pungent spices, overly sweet perfumes, the metallic tang of blood, and an overwhelming odor reminiscent of post-coital intimacy, all mingling together and eagerly invading Moriarty and Lilith's nostrils. Lilith was choked and sneezed, immediately capturing the attention of numerous men whose gazes were imbued with a lascivious gleam as they greedily surveyed her from head to toe. Her heart raced, and she tightened her grip on Moriarty's arm, leaving him to feel as though her nails might tear through his clothing. The older gentleman rested his arm upon the counter, leisurely observing the scene, eager to see how Moriarty would respond. "Bring me a Long Island iced tea with a pint of exhilaration," Moriarty coldly instructed, casting a glance at one of the bartenders. "And another glass of lemonade, with an ounce of sedative." He tapped his cane, and a neat stack of gold gallons appeared atop the counter. The bartender, flustered, hurriedly cleared away the remnants of his previous task before scrambling to mix the drinks. Upon hearing Moriarty's distinctive ordering style, the other patrons began to regard him with newfound respect, discarding their initial disdain. The older gentleman chuckled heartily, drawing attention to himself as he remarked to Moriarty, "Combining spirits with potions. What an ingenious thought. Allow me to try it as well. I hope the taste is delightful. Let me see. A Bloody Mary with a pint of tranquilizer, please." "The tranquilizer is not particularly palatable," the server cautioned the gentleman, only to be dismissed with a wave. With a smile returned to his countenance, the gentleman turned to Moriarty, seeking a table in the corner where the two could sit. Lilith relaxed somewhat, her wide eyes regaining their sparkle as she curiously surveyed the patrons and surroundings. Moriarty casually broached the subject. "There seems to be quite a number of vampires in this establishment. Greece is the cradle of dark magic. Vampires, werewolves, fairies, mummies, and dark elves naturally converge here. I must say, the money from vampires is quite easy to earn," the gentleman replied, revealing his businesslike facade. He glanced around before whispering to Moriarty, "Werewolves are temperamental. Mummies are hard to communicate with, and dark elves are prideful. However, vampires are different. Their memories are notoriously poor due to their long lifespans, often forgetting the quantity of gold coins they possess, and they lack accounting skills." The server brought 3 glasses of alcohol. The red Bloody Mary was taken by the gentleman, while Moriarty pushed the clear lemonade towards Lilith and sipped from the amber Long Island iced tea. Lilith noticed the server's pale wrists and sharp teeth, her eyes widening in surprise. "Moriarty, are they vampires? You discovered that a mere 30 seconds earlier than I anticipated, which indicates your mood remains unaffected," Moriarty replied softly, glancing at her. "Clearly, this is a vampire bar." The young lady, accustomed to dealing with legal matters, became even more exhilarated, her eyes darting around as she sipped her lemonade. The gentleman downed his drink of spirits and potions with gusto, smacking his lips in satisfaction. "To be precise, the servers here are hybrid vampires." Lilith expressed her surprise. "Is there really a distinction between pure blood and hybrid vampires?" "Indeed," the gentleman nodded. "Hybrid vampires, also known as half-vampires, can be understood as the equivalent of hybrid sorcerers in Europe. Most vampires in Shangbasalin are of mixed blood, while the elusive master behind Shangbasalin is a pure-blood vampire, also known as a noble vampire, rumored to be a vampire duke who has lived for over 7 centuries. "A vampire duke?" Moriarty interjected, hinting at the rarity of such titles. "In nearly a millennium, few vampire dukes have emerged. Do you know to which clan this duke belongs? Cain? Dracula? Quinlan? Bluebeard? Or perhaps the old Jew? If it weren't for your age, I would suspect you to be a vampire hunter." The elder's expression shifted, casting a more scrutinizing gaze upon Moriarty, accompanied by an awkward smile. "Greek vampires seldom associate with the ancient undead of Europe. To my knowledge, none do. Therefore, I am uncertain of any connection between the vampire duke of Shangbasalin and those of Europe." Here, Our vampires predominantly revere female vampires, such as Countess Karnstambor, commonly known as Camilla, along with her maid, Ampsha, who is also a female vampire. I overheard someone discussing female vampires. A delicate voice chimed in, "Darlings, do you wish to see a female vampire? Come with your sister." A captivating woman approached, causing the guests to abandon their previous engagements, their eyes fixated upon her. This was rather unusual. Moriarty observed the guests' reactions and concluded that this woman possessed the lineage of a succubus. She audaciously squeezed herself between Moriarty and Lilith, offering them an enchanting smile. Lilith, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Are you a vampire or a succubus?" "How rude." The woman laughed, extending her finger in an attempt to caress Lilith's chin, only for Lilith to evade her touch. The woman chuckled seductively. "Such a naughty girl. Be quiet, Mrs. Kua," the elder cautioned. "Do not harbor ill intentions towards them. They are beyond your reach. I have warned you." Mrs. Kua, resembling a wanton, sauntered over to the elder. "Uriah, you cannot monopolize all the foreigners. Last time, you forbade me from approaching that red-haired Englishman, and now these two as well." The elder, visibly displeased, brushed Mrs. Kua off his shoulder, his mind racing with irritation. He had bartered from the red-haired Englishman for everyone's safety, especially considering the gifts he bore from Dumbledore. Regrettably, such thoughts remained unspoken, trapped within the confines of his mind. Mrs. Kua, unfazed by silence, assumed his tacit approval and continued to charm Moriarty. "Step aside, unless you wish to be nailed to a cross, move." A sharp voice rang out from behind Mrs. Kua. Infuriated, Mrs. Kua glared, and Shang Bosselin. No one had dared to rebuke her. "How dare you? Nail me to a cross? Huh, who do you think you are?" "I am not referring to myself. Although I could indeed kill you. Just recently, I vanquished a vampire in the dark forest of Ireland. I am speaking of your enchanted target, this young gentleman." The sharp voice continued in English, capturing the attention of Moriarty and Lilith. The speaker bore the quintessential features of an Englishman, with a rosy complexion and black pupils. His lively gaze sweeping over Moriarty, briefly flickering with kindness. He extended his hand to Moriarty. "I recognized you the moment you arrived. I read that novel last year. My name is Quirrell, Quirinus Quirrell. I graduated from Ravenclaw at Hogwarts." Lilith scrutinized Quirrell. His demeanor was sprightly, yet his attire left much to be desired, as he donned a purple wizard's robe that exuded an unmistakable odor of garlic. Meanwhile, Moriarty recalled the name Quirrell, the pitiable individual possessed by Voldemort. The defense against the dark arts professor for the 1991 to 1992 academic year. Yet, it was now 1989, and Quirrell had yet to be possessed. Ding! The system detected the host's discovery of Quirrell and issued a task. Prevent Quirrell from being possessed by Voldemort. Task duration, 10 days. Reward, 5,000 points. Penalty. The host will be thoroughly drained by Mrs. Cowell until not a single drop remains. Is that so? Moriarty inquired with curiosity. The penalty for this task is not annihilation. The host, through a year of diligent effort, has amassed the foundational elements and capital to become the ultimate mastermind. Thus, this system shall not annihilate the host. Should the host's attitude wane or the task completion rate falter, the penalty shall transform into annihilation of the host. We hope the host will strive earnestly to become the ultimate mastermind soon. Moriarty chuckled with a sense of amusement at the cold-hearted system. After accepting the task, he and Quirrell exchanged a gentle handshake, allowing Quirrell to take a seat at his right. He then issued an eviction order to Mrs. Cowell, who glared at Quirrell with malice, fanning herself beneath her nose, before hastily departing. Quirrell remarked with a smile, "For a half-blood vampire, the smell of garlic is indeed quite effective." "You seem quite familiar with vampires," Moriarty casually observed. "Not so much familiar as I've had my dealings with them." Quirrell elaborated. "As I mentioned before, last year in Ireland, I encountered a vampire and engaged in a lengthy struggle before vanquishing him. In his coffin, I discovered a jar of ashes, which led me to Athens. The coffin, in a sense, symbolizes a vampire's identity and status. For a half-blood vampire, possessing a coffin is as significant as a human owning a villa." The uncle joined the conversation. Last year's defense against the dark arts professor was indeed a vampire. Lilith interjected suddenly. "I believe he might be a half-blood." "Certainly a half-blood," Moriarty affirmed her statement, recalling the large box he had seen in Professor Randy's office, which contained a liquid likely made from animal blood. Dumbledore wouldn't provide him with human blood, and a pure-blood vampire could not drink animal blood. Quirrell appeared somewhat melancholic. "The defense against the dark arts professor? I embarked on this journey to gain more experience. as I intend to apply to Professor Dumbledore for the position of defense against the Dark Arts Professor for the 1991 to 1992 academic year. The competition is quite fierce. As far as I know, Dumbledore has already selected a new professor for the 1991 to 1992 academic year, Moriarty gently remarked. You might consider waiting another year, or perhaps traveling to Western European countries. Upon engaging with Chilo, Moriarty found him to be rather agreeable, intelligent, audacious, and respectful towards him. Thus, Chilo was deemed worthy of cultivation. Even in the absence of a systematic task, Moriarty could not bear to watch him embark on a perilous journey to Albania. To his astonishment, Chilo shook his head and resolutely declared, I have made up my mind to travel to Albania next month. It is said that the forests there conceal peculiar mysteries that I must investigate and subsequently report to Professor Dumbledore. This will also serve as a valuable adventure experience for me. Moriarty pondered for a moment. Upon the mention of Dumbledore, the older gentleman fell silent. Recognizing this, Moriarty deftly steered the conversation towards Dumbledore, to which Chilo enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the esteemed professor. Professor Dumbledore is always so forgiving towards his students. He is the finest headmaster, aside from the four founders. Dumbledore possesses a certain charm that enables others to swiftly discover their suitable vocations. From my very first day at school, I realized many students were eager to assist him. The older gentleman's leg twitched involuntarily, prompting Moriarty to casually inquire. A wizard from Hogwarts has visited here, and it was you who received him, was it not? Am I correct, Mr. Urea? The older man's lips quivered momentarily before he pressed them together. Moriarty then produced a sapphire and slid it across the counter. The older man's greedy gaze swept over the gem, yet ultimately, he weakly lowered his hand and shook his head. Moriarty exchanged a glance with Lilith, acknowledging that the older gentleman had indeed chosen to remain silent. With a sigh of relief, the older man resumed his usual astuteness, cheerfully introducing Lilith to the local delicacies and magical treats. Meanwhile, Chilo, with a hint of concern in his eyes, whispered to Moriarty, At first, I thought you were on a romantic getaway, but it now seems Professor Dumbledore has sent you to investigate? Investigate? Is there anything unusual in Athens that warrants such scrutiny? Moriarty refrained from answering Chilo directly, opting instead to follow his line of thought. Chilo considered for a moment and shook his head. If there is anything, it is that the number of vampires on the streets has increased. Moriarty recalled encountering a vampire in Diagon Alley. Perhaps the vampire population in England had indeed surged. The inn, adorned with the exterior of a temple, boasted an opulent interior. A tall counter stood prominently in the lobby. When it was their turn to order, Moriarty and Lilith found themselves without a room. Seizing the moment while Moriarty perused the menu, Lilith discreetly produced 20 gold galleons, tiptoeing to place them on the counter while raising a finger to the older gentleman. He unobtrusively accepted the coins with an understanding smile, then, in a tone laced with regret, addressed Moriarty, Sir, it is most unfortunate. The last room on the 7th floor is all that remains. Ah, Lilith feigned confusion. Glancing at Moriarty, perhaps we should not stay after all? As she looked outside, pouting, she added, But it is already dark, sir. Is there truly no second room available? Alas, if there were, I would have arranged it for you earlier. I should have instructed them to reserve an additional room for you. The middle-aged gentleman silently commended Lilith in his heart, while his face displayed an expression of deep regret. Let us make it happen, Moriarty succinctly stated. What is the room number, and what is the price? We shall stay for 5 days. The gentleman hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, The value of the ruby far exceeds that of this establishment. Therefore, you are my esteemed guest. The sun bow and welcomes you at any time. And everything is complimentary for you. Your room number is 777, and I shall personally deliver your dinner. On the way to room 777, Lilith could hardly contain her joy. Smiling at Moriarty, That gentleman is truly delightful. Isn't? Indeed, Moriarty replied, uncharacteristically praising a foreigner. The gentleman was charming, possessing the sharp acumen typical of a businessman. Yet he was trustworthy and discreet. Moriarty contemplated the idea of collaborating with Uncle Urea and Old Flint to establish a shop in Athens. Upon entering the room, Lilith flung herself onto the large bed, her heart racing with excitement, wishing to skip dinner and the customary ablutions and go straight to sleep. However, she noticed Moriarty extracting a small package from his pocket, from which he produced a diminutive tent. As the tent gradually expanded into the form of a small estate, Lilith stood in astonishment, realizing it was a magically enhanced tent used for viewing the Quidditch World Cup. This is typically used by families. What do you need it for? She remarked dryly. It was purchased in Diagon Alley, And this is the smallest size, Moriarty shrugged nonchalantly. What else would I use it for? Of course. It is for lodging. Has your brain been devoured by vampires? Oh, Moriarty, Lilith exclaimed, tossing a cushion at him, her hair cascading down. You did that on purpose. The number 7 holds significant power in Greece, and Moriarty, dodging the cushion, replied earnestly, I merely thought something interesting might occur in room 777. What sort of thing? She inquired. Perhaps a vampire would strike at midnight and drain the virgin blood of a young witch? Are you trying to outdo me in telling risque jokes, Mr. Moriarty? Lilith sat up in bed, looking at him challengingly. Could it be that the flirtatious Mrs. Kova sits atop a young wizard at midnight, extracting every last drop? It seemed that only senior sister Gemma could rival her in this regard. Moriarty, considering the repercussions of the conversation, wisely shifted the subject. He ushered a few peacocks out of the tent and remarked, Did you just mention the Quidditch World Cup? I believe I heard Jericho mention it during the castle gathering. It seems to be scheduled for next year? Yes, precisely. The World Cup occurs every 4 years, and next year will be 1990, hosted in Canada. Lilith exclaimed upon spotting the colorful peacocks. Whenever the World Cup approaches, the Malfoy family brings their peacock tent. I wager they will do the same next year. I wonder why your taste has become so ostentatious. Speaking of which, shall we watch the World Cup together next year? Lilith pouted, rolling around on the bed, her genteel demeanor completely absent. Canada is not far from the United States, and Jericho is sure to invite me to watch the game with his family. Moriarty slipped into the tent, and if time permits, I might visit the United States first. You are always restless, Lilith remarked, shaking her head in disappointment. Moments latte. The uncle delivered dinner to the doorstep, which included skewers, Greek cheese, Mediterranean fish, and village salad. After tasting the meal, Moriarty commented nonchalantly, The seafood here surpasses the feast that Luke prepared. Lilith, perplexed, savored her food with delight. After dabbing her mouth with a napkin, she inquired, By the way, that Chilo fellow seems quite decent. Why not recruit him? Moriarty glanced at Lilith, who at that moment resembled a refined lady, exuding a hint of regal demeanor. It is just the two of us here. Lilith arched her brows alluringly. Will you not share a fragment of your thoughts? Very well, she continued. Do not say I did not forewarn you. I want Chilo. He is of mixed heritage, yet holds a certain renown within the wizarding community. He is precisely the talent you require. So go forth, young lady. Chilo will not easily concede his position. Moriarty mused, noting that it was still premature to recruit Chilo. The immediate concern was to prevent him from venturing into the forests of Albania. Surely, one cannot simply bind Chilo or sever his legs. What am I thinking? Moriarty, Lilith gently inquired. Moriarty casually replied, just pondering Quidditch before retreating into the tent. Meanwhile, Lilith sat on the bed, engrossed in a book of magic, albeit her mind wandered, casting glances at the grand tent on the carpet, filled with disappointment. What boy would be consumed with thoughts of Quidditch while sharing a room with a girl? Merlin above. Am I lacking in charm? Suddenly, Lilith recalled Mrs. Cowif's alluring curves. Could it be? She also remembered Tonk's radiant smile, Gemma's audacious yellow jokes, and Penelope's bashful visage. Surely, she was ahead in the game. The summer had only just begun, and she had ample time. Clenching her small fists, Lilith motivated herself. Unbeknownst to the two preoccupied individuals, several dark figures had gathered outside the Simbao Inn, watching the flickering lights of the room until Lilith extinguished the lamp and drifted into slumber. The following day, under the blazing sun, Moriarty and Lilith rose lazily from their slumber. After descending the stairs and inquiring with the uncle, they learned that Chilo had already departed for Shingbasalin. The uncle prepared breakfast for them, serving Sovalang meat rolls, bagatsa pastries, and fresh milk at the table. Lilith nibbled delicately, turning to Moriarty. I had the most restful sleep last night, then must have added soundproofing. Hey, what is that? Lilith exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror as a small black serpent slithered up Moriarty's wrist. Do not fear. This is the ghost snake I released yesterday. These adorable little creatures kept watch over us and established contact with the local snakes. The little black serpent transformed on Moriarty's wrist into a line of inky text. After reading it, Moriarty's understanding grew clearer as the words gradually faded. Lilith, curious, inquired, what did they say? A band of vampires has set their sights on us. After finishing breakfast, I sought out a secluded, dense grove to deal with these fools, while you were to remain at the inn. Moriarty wore a faint, sinister smile. Points are never sufficient, and in an instant, a group of oblivious vampires would meet their demise. Indeed, 777 is a number that heralds fortune. Upon seeing Moriarty's grin, Lilith pieced together his intentions, realizing that this was not the first time he had engaged in such actions. Nevertheless, she cautioned, this is Athens, not London. Chilo remarked that the increase in vampires was not a favorable sign, urging her to exercise caution. Moreover, I refuse to stay at the inn like a caged canary. I will accompany you. I understand your concern, Moriarty responded coldly, gazing into her eyes, but you must face reality. Accompanying me will only hinder my efforts. If you remain here, they are unlikely to launch an attack on the inn. Your safety is paramount, and that is the greatest assistance you can provide me. Lilith stubbornly regarded Moriarty, acknowledging the truth in his words, yet feeling a sense of discontent. Rest assured, Moriarty reassured her as he finished the last morsel of his bagazza. I will first summon Chilo at the Pauselen, and then we shall commence our operations. He then donned a vintage tailcoat accompanied by an opulent cashmere overcoat, instructing the innkeeper to remain behind before making his way to Pauselen. As expected, he encountered Chilo at the vampire bar, who was cloaked in a black robe, eavesdropping on the conversations of passing patrons. There was also the scandalous Madame Kova, as ever, clinging to the men. Moriarty ordered his usual Long Island iced tea and, eager not to go unnoticed, generously treated every patron to fine spirits. Laughter erupted in the bar, a toast to the generous English lad. Moriarty remained unfazed. The manners of the crowd bore no significance to him, as his sights were set solely on those greedy fools. Madame Kova attempted to draw near to Moriarty, only to be pushed away by Chilo. Although Chilo wished to escort Moriarty away, he readily accepted Moriarty's invitation to team up against the vampires. I never imagined I would embark on an adventure with you, distinguished Slytherin. Perhaps I could pen a novel akin to Mr. Lockhart, unpossessed by Voldemort. Chilo exuded a wizardly charisma. After clinking glasses and sharing a drink, the two strode out of Pauselen, appearing to wander aimlessly down the street, while actually keeping watch over their surroundings. Moriarty, with his serpentine prowess, had no trouble locating several foolish vampires that roamed during the day. Meanwhile, Chilo showcased his transfiguration skills, transforming his black scarf into a raven that soared above to monitor the ground below. After walking northwest for about an hour, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. Chilo declared this to be the Hill of Ares in Athens. His travels had bestowed upon him a wealth of experience, leading him to analyze. This mountain stands at just over 100 meters, rocky and sparse in trees, which would inhibit the movement of large animals. I believe this constrains the vampires as well, making it an advantageous location for us to employ transfiguration. Moriarty then summoned a host of black snakes, comprising both his ethereal serpents and local varieties. Trailing behind were 8 vampires, all seemingly of mixed blood, and the possibility of a leader among them could not be dismissed. Thus, we decided on a strategy. Each of us would confront 4 of them, aiming to swiftly dispatch these minions. Moriarty devised a plan, which Chilo readily endorsed. As they ascended the mountain path, the 8 vampires who had been shadowing Moriarty appeared to discern their intentions and launched a surprise assault. As 4 vampires hurtled toward him, Moriarty activated his passive magic, Tides. A refreshing chill enveloped the air, becoming increasingly humid, yet the vampires remained oblivious. He then directed his staff towards the ground, invoking the might of the earth, giant of rock. Stones swiftly coalesced, fitting together to form 3 towering stone giants, each standing 5 meters tall. Their fists, sized like an adult man's head, came crashing down upon 3 vampires. The foremost vampire, unable to evade in time, was struck down, his black cloak falling away to reveal pallid skin, a large bruise blossoming on his arm. He bit his lip, emitting a shrill scream as he raced toward Moriarty with remarkable speed. With a resounding crash, Moriarty unleashed a spell, narrowly avoiding the attack. Obstacles, obstacles, obstacles. Moriarty cast 3 successive barriers, forcing the vampire to alter his course repeatedly to evade the spells, only to be finally struck by the 3rd incantation, which slowed his advance. Piercing and excruciating, a beam of red light shot from the tip of Moriarty's staff, hitting the vampire with precision. The vampire's shriek echoed, grating like nails on a chalkboard, prompting Moriarty to instinctively cover his ears. Yet, to his astonishment, this vampire still retained the capacity to retaliate. Chilo, be cautious. These vampires possess high magical resistance. Ordinary spells are ineffective against them, Moriarty alerted Chilo. He noted that Chilo had also employed a transformation spell, but the stone projectiles fell upon the 4 vampires with minimal effect. Meanwhile, the other 2 vampires attacking Moriarty morphed into a swarm of bats, their wings stirring a macabre dance of blood, ensnaring the rock giants. The final vampire astonishingly drew a silver sword from beneath his black cloak, lunging toward Moriarty's throat. Gripping his staff firmly, Moriarty swung it to deflect the silver blade. The vampire, astonished, bared his fangs in disbelief, having never seen a young sorcerer wield his wand as a weapon. However, Moriarty swiftly aimed his staff at the vampire, casting water arrow. A sharp jet of water erupted from the staff's tip, striking the vampire atop his head and sending him reeling. Even an adult wizard would perish instantly from a frost arrow to the head. Yet this vampire merely shook his head, his eyes turning blood red as he charged once more at Moriarty. Nevertheless, Moriarty was aware that this vampire had been enveloped by the tide spell. "Chilo, hold your ground. I will draw them away," he declared, enhancing his speed with the spell and activating the acceleration feature of his boots, sprinting toward the mountain peak. The two injured vampires pursued him without hesitation, as the bats that had vanquished the rock giants took flight in his wake. Moriarty reached the summit in a single breath, raising his staff high as the water elemental magic intertwined with the moisture and coolness in the air, culminating in a snowfall of sorrow. The weeping of the young girl intertwined with the tragic wails, both sounds resonating like a funeral march, striking terror into the hearts of the four vampires. The one that had suffered a fatal blow now resembled a frozen statue, while the remaining three were ensnared by a tide-like force, their movements growing sluggish and their heads pounding with pain. The vampire afflicted by the piercing curse succumbed to delusions, cradling a large stone and incessantly licking it, believing he was embracing a maiden. Serpent of whispering shadows. Moriarty commanded the serpent to envelop the vampires, then hastened to assist Chilo. Chilo was at a disadvantage, his robe torn and an ankle twisted as a bloodbat lunged for his neck. Shattered, Moriarty drew forth his wand of snow ash wood and obliterated the bloodbat. He planted the wand into the ground, and magical light flickered, automatically inscribing an ice magic circle. Meanwhile, Moriarty unleashed a barrage of spells, repelling the four vampires. He seized Chilo and began to retreat. "Their magical resistance is too formidable," Chilo exclaimed, drenched in sweat. "Ordinary spells can merely hinder their movements, and we lack the time to cast so many spells. Only the death curse could possibly vanquish them. Then I shall attempt it. A mere killing curse poses no challenge for me." Moriarty lowered his voice, summoning his murderous intent. In essence, the death curse was deceptively simple. If the caster possessed immense magical power and an indelible thirst for blood, they could conjure this instant kill spell. Yet, Chilo's eyes widened with fear, a hint of worry creeping in. "Do not proceed with this. It could shatter your soul." Unperturbed, Moriarty's gaze hardened as he raised his wrist, aiming the snow ash wand at the lead vampire. Avada Kedavra. The utterance was soft, yet laden with lethal intent. A dazzling green light erupted from the wand, quivering violently as Moriarty, in his inaugural use of the killing curse, felt his heart race. At that moment, his body felt unbearably heavy, but it swiftly returned to normal. The effect was immediate. The vampire, soaring ahead, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the ice magic circle activated, and Moriarty whispered in serpent tongue, "Ice serpents dance." In an instant, a tempest howled, as the passive magical tide restored Moriarty's energy while also bestowing 3 layers of tide upon the 3 remaining vampires, freezing them in place. Though the ice would only last a moment, panic soon ensued among them. The blizzard above consumed the 3 vampires, and from the icy storm emerged 12 serpents of ice, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they opened their jaws to devour the vampires. With the danger averted, Moriarty collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from casting 2 potent ice spells and the killing curse. Chilo stared in disbelief at the shattered ice around him, blood pooling at his feet. He leaped back in shock, pointing at the sole vampire corpse on the ground. "You used the killing curse to slay him." "The killing curse?" Merlin above. "You are merely 12 years old. Are you all right?" He hobbled up to Moriarty, extending a hand as if to caress Moriarty's head, but hesitated, sensing that such a gesture would likely be unwelcome. Although Chilo had mentally prepared himself, the emergence of the killing curse added a flicker of trepidation to his gaze directed at Moriarty. At that moment, Moriarty received a notification from the system. Detection of the host having slain 8 vampires, earning 1,900 points. System, how many points do I currently possess? Since mid-January of this year, the host had unlocked random tasks. Thus far, the system had issued a total of 154 random tasks, of which the host had successfully completed 112, garnering 11,200 points. The host's total accrued points amounted to 18,800. Moriarty nodded to himself. Accumulating nearly 20,000 points over an academic year was indeed a commendable achievement. With these points, he could exchange for numerous spells, such as the long-desired mind closure and thought extraction. He could also unlock further system functionalities. The world of magic was a treasure trove, ripe for exploration. Moriarty believed that upon unlocking the sign-in tasks, his wizarding level would steadily ascend. Shall the host unlock the sign-in tasks? Just as Moriarty was prepared to affirm the system's inquiry, a beguiling voice interrupted. A 12-year-old boy capable of wielding the killing curse. My sister is increasingly pleased with you. Would you care for a kiss from her? Perhaps a taste? Lady Kua emerged from behind a rock, her voice devoid of softness, flowing instead like a sinister spring, a lascivious smile playing upon her lips as she approached Moriarty, shedding her black nightgown. Ding! Detection of the host encountering the offspring of the seductive Kua and a vampire. Task issued. Eliminate Kua. Reward. 12,000 points. Punishment. Should the host be defeated, you shall become a vampire and be banned from drinking blood for 3,000 years. What does that mean? Moriarty was hearing such a punishment for the first time. The system elucidated. Given Kua's fondness for the host, it is likely that upon defeat, Kua would embrace him, thus marking him as her vampire consort, ushering him into the life of a fledgling vampire. As a vampire, one can still ascend to the role of a formidable antagonist. Hence, the system will not obliterate the host, but impose a punishment of abstaining from blood for 3 millennia. While listening to the system's explanation, Moriarty cautioned Chilo. This is enchantment magic. Close your eyes and do not look at her. He then commanded the system to open the shop, spending 6,000 points to acquire a frost-based spell named Icy Touch, adamantly rejecting the notion of becoming a vampire. But it was too late. Chilo merely glanced at Lady Kua and succumbed to a fantastical reverie, envisioning her as the most noble and beautiful saint in the world, with the critical detail that she was unclothed. In reality, however, she was a massive white bat. It unfurled its blood-dripping wings, enveloping Chilo's upper body, repeatedly licking his face with its pink tongue. Icy Touch. Moriarty intoned the name of the spell, and in conjunction with the passive magic of Tidal Wave, a layer of ice and snow enveloped his form, rapidly coalescing into a frigid domain centered around him. The ice and snow spread from Moriarty's feet to beneath Chilo, as Moriarty instantly appeared beside the white bat, extending his hands to seize its wings. A series of cracking sounds emanated from the bat's wings, freezing it entirely just before its sharp fangs could pierce the skin of Chilo's neck. Utilizing a levitation spell, Moriarty moved Chilo away, and then spent 5,000 points in the system store to exchange for the spell Prison Ice Disaster. Congratulations to the host on leveling up to a level 32 high wizard. Prison Ice Disaster. Moriarty proclaimed loudly, raising his snowwood wand, its tip pointing skyward as an ice arrow shot forth like a signal. Instantly, the sky darkened, and a drop of rain fell, striking the back of the white bat. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The rain intensified, and the raindrops fell increasingly faster, with hail and blizzards joining in, descending relentlessly upon the white bat. Soon, the accumulated snow and ice on the ground completely submerged the white bat, forming a frigid prison that surpassed the realm of ice in both size and scope. Nothing within the prison could escape Moriarty's control. In just 3 seconds, the white bat would be eternally entombed here. However, suddenly, Moriarty's expression changed as the white bat vanished from the prison. A sense of danger enveloped him, prompting him to instantly maximize the speed of his caraboots and dash toward a nearby rock. Just as Moriarty had moved from his original position, a dazzling green light struck the ground, creating a deep crater. It seemed that only his brother could perform the killing curse. Was he not disappointed? A voice, sweet to the point of cloying, rang out from behind Moriarty as the rock he leaned against was shattered into pieces. Amidst the flying debris, Moriarty glimpsed Lady Kua emerging from behind, wand in hand, standing seductively upon a block of ice, her toes pointed and thighs crossed, showcasing her enchanting form. This time, it was not a charm spell, but rather Lady Kua's true allure as a succubus. The vampire's magical transformation, the lethal temptation of a half-blood succubus. No wonder she could escape the icy prison. Moriarty regarded Lady Kua with trepidation. She acknowledged his thoughts and was astonished by his self-control. Yet, upon seeing Moriarty, her demeanor shifted, revealing a flirtatious expression. How fortunate you are to have arrived. Otherwise, dear sister would have died of loneliness, haha. She pointed a slender wand at Moriarty, dripping with a viscous liquid, and playfully exclaimed, Come, taste your sister's essence. Enchantment of desire. A torrent of sticky liquid surged toward Moriarty, mingled with the fragrant blood of a virgin. Though reluctant to admit it, Moriarty discerned the elemental magic within the liquid. Touch of icy rage. Moriarty transformed a rock into a stone sword, and as he grasped it, the stone sword morphed into an ice sword. With the glimmer of the blade, the realm of ice expanded further, and upon contact with the repugnant liquid, the stone sword was corroded. Fortunately, it accomplished its mission, and the nauseating liquid was ultimately frozen. Madame Kiva is undoubtedly the most formidable adversary encountered by Moriarty. In haste, he summoned the Slytherin wand with a spell, which provided Madame Kiva with a moment of vulnerability, a piercing agony, with a formidable armor shielding him. Moriarty utilized his Snowwood wand to conjure an invisible shield that successfully deflected the blow, and then aimed his wand at Madame Kiva. Serpent's whisper. Spectral serpents emerged from the snow, slithering towards Madame Kiva, who, with a mocking smile, transformed into a white bloodbath. The ethereal serpents instantly dissipated into a mass of flesh and blood. Yet, Moriarty had achieved his aim. The moment one's body transitions from succubus to a vampire is the most fragile. Acting decisively, Moriarty unleashed Weeping Snow. The white bat, struck mentally, realized it was on the verge of being encased in ice, and hastily reverted to her succubus form. This was the moment Moriarty had been waiting for. Avada Kedavra! With a resounding impact, Madame Kiva was thrust into the air, silently descending to the ground. Was she dead? Moriarty, ever vigilant, cast another piercing agony spell towards her, eliciting a mournful whimper. Approaching her side, he discovered she was not dead, yet was nearing that fate. System, exchange 7,000 points for the memory extraction spell. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. You currently have 1,800 points remaining. A warm sensation coursed from Moriarty's forehead to his brain as he mastered the spell and immediately employed it on Madame Kiva. Within her mind lay a plethora of memories that would cause any observer to blush. From the depths of her recollections, Moriarty unearthed memories pertaining to a certain red-haired boy. Undoubtedly, aside from Bill Weasley, which other English boy could possess such striking red hair? It was likely in August of the previous year that Bill arrived in Athens. Taking residence at the Sunburg Inn, like Moriarty, he sought information in the bustling city, catching Madame Kiva's attention. However, Uncle Uriah was protecting Bill, and shortly thereafter, Professor Randy began appearing alongside him. This compelled Madame Kiva to abandon her plans of transforming Bill into a vampire. For Randy Cullen was quite renowned in the half-blood vampire circles. The surname Cullen stemmed from Professor Randy's wizard father, while his mother was the illustrious pure-blood vampire, Countess Sophia Swanborough of France. In September of the previous year, Professor Randy departed Greece with Bill. After delving into Madame Kiva's thoughts, Moriarty meticulously crafted a mind map. At the center of this map was undeniably Bill, confirming his close acquaintance with Professor Randy. The reasons behind this connection remained a conjecture for Moriarty. However, it was evident they both arrived in Greece for a singular purpose. Given the increasing vampire population, it could be surmised that this matter was indeed vampire-related. Uncle Uriah must have encountered both Bill and Professor Randy, yet he remained tight-lipped. The rationale behind a shrewd merchant keeping secrets generally boils down to two factors: wealth and fear. If Uncle Uriah had been bought with a substantial sum, upon witnessing Moriarty's wealth, he would have undoubtedly sold the secret at a high price. Yet he did not. This indicates that his silence was not driven by monetary gain, leaving only fear as the remaining motive. Moriarty's prowess commanded the respect of the elder, yet it had not yet instilled in him a sense of dread. In contrast, the figure lurking behind Bill, or Professor Randy, instilled such fear in the elder that he dared not divulge Bill's whereabouts in Greece. Bill was backed by Dumbledore, while the only potential ally of Professor Randy could be his mother, Lady Swanborough. However, Moriarty doubted that Bill could capture Lady Swan as attention. It was far more plausible that Dumbledore, with his gentle disposition, had befriended some vampires. It is also conceivable that Professor Randy, following Dumbledore's directives, had come to safeguard Bill. This elucidates why Bill arrived in Greece prior to Professor Randy. Moriarty pieced together fragments of information, attempting to reconstruct the entire incident. Firstly, Bill may have uncovered a secret pertaining to vampires, subsequently reporting it to the venerable Dumbledore. Dumbledore, utilizing his extensive connections, dispatched Professor Randy to assist Bill in his investigation. Their search was directed towards Greece, yet it was evident they had not located their target. Why Bill not return to school? The answer seemed to beckon: France. If certain secrets eluded discovery in the land of black magic, Bill would have no choice but to seek assistance from Professor Randy's mother, the vampire countess. In the hierarchy of pureblood vampires, the most formidable figure, aside from the legendary progenitor of vampires, would be the vampire duke who had not emerged from millennia, making the Countess the most powerful representative of the long-lived and immortal. Moriarty resolved to set forth immediately for France. His travels through Western Europe were already part of his itinerary, brimming with treasures like the Nicoleem and the frostbitten school of magic awaiting discovery. Now, he merely advanced his schedule. However, with the passing of Lady Kua, Moriarty used ice and snow to dissolve her body and wand, leaving behind a silver key. The system detected the host's discovery of the key to the half-breed vampire's coffin, rewarding him with an exploration lottery. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning 12,000 points. From Lady Kua's memories, Moriarty learned that a coffin symbolizes a vampire's identity and status. Each pureblood vampire possesses a coffin, whereas half-breeds find it exceedingly difficult to own one. Disdainfully, Moriarty let the silver key levitate in the air, pondering Lady Kua's tendency to conceal everything within her body. After a slight shake of his head, Moriarty roused Chilo, who took considerable time to grasp reality. He appeared greatly shaken, his speech stammering, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Upon recognizing Moriarty, Chilo crawled to his feet. "Why you saved me twice. If you have any needs, just seek me at any time. Chilo's current state was ill-suited for travel, and Moriarty would not squander time on him. Instead, he spent 7,000 points in the system shop to acquire a blessing spell, Sacred Wish. Sacred Invocation. The caster, through incantation, bestows an angelic aura upon the target, granting them divine protection from curses, toxins, necromancy, soul-snatching, parasitism, and other malevolent magical effects. Note: 1. The duration of this protection is contingent upon the caster's vitality. Should the caster maintain a robust state, the angelic guardianship shall endure. 2. The sacred invocation cannot shield against physical attacks. Upon detecting the host, Chilo, receiving a blessing spell, the malevolent possession by Voldemort was effectively thwarted. The host completed the task and was rewarded with 5,000 points. The host currently possesses 11,800 points. May they soon ascend to the role of the ultimate antagonist. Moriarty exited Chilo's chamber, assured that with his protection, Chilo would not fall prey to Voldemort's possession. As for Chilo's journey to Albania, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to him. Moriarty Lilith rose, yearning to leap into Moriarty's embrace, but hesitated, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. "My family has sent a letter. In 3 days, they will invite Cornelius Fudge to our estate as a guest. This signifies the family's withdrawal of support for Barty Crouch, now favoring Fudge's candidacy for the Minister of Magic. As the eldest daughter, I must make an appearance. Thus, I cannot accompany you on your travels." Moriarty comforted Lilith, recognizing that her absence from the journey was prudent. His trip to France might lead to a breakdown in negotiations with Madame Swan, placing her in potential jeopardy. "So when you go to France, be sure to write to me, all right?" Lilith resembled a forsaken cub, her eyes brimming with attachment and reluctance, her lips pouting as if to articulate everything left unsaid. "Our adventure is far from over. You must take me along next summer. This matter is far from concluded. I have a premonition that we shall uncover some clues at Hogwarts, so do not fret about me abandoning you," Moriarty declared, a thoughtful glimmer flashing in his eyes. The following morning, Lilith departed, and Moriarty discovered Madame Kawaf's coffin, retrieving an egg from within, while the remainder consisted of sordid remnants. Moriarty incinerated the detritus. "My Merlin, this is a Class A prohibited trade item, a chimera egg." The elder nearly dropped the egg in astonishment, quickly securing it, his eyes wide with wonder. "Where did you procure this?" "A delightful surprise." Moriarty smiled faintly. Marcus had informed him that the chimera hails from Greece, a profoundly bloodthirsty and violent magical creature. It boasts the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon. Like the dragon, it is classified as a level 5 magical being. Moriarty stored the egg in his system space, exited the room, bid farewell to the elder, and, after lunch, set forth for France. Arriving by plane in France, Moriarty consumed a transformation potion at the airport, becoming a tall man with striking white hair and vivid green eyes. Without Lilith by his side, Moriarty chose to proceed to the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic, located underground at Furstenberg Square. Of course, Moriarty did not recklessly invade the ministry. He prudently employed the disillusionment charm to observe the entry procedures into the magical establishment. After a mere 3 minutes of waiting, a balding middle-aged man approached, resembling a ministry of magic official. He first registered with his wand, and then the roots of the surrounding trees rose from the ground, forming a birdcage-like elevator around him, which he ascended into the depths of the ministry. Moriarty, of course, could not relinquish his wand for registration. Having previously drawn a vial of polyjuice potion, the time had come for its use. Just as he prepared to incapacitate a ministry official, the birdcage elevator opened anew, and a throng of individuals emerged. At the forefront, a short, stout man incessantly spoke to his companion. "Mr. Drackle, I completely empathize with your distress. But you must also understand our predicament." A man with jet black hair and a small, pointed black mustache interrupted the stout man with a shout. "Just this morning, my daughter was kidnapped. My wife was attacked. My poor little girl is terrified and crying. I demand you exercise a firm hand to locate my daughter and ensure her safety. It is precisely because dark wizards abducted her that your Auror office should assist me." Mr. Drackle was in a state of frantic desperation, forcing himself not to envision the fate that awaited his daughter in the hands of those inhumane brutes, a torment for any father. "You do not grasp my meaning." The stout man, seemingly exasperated, responded with an icy tone. "What I am suggesting is that have you considered why dark wizards would abduct your daughter? Perhaps it pertains to her lineage. I have heard that in recent months, the price of vila in the underground market has been steadily escalating." Mr. Drackle's complexion paled, then flushed crimson. It took him 3 seconds to comprehend the implication of this statement, and he trembled with rage. "What do you mean?" However, the stout man had already turned away, leading his subordinates onto the elevator. Mr. Drackle intended to pursue him for clarification, but was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. It was, in fact, Moriarty who had employed the Confundus charm, revealing to him the address and entry method to the underground trading post, located beneath a subway station in the southeast corner of Paris. After a moment of disorientation, Mr. Drackle abruptly recalled his daughter, gritting his teeth and resolutely hurrying to the underground market. Half an hour later, Moriarty arrived ahead of him at the trading post, a chaotic scene akin to an open-air night market, with few shops and an abundance of stalls. Both vendors and buyers rarely remained for more than a week. With narrowed eyes, Moriarty surveyed the dimly lit space, cluttered with large cages and metal boxes, perilously easy to trip over. Should one unfortunate soul stumble, not only might those unscrupulous sellers render them unconscious to fashion them into specimens for sale, but the magical creatures confined within the cages could very well devour them. Of course, fortune might smile upon the unlucky, allowing them to fall near the large cabinet housing captive mermaids, where they could enjoy the mermaid's grace in their final moments. Half-blood vila, age 12, virgin, price 5,000 galleons, who will buy? A hoarse voice emanated from the heart of the underground market, where a small red shop stood. 3 werewolves loomed at the entrance, suspending a young girl, her hands and feet bound, upside down against the door. Clad in a white princess dress, the girl, though not fully grown, was undeniably a striking beauty. Tear-streaked cheeks adorned her pale visage as she writhed anxiously, igniting the perverse desires of onlookers. A motley assortment of fearsome figures, draped in bizarre attire, surged towards the crimson shop from all directions, with Moriarty being swept along by the throng. One of the werewolves, eager for the crowd to see clearly, positioned a bright lamp before the girl's face. A beam of light danced from her silvery hair, casting a reflection upon Moriarty as profile. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, revealing each other's countenance. A mixed-blood child dares to demand 5,000 gold gallons? Your werewolf enclave has grown increasingly nefarious. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, as those entrenched in the underworld were disinclined to adhere to the norms of fair payment. Indeed, 300 gallons is my offer, not a single gnat more. 400 gallons, I'll take her. 500 gallons, that's my final offer. The price was driven down to hundreds as voices clamored, but the werewolves were incensed. One werewolf cast a regretful glance at the girl, lamenting, "Were it not for the coin, I would have indulged myself long ago." And you all know that the vampires have been rabidly pursuing elves of late. As a type of female elf, the charming girl has naturally become a target for them. 5,000 gold gallons is, for vampires, a mere pittance. Moriarty, for the first time, learned of the vampire's pursuit of elves. If the werewolf's claim held true, 5,000 gallons was truly a modest sum. A pure-blood vampire, after all, might have lived for centuries. Extracting such an amount from their pockets would be as effortless as retrieving a pair of gloves. Indeed, a white-haired vampire clad in a red cloak bellowed from the crowd. 5,000 gold gallons deal. That girl is mine. No problem. The werewolf responded with a smile, inciting vehement discontent among the onlookers. Gregory, are you afraid of the vampires? It seems you are. Once, werewolves and vampires were sworn enemies, and every action of the vampires was met with werewolf defiance. Now, Gregory, upon capturing the charming girl, chose not to bite her, but to sell her to a vampire? Was this an act of appeasement toward their age-old adversary? Did it signify a capitulation of werewolves to vampires? The crowd grew restless, inching closer to the shop entrance, driven by the ambitions flickering in many eyes, yearning for a brazen heist. The vampires, too, took note, as over a dozen revealed their identities, demanding the charming girl be handed over. I offer 1,000 gold gallons. Moriarty's voice rang out, resonating with authority throughout the underground market, reaching the ears of all present, both human and magical. Thousands of gazes fixated on Moriarty, who paid them no heed, his attention solely on the little girl, occasionally flickering with a glimmer of avarice, as though he were indeed in pursuit of the half-blood enchantress. The earlier white-haired vampire revealed a sinister grin. I have observed that you are not a vampire. Are you truly determined to stand against the immortals? In an instant, the assembled vampires turned their animosity toward Moriarty. In response, he surveyed his surroundings with a slight smile, ready to deliver his premeditated remarks. I come bearing a letter from Madame Kovaf of Greece, seeking an audience with the Countess Swan of Paris. Lord Randy, the son of Countess Swan, informed me that his mother has recently developed a fondness for the virgin blood of enchantresses. I thought I might take a chance here, and fortune smiled upon me. With a glance at the little girl, Moriarty waved his wand, sending 10 emeralds, each the size of a fist, soaring into the air, shimmering brilliantly. The werewolf's eyes widened, convinced that through the emeralds, he glimpsed a future filled with promise. The exchange hall fell silent, as if it were deserted. More than a dozen vampires exchanged glances. Every vampire from France had heard of the illustrious Countess Swan, and it seemed the Greek Madame Kovaf rang a bell as well. As for Randy, perhaps he was the 272nd offspring of the Countess Swan. The white-haired vampire rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. The emeralds were too alluring. Yet, he begrudgingly shouted, "How can you prove your identity?" Moriarty levitated the key to Madame Kovaf's coffin before the white-haired vampire, who curiously leaned in to sniff it. The rapturous expression on his face left little doubt he had indeed visited Madame Kovaf's coffin. Seemingly satisfied with the scent of Madame Kovaf, the white-haired vampire's countenance soured. Indeed, it bears her fragrance, but you cannot take that enchantress. Leave the emeralds and be gone. Avada Kedavra. Moriarty raised his hand and cast the curse, effortlessly striking the white-haired vampire's heart. Bang! The white-haired vampire collapsed without warning, prompting an old man and a maid to leap forth, the old man bellowing, "You have slain the young master. You have slain the young master. I shall remember you. The Lord will not let this go unpunished." In the next moment, chaos erupted as the crowd surged toward the Crimson Shop, frantically fighting over the half-blood enchantress. Others began to seize the emeralds floating in the air, while a few diminutive wizards unlatched their boxes, unleashing a flurry of nocturnal creatures and various magical beings. Roar! A small fireball shot into the throng, as a juvenile fire dragon broke free from its box and soared into the sky, only to be ensnared by over a dozen iron chains. The ground teemed with spiders, venomous insects, and serpents, proving to be invaluable allies in Moriarty's endeavor. After the white-haired vampire fell, over a dozen vampires frantically attacked Moriarty, yet he had anticipated this, merging with the crowd, rushing toward the Crimson Shop. However, unlike the others, Moriarty's target was the werewolf named Gregory. He needed to uncover why the vampires were targeting the elves. Whispering serpents. Moriarty summoned a multitude of spectral snakes, commanding the venomous serpents to entwine around the werewolf's legs. The werewolf Gregor arched his shoulders as dark fur sprouted across his face, hands, and legs. His fingers curled into sharp claws, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the venomous snake. The serpents on the ground opened their jaws and bit into the werewolf's legs, only to find their fangs unable to penetrate his flesh, instead injuring themselves on his coarse fur. The hardened wolf hair granted Gregor substantial magical resistance, rendering many spells cast from the chaotic crowd ineffective against him. Moriarty was the first to reach the entrance of the shop, while he donned a formidable protective armor to shield himself from the incoming spells. He launched an attack on Gregor. Flames blazed fiercely. Moriarty, knowing the werewolf lacked magical prowess, unleashed wave after wave of fire, quickly engulfing the Crimson Shop. Most onlookers retreated in awe, understanding that the Crimson Shop belonged to the largest werewolf settlement in France. No one dared to burn down. However, a few reckless individuals stirred, ready to seize the moment and plunder the Crimson Shop amid the chaos. Gregor, furious, leaped high into the air, landing before Moriarty, his 10 sharp claws glinting ominously, resembling 10 swords poised to strike. Frostbite. Moriarty transformed his hands into icy appendages. Grasping the werewolf's wrist with his left hand while his right became an ice fist, crashing into Gregor's claws. The moment their hands met, a wave of cold rapidly spread over Gregor's arms, creeping toward his heart and head. The speed of the freezing took Gregor by surprise. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in Moriarty's arms encased in 2 ice sleeves, binding them in an unusual posture. To his horror, Gregor noticed the muscles and blood in his arms gradually solidifying, while Moriarty remained unfazed, as if untouched by the frost. With a forceful motion, Moriarty broke their connection, and with a resounding crack, Gregor's left hand severed at the wrist, shattering like glass upon impact with the ground, while his right claw splintered at the base. Moriarty's hands remained unscathed as he pressed his wand against Gregor's chest, a surge of magical energy creating a gentle breeze, causing the wizard's robe to ripple dramatically. The other 2 werewolves stood frozen, and the crowd, gripped by fear, fell silent, only the anguished cries of the injured Gregor breaking the stillness. Gregor's defeat was alarmingly swift. The vampires lurking in the shadows, poised to ambush Moriarty, cursed under their breath. They recognized the werewolf's high magical resistance and immense strength, yet noted his ineptitude in magic. He could only shift between wolf and human forms without altering his physical structure through sorcery. Water elemental magic flowed into Gregor's bloodstream through his wounds, freezing his organs and insides from within. As Moriarty observed Gregor's increasing weakness, he decisively invoked a spell of mental dominion, delving into his memories. Unfortunately, the werewolf's mind was not agile. He only grasped the fact that vampires targeted elves, oblivious to the reasons behind it. The thread of inquiry had once again come to a halt. Moriarty struck the top of Gregor's head with a forceful hand, enveloping the wolf-headed creature in an icy chill, transforming him into a complete ice sculpture. The other 2 werewolves, trembling in fear, scurried into the crowd. Moriarty raised his wand and pointed it skyward. 10 emeralds, resembling small meteors, emitted an eerie green glow as they whistled through the air, crashing down upon the werewolves. The crowd erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions as the clamor of fighting and looting intensified, with thousands of people running amok. Recognizing a fortuitous opportunity to escape, Moriarty waved his wand. Retrieving the emeralds that had slain the werewolves, donned his hood, and hastily departed in a northwesterly direction. Observing this from the shadows, the vampires realized that if they did not act swiftly, their chance would slip away. They cursed, "Useless werewolves, a bunch of inept fools. We must pursue this wizard. Eliminate him, seize his gems, and capture that enchanting girl as well." The little girl, still bound by ropes, felt the flames intensifying around her. The heat severed her bindings, allowing her to nimbly leap to the ground. Blinking in astonishment, she surveyed the surroundings, engulfed in flames and chaos. The girl understood that her only refuge lay beside the white-haired wizard. She recalled the moment of connection with Moriarty, a peculiar sensation that instilled calm amidst the turmoil. Yet, as she sought him once more, dark figures swooped closer as she compelled herself to move forward, but her trembling legs betrayed her, leaving her helpless as the crimson eyes drew nearer. At that moment, a brilliant red flame burst forth from the inferno behind her. Faint, a commanding female voice rang out, followed by a vampire collapsing in response. Then came a barrage of spells. Shatter, faint, obstruct. A group emerged from the blaze, consisting of a short individual, a red-haired boy, and a middle-aged man, all led by a tall woman, launching an assault on the vampires. The red-haired boy boisterously declared, "The Aurors have arrived. There is no escape for you." The crowd instinctively chose flight, and the vampires, realizing their pursuit of the enchanting girl was futile, redirected their focus towards Moriarty. Fleur exhaled in relief, staring in awe at the tall woman emerging from the flames, tears streaming down her face. "Madame Maxim, Fleur, come here, and let us see who dares to harm my student." Madame Maxim strode towards Fleur, stepping on the burning planks with a creaking sound, the flames illuminating her visage. "Fleur, my daughter." A voice filled with emotion resonated in Fleur's ear, and she turned to find her father standing behind Madame Maxim, tears cascading down his cheeks. "I'm sorry, father, for causing you worry." Fleur broke free from Madame Maxim's embrace and fell in her father's arms, both weeping profusely. As her sobs subsided, Mr. Delacour wiped his tears and said, "Father's luck has turned. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, I encountered Madame Maxim and Professor Flitwick. And forgive me, young sir. What is your name? Mr. Delacour offered an apologetic smile to a red-haired boy in the distance, who, unperturbed, chuckled in response. Charlie Weasley feels compelled to remind you that this is not a suitable place for conversation. The Aurors are on their way. Do you think they might hold us accountable for the chaos here? He suggested, it would be prudent for us to depart swiftly. Indeed, we shall leave immediately. Mr. Delacour recalled the confrontation he had with the head of the Auror office outside the Department of Magic, his expression darkening. He glanced at Madame Maxime, who nodded and called out to the diminutive figure pursuing the vampire ahead. Professor Flitwick? Professor Flitwick was well aware of the situation. He had accompanied Charlie to Paris for the competition, where Madame Maxime had welcomed them and escorted them to report to the French Ministry of Magic. It was then that they encountered Mr. Delacour and learned of Fleur's abduction. Had it not been for Madame Maxime seeking their assistance, Flitwick would not have followed. Charlie's background was impeccable, and should the French Aurors witness a Hogwarts student frequenting an underground marketplace, how would the French ministry perceive it? Regardless of the troubles faced by the Delacour family, they could not be implicated. After deliberation, the group resolved to hasten their exit from the underground marketplace, only to be startled by a series of explosions erupting from the northwest. Moriarty emerged from the underground marketplace, his transformation spell wearing off, revealing his true self. With his hands tucked into his coat pockets and his eyelids drooping, he strode purposefully towards the northwest subway station, resembling a weary traveler heading towards the next chapter of his life. In truth, Moriarty was indeed bound for the next destination, Swan Castle. The trail had run cold with the werewolves, and Moriarty prepared to speak with Madame Swan, fully aware that this conversation could easily unravel, prompting him to ready himself for any eventuality. However, the vampires were not inclined to let Moriarty slip away easily. After being driven off by Professor Flitwick, they intercepted Moriarty at the subway station. A fierce battle ensued within the station, drawing the attention of Madame Maxime, Professor Flitwick, and others nearby. Though Professor Flitwick was astonished to see Moriarty in France, he quickly assumed his academic duties and assisted Moriarty in combating the vampires. Moriarty! Moriarty! Professor Flitwick exclaimed, noticing Moriarty's ruthless approach, having already slain several vampires, their blood splattering the walls, a gruesome spectacle that, had the station been more populated, would have sent muggles into a frenzy. Mr. Moriarty, cease this at once. We are in France. These vampires should be left to the Aurors. Flitwick urged. Moriarty smirked coldly, his wand spinning incessantly. French vampires are as foolish as their Greek counterparts. Moreover, they're even weaker. Besides, when have the Aurors ever been able to control vampires? Charlie, Madame Maxime, and the Delacour siblings stood transfixed, witnessing the carnage within the subway station, the blood gushing from a wounded vampire resembling a blooming flower of sin. Suddenly, the air crackled with the sound of successful apparition, as a battalion of French Aurors arrived, swiftly surrounding the subway station and apprehending 2 surviving vampires. The short, stout wizard who had previously conversed with Mr. Dracula wiped his brow in a state of panic and hurried over to Madame Maxim. What has happened? By Merlin, how many restoration and memory-erasing spells will this require? And who is that? Madame Maxim had already recognized Moriarty's distinctive gray eyes and hair, yet she opted for discretion. Merely jesting, my dear director, it seems you will be working overtime tonight. Do not say a word, Professor Flitwick whispered urgently to Moriarty. I will handle the French Ministry of Magic. If they administer Veritaserum on you, you must assert that you were sent by Professor Dumbledore. Moriarty declined Flitwick's kind offer. He could not let the vampires who had witnessed his true form escape unscathed. In front of everyone, he unleashed 2 killing curses, extinguishing the lives of 2 vampires. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. A 12-year-old boy had employed the killing curse in the presence of 22 French Aurors and the director of the Auror office. Was this an act of crime? If so, what charge could possibly be laid upon him? Who would dare to apprehend a youth under the risk of a killing curse? Conversely, if it were not a crime, what significance did the Aurors' actions hold tonight? No one cared for the vampires any longer. Their attention was wholly captivated by Moriarty. They beheld him, his demeanor icy, as he cast a piercing gaze across the assembly and addressed the short, stout wizard in a low voice. The current head of Slytherin has been unjustly attacked by vampires. I demand that the French Ministry of Magic present a proposal to the vampire hierarchy, compelling those ancient beings who slumber in their coffins to provide an explanation. The stout wizard was so terrified that he burst into tears and collapsed onto the ground. Moriarty strode past him towards the subway station exit, and not a soul dared to impede his passage. Professor Flitwick stood in stunned silence for several seconds before rushing after Charlie. Moriarty, Moriarty, Flitwick called out, noticing Moriarty's swift pace and disregarding the onlookers. He hurriedly glided to Moriarty's side, producing a small vial. You have used the killing curse. You must drink this restorative potion. Moriarty's expression softened slightly as he nodded to Flitwick. After casting the killing curse multiple times that day, he indeed felt a throbbing headache. Acknowledging Flitwick's goodwill, he selected a few potions to alleviate his discomfort, and the pain lessened considerably. Flitwick silently exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. He was bewildered by Moriarty's sudden emergence. Yet he sincerely wished for Moriarty to avoid a path steeped in violence. Late at night, Mr. Dracula extended an invitation to everyone for a visit to his home as a gesture of gratitude. For reasons unknown, Moriarty was also included among the invitees. After dinner, Flitwick attempted to engage Moriarty in conversation, having immediately written a letter to Dumbledore following the subway incident to explain the situation. For many, this night was one of insomnia. The stout wizard, as Madame Maxim had remarked, had been preoccupied all evening, reporting the events to the Minister of the French Ministry of Magic, von Waycap. Von Wyke's frustration reached a boiling point as the entire Ministry of Magic descended into chaos. Throughout the night, Paris became the scene of numerous incidents. Turmoil within the underground exchange, a fire at the Red Shop, and a subway catastrophe. Involved were werewolves, vampires, dark wizards. The Draco family, Madame Maxime and her representatives from Beauxbatons Academy, as well as Professor Flitwick and his associates from Hogwarts. Most critically, there was Moriarty Slytherin, a 12-year-old capable of wielding the killing curse to slay vampires. By Merlin. Perhaps only Merlin knows whether Moriarty has ever used the killing curse against wizards or muggles. News spread swiftly, and by the following morning, Dumbledore arrived in France, appearing before Moriarty in a whirlwind. In that instant, Moriarty was convinced that the venerable old wizard intended to employ legilimency on him. Ultimately, Dumbledore extended an invitation for Moriarty to converse, yet the French Ministry of Magic bore tidings of significant import. The upper echelon of vampires had sent Moriarty a coffin through the ministry. The coffin, a striking blue and white, was crafted from heavy metals and bore no key. Moriarty gently lifted the lid, revealing a blood-red velvet interior, upon which lay a letter. The letter bore a line of silver ink. Our recent actions against elves stem from the legend of the headless vampire ancestor, Old Jew. Another line, written in crimson, read, should Moriarty Slytherin never step foot outside of England, he may avert the calamity of bloodshed. Should you visit France again, do come to my home in the Chilliner Valley. Moriarty incinerated both the letter and the coffin, the unfolding events exceeding his wildest expectations. The division within the vampire ranks caught him off guard, as did the legend of the headless vampire ancestor. He inquired of the system, are there any tasks concerning vampires? He sensed he had waded into murky waters. The realm of vampires did not belong to him, yet relinquishing his investigation left him with a sense of regret. Moriarty shook his head with a bitter smile, reflecting on how his first overseas journey had led him into such mysterious occurrences, truly unexpected. However, the vampire aristocracy handled the aftermath with commendable efficiency, and the French Ministry of Magic ceased to trouble Moriarty further. Just as he hesitated over whether to continue his investigation, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick approached him, inviting him to join Charlie and Fleur in the European Wizarding Duel Tournament, held every 4 years. This tournament was to take place in Paris, where wizards from various nations, having distinguished themselves in their respective dueling contests, had recently reported to the French ministry. It was during this reporting period that Professor Flitwick and Charlie encountered Madame Maxime, who provided Moriarty with a detailed explanation of the tournament rules. The competition was divided into categories for adult and underage wizards, featuring a brutal elimination format. Fleur and Charlie had already registered for the underage category. So, you want me to sign up for the underage category, representing Hogwarts? Moriarty smirked, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Did they truly expect someone who had mastered the killing curse to compete in the underage group? Was that not a recipe for indiscriminate slaughter? Due to his tender age, he was unable to enroll in the adult wizard category. What significance, then, did it hold for him to participate in the grand wizard duel competition across Europe? We believe you could use a breath of fresh air, Dumbledore said with heartfelt sincerity. Though I am unaware of the circumstances that have befallen you, it is evident to all that you have endured much in the span of merely 2 weeks. We all wish for you to find some ease. After all, summer vacation has only just begun, has it not? Moriarty gazed deeply into Dumbledore's eyes, which were clear and bright, and discerned a plea within them. After a moment's contemplation, Moriarty acquiesced. Indeed, life had been rather exhausting of late, and engaging with the children from Eastern Europe seemed a delightful prospect. The group displayed relieved smiles, and Professor Flitwick hurried off to the Ministry of Magic to register Moriarty. Charlie exclaimed joyfully, "Splendid! With Moriarty competing, the championship is surely destined for Hogwarts, for Great Britain. With Mr. Moriarty in the fray, I need not bear the heavy burden of expectation." It must be noted that Charlie, too, was somewhat unfortunate, with William traveling, Leon interning at the ministry, and Bill mysteriously absent. He had no choice but to represent Hogwarts himself, as both Moriarty and Tonks were reluctant to participate. Charlie's remarkable performance in the All-England Wizard Duel Championship did not bolster his confidence. Rather, it plunged him into despair. Fleur, another competitor, understood his sentiments. In recent years, a plethora of outstanding young wizards had emerged from Eastern European nations such as Bulgaria, Serbia, and Ukraine, not to mention the long-established magical powerhouses, the formidable bears of the North and their iron chariots. Fleur spoke in a melodious tone about the magical realm of Eastern Europe, and it was clear that her words were aimed at Moriarty, for everyone was well aware of these facts. A week later, the Grand Wizard Duel competition across Europe commenced as scheduled. Upon Moriarty's arrival at the venue for the underage category, he discovered that there were 46 competitors, with nearly half of the young wizards absent, having withdrawn for various reasons. Madame Maxim, privy to some insider knowledge, chuckled. To expect the Ministry of Magic's lot to keep a secret is akin to aiding Merlin's resurrection. I dare say the news of Mr. Moriarty's use of the killing curse has spread throughout the pureblood families of France, and naturally, their young lords and ladies will not be participating. She then furrowed her brow, realizing it was merely a matter of time before Moriarty claimed the title. She glanced at Charlie and sighed. So, Fleur must contend for third place? Madame Maxim's aspirations were not realized, as the third position was secured by Victor Krum from Bulgaria. Charlie, with a record of 7 victories and 1 defeat, claimed the second spot. Moriarty, with a resplendent record of 8 victories, emerged as the champion. Following the competition, Moriarty chose not to attend the award ceremony, nor did he wish for grandiose media coverage. The French Ministry of Magic complied obediently. However, Von Whitecap asked Dumbledore a pointed question. "My esteemed Albus, what were you doing at the age of 12? Dumbledore chuckled. "I cannot recall, but it surely was not unleashing the killing curse upon vampires." Von Whitecap plessit forter. Could Grindelwald and the Dark Lord unleash the killing curse at the age of 12? If you had the audacity to inquire directly of them, you too might cast the killing curse at that age. I'm already 48. The Minister of Magic in France gazed helplessly at Dumbledore, occasionally finding it impossible to manage the eccentric old man who spoke in riddles. "Oh, is that so? Then let's reverse the interpretation," Dumbledore cheerfully remarked as he strolled away to congratulate Madame Maxime. Although Fleur did not secure a position in the underage category, a senior student from Beauxbatons had clinched the championship in the adult division. Dumbledore and Madame Maxime hosted an afternoon tea to celebrate, inviting everyone to join in the festivities. During the gathering, Dumbledore extended an invitation to Moriarty to join him in approaching Nicolome. "I truly do not understand your confidence in luring away our Beauxbatons gem," Madame Maxime exclaimed indignantly. Nicolome had once studied at Beauxbatons Magical Academy, where he met his future wife. Subsequently, he generously contributed to the school, funding the castle and grounds, and the fountain on the premises was named in honor of the LeMay couple. The academy still retains a wealth of Nicoleme's manuscripts and alchemical notes. Successive headmasters regarded Nicolome as an esteemed alumnus, and each Beauxbatons student took pride in counting him among their own. Yet now, Hogwarts dared to attempt to poach Nicolome? The audacity of the duo before her, both old and young, was astonishing. Madame Maxime suddenly found her dessert and tea lacking in flavor. Moriarty exchanged a knowing smile with Dumbledore. This matter might be their only shared understanding. Having lived for over 6 centuries, Nicolome was rarely swayed by anything, and the rare and valuable knowledge he possessed was indeed one of those few things. When it was Fleur's turn to bid farewell to Moriarty, she surprisingly embraced him gently and whispered in his ear, "Thank you for saving me that night. Perhaps you can alter your appearance, but you cannot change your gaze. Do not ask why. Consider it the intuition of Avila. Farewell, but do not return to France. You shall face retribution from vampires." The intuition of Avila? Moriarty pondered as he watched Fleur gracefully depart. They had spent a week in each other's company, and only at this moment did Fleur leave a favorable impression on Moriarty. On the plane, Moriarty retrieved the 30 letters sent by Luke. Luke had meticulously organized the correspondence, with the first letter penned by Lockhart, who reported on the situation of their Romanian enterprises. After investing substantial capital, the Flint family's dragon breeding grounds were flourishing along with the associated industries of breeding, services, and tourism. The cake was limited in size, yet the number of those wishing to partake was ever increasing, causing the Flint family to face jealousy and coordinated attacks from other purebloods and local Romanian wizards. Lockhart commented on this, saying, "My dear sir, the local wizards are a miserly bunch, easily swayed by gold. When I present them with trunks filled with gold bars, they would practically kiss my backside. As for the pureblood families in England, aligned with Old Flint as part of the 28 sacred families, I had expected them to be formidable. A week ago, I had a meeting with the pureblood representative Lucius Malfoy. To be precise, Lucius personally traveled to Romania to negotiate with Old Flint, as the Malfoy family's dragon breeding grounds were being squeezed by him. I truly wish you could have witnessed the expression on Lucius's face. Huh, that hypocrite who obstructed our mutual aid foundation is now forced to regard us with apprehension." Lucius sought Old Flint's leniency towards his dragon breeding grounds, extending an olive branch on behalf of the sacred 28 pureblood families. "I am pleased to inform you that Old Flint is trustworthy. He has not forgotten the oppression he faced from pureblood families." He proposed numerous stringent conditions, leaving Lucius's countenance pale as he departed Romania. In retaliation for the past injustices he endured, Old Flint devised various humiliating tactics to torment Lucius. The self-proclaimed platinum aristocrat, Lucius astonishingly endured this, piquing Moriarty's curiosity. Is this the Malfoy family's customary demeanor? At the conclusion of the letter, Old Flint resolved Moriarty's doubts, revealing that Lucius is rallying the major pureblood families to garner support for Fudge's ascension next year. In his final remarks, Old Flint noted that, according to Lucius, he anticipates hosting a pureblood gathering at Malfoy Manor around mid-July, to which all prominent pureblood families are expected to attend. I suspect he will certainly extend an invitation to you, my dear sir. Thus, Moriarty opened the third letter, which bore the address of Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Dear Mr. Moriarty, I am your eternally loyal friend, Lucius Malfoy. You must know that for millennia, every member of the Malfoy family has graduated from Slytherin House. The Malfoy family rejoices upon learning of your return from the East, and since you prefer to remain unobtrusive, we refrain from disturbing you during your first year. However, circumstances have changed. My friends Gilderoy Lockhart, Old Flint, Old Flea, and your senior Mincham have informed me that you possess the ability to contemplate matters from the level of the headmaster at the age of 11. Therefore, I take the liberty of inviting you to the annual Pure Blood Gathering, and I implore you to believe that next year will be extraordinary. The topics of discussion will include the transition of power within the Ministry of Magic and the reorganization of the pure blood market. Every pure blood knows that the Slytherin family is the epitome of pure blood lineage. Thus, I earnestly request your careful consideration of these two subjects. May Merlin bless you. At the letter's end, the Malfoy family motto was inscribed, Born Noble. As if by some preordained agreement, beginning with the third letter, there followed 27 letters, all from pure blood families, without exception. What does this signify at such a moment when the sacred 28 pure blood families of Britain invite me to their gathering? It appears that the combination of Lockhart and Old Flint has indeed exerted considerable pressure upon them. Moriarty whimsically toyed with these letters, weighing them in his hands. They were light in physical weight, yet the implications they bore were substantial. Intriguingly, the 30th letter was signed by Cornelius Fudge. Furthermore, the letter divulged a piece of information. He has garnered support from a coalition of powerful families, led by the Pillowick family, the Mincham family, and the Ogden family. At the conclusion of the letter, Fudge extends an invitation to Moriarty to attend a gathering of the powerful at Fudge Manor at the end of July. Unable to contain his amusement, Moriarty bursts into laughter upon reading the note, as he now comprehends the reasons behind Fudge's considerable support. While the ineptitude of Barty Crouch certainly plays a role, a more significant factor is Fudge's inherent ability to navigate social dynamics. Many wizards mistakenly believe that pure-blood families represent the ruling class of the magical realm. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed. Although most pure-bloods possess wealth, they do not invariably wield power. In Britain, true authority resides with a select few high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic, either currently serving or having previously held office. Along with their respective families, these constitute the so-called ruling families. For instance, Moriarty is aware of the deeply hidden Gamp family, which has existed for over 5 centuries, with the first Minister of Magic being Uric Gamp. It is worth noting that the majority of those in power hail from pure-blood families, and as centuries have passed, wizards have tended to conflate ruling families with purebloods. Take the Crouch family, for example. Not only are they one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, but they have also produced a Minister of Magic. Following Fudge's ascendance, Barty Crouch will become the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Additionally, Lilith, from the pure-blood Peveril family, despite her grandfather and great-grandfather both having served as high-ranking officials in the ministry, does not belong to the Sacred 28. Similarly, the Muncham family, represented by Leon, is both a ruling family and pure-blood, yet not part of the Sacred 28. Moreover, Dumbledore is often viewed solely through the lens of his formidable power, with his lineage overlooked. Although he has a mute sister, he is nonetheless of pure-blood descent. In a certain sense, Dumbledore, emerging from Godric's Hollow, is the true heir of Gryffindor. He possesses considerable wealth, yet remains indifferent to political ambition. Otherwise, he would currently be the Minister of Magic. Thus, it becomes evident that there exists a distinction and distance between pure-blood families and ruling families. In times of significant events, they may reach a consensus, yet minor disputes are inevitable behind closed doors. As for Fudge, he adeptly cultivates relationships with both pure-blood and ruling families, making it apparent that as long as Dumbledore harbors no desire for the ministerial position, it is virtually his for the taking. Intriguingly, after attending a pure-blood gathering at Malfoy Manor, Fudge is already contemplating a gathering of the powerful. Before even assuming the role of minister, he is strategizing on how to appease both factions, intent on amassing both power and wealth. If Hogwarts were not under Dumbledore's stewardship, Fudge could seize control of education upon his appointment, an institution that signifies the future. Possessing Hogwarts equates to possessing the future of the British magical community. Walking down the street, who could possibly suspect Fudge of being an ambitious schemer? While he may fear Voldemort and regard Dumbledore with trepidation, Moriarty certainly does not. Thus, it appears that Fudge has unwittingly perfected Moriarty's grand design for the ultimate mastermind. In Moriarty's intricate scheme, Lockhart held the reins of power while Flint managed the finances. Now, they were merely in need of a suitable candidate to assume the role of headmaster at Hogwarts. 3 days hence, within the grand hall of the castle, Moriarty occupied the principal seat, gazing with satisfaction upon his 3 trusted confidants. To his left sat Lockhart, who, after months of absence, had grown leaner and slightly darker in complexion, exuding a newfound confidence tempered by a reduction in flamboyance. To his right was the venerable Flint, an elderly figure with white hair, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating an air of spirited vigor. He frequently cast proud glances towards Marcus, who occupied the seat to his right, a clear indication that Marcus had firmly secured his position as Moriarty's chief aide. This realization filled Flint with a sense of paternal pride and superiority, as if they both were serving within a paramount institution of power. Marcus, cautious in his demeanor, ventured to suggest, "My lord, I believe Jericho is also a trustworthy ally." The image of an American cowboy sweeping by on a broom flitted through Moriarty's mind. Indeed, Jericho was loyal to him and possessed capability, yet the time was not ripe to summon him. Perhaps when I venture into the American market, his contributions will be of value. Marcus nodded in silence, while Lockhart, as if addressing a classroom, raised his hand. "My lord, when you expand into the American market, please be sure to include me. My recent visit to the Ifamoni School of Magic left a profound impression on me. Today, we shall not discuss foreign matters," Moriarty declared, rapping the table with his knuckles, his voice rising slightly. "Let us turn our attention to domestic affairs. Lockhart, starting tomorrow, you shall publicly endorse Dumbledore's candidacy for the position of Minister for Magic. Flint, beginning tomorrow, you will represent the Flint family in openly supporting Fudge's campaign for Minister for Magic. Regardless of any persuasion or threats you may encounter, you must steadfastly support Dumbledore. Marcus, I require you to compose letters to every student and professor at Hogwarts, including Filch and Hagrid, and even the ghosts, should they be able to write. In these letters, you must articulate the divergence of opinions between you and your father regarding the ministerial candidacy, and publicly declare your willingness to support Dumbledore's campaign. Additionally, you shall urge the students to rally votes for Dumbledore." Lockhart was not a political player, while Marcus's mind was solely occupied with the study of magical creatures. Only old Flint, through years of experience, discerned the underlying strategy. "My lord, are you scheming against the Minister for Magic? Follow my directives. Irrespective of who ultimately becomes Minister for Magic, the true beneficiaries will be you." Moriarty's authoritative gaze swept across the faces of the trio. Lockhart appeared bewildered, Flint exhibited tension, while Marcus maintained an expression of earnest simplicity. Upon meeting Moriarty's scrutinizing gaze, Lockhart instantly brimmed with resolve, Flint engaged in deep breaths, and Marcus continued with his naive demeanor. Though I may not fully comprehend the young master's intentions, I shall unwaveringly adhere to his arrangements. Lockhart requested Luke to pour him a glass of champagne, which he savored with delight. Flint, unlike Lockhart, did not bask in self-assurance. He bowed to Moriarty, stating, "The Flint family shall forever support you unconditionally." Marcus nodded in agreement. "I shall do as my lord commands." "Very well, prepare yourself." Moriarty waved his hand, leaving old Flint behind to discuss the pureblood gathering on July 15th. "Your cooperation will be indispensable." Flint remained, and Moriarty inquired, "The sacred 28 pureblood families have all written to me, yet some of these families have become extinct, such as the Pruitt and Gunner families. Others, like the Black and Lestrange families, have descendants still imprisoned in Azkaban. I truly cannot fathom how they managed to send me letters. Did they perhaps employ a Dementor as a scribe?" Indeed, Flint slowly elucidated, there exists a tradition of intermarriage among pureblood families. Hence, even in the absence of direct heirs, other descendants can still represent their families to compose an invitation. Additionally, it is customary for pureblood families to possess portraits of their ancestors, who are consulted for their opinions when letters are drafted. This gathering is hosted by the Malfoys, and I suspect they sought the counsel of the ancestors residing in the ancestral homes of the Black and Lestrange families before sending out invitations. As for the Gunner family, their situation is rather peculiar. Flint took several deep breaths, summoning considerable resolve before sighing. You are aware of the Dark Lord's intricacies, and thus can surmise that, due to his influence, no one dares to represent the Gunter family in correspondence. If anyone were to falsely claim to act in their name, their intentions would be far from benign. They would likely seek to incite conflict between you and the Dark Lord. I comprehend, Moriarty coldly chuckled, placing the 28 letters upon the table. Are pureblood families truly this foolish? Flint, now appearing cautious, ventured to ask, "May I inquire about your perspective on purebloods? On us?" He quickly clarified, "By us, I refer to you and me, not the 28 purebloods, for you are indeed a true pureblood." "No need for clarification. I understand your meaning." Moriarty requested Luke to fetch him a cup of honey water and took a sip of Blue Mountain coffee, stating with a hint of detachment, "Fundamentally, I harbor no prejudice against purebloods. However, they have largely monopolized the magical realm. I desire for purebloods to execute my will. Should anyone fail to do so, they shall be replaced. If they all prove incapable, then a new set of purebloods will be sought." As twilight descended on July 15th, the skies darkened. Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire was aglow with lights, where Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, clad in opulent formal attire, stood elegantly at the entrance, graciously greeting their guests. Heads of several pureblood families, including Greengrass, Parkinson, and Travers, encircled Lucius, exchanging whispers accompanied by impeccable smiles. A group of 9 children passed by the adults, the leader being a small boy with neatly combed platinum hair, a sharp, slender chin, and silver gray eyes. "How many times must I tell you, Pansy?" Draco impatiently shook his head. "I cannot touch a broomstick today. My father forbids it. All because that Slytherin heir is coming to our house. Father said that if I misbehave too much, it would bring shame to the Malfoy family." "How infuriating. He is hardly older than I am. Yet we must all wait for him." "Indeed, my father has expressed similar sentiments. He insists on leaving a good impression for the heirs of Slytherin. It is utterly unfair. Why should we wait for a mere child?" Pansy, mimicking Draco's tone, nodded in agreement, completely oblivious to the fact that she too was a child. Draco sighed in relief, silently commending himself for steering the conversation toward the heirs of Slytherin. Otherwise, Pansy would discover that he did not actually possess a genuine broomstick, which would be quite embarrassing. As he observed Pansy engrossed in conversation with Daphne Greengrass, Draco felt a sense of accomplishment. Children are so easily deceived. However, a cheerful voice emerged from behind him. "Pansy, is Draco regaling you once again with tales of how he evaded Muggle aircraft while riding his broomstick? What pity. He recounted the same to me. In fact, he tells everyone that, but I suspect he merely crashed a toy broomstick into a tree." "Sol Daya Selwyn." Draco spun around, glaring at the boy who stood a head taller than he, utterly detestable, his face flushed with embarrassment at being exposed. Sol Daya chuckled, and in a nonchalant tone, admitted, "All right, I confess, I was lying. Draco is indeed correct." Yet his insincere tone elicited laughter from the girls, and Draco's expression darkened. Fortunately, his friend Theodore not came to his rescue, diverting the conversation. "Look over there. Pureblood traders, members of the Weasley family." The other children, 2 plump boys, Crabbe and Goyle, along with the 2 blonde girls, the Greengrass sisters, simultaneously turned to the right, where they spotted a tall, lanky adult wizard dressed in worn robes standing beside an elderly lady. That is Arthur Weasley. Draco found his moment to shine, raising his chin defiantly. I have heard my father mention him no fewer than 200 times. That man is a disgrace among purebloods, always cozying up to muggleborns. I truly do not understand why my father invited him. This was a gathering of purebloods, and as one of the 28 sacred families, the Weasleys could not be absent. In truth, most pureblood families were present, save for a few with exceptional circumstances. Soldaya glanced at Augusta Longbottom standing next to Arthur, and then observed the group of purebloods huddled around Lucius Malfoy, deep in thought. It seemed that pureblood families were divided into two factions, yet regardless of their divisions, the focus of their discussions centered around a singular individual. Not the formidable contender for the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, but a mere boy not yet 13. Soldaya was only 2 years older than Draco, yet the decline of the Selwyn family had hastened his maturity. He understood the significance of all the purebloods awaiting Moriarty. Just like the adults, he occasionally cast glances toward the entrance. However, while the adults' expressions were predominantly filled with anticipation and curiosity, the glimmer in Soldaya's deep blue eyes revealed a yearning and ambition. At this moment, a delicate and soft cry resonated from the sky as 5 unicorns drew near, pulling a luxurious silver carriage that glided gracefully to the entrance of Malfoy Manor. The adults, upon observing the opulent carriage adorned with a coiled emerald serpent, immediately discerned the identity of its occupant. Meanwhile, the children were utterly captivated by the unicorns, with several joyfully rushing towards them, their arms outstretched as if yearning to touch the unicorn's ethereal coats. "Draco!" Lucius called out, tapping his cane upon the lawn to halt Draco's eager steps, a gesture mirrored by Pansy's father and the fathers of the Greengrass sisters. However, Mr. Macmillan, standing alongside Arthur, chuckled heartily. "Do not be so stringent, Mr. Malfoy. Ernie, go on, join your companions, and admire the unicorns. They are sacred magical creatures. I believe Mr. Moriarty would not mind, as this adventure belongs to the children." The stout figure of Ernie, along with his friend Hannah Abbott, hurried towards the unicorns, while Mrs. Abbott's gaze was filled with affection. "Hannah," she called out to her daughter, "be careful as you run. Unicorns are highly sensitive magical beings, and it is essential to learn to respect them and approach them gently." "Huh, did I hear correctly?" came the sneer from the purebloods, mocking the Abbott family for teaching their heir to respect unicorns. What need do purebloods have for the respect of magical creatures? Those inferior beings are only fit to pull our carriages. A chorus of derisive laughter arose from those beside Lucius, but a calm, authoritative voice soon countered their jeers. "Neville, my dear grandson, come here. Go touch those unicorns. They will bring you good fortune. There are countless who would wish to touch them, but cannot, especially those wretches confined in Azkaban." Lucius and the other purebloods were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed upon Augusta Longbottom, many of whose relatives were imprisoned in Azkaban. What an eyesore of an old woman. Several pureblood heads silently cursed. Yet, as the matriarch of the Longbottom family, her standing among the purebloods was formidable, bolstered by her seniority, as connections among pureblood families were deeply intertwined. Moreover, her statement held truth. All the Death Eaters in Azkaban were the 28 sacred families, including the Lestranges and the Ross. Given her son and daughter-in-law's tragic fates, the Longbottom family had garnered sympathy and attention, adopting the mantle of tragic heroes. Thus, the purebloods wisely chose not to confront the Longbottoms. Neville, unaware of the adult world's complexities, timidly approached his grandmother, exclaiming, "Uncle Algy just took me to the large lake behind the manor. He tried to make me perform magic, and I nearly drowned." Laughter erupted among the guests, as it was no secret that Neville was often regarded as a squib among the purebloods, although he had displayed signs of magical disturbance at the age of 8. The Longbottom family seemed to believe that as long as Neville was unadmitted to Hogwarts, he remained under suspicion of being a squib. At this moment, Moriarty emerged from the carriage, accompanied by Luke and Ingo, clad in a silver robe adorned with a coiling emerald serpent on the back, and with a Slytherin crest pinned at the collar. He exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Rather than appearing comical, his vintage attire radiated an ethereal elegance, a demeanor marked by a chilling detachment. The guests, setting aside their grievances and suppressing their amusement, adopted a facade of courteousness, their eyes alight with warmth and welcome. "Esteemed Mr. Moriarty, my dear friend," Lucius approached, bowing slightly in deference. "On behalf of the Malfoy family, which has represented Slytherin House at Hogwarts since the 11th century, I pay homage to the great Slytherin." Lucius lifted his head with an air of arrogance, his cool, gray-blue eyes fixated on Moriarty, yet his words dripped with sweetness. Mr. Moriarty, I have yet to congratulate you on your victory in the European Wizarding Duel Championship. I hear from Mr. Fudge that you terrified the purebloods of France. Ingo, Moriarty called, and the elf lazily snapped his fingers, summoning 28 black boxes that lined up before the assembly. With a wave of his hand, the boxes sprang open, revealing proof of their ancestor studies at Hogwarts, genealogies tracing their lineage back to the Middle Ages and their family crests. Curious children stepped forward to gaze into the boxes, while the adults exhibited a hint of wariness, remaining impassive. Ingo, observing this with disdain, thought, cowardly wizards. Nonetheless, he seized the moment to enlighten the crowd. After Hogwarts' founding, Bloodman Barlow was among the first Slytherin students, and after Barlow ascended to his 7th year, a black became a first-year student of Slytherin House. Satisfied to note the absence of a representative from the black family, he reveled in the misfortune of the purebloods. Since then, the children of the 28 sacred families had continually entered Slytherin for their education. Although Headmaster Salazar had departed Hogwarts, he would not forget these events. As Ingo curled his lip in disdain, Narcissa rummaged through the box belonging to the black family, being a daughter married into the lineage. Upon discovering the family genealogy, she held it aloft, shaking it with fervor. Tears of joy and pride welled in her eyes. The oldest and noblest black family. This assertion holds true. The genealogy of the black ancestral home had been incomplete, leading to scrutiny of their lineage. Now, it was revealed that as early as 1013, the first black had studied in Slytherin. Draco unearthed the black family crest from the box, which was predominantly a shield flanked by 2 dogs, beneath which lay a ribbon inscribed in French with the family motto, always pure. The purebloods displayed expressions of realization, as the notion of the black family being the oldest and noblest had been perpetuated for centuries. The black of the 17th century was the highest ancestor recorded in their genealogy, which evidently did not qualify as ancient. Yet, not only England acknowledged the status of the blacks, but all of Europe did as well. Now, they comprehend that the ancestors of the black family were among the 7th cohort of Slytherin students. Lucius embraced his wife and retrieved a substantial stack of parchment from the Malfoy family box, undoubtedly enchanted to prevent decay. Upon examining it, he became as exhilarated as his wife. It was explicitly inscribed that the first Malfoy to attend Slytherin did so at the end of the 11th century. We are the first purebloods to attend Hogwarts after the black family. With this revelation, I challenge anyone to assert that the Malfoy lineage descends from Muggles. Following the precedent set by the Malfoys, pure-blood wizards eagerly approached, rummaging through the box for a variety of genealogies and historical documents. They were delighted to discover that, aside from the Weasley family, the majority of the Sacred 28 entered Slytherin around the same period in the 11th century. Even the Hufflepuff-producing Abbott and Macmillan families, as well as the Gryffindor-associated Longbottom family, trace their earliest ancestors back to Slytherin. We are the original Slytherins. Perhaps this explains the abundance of purebloods. Yet only we are designated as the Sacred 28. Draco stood taller, his face flushed with an unusual brightness. Well said, my son. Lucius praised Draco, his gaze warming towards Moriarty, who had presented a significant gift to the purebloods. Arthur maintained a composed demeanor, as the Weasley family had been Gryffindors for generations. Moriarty noticed Arthur's expression and offered a slight smile. Perhaps Mr. Weasley is unaware that the Weasley family's long-standing affiliation with Gryffindor is precisely why they remain included among the Sacred 28. All eyes turned to Moriarty, awaiting further elucidation. Eager to discern the perspective of the most authentic and noble pureblood regarding traitors among their kind, Moriarty addressed them. There exists a legend that the Weasley family possesses a trace of ancient dragon lineage. Perhaps this accounts for the numerous descendants of the Weasley family. I surmise that even the red-haired clan is linked to dragons. This last remark was directed at Arthur, and he was not jesting. The Weasley family truly stood out among purebloods. However, Arthur remained oblivious to this revelation, while his wife, Molly, approached Moriarty and offered a slight bow. Charlie and Percy have spoken highly of your deeds. We are grateful for your assistance to them last year. Molly Pruitt Weasley, representative of the Pruitt family, reminded Moriarty of what old Flynn had mentioned regarding pure-blood family intelligence. She originally had 2 brothers, both of whom perished at the hands of Death Eaters. Though Charlie and Percy are Gryffindors, there is no denying that they are exceptional students at Hogwarts, a fact that no one can dispute. In the presence of Arthur and Molly, Moriarty bestowed a considerable compliment upon the Weasley brothers. Mr. Moriarty, I hope you will turn your attention to my son, Lucius interjected, presenting Draco before Moriarty with a smile. Draco Malfoy. An exemplary Malfoy. I assure you he will become one of the greatest Slytherins. Mr. Macmillan, along with several other pure-blooded parents, was eagerly pushing their children towards Moriarty, leading one to believe that Dumbledore himself had arrived. Yet, even if Dumbledore were present, these purebloods would not exhibit such fervent enthusiasm. The reason they entrusted their offspring to Moriarty was solely due to his affiliation with Hogwarts. Emotionally, the parents were inclined to place their children in the care of the heirs of the four founders. However, emotion and reason often stand in stark contrast. When it comes to interests, purebloods are resolute in their stance. Hogwarts is not merely home to the four founders and is certainly not governed solely by a certain white wizarding headmaster. There are also 12 board members to consider. Moriarty was acutely aware of this, so he merely lowered his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at Draco before slowly raising his head and meaningfully stating, "Mr. Lucius." Cornelius Fudge must be quite anxious. Indeed, Lucius blinked rapidly, quickly grasping the situation, and ceased mentioning his son, appearing even more pleased as he chuckled, "Mr. Fudge has been in the reception room since early this morning. He's far too nervous. Haha. Mr. Moriarty, your reminder is most timely. We should proceed inside." Stepping back, Lucius gestured towards the entrance of the villa. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats. The pureblood gathering is about to commence." Most of the purebloods responded, "After you, Mr. Moriarty." Without hesitation, Moriarty entered the manor first, followed closely by several heads of pureblood families who leaned in towards Lucius and whispered, as the rumors suggest, "This Slytherin treats young wizards with impartiality, showing no favoritism towards Draco and the others due to our status." The emergence of a Slytherin descendant at Hogwarts was both a boon and a bane for purebloods. Lucius fixed his gaze on Moriarty's retreating figure and coldly remarked, "Isn't it precisely to transform misfortune into fortune that we have cultivated this association? Do speak with them, and remember to align with my stance during the discussions. What shall we do about the Weasley and Lombard families? They're always a hindrance." Lucius asserted, "Thus, we require Fudge as the Minister of Magic." Moriarty remained indifferent to the subtle machinations of certain purebloods, instead taking in the scenic beauty of Malfoy Manor. The meticulously designed gardens, adorned with fountains and freely roaming white peacocks, coupled with the exquisite wrought iron gates, imparted to Moriarty a sensation akin to traversing through a veil of mist. "Luke, did you see that?" Moriarty smiled at his butler. "You should learn a thing or two from the Malfoy family's house elf." Upon hearing this, Lucius called out from the back of the crowd, "Dobby, Dobby, come forth." A diminutive house elf materialized at the manor's entrance, cautiously regarding Lucius with his large, tennis ball-sized green eyes. "Master, how may I serve you?" Lucius motioned to Dobby and strode towards Moriarty, placing Dobby beside Luke. "Mr. Moriarty, allow me to introduce Dobby, who can enlighten you on the modern decor styles of the manor and the lavish lifestyle that pure-blooded aristocrats ought to enjoy." Moriarty readily agreed, and Lucius accompanied him to tour the estate. 5 minutes later, they entered the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, where Fudge had been waiting for some time. "Mr. Moriarty, it is a pleasure to see you again." Fudge greeted warmly, his gaze towards Moriarty imbued with a warmth surpassing that which he reserved for his own son.